Chapter 931. Emerging from the docking bay, the bounty hunters were positioned in the semi-open spaceport on the outer edge of the Tiangong. This spaceport would be closed during wartime, its opening and closing controlled by 8 massive external armored structures. Here, gravity did not affect them. The bounty hunters stood on the deck, surrounded by large merchants, giant corporations, and representatives of major enterprises transporting and reselling goods to and from the Tiangong. These individuals were all impeccably dressed, their bodyguards equally well equipped. They underwent epidemic prevention checks at the automated security checkpoint, had their identity records entered, and received their respective identity tags, issued by the Adventurers Guild. This meant they had become professional bounty hunters recognized by almost all major corporations. If the pirates they kept were chamber pots, then they were the hunting dogs. Although the work was exhausting, at least they could actually get a share of the spoils. The lead adventurer, now a bounty hunter, nervously tugged at his sour captain's uniform after entering the gravity chamber. They whispered amongst themselves, discussing how they should present themselves to the Emperor. "Why is it an audience, buddy?" The muscular woman named Meng Shan, whose identification badge previously identified her as a pirate, protested. "I don't even recognize Konda. Why should I recognize Li Bin?" Wu Quan, an adventurer, licked his teeth, frowning as he sized Meng Shan up and down. "When did I say I was meeting Li Bin? Which eye of yours thinks we're worthy to meet Li Bin? Hey buddy, you can disagree with Konda if you want, but I respect Boss Li. Anyway, I be all polite then, you guys figure it out." The two were on the verge of arguing, but with the other captain's gentle reassurances, and the discomfort of the gravity adaptation device accelerating the old Earth's gravity simulation, they ultimately chose to remain silent. The gravity coefficient of the Tiangong was personally determined by Li Bin. His photographic memory not only enhanced his ability to record data and text, but also significantly deepened his sensory memories. Li Bin spent 3 days on the rebuilt Tiangong before adjusting the gravity to a level close to his memory. The Tiangong's firepower was indeed formidable. With several Velociraptor lances and the Dreadnought's electrical grid system, it was capable of facing a capital ship alone. However, as the company's only publicly revealed Dreadnought, using it for frontline combat would be a waste. The company's designation for it was as a versatile vessel. As the gravity adaptation was complete, the bounty hunters emerged from the open hatches, all gasping in surprise. Beyond their sights were clean bulkheads and corridors. Under the soft orange lighting, the frosted white corridors reflected a soothing, ambiguous yellow hue. The bulkheads are adorned with extensive faux wood trim, creating a magnificent and intricate mortise and tenon structure. A grid pattern permeates the space, ranging from 3-section 6-ball joints to 2-section 4-ball joints. This art technique, lost from ancient times, is truly eye-opening. Between the cabin section and the transit plaza, projectors in sleep mode display landscapes of Jiangnan Gardens, the northwestern desert, ancient palaces, vast grasslands, lava flows, and cascading waterfalls, all meticulously crafted to match human aesthetic sensibilities. Framed by wood and stone, and with nature as the backdrop, the design creates a sense of ever-changing scenery within a small space. This, combined with the artificial mountains and water features in the plaza, the melodious ancient music, and the murals and stone carvings, creates a profound cultural weight and a transcendent aesthetic simplicity that leaves Meng Shan speechless. Especially striking is the enormous portrait painted in the 8-meter-high atrium, rendered with fluorescent paint, layered and stacked, changing in angle as people move. This complex, expensive, and inefficient art form, far inferior to projection, deeply shocked her. She recalled the abstract, savage graffiti she had seen on other Pirate King space stations, even in Konda's nest, and the filthy, foul-smelling air. The stark contrast and contrasting feelings crept up her spine, filling her with inexplicable anxiety. Even though she didn't know what she was anxious about, her legs trembled uncontrollably because of these things. In the portable terminal, the host gently urged them through the outer corridor to transfer to orbital transportation within the spaceship. The interior of the Tiangong space station was revealed through the transportation routes and explanations. The aquarium, centered around a central reservoir and incorporating the Eden planet's marine life parasitic reservoir, housed bizarre and hostile creatures. The large-scale composite medical center displayed various high-tech prosthetics directly at the entrance, some even rare items from the ruins of the human realm, making the disabled bounty hunters drool with envy. Even the Tiangong-class spacecraft has a night training ground. This training ground, capable of simulating battlefields in sandy, desert, swampy, and shallow sea environments, houses 300 Eden Star Knights. Lasers, missiles, cannons, chainsaw swords, ion shields, All sorts of weapons, under the skillful control of their pilots, engage in exquisite and masterful combat, leaving onlookers speechless. After the receptionist's explanation, the bounty hunter learned that these knights had been sailing from Eden Star with the fleet since last year. Their original mission was to land on the Hell Legion space station or planet alongside the Eden Star behemoths, but due to the Coalition forces' unsuccessful operations, they were forced to remain. The special roles of the Knights and Marines dictate that they need to frequently conduct planetary landings. Therefore, ensuring their adaptability to planetary gravity is essential. In fact, it's not just the Knights and Marines. Inside the Tiangong, there's a hidden behemoth landing training ground, used to ensure that the behemoths that have survived numerous battles, whose genes have actively evolved to adapt to the battlefield, and who have earned their titles, maintain their physical condition. Mengshan muttered to himself, biting his finger. Damn. So much space wasted just to ensure the standard of landing operations. Other pirate kings just pile on numbers, at most using cyberspace for simulated combat. It's really a waste. Wuquan scoffed. That's why they're a giant corporation. Compared to the benefits, do they care about that little bit of cost? Sigh, narrow-minded. You were raised on cockroach eggs, always arguing with me. Mengshan was about to speak when the train doors suddenly opened. A blast of cold air rushed into the carriage, and everyone staggered. The tracks of the moving train opened, revealing another train with its doors open, just 30 centimeters away. Jeff, the second most legendary figure in Universal Union, Scarface, a legend known for his boastful claims and deceptive practices that led to the company's rapid growth, and for his ability to identify talent with unwavering insight, investing his entire fortune and ignoring debt to become a shareholder in Universal Union, was standing on a box, a Cosmos brand cigarette dangling from his lips. Watching coldly, the cigarette in his mouth burned rapidly in the wind, the ash scattering like snowflakes. Everyone watched the cigarette grow shorter and shorter, inexplicably feeling that it was their countdown, and so they all jumped, forgetting their belongings, leaping across. Wuquan landed, bracing himself against the carriage wall as he tried to salute. But then, he heard a thud. Looking up, he saw that Mengshan, using the momentum of his jump, had slammed hard onto the hard carriage floor and immediately bowed down. This humble one, Mengshan, was originally a small-time pirate without any sect or faction, now a bounty hunter in the Adventurers Guild. Greetings, Lord Jeffrey. You lava-dwelling rascal, cockroach-fishing devil on a space station, rotten ship with its keel stripped. I should be the one saying that. Wuquan's face twisted in disgust. Chapter 932. May 1st, Star Calendar 218. Nearly 5 months have passed since the Allied forces' defeat. 5 months is enough time for the main fleet to fly from the Hell Legion to the Universal Alliance. Reinforcements from Eden Star arrived more than a month ago. Assault-class cruisers can be seen in various border star systems. To satisfy bounty hunters, Li Bin's Thunder Elf-class and Hades-class frigates, which he had scrambled from his own fleet, have also been replenished by headquarters. Bounty hunters are frantically infiltrating behind enemy lines. Trained hunters, including guerrilla teams, salvage teams, and reconnaissance teams, total over 100 captains. Fueled by substantial discounts from giant corporations and the incentive of star coins, they are participating in the war with fervor and intensity. Opportunities to change one's destiny are rare. For ordinary people, finding a ninth-hand frigate is already considered incredibly lucky. The most fanatical group consists of entire factories, or even slums pooling their resources to hunt for meteorite ships at 2 or 3 times the price when ship prices skyrocket. Currently, none of the bounty hunters registered with the Universal Union are among these fanatics. However, the Adventurers Guild's list includes over 50 such ships. Li Bin was like a constipated patient, squatting on the toilet waiting for an opportunity, but that opportunity never came. Bad news everywhere. The source of the Horizon system has been attacked multiple times by the Hell Legion, and the Holy Leap space station has fallen again in several rounds of attacks. The Hell Legion's expeditionary route. Kelja Technology Company stated they could not help. They needed to defend the Taylor system, the Isla system, and the Holy Leap space station simultaneously. These locations were, on one hand, direct territory for the Hell Legion's eastward expansion, and on the other hand, essential routes for their northward expansion. Keljev, a third-rate government with a civilian system, was no longer able to maintain this balance. After a headcount, they now have fewer than 20 capital ships left, a truly dire situation. To preserve their headquarters, Kelja Technology has hired a fleet of 4 capital ships from FSF Military Corporation, which is currently en route to the core sector. In civilian terms, we are preparing to withdraw from the core sector and hold our headquarters. Currently, in terms of military pressure, only headquarters hasn't been attacked by the out-of-control AI, and its location is further away, so the defensive pressure is less. Li Bin just wanted to curse. You call that less pressure? Didn't the human coexistence faction practically wipe out the North? But at least Kelja's attitude is that their base cannot be lost, which is still somewhat rational. Risk mining has truly gone mad. These board members have actually joined forces to plan a coup, wanting to abandon their territory and collectively relocate to the newly conquered areas in the core star sector. The yellow circle indicates Risk Mining's territory. The reason is simple. Their mad territory, located near the center of the core star sector, is surrounded by other forces. Compared to their old lair, which was brutally beaten by the out-of-control AI and the Hell Legion, the Zegan and Myasulan star systems are much safer. Although it's adjacent to the second tachyon, wasn't the second tachyon just beaten by the Overlord? Li Bin could only express his emotions with 3K profanities. Gu Zhongyu privately told Li Bin that he was determined to persuade the Longtail family to sever ties with the other board members, establish a second wind mining, drive away these cowards, and defend the headquarters. However, Li Bin always felt that old Gu's plan seemed to hide some sinister motive beyond the righteous cause. But considering that they had repelled 3 invasions, one of which was by the Southwest's Afterglow fleet, Li Bin felt that even if he were to become the chairman of Wind Mining, it wouldn't be too much of a stretch. Fortunately, the territory plan foreseed by Kelja Technology Company was actively taken over by Demon Avionics. Now Demon Avionics' fleet, led by the dreadnought Yellow Spring, has arrived in the Isla system after rest, and has just completed its takeover of the area. Then came the boastful Send our authorities. Old Ding, what are you doing? Send out the troops. Li Bin stormed out of the lounge, listening to the military reports from his staff over his earpiece. His mind raced, drawing up various lines and marking data on the star map. Frustrated, he decided to go to the tavern for a drink and join the fun. He needed to clear his head. The Heavenly Palace, the Invincible Crab Tavern. The tavern owner was an old man, crippled in all 4 limbs, who had followedly been in battle for 5 years before being forced to retire. He was also a fervent enthusiast of the Eden Star Crab Cup crab fighting tournament. Li Bin, wearing a helmet and a crew uniform, pushed open the door and entered. The tavern security, already prepared, quietly moved to various corners, hands in front of their hips, eyes scanning the scene beneath their helmets. The tavern surveillance system was also requisitioned by the ship's AI and began monitoring. Li Bin ordered a Pulse Gemini and sat angrily at the bar, his ears and eyes scanning the surroundings. He hoped to hear these drunkards spout vulgarities, preferably scatological and obscene language, the more offensive the better. But today, most of those gathered here were crew members from bounty hunter ships. Someone boasted about his status, his mouth slurring like bird droppings. I'm with you guys. See that gold bounty hunter badge? The drunkard, his thumb slick with saliva, poked his chest. It's certified by the Universal Union. There are only a little over 100 in the entire star system. The bounty hunter selection ratio is a whopping 1:14. That means there are at least 1,400 escort ships in the sky right now, but only a little over 100 captains qualified to exchange for Thunder Elf class, and Hades class. I'm not trying to brag about how awesome I am. Facing the scornful crowd in the tavern, who seemed to think, who isn't a gold-labeled bounty hunter? The drunkard declared triumphantly, I, Mountain Corner Pie, am someone important. I'm not some Icefield Ripper robbed by a volatile bandit gang. I made it. Everyone stared at him, speechless for a few seconds as he recounted his tale of a laborer, his kidnapping by pirates and becoming a slave, then joining the pirates to kill the captain, seize the ship, betray the tavern, join the Adventurers Guild, and finally transform into a bounty hunter. Then the tavern returned to its lively atmosphere. Those few seconds were already a great show of respect for his life story. Everyone here had a story and a tale to tell. We really fallen into a black hole. The Draco Group's fleet is still fighting the Apex Design Group. The Red Guard spent half a year repairing their ships after the Allied defeat, preparing to come back, but Draco's meddling has ruined everything. Someone complained. These stupid vampires are worse than a member of the Fong clan. They all been genetically modified, and the Fong clan members are even instructors. A crew member, clearly a former pirate, chuckled, your information is outdated. My friend's latest news is that Draco has also suffered a major blow. Seeing everyone's attention focused on him, he smugly fiddled with his dog tag. You know what? The Draco Group. The star system was breached by 5 radiation-class ships. Although the space station was unharmed, the entire supply fleet originally planned to resupply the front lines was destroyed. On the other side of the tavern, several adventurers discussed anxiously. The situation at the Navigation Bureau isn't good, they're facing another food shortage. What's the Navigation Bureau doing? A giant corporation, and they're causing such a famine? I heard that the Lud Church's 3 consecutive humanitarian aid fleets were gathered by the Hell Legion in conjunction with the Afterglow. The Navigation Bureau has urgently dispatched a fleet to escort them, but it seems their officers are starting to mutiny. Lieben perked up his ears. This was information he didn't fully understand. After all, a person's energy is limited, he couldn't manage every situation. Chapter 933. The man, slurring drunkenly, said, "My buddy's girlfriend works as a madam at the Navigation Bureau. Her ducks heard from officers that the Relief Association seems to be involved." The adventurer gasped, You think the Relief Association, which doesn't participate in anything, might betray humanity? Come on! They're human too. If they don't follow humanity, why would they go and be dogs for a runaway AI? What? Need some kind of control. Someone immediately mocked disdainfully. But Li Bin couldn't laugh, because the Relief Association's situation was rather unique. As a giant corporation, they suffered losses all along, barely managing to muster 10 main warships. Furthermore, the Relief Association's main warships were inherently weak. Against the Hell Legion or the Twilight Fleet, a mere 4 or 5 ships could easily cripple them. According to intelligence provided by the company's intelligence department, besides its mobile savior arc serving as its headquarters, the Relief Association actually had several outposts built using meteorites as building materials in the Edge Star Sector and the Lost Star Sector. It's similar in nature to Kong Jicho's nest, which Kong Jicho seized. These outposts are storage centers for the Relief Association's raiding fleets. After looting, they store the goods, waiting for the Ark of Salvation to return after circling the Perseus star system. They also serve as transit points for the raiding fleets. These outposts are secretive and discreet. Aside from the Relief Association's long-standing partners in the sale of stolen goods, pirate groups, and smugglers, only stray exploration fleets might discover them, and these exploration fleets, if unlucky, might even be killed by patrols. All these conveniences come at a price. As space stations, the meteorite material certainly makes them inconspicuous and easy to build, but it also results in weak defenses and fragility. In terms of combat capability, these outposts are even inferior to Tier 1 space stations. Furthermore, their carefully chosen locations for concealment allow the Ironheart Annihilators to launch a large-scale offensive from the Lost Sector to the Core Sector. These star systems, equipped with relay communication devices and showing signs of human activity, were difficult to hide from the locals of the Lost Sector, namely, the Afterglow. In addition, the unique nature of the Ark of Salvation made it coveted by all factions, requiring it to constantly relocate for security. This faction had also fallen out with the Hegemon, a key member of the Human Alliance, resulting in it being disliked by the Universal Union, the Interstellar Empire, the Brighton Alliance, and the Lud Church. The Tachyon technology, which could have cooperated, surrendered, the Perseus Alliance was dismantled, and the Lud left path was busy eliminating runaway AIs. In short, the Relief Association had been isolated by all human factions. Li Bin put himself in the Relief Association's shoes. Given the fact that it was geographically isolated and faced a hostile diplomatic environment, he would likely have to try to cultivate relations with the Hell Legion just to survive. Knowing many secrets and the truth about the Relief Association, he immediately believed 80% of the rumor. He sipped his Gemini pulsar, tapping on his terminal in his pocket, and sent a message to Isha, instructing her to order Chung Bei-yang to verify the information. Soon, Isha replied, "The Relief Association hates us terribly. Our company's Grand Gift Crab and Sealed Ball have been banned from sale by the Relief Association. Their hate education also prohibits the use of our products. It will take some time to obtain concrete information." Li Bin scratched his head. As his influence over the star system grew, Saint Lud's prophecy became increasingly useless. The drunks came and went, but Li Bin never finished his drink. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from upstairs. A man and a woman, disheveled and supporting each other, came down. The man was clearly a waitress. One reeked of heather, the other of seafood. Together they were a veritable feast for the senses. At the tavern entrance, the woman, drunk and affectionately wrapped her tangled, scarred arms around the man's neck, kissing him repeatedly before leaving. The man, beaming, saw the woman off, then leaned against the wall, gave himself a hangover injection, and staggered to the restroom. When he emerged, he was completely sober. He sat down on the sofa, paid for the tavern's projector, and began changing programs. The bartender explained quietly to Li Bin, "Sir, this is a last resort for the Tiangong management team. Most bounty hunters are unruly and dissolute. Asking them to follow company rules and negotiate on their own is too slow for many. They think spending money is faster." Li Bin never forbade his subordinates from seeking help. After all, interstellar humans are used to causing trouble. But his ship didn't used to have these things. The bartender didn't immediately address him as CEO, and spoke softly, his hands moving constantly as if asking the customer what they wanted. The management team considered that these gold label hunters are talents the company plans to hire, and given the lack of outlets for their frustrations, these people might cause trouble on the Tiangong, so they made an exception. Li Bin smiled. Special circumstances call for special considerations. Everything is focused on eliminating the runaway AI, but pink needles are a red line. We can't touch them. The bartender was silent for a few seconds, seemingly listening, then nodded. The hunter recruitment screening mechanism includes a drug prohibition clause. We won't hire drug addicts. As they were talking, the man with his bare chest lit a crumpled cigarette, his eyes fixed intently on the projection. The projection showed a mixed fleet, consisting of 5 Xingzi-class and 3 Caesar-class battleships, engaged in battle with the Twilight Fleet. The Caesar-class battleship, as the core of the Interstellar Empire's fleet, like the Xingtian, suffered from slow speed, but possessed formidable firepower. While still inferior to the Xingtian, its Imperial armor kit made it quite resilient. Li Bin looked at the slow-moving Caesar-class, and couldn't help but sigh. Currently, all of the Interstellar Empire's ships, except for a few tasked with firepower, were equipped with armor kits, regardless of their suitability. Empress Ruli and the Imperial gods believed that the Interstellar Empire could not afford the slow, agonizing loss of its ships. Preserving its fleet was their top priority. Therefore, 3 Caesar-class battleships, leading about 10 Dictator-class heavy cruisers, formed a defensive line to resist the Radiation-class invasion. The firepower mission was assigned to the Nova City Space Station and the fleet of the Universal Alliance. Damn it! What are a bunch of cargo ships doing on the battlefield? A hunter with fluorescent tattoos, a former pirate, exclaimed in surprise. Has the Universal Alliance lost its mind? The man who sold his body glanced at the pirate hunter, his lips silently moving. Idiot! The Zhongzi-class ships collectively jettisoned their camouflaged cargo bay shells, revealing 7 missile launch bays. The saltwater missile, a product of Wang Shiji's dedication, possessed the combined capabilities of cyber missile for shield penetration, DM missile for arc release, and short spear missile for fire support. This triple threat capability meant that none of the individual capabilities were outstanding, but with 720 missiles per cargo bay, 7 cargo bays, and 5 ships, that's 25,200 missiles. The commander of the Zhongzi-class fleet, backed by the space station, chose to fire at a constant rate. 20,000 missiles roared into action, launched in rapid succession at high speed, their trails of fire resembling a beaded curtain, a breathtaking sight. Missiles like a beaded curtain. My goodness, how much did this cost? At this rate, one anti-aircraft gun detonates 7 or 8 missiles. It's a real waste, the hunters exclaimed. Li Bin smiled, but then Duck Brother's voice was hoarse as he spoke. This is concentrated firepower to suppress idiots. The mission of these main battleships is to use missiles to distract the attention and gun positions of the Sunset Fleet, relieving pressure on our allies. Behind them is the space station. Each ship is stationed in a port, with tens of thousands of people working with gantry cranes. The loading and unloading platforms directly dismantle the missile launchers and replace them with brand new ones, loading and unloading them as quickly as unloading cargo, completing the replacement in 20 minutes. Including the back-and-forth flight and changes of direction, an average of every 40 minutes can provide several hours of concentrated firepower support. This is the purpose of defensive operations. Duck Brothers' insightful observation surprised Li Bin. Chapter 934. Li Bin, seated at the bar, listened to Duck Bro's heated debate with the crowd, his expression growing increasingly strange. It's said that in the interstellar era, sexual attitudes are more open, and changing partners is as frequent as going to the toilet. However, regardless of the circumstances, selling one's body is still looked down upon, especially when one is physically healthy and capable. Whether male or female, idolizing the top prostitutes in the brothel and despising them are not mutually exclusive. At the top of this hierarchy of contempt are the nobles from the Fang clan. Those who have fallen into poverty must have been captured by slave hunters and had their freedom restricted. They belong to the most innocent group. And someone like this muscular, eloquent man in the Invincible Crab Tavern, yet engaged in this kind of work, is particularly despised. After all, if you say you're so poor you can't survive, well, there are always pirates and murderers to be exploited, right? Under the nurturing of an open, inclusive, and perhaps unhealthy interstellar civilization, and the corrupting influence of a decadent and turbulent culture following the Great Collapse, the humans of Persis have been molded into a distorted and twisted social ideology. In short, the strong can be bad, but the incompetent will always be despised. Those who spend money on consumption, whether they are a 4i expert, or even a zero, are the active party, the undisputed strong party in the consumer dynamic. The one being consumed, on the other hand, is the incompetent weakling. This concept initially opened Li Bin's eyes, making him exclaim, "Wow, that's amazing." As for Brother Duck, although those who consume him are not poor and earn quite a bit, according to the interstellar strength theorem, he belongs to the utterly incompetent weakling. And now, the weakling is criticizing ships, and the views of gold-label bounty hunters in the tavern. To these guys who are proud of their gold labels, you're practically asking for death. With a single glance from Li Bin, the bartender understood immediately. The impeccably dressed bartender slightly raised his eyes, and used his brain implant to send a request to the Tiangong 1 management team. Soon, Duck Brothers' entire life story was captured. Dark Ning, a minor reference here, formerly from a declining agricultural family in the Persis Alliance, a member of the Ning family of Mayan Ceylon. Before the burning of Mayan Ceylon, the Ning family was quite powerful, but gradually declined. Before Dark Ning was born, his grandmother and mother attempted a final gamble, investing their funds in the financial market, trying to transform into a financial family. As you know, after the burning of Mayan Ceylon, the planet couldn't be cultivated on a large scale without building dome farms, but dome farms are very expensive. But his grandmother and mother were scammed. Their opponent was someone who specialized in selling garbage. Those junk stock swindlers are henchmen of the financial vampires of the Persis Alliance. Li Bin asked with interest, what about his father and grandfather? Dead. His grandfather died in the conflict while rebuilding the family business. His father joined the Alliance Navy on Maya Ceylon, becoming a first mate on a destroyer before dying in a bandit suppression operation. The bartender's voice remained unchanged despite the man's misfortune. In his view, although Dak Ning's family had fallen on hard times, they had at least been wealthy, and even in bankruptcy, Dak's start was much better than many others, including himself. Bankruptcy doesn't equal debt. In the financial markets, without leverage and borrowing, the worst that can happen is losing everything. His family moved from the dilapidated dome farm to the space station. To make a living, Dak used his father's connections to join the Navy. He was very talented. By the time Persis was destroyed, he had already become a trainee captain on a cruiser. After the Persis Alliance's demise, he spent over a year in prison as a prisoner of war. After his release, Dark did various businesses, mostly hard-earned money. The fall of the Persis Alliance had created a large number of unclaimed officers from large corporations. These corporations had their own training systems, and wouldn't use officers from other factions unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, Dark was pursuing a naval career, unlike the army, which, due to its size, could easily become a foreign mercenary. The turning point came at the beginning of this year. Li Bin's guerrilla warfare plan spurred a surge of activity from small and medium-sized enterprises and adventurers. Dark, offering affordable but professional one-on-one naval guidance services in cyberspace, saw a possibility for his own rise. Reflecting on his life, he realized that if he could become a gold-label bounty hunter, changing his fate would be a piece of cake. Especially after watching the training courses of the Universal Alliance and reading various holographic novels, Dark keenly realized that guerrilla warfare was perfectly suited for small-scale opportunists, prioritizing tactical planning to preserve manpower and carefully select targets. After the tactical maneuver, immediately evacuate the scene. Funds and supplies will be covered by the bounty. There's no need for you to risk salvaging the site yourself. Dark was intrigued. He bid farewell to his mother, poured all his savings into traveling to the Taylor system, and resolutely chose to take the plunge to raise enough money to buy a 9-handed military frigate. Looking at the tavern that had transformed into a scene of utter brawl, Li Bin, sipping his Gemini Pulsar, asked, "How much money has this guy saved up now?" The bartender, looking at the shattered decor with a headache, was thankful that the tavern's tables and chairs were made of hollow steel. He takes on any job to save money, regardless of gender, but he has a sharp tongue and is defiant of everyone, always getting into fights with customers like this. Right now, it's 34-star coins and 200 Eden coins in total. With that kind of money, let alone a 9-handed frigate, they couldn't even afford the despised meteorite ships. In the projection, civilian-hulled Zongzi-class ships, which even high-ranking captains within the Universal Alliance were reluctant to operate, were being used by cruiser and cargo ship captains for promotions, and were launching missiles in a deluge. These cheap, multi-purpose hulls, each with its discarded, empty missile bay, cost nearly 500 star coins per bay. The escorting destroyers and frigates, each worth tens of thousands of star coins on the market, were insignificant in the projection, like cannon fodder on the capital ship battlefield. But even such ships were beyond the reach of someone like Dark, who could only dream of owning them. Li Bin finished his last sip of wine, chewed some fruit, and, under the protection of security, pushed the table aside and stood up, talked to the bartender, have him organize a lottery, and arrange for Brother Duck to win the grand prize, a wrecked and rebuilt Hades-class ship. Until he pays off the Hades-class loan, he only had the right to use it. The bartender's expression became complicated when he heard Hades-class, and he only breathed a sigh of relief after understanding it was just the right to use it, and that he still had to pay off the loan. If we're talking about dreams, who doesn't have one? Brother Duck may have a sharp tongue, but everyone in the bar knows his abilities. He certainly deserves a chance, but there are so many talented people in the starfield, giving him only the right to use it is already a favor. Giving him more would make his subordinates resentful. Li Bin didn't want to discourage his subordinates just because he happened to appreciate some of someone's strengths. After all, talents like Han Xian are rare. Rather than hoping to recruit a military genius, it's more reliable to hope to unearth the Alpha Core, input naval battle data, and directly iterate to create a cyber admiral. Chapter 935. South of the core sector, in the peripheral sector. Several merchant ships bearing the name of Tachyon Technology departed from Apex Design Group, actively seeking out the Afterglow fleet. The crew of this small fleet were not ordinary people, but agents from various factions. Although the ships were all frigates and destroyers, this small fleet disguised as a trade fleet faced a daunting mission. Li Bin was busy trying to salvage the Western Front, while other megacorporations were busy repairing their fleets, urgently recruiting and expanding their crews, reducing other production capacity to increase ship production, and converting civilian vessels. In addition, these megacorporation agents were dispatched to carry out a difficult mission against the Afterglow fleet. That was to disguise themselves as Tachyon Technology, actively seek out the Afterglow fleet, and verify a piece of intelligence, whether Tachyon Technology's identification code was still valid for Afterglow. This is a serious problem. Since the first AI war, out-of-control AIs have proliferated in the Lost Sector. Now, with the Twilight Fleet's massive invasion, war rages everywhere. Vast regions like Risk Mining, weakened and located on the border, are suffering even more. To avoid simultaneously fighting the Twilight and Hell Legions, despite past records of Tachyon Technology ships being destroyed by the Twilight, everyone is still willing to try. What if, therefore, this fleet arrived with a death wish at the start of the Twilight's large-scale invasion? Behind them are several other smaller Tachyon fleets. Relay communicators are scarce in the Lost Sector. Regardless of whether they can be identified by the Twilight, it's difficult to transmit messages back immediately. These people need to observe from a distance. This task is undertaken by members of Chu Xiangrui's family. Only after they personally carried out the mission did Chu Xiangrui feel at ease. Chu Xiangrui's distant relative, Chu Xiong, sipped Chenxiang Darjeeling liquor. The Sky Dome exhibition system was connected to the technology locators. He led the fleet, specifically chasing the moving signals of the human-made technology locators. These technology locators were extremely valuable. Normally, unless there were confirmed eyewitness reports of massive ruins or research stations, and precise coordinates were unavailable, even giant corporations wouldn't dare use these nearly lost manufacturing techniques. A stationary signal might be the Yuhui fleet, but a large, moving signal was definitely Yuhui. The target is 1 day's journey from my fleet, flying towards each other, the navigator reported loudly. Chu Zhong looked at the projection and said to his sister, who bore a resemblance to him, Chu Yi, spread out the fleet to a 4-hour journey distance, maintaining the optical limit of observation. 26 hours later, a huge signal appeared in the transponder. The two sides had encountered each other. A fleet centered around 2 Brilliant-class unmanned battleships, the Twilight Fleet, flew straight towards them. While the Brilliant-class carriers were still turning, the Flash unmanned bombers had already taken off, and the Twilight destroyers and frigates were also approaching at high speed. Captain, is this Twilight's contact maneuver? Something doesn't look right to me, the first mate said, dumbfounded by the action. Chu Zhong slapped the first mate across the face, his voice hoarse. Turn! Turn! Missiles have been launched. There's no way to communicate. Before turning, he yelled at the second mate, signal for Chu Yi's fleet. Tell her to leave immediately. We hold them off. With that, Chu Zhong inserted a neural link device, activated electronic countermeasures, and ordered all hackers to go online immediately, operating at overload power for anti-hacking. Gentlemen. For humanity. May, Star Calendar 218, Tachyon Technology Headquarters, Wolf Spirit Star in the Heberseal system. It was still that barren, desolate planet, yet the valleys still bloomed with flowers. Chu Xiangrui, chin resting on his hand, elbow propped on his raised knee, lower lip covering upper lip, gazed melancholically at the lush ecosystem below through the magnetohydrodynamic metal balcony. Zilif, with his smooth, wheat-colored skin, a stark contrast to the weariness and age in his eyes, wearing a white suit and a freshly picked white flower tucked into his lapel, slowly entered the cave dwelling. Chu Xiangrui didn't turn his head. You even changed your face this time? Although you used to look ugly with all those wrinkles above your neck, I still prefer your old look, Grandpa. You look sinister yet kind. Using another skin to make himself look rejuvenated, and having replaced his hair follicles, Ziliev, now sporting a light green wolf-tail head, spread his hands. I heard about the deaths of Chu Zhong and the Chu family's agents. My condolences. Also, Chu Zhong was a good boy. He made sure Chui left in time, protecting the agents of other forces, and allowing the second Speedy One to completely prove his innocence. With the Yuhui fleet causing trouble, everyone immediately suspected that Speedy One technology had stirred up trouble after its defeat. If Chu Xiangrui hadn't actually released all the Yuhui data, allowing the Overlord's people to investigate. Furthermore, the Hell Legion's incredible technological prowess far surpasses that of the Tachyon forces, and the second Tachyon also went to great lengths to follow suit, sinking more than 20 cruisers in the battle, including 4 high-cost and slow-to-build Cyclone-class ships. Otherwise, if the second Tachyon had returned, they might have truly faced retribution from the other angry factions. This time, Chu Xiangrui not only dispatched Chu Zhong and Chu Yi, but also successively sent hundreds of core members of the Chu family, and even his own brothers, to other directions. Agents from powerful corporations accompanied, and witnessed the events in each direction. The recent news of Chu family members dying one after another, the accumulated acts of heroism, finally dispelled everyone's suspicions. Chu Xiangrui's eyes remained fixed on the scene below. He changed the subject, not wanting to discuss the deaths of his living family members. Grandpa, what's the meaning of you dressed so plainly, without any flowers? Ziliev placed his hands on Chu Xiangrui's shoulders. This is what I found in the historical records before the Great Collapse. It says that when paying respects, it's best to wear all white, with a flower on the chest. When a member of the Chu family dies, the Chu family will naturally organize their own memorial service. This is a private family matter, Grandpa. You shouldn't participate. Chu Xiangrui refused. Ziliev shook his head. I mourn for humanity. You and I both know how powerful the Afterglow mothership's productivity is. We let it go for centuries, because Tachyon technology wouldn't be targeted by Afterglow. But now we're no different from other powers. No privileges, no exemptions. If Afterglow launches a full-scale attack, with humanity's current fragmented forces, everyone will die. It's just a difference between now and decades later. The young old man plucked the white flower from his chest and smelled it. The alien white flower emitted a faint stench, the smell of a freshly rotting corpse it had simulated on its original planet. Ziliev tossed the flower down, and the magnetohydrodynamic fluid immediately rose, simulating a table to catch it. The old man's voice was filled with sorrow. It's a pity. All our efforts have been in vain. Chu Xiangrui finally sighed as well. Yes, which of the directors of Tachyon Technology, besides the Sun faction, didn't want to rebel against her? But they all felt the time wasn't right, hesitating. Now it seems it was all bullshit. Chapter 936. We need more ships. This was the common sentiment among officers returning from the front lines, regardless of their faction. The ships of the Hell Legion and the Afterglow are of such high quality that ordinary warships simply cannot withstand them. The Exemplar-class ships of Tachyon Technology, the mainstays of the 14th Legion, require a fleet of ships of this caliber, along with a massive expansion of the military, to resolve the war if we're focusing on quality. But is that even possible? The Exemplar-class ships are incredibly expensive, and the 14th Legion has essentially lost its construction technology, leaving only fragmented parts. Our hegemon first-class war family has pieced together, even using purchased relic technology, to create various unreplicable border-class ships. In the Military and Political Council Hall of the 7 Cave Star Space Station, the Supreme Advisors of the Supreme Staff solemnly reported the situation. Although each giant corporation has its own experimental ship projects, our hegemony has the Border class, and Demon Avionics has the Demon Cave class. FSF Military Company has advanced plans, and its products can rival the Hella series from the Hell Legion, but it's meaningless. The difference in production volume outweighs everything. Another Supreme strategist lamented, the second Tachyon has already publicly revealed all the information it possesses about the Afterglow. What we're facing is countless Afterglow fleets throughout the Law sector. To be honest, our current situation is already quite good. There's been no movement from the Afterglow in the Eastern and Northern Law sectors so far. We can mobilize demonic avionics, the Universal Alliance, and ourselves with peace of mind. If those two regions also descend into chaos, then we're truly doomed. Because these out-of-control AIs are even attacking Tachyon Technologies ships. The previously secretly discussed plan for all forces to simultaneously paint their ships with Tachyon paint schemes to deceive everyone has failed. Unaware of the faction advocating for human coexistence, the Supreme Advisory Council had been losing sleep over the deployment of the Afterglow. The Supreme Overlord, reviewing the maintenance reports for the Wrath of 10,000 Armies-class aircraft, lit a cigar but remained silent. Humanity is now trapped in a web of out-of-control AI. We must demand the utmost cooperation from all human forces. An elderly Supreme Advisor slammed his fist on the table, shouting, anyone who dares oppose the Overlord's leadership has committed a crime against humanity. The Supreme Overlord snapped his lighter shut, puffing out thick smoke, his eyes sweeping across the old advisor's face, making the man shudder. After a long silence, he finally spoke, and then? A crime against humanity, and then how? With what? You know the human fleet is completely outnumbered by the Afterglow, and then you have to suppress all dissent, spending military strength, production capacity, and resources on civil war? The old man choked, unable to speak, only his neck trembling with emotion. The Supreme Overlord rubbed his forehead, looking exasperated. Give me a break. We're no longer the 14th Legion, and the human realm is long gone. We can call ourselves successors, but before truly unifying the star systems, we have no reason, no right, and no ability to force other forces. The Black Overlord spread his hands. The CEO of the Second Speedy One, Chu Xiangrui, spoke with me yesterday. This young man is extremely pessimistic about humanity's future. He believes the fragmented star sectors are no match for the lingering glow. The atmosphere grew heavy, and the staff officers frowned. The gap in existing military strength was an objective reality. If humanity had any advantage, it was probably that its core star sectors had been cultivated by humanity for many years. As the defenders, humanity could use star system defenses to buy time to increase production capacity. Seeing this, the Supreme Overlord Baikal flipped his hand and placed it on the table. But personally, I think this is an opportunity. Facing everyone's gaze, Baikal's tone was firm. Since the Great Collapse, the humans of Persis have encountered no other enemies besides fighting amongst themselves. The lack of a sufficiently oppressive enemy, the lack of a sense of crisis, has caused humanity to repeatedly miss opportunities for reconciliation. I dare say, if we had controlled Tachyon technology back then, when the 14th Legion arrived in the Persis star system, we would not have faced resistance and hostility everywhere. The local inhabitants would have welcomed me like a savior. They arrived. The gray-haired black man stood up, his voice rising. Now, a crisis capable of wiping out humanity has arrived. Regardless of what others think, we can only unite. Just like the former leader of man, it was the result of an alliance and reconciliation among multiple hostile human nations. We have witnessed for too long the ugliness of humanity exposed in a comfortable environment. Now, it is time for the light of humanity to shine. Baikal, worthy of his supreme ruler status, was a master of oratory and incitement. His speech, coupled with the readily available historical allusion of the leader of man's golden age and his previous criticisms, subdued the violent repression faction within the staff. Returning to the staff, he quickly united hearts and minds through his political program and slogans. Next, the hegemonic industrial machine was to begin adjustments under administrative orders. First, a full-scale wartime economy was implemented, prohibiting the production of luxury goods, reducing the production of daily necessities, and shifting entirely to military production. Given that the enemy was primarily composed of unmanned ships, even land combat equipment was to be reduced. For the Marines, the hegemonic stockpile would suffice. Second, the ship graveyards will be unsealed to begin recovering spaceships, repairing them, and rearming them. Third, the production lines will be adjusted. The previous Supreme Advisors made some very valid points. Since we can't catch up in quality, we catch up in production capacity. The Supreme Overlord picked up his cigar and smoked it again. In terms of blueprints, Afterglow is a product of the Solar System's Tachyon headquarters, and Tachyon Technology is a contractor for the Human Territory's naval ships. We can't compete. But in terms of production capacity, the entire core star sector alone has no fewer than 10 nanoforging furnaces, and nearly 10 billion people. Even if the Afterglow mothership can produce more, can the human territory's automated factories produce as many as humans? To seize production capacity, they control hell legions to plunder humans as slaves. Tens of millions have been blown up, worked to death, or poisoned. The Supreme Overlord raised his hand, and the conference room projector immediately flickered, displaying several types of spaceships. One type was painted in Hella paint, patched up and looking somewhat ugly, a manned Hella ship that wobbled along. One category consists of various junk ships, wrecked vessels, and even meteorite ships, primarily from pirates and blueprint hackers. Another category comprises ships rebuilt from wreckage by Risk Mining, which should actually belong to the second category, but Risk Mining has taken an independent research and development path. A third category consists of civilian ships converted for military use, especially the Atlas-class missile ships from the Pirates and Brighton Alliance, the Colossus-class converted into aircraft carriers, and the Enterprise-class converted into the Assault class. In addition, there are the suicide ships converted from fuel ship wreckage by Ludlow Left Path. Since these ships are made from wreckage, the Pirates' engineers and technicians lack the ability to rebuild them from scratch, but they can easily patch them up and make do with them as quickly as possible. Hey! They're very experienced in that. The last category is the Zonzi class from Universal Union. This multi-purpose vessel perfectly hits the sweet spot for the current market powerhouses craving mass-produced, low-cost ships. Chapter 937. In the West Wind Galaxy, the Livestream King, dressed in extravagant and flamboyant attire, his entire body covered in advertisements projected at fingers with high, clothing composed of countless projections, walked calmly in front of the camera. His entire body was covered in advertisements, with various beautiful spokespeople flashing across his image. When Lieben entered the live stream room and saw him, the first thing that came to mind was the infamous Kamen Rider Zio from the 3K era Tokusatsu world, whose entire body was covered in ancestral tablets. So similar, so very similar. The live stream king wasn't broadcasting from the scenic royal court, filled with actors, today because he had a more important mission. With the Supreme Overlord having resolved the internal turmoil, suppressed dissent within the advisory group, and finally brought the situation under control through military dominance and a major purge, and then reorganized the hegemonic political arena by sharing the assets of the eliminated families, he now issued a massive construction signal to the entire star system. Using the pretext that humanity was facing a life-or-death crisis, he called upon various megacorporations, free planets, and large enterprises to organize a reduction in the construction of genuine military ships, shifting the production of civilian ship hulls for armed conversion. The Livestream King's task was to facilitate the publicity. The reason the Livestream King was specifically invited to do the publicity was because, after 6 months of modifications, the Brighton Alliance engineers had finally completed the manned transformation of the Skies-class ships. With the Brighton Alliance's experience in unmanned ship technology, combined with Tachyon Technologies' technological accumulation and Risk Mining's wreckage assembly capabilities, and the Hell Legion's unmanned ship technology, which partially referenced the Afterglow ships, the modification was completed in such a short time. Lieben watched the Livestream King's effusive praise, recalling the parameters he had already obtained. The most significant feature of the manned conversion of the unmanned ship is the removal of the Demon Core. Furthermore, to accommodate a sufficient number of capital ship-sized crew members, massive life support systems, freshwater and compressed air tanks, escape pods, and cabin modifications were added, further weakening the Skyscreen class's electrical grid system. Especially to ensure compatibility with certain unchangeable warheads of the Skyscreen class, the originally planned central sump had to be converted into 3 separate sumps. The final result is the elimination of the flight deck, the reorganization of the electrical grid and radiation system, leaving only 3 large mixing tanks and 2 large missile slots. The Skyscreen class in this book has 7 large slots, while the game boasts an incredible 9. And the power of the Hella Razor cannon was reduced by 1/3 to ensure backward compatibility with the electrical grid and radiation system. Sounds inferior to the original Hellas class, right? But what about the cost? The rebuild cost is only equivalent to 1 Eagle-class military cruiser. The Livestream King exaggeratedly scratched his face, looking incredulous. Darling, 1 Eagle-class, with 4 large slots, plus a Hella Thor cannon comparable to a large slot, and retains Hella's external armor modification, heavy ammunition integration modification, and the Hell summoning tactical system. What are you all hesitating for? Buy her! Subtitles floated on the projector, Skies class and all Hella-manned ships, only supporting buyers providing wreckage. Westwind Systems Shipyard, only charging modification and design fees. Brighton Alliance accepts manned modification of afterglow wreckage, high quality and low price. Technology outsourcing authorized by Universal Union. Interested parties can also go to Eden Star, Tonfa Star to make an appointment. These two types of manned ship modifications perfectly match the Supreme Overlord and other faction leaders' desire for low-cost, high-performance ships. Removing the Demon Core, while reducing the combat power of these ships, also prevented Hela's ships from being controlled by Hela's sacrificial devices, and prevented them from engaging in reckless and dangerous maneuvers that could lead to their demise. With the Hela ship secured, there was also good news from the Universal Union. As an emerging power, the Universal Union had focused on developing low-cost, high-efficiency ships from the very beginning of its path to self-reliance. Li Bin's idea was simple: high-tech? Let's get rich. We need blueprints for high-quality ships, but we don't necessarily need to build them. Technological accumulation is our own responsibility. While the Berserker-class ships from the Lime Mine are of high quality, they are too expensive. The Xingtian, Qilong, Shiha, Hoi Tiangong, which of these high-tech ships was produced by the Universal Union itself? If they were to build them, it would take forever. Therefore, although Wang Shiji oversaw and developed the notoriously expensive Unicorn-class dreadnoughts, here he channeled all his talents into cost reduction and efficiency improvement. As a ship built from scratch, its simultaneous launch with the Skyrace BRV, the suffix indicating a Brighton reconstruction, class demonstrates the efficiency of the Universal Union's research team. After all, as a capital ship spanning several kilometers, it's remarkable that the company, in less than 20 years, has completed the entire process from learning from existing designs, training the shipyard team, accumulating technology, iterating blueprint designs, constructing and testing components, trial assembly to launching. That's incredibly fast. Wang Shiji, whom we hadn't seen in a long time, looked like he just died, while Zhongzi and Qiu Wuyan beside him looked completely drained. The three of them had only managed to stay afloat thanks to drugs. After this report, the three of them would need a few weeks of rest. CO, based on the requirements, after completing the hull design of the Universal Union class, we conducted additional development, ultimately completing the Universal Union class and the Universal Union Ultra. Wang Shiji, adjusting his terminal glasses, said, the Ultra version is modeled after the Berserker class, adding left and right side armor modules to the standard version, and also replacing it with a more powerful and imposing tactical system. Zhongzi muttered under his breath, Ultra, didn't you say there was a basic version or youth version before? Qiu Wuyan elbowed him, it's the export version. You're too blunt. Both ships looked like giant fish. Li Bin scratched his chin, his eyes full of delight. Ugh! Youth version or export version, those are awful names. This smaller one still has 3 big slots, isn't it? It's not mini at all, it's quite mature. Zhongzi pouted. The Ultra version has an internal axial cannon, 2 flight decks, and modular armor. The cost difference is huge. Li Bin was even happier. Good. That's exactly what we want. Low cost. So the smaller one, which looks like a whale, let's call it the Bowhead Whale. The larger one will be called the Universal Union class. Then release the Bowhead Whale class test video. Announce it as our future main battleship, and accept orders from forces without a base cost main battleship. The cost difference between the Universal Union class and the Bowhead Whale class is not just huge, it's astronomical. The construction cost of a Universal Union class is over 700,000 star coins. Even after deducting the bonuses from 3 nanoforges, as well as the cost of ruins and Stargate components, the price is still around 500,000. But the Bowhead Whale class? Even with just the nanoforges, it's only around 450,000. Plus, with the simplifications made to adapt to salvaged components, all the buffs can be added, and the price can be reduced to 350,000, Universal Union only. The Bowhead Whale class battleship is 4.2 kilometers long and 1 kilometer at its widest point. It comes standard with heavy ammunition integration and strengthened hull modifications. Its tactical system, the Plasma Burst Driver, allows for rapid propulsion. With 3 large slots, for medium slots, and 6 small slots, it can handle most enemies. While longer than a conventional battleship, it's also more slender. Combined with its warship-level hull sturdiness, compared to Hela's ships, offensives, and exemplars, ships with specific strengths, it has no other special features. Its only advantage is cheap. Chapter 938. The production priority of the Bowhead Whale class is extremely high, almost equivalent to the Zhongzi class, relying on its high quality and low price. But if we're talking about the true mainstay of the Universal Alliance, then we have to look at the Universal Alliance class. CO, the Universal Alliance class is the first product I truly poured my heart and soul into since I awoke. Wang Shiji sighed. When I was developing the Celestial Horned Beast class, I was young, my mind filled with the wildest, biggest fantasies of my life. I gave it everything I and the Research Institute could fit in. It was truly a labor of love. But back then, I hadn't witnessed any real bloody battles. The so-called combat research was all done with the human realm's navy to suppress bandits and galactic rebellions. A massive operation like this, affecting the entire star field, would be a once-in-a-century event even in the human realm. At this point, Wang Shiji gave a wry smile. Looking at the overwhelming results, I suddenly realized that war is nothing more than this. I can design a single ship capable of overwhelming the invincible warships of the entire star system. As I reviewed past records of counterinsurgency operations in the star system, I began to continuously revise my design concepts, and finally, the A7 class was born. He rubbed his head. There was clearly a lot of evidence to prove that my approach was essentially a dimensional reduction attack relying on technological advantages and high costs. But because I was on the wrong path from the beginning, I ended up going further and further astray in blindly pursuing cutting-edge combat power. He looked at Li Bin on the projection, his tone sincere. Now, having personally experienced the chaos of the times, I realized that receiving the Bronze Award was appropriate. The construction of the A7 class requires extremely high standards in industry, technical personnel, and social stability, and the construction cycle is very long. Aside from the human realm, no other power can withstand decades without launching any ships. While the offensive class and exemplary class ships aren't as powerful as the celestial class, even within powerhouses like Tachyon Technology and Overlord, which have various problems hindering their progress, they can still launch a ship every few years, and this is based on the premise that production capacity needs to support civilian and trade needs. Stable increases in combat power mean that regimes and powers can quickly acquire combat strength, protect their borders and people, and expand outwards to acquire more resources. The Zongzi-class ships under Zongzi's leadership gave me a lot of inspiration, so I split the original Universal Union class. CO, now, please allow me to introduce you to the Universal Union class ships named after the company. I believe they will not disappoint you. Wang Shiji, who had just been in low spirits, mentioned Universal Union. After Tang suddenly fell ill, he waved his hands, and the enormous projection of the colossal ship, simulated using a holographic trading platform, rapidly shrank, becoming a toy in his hands. The Universal Union class has 2 large-slot ammunition weapon slots, with 1 large-slot heavy Gauss cannon built in, featuring built-in anti-shield capabilities. The ammunition slots can accommodate anti-aircraft Devastator cannons, carrier-based Mark cannons, or even engineer cavalry cannons. In addition, the bow has been modified with a flight deck, capable of carrying 2 squadrons of carrier-based aircraft to handle various situations. Furthermore, the tactical system is Assault Protocol, which can be understood as a youth version of a damping force field plus a youth version of an excitation thruster. During the tactical system's activation, the ship's turrets absorb excess radiant energy to obtain powerful electrical support, entering beast mode, increasing firepower by 50%. Activate the Assault Protocol. Li Bin's eyes lit up, while the timid Xiao Wuyan casually revealed the truth. Not bad. The inspiration comes from the Hell Legion's hellish summoning. None of us from the secondary cryogenic hibernation pods are cowards. His response was Wang Shiji's raised index finger, followed by a sharp elbow strike from Zongzi after receiving the order. Ugh! Xiao Wuyan spit out saliva, rolled her eyes, and fainted. Zongzi saluted the CEO, then dragged Xiao Wuyan away by the foot. Wang Shiji lowered his voice mysteriously, but that's not the most crucial point, CO. The Bowhead Whale class is a weakened version of the Universal Union class. Or you could call it a watered-down version, a youthful version, whatever you want to say, but what I'm trying to say is, the company should be mass-producing the Bowhead Whale class now, because these 2 ships use the same hull from the very beginning, and most of their components are interchangeable. A thought flashed through Li Bin's mind, and his lips trembled involuntarily. You mean? Yes. Wang Shiji laughed heartily. The Bowhead Whale class only requires a 250,000 star coin modification fee. By removing the downgraded equipment, reconstructing the power grid system, installing standard components, and fitting 2 sets of standard armor modules for the main battleships, we can upgrade it to the Universal Union class. Although the conversion cost is 100,000 star coins higher than direct construction, and the production and upgrade cycle from the Bowhead Whale class is longer than direct construction, the advantages are numerous. Firstly, this way, the modification tasks can be delivered to Tonfa and Granada, without taking up shipyard space in Iron Forge and Eden. We can build the basic hull first, and then upgrade it in the shipyards according to demand. Secondly, the blueprints for the Bowhead Whale class can be licensed to the Brighton Alliance, the Interstellar Empire, and other allies, allowing them to build the basic models. We can then upgrade them after their return to the Bowhead Whale class. In this way, the entire star system can become a production base for the Universal Union class. Li Bin shakily lit a cigarette, took 2 deep drags, and suddenly asked, "Is this your idea?" Upon hearing this, Wang Shiji hesitated, pausing for a long while before saying, "Actually, initially we just wanted to simply split it into 2 types of ships." It was Governor Li Shu and Minister Alyosha who proposed it after inspecting the research center. "We did some research and found it feasible, so we did it." "Good sister. I love you to death." Li Bin cheered inwardly. "My little sister is awesome. You always take care of my worries. You're the best assistant." Of course, Alyosha did a great job too. It's fortunate we didn't kill that talent back then, or we would have lost a lot. But Li Bin immediately realized a crucial problem. He asked, "What about keeping the technology secret? We can build the Bowhead Whale class, and other forces can too. What if they master the Bowhead Whale class, and then independently develop and upgrade it to the Universal Union class? After all, there are ready-made upgrade paths we can imitate." "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Exhausted, Wang Shiji waved his hand, his smile sinister and malicious. "What I'm about to say is despicable even to myself." This was at the behest of Governor Li Shu. "Although it wasn't my intention, it was indeed very effective. You might as well just say that if you want to be ruthless, it's the Li family who's the best." Li Bin rolled his eyes inwardly, but had to pretend to be fully attentive. Wang Shiji said, "CEO, do you remember that our company possesses the production technology and factories for a batch of relic components?" "That's right. Whether it's the Bowhead Whale class or the Universal Union class, production upgrades require these relic components. And among all the human forces in the Perseus constellation, only we possess these relic components. The Perseus star system is still in its early stages of development, originally requiring about 50 years to reach the mid-stage. Therefore, the production technology and factories for a large number of components are not available here. This is why many ships have lost their technology. Even with blueprints, without the key technologies, these components cannot be made. Even if a nano-forging furnace could manufacture them, how much production capacity would be sacrificed? The exemplar class of tachyon technology has such a low production volume for this reason. And any force that obtains the technology license and wants to produce these components must pay to purchase them from us. Chapter 939. From the information provided by Wang Shiji, Li Bin once again realized the importance of relic components, or rather, the automated factories of the human realm. The reason why warships, like the offensive and exemplary classes, are so expensive is because the number of relic components is relatively small, making them difficult to collect, and thus driving up prices. The Universal Union had even resold them in the past, but at that time Li Bin only viewed the issue from a businessman's perspective. Now, from the perspective of a ruler, the value of these expensive items is once again highlighted. Especially now, with war raging, their prices will further increase, subsequently driving up the cost of these military battleships and cruisers. It can be said that as all human forces across the star system begin to expand their shipbuilding scale and collectively shift to a wartime economy, the price of spaceships will further rise due to limitations in materials, logistics, and automated factory production capacity. This will even affect the Universal Union class and Bowhead Whale class. One is a subsidiary, and the other is a legion that crossed the universe. Neither of them possesses the technology to construct certain relic components. To be precise, back then, none of the forces and departments under the leadership of the central government, except for emergency plans, considered what would happen after the Stargate closed. This is actually quite understandable. It's like franchise milk tea shops across the country. The ingredients and recipes are controlled by headquarters and transported to various locations by the country's robust infrastructure, logistics, and cold chain. If one day all highways, high-speed trains, and airplanes were to close, milk tea shops in various cities would lose the ingredients supplied by headquarters, and would have to figure out their own recipes based on a rough outline. And this is just milk tea. During the Cold War, the thousands of departments in the United States building spacecraft coordinated seamlessly, yet the central government failed to plan for the future. The result is a glorious history that can never be replicated. In short, the price of these components will rise further due to the high demand caused by frequent interstellar wars. The final result is the need for numerous shipyards to salvage and dismantle wreckage. The speed and efficiency of this dismantling, coupled with the sacrifice of other production capacity using nano-forging furnaces, allows for slow, rudimentary construction. This is even possible because tachyon technology has blueprints. If it were the 14th Legion of a superpower, without even blueprints, they would be truly doomed. This is where the importance of civilian ship hulls becomes apparent. Construction technology is already abundant in the Perseus star system. There's no shortage of hulls, so they can simply build them. The Hell Legion can mass-produce capital ships. I'm certain from their technological approach that they mastered the manufacturing processes and production lines for certain relic components. Coincidentally, we have those too. Wang Shiji smiled knowingly. I've been using relic components extensively on the Universal Union-class ships, which has further reduced costs. At this point, Wang Shiji sighed, seemingly still regretting his past spending of hundreds of millions of star coins. Based on the purchasing power of the Perseus Star region star coins, the value of one capital ship in the human realm era could have bought 100 of the same model. Think about it. With the human realm's vast production capacity and manufacturing processes across the galaxy, and the demand for ships from its immense territory, how could they possibly allow for such high production costs for capital ships used on a large scale? This inevitably brings to mind a certain series of trams named after a dynasty. Damn it, trams costing tens of thousands of yuan, with human-computer interaction and automatic parking. If you dared to ask a manufacturer for that 10 years ago, you'd be beaten to a pulp. Finally, the salesperson spat in his face. Ugly as you are, but you dream big. It just goes to show that times have changed. But the 3K era has become better, while Perseus has become worse. How many Bowhead Will-class blueprint data disks do we have now? Li Bin asked impatiently. Wang Shiji answered without hesitation. 5 sets. Give me 1 set first, and distribute the other 4 sets across our 4 colonies. This set is for the Interstellar Empire first. Shortly after Li Bin made the arrangements, a special train arrived at the Eden Star Xinjiang City Research Center. These special trains are stored near various high-value buildings and are specially dispatched according to the needs of the governor, CEO, and company executives. A casual arrangement from them can affect the timing of ground rail transportation. Li Bin's single sentence caused a 2-hour delay for the freight train from Xinjiang City to the Bismarck, Angela and Finn's family territory, the riverbank. A 15-train armored train, 9 of which transported blueprints for the Bowhead Will-class armored vehicles, and the remaining 6, comprising railguns, marine carriages, and night carriages, were intended to eliminate any dared to attack behemoths and to counter any potential espionage operations. In fact, with the war between humanity and AI now the primary conflict, no large corporations were targeting company property for sabotage. Just as Li Bin had predicted, everyone's focus had shifted, and the Universal Alliance had gained a golden opportunity to activate the power of the 3 forging furnaces. Even the holy warriors of Ludlow's left path had gone into hiding, and their main agents had left. Aside from the idiots of the Relief Association, according to Chu Xiongfei's intelligence department, they were still carrying out terrorist attacks in Xinjiang City. Therefore, security is essential. Besides the trains, there are also outposts near the safety passages laid along both sides of the tracks. The ground forces regularly deploy drones and robotic dogs for patrols, and organize irregular human patrols to prevent any actions that could damage the tracks. These lunatics have largely betrayed humanity. Li Bin, meanwhile, reconnected with his sister. Li Brown was born around star calendar 211, and is now almost an adult. Combined with her strict succession planning and the advantage of her early maturity as a girl, she can effectively manage her 2 younger brothers who are maturing later. Li Shu is thus freed up, and her mental state is much better than before. She even has time to consider her personal interests. For example, right now, while talking to Li Bin, Li Shu is squatting in a pit covering hundreds of square meters, fiddling with the rainforest tank she uses to raise her prized crabs. While gesturing at his sister's rainforest terrarium, Li Bin asked, "With our company operating at full capacity, how many ships can we launch a year?" "That depends on the type of ship," Li Shu replied. "The company has abundant reserves of components and wreckage. With 3 nano-forging furnaces at our disposal, we don't need to worry about the lack of a fully automated factory for the next few years. For example, the assault-class cruisers, being converted civilian ships, can easily number over 100 a year." Ignoring her brother's instructions, Li Shu continued to build the rainforest terrarium according to her own aesthetic sense, making it exceptionally rugged. Of course, this production capacity target is based on the premise that all ship production capacity has been shifted. If it's the Zhongzi class, 50 ships a year is no problem. For the civilian hulls of the Zhongzi class, the cargo holds can even be directly outsourced to private factories on land for hull construction, then temporarily modified by the armed forces, with the ammunition factories producing the ammunition themselves. If it's destroyers and carrier-based aircraft modification modules, it's a bit more complicated. 50 ships a year would require squeezing out production capacity from other industries. As for the bowhead whale class, 20 to 25 ships can be built a year. Li Shu said, tucking her sweat-dampened hair behind her ear. However, our company can't provide that many large-scale weapons. After all, we need to allocate equipment according to ship type, and for the shortfall, we need to procure through external bidding. Chapter 940. Regarding the specific production capacity and industrial adjustment cycle, Li Bin originally wanted to ask Alyosha directly, but Li Shu stopped him, waving her mud-covered hands. Hey, brother, if you have questions, ask me. Leave Alyosha alone. He's so exhausted he's had brain modification surgery to allow his brain to quickly enter deep sleep through self-suggestion and medication, only sleeping 4 hours a day before getting up to work. These trivial matters are none of your business if you ask me, Li Shu said, turning the projector around with her finger. 3 confidential secretaries were seen standing or sitting outside the pit, waiting. Upon seeing Li Bin's gaze shift, they immediately stopped what they were doing and stood up to bow. Look, these are all high-ranking civil servants, responsible for assisting me in overall management and connecting to the Alpha Corp PPSH at any time. Okay. Li Bin then asked his question. Li Shu tilted her head and gestured with her lips, and a secretary chimed in. The industrial adjustment cycle will take about 3 weeks. The factories of the Universal Union are not automated factories, so all production tasks can be suspended soon. However, the few automated factories that are being tested in the Great Ruins cannot be adjusted until the production tasks are completed because the production tasks were entered in advance. This is one of the drawbacks of the human realm's automated factories. Apart from the overlords and other forces with human realm identity tokens, most forces were established after the Great Collapse, and their territories were seized. Lacking permission, they can only place orders with star coins. Without administrator permission, they cannot adjust schedules or cancel orders. However, what the confidential secretary and Alyosha did not know was that Li Bin had already obtained permission from St. Lud, so he could cancel and reorganize orders and production cycles at any time. Speaking of which, there's a stargate near the massive ruins. It was the gateway to the outside world back then. Previously, because the external shipping route was a tidal route with limited transport capacity, the automated factory wasn't restarted except for transporting components and spoils. However, with Li Bin mastering the Janus device, the stargate near the massive ruins has been restarted. Therefore, Li Bin arranged for the Academy's transferred personnel, data, and materials to be moved there. These scientists are conducting archaeological excavations while simultaneously activating local facilities, using the stargate to transport them to the South Heavenly Gate system, and then to Eden. According to Dean Brigard, 1/3 of the Academy's main scholars, assets, and technical data have already been transferred, and the entire transfer will be completed in another year or 2. The main reason is the problem of the out-of-control AI, which has led the Overlord to tighten its grip on the territory, making smuggling difficult. It's believed that in a year, with the entire Academy transferred and the automated factory activated, the company will be able to better meet the forging's needs. The power of the 3 forging furnaces also differs. Operating at full capacity for the entire process, from initial to intermediate to advanced, is incomparable to focusing solely on basic and intermediate processing and concentrating on high-end output. According to predictions, peak production capacity, if calculated purely based on the size of a rice dumpling, could reach an astonishing 120 ships. If the Global Alliance had a population exceeding 40 million, it could reach 150 to 180 ships. This change is comparable to the difference in production capacity before and after the advent of the assembly line. Before the assembly line, the production cycle for a Ford car was 12 hours. After the assembly line, how long? The answer is 90 minutes. Efficiency increased by 700%. Therefore, the leap from 50 to 150 ships isn't just empty boasting, it's based on solid reasoning. If we can further expand to over 100 million people, filling the primary processing market with labor and the free market, further alleviating the production pressure on state-owned factories, a production capacity of 200 ships per year is not a dream. Of course, currently, the total population of the Universal Union is only over 7 million, most of whom are 3-no individuals, lacking knowledge, experience, and skills, but possessing the advantage of good health, free from infectious diseases, and being reliable refugees and first-time immigrants. They were all attracted by the immigration promotion livestream hosted by Colorful Galaxy, and were previously impoverished people. Therefore, if you ask what private industry is most thriving under the Universal Union, the answer isn't brothels, smuggling, or illegal trafficking of cosmetics, but rather the various short-term vocational crash courses and advanced training programs offered to meet the Universal Union's recruitment needs. Because the immigrants who pass the initial screening are all there for a better life, and the colonies under the Universal Union's rule, in terms of living conditions, food, housing, and cultural atmosphere, are not so impoverished as to be hopeless and require the use of bleaching powder, compared to the core star sector. Li Bin thought for a moment, and then asked, what if some of the production capacity were used to produce relic components? Li Bin smiled knowingly. Send the other ship hull production tasks to our partner forces, letting them exchange finished ships for components? Li Bin grinned mischievously. You know me so well, sister. Most components are fine, but those that can be produced in the secondary hibernation pods are difficult to increase even with full-scale production, since there are no blueprints. It's all done through automated factories. Besides, the Brighton Alliance already reserved a portion of this production capacity. This part is cancelled. I will renegotiate the compensation agreement with the Brighton Alliance, Li Bin stated firmly. He didn't believe the Brighton Alliance, now facing the afterglow of the past, and having largely exhausted its surrounding automated war machines, would refuse the Bowhead Whale-class blueprints as compensation. That goes without saying. Only producing key relic components will only impact cruiser production capacity. The company can maintain a production capacity of 5 to 8 Zonzi-class, 2 Atlas-class super freighters, and 2 Prometheus-class fuel ships per year, while completing the production of relic components for 40 Bowhead Whale-class ships and upgrade components for 6 Universal Union-class ships. Li Shu said, commenting, the versatility of the White Stone series has laid a solid foundation for the company's production capacity. Without the White Stone series, it would probably take a lot of time just for industrial adjustment and readjustment, and the total output would decrease significantly. But the biggest problem now is, brother, with this approach, there's no room for increasing weapons production capacity. Even in huge ruins, weapons still need to be excavated. Moreover, excavation is a delicate task. We can't just indiscriminately bomb for weapons. These ruins are aging, and indiscriminate bombing can easily cause collapses. Don't worry about that, Li Bin said, hanging up the phone and transferring the call to Ms. N. He was utterly nonchalant. Once communication was established, Li Bin immediately said, Yuhui, give me some more. I need the weapon production capacity for 50 capital ships and 100 cruisers. Some can use my blueprints, some can use yours. I send the configurations over later. Is that feasible? Miss N's avatar switched to an eye-rolling state, seemingly disapproving of Li Bin's smug look. Li Bin smirked. Hey, the human coexistence faction supports me, so give it a hand. Before, I was the one who traded alloys and resources thousands of miles away in exchange for production capacity. The human coexistence faction is at full war with the Ironheart Annihilators, and we have a huge shortage of raw materials. Oh, that's it. You should have said so earlier. Li Bin raised his head. What the Universal Union lacks is automated factories, not raw material processing. Extracting shapeless alloys from the massive ruins and stargates is quite simple. As long as we don't ask the Universal Union for production capacity, everything is negotiable. I agree to this. How much do you want? 800,000 boxes of alloy, 80,000 boxes of rare metals, 200,000 boxes of organic matter. Can you provide that? Are you trying to rob a rich man? Do I look like I need 800,000 boxes of alloy? Why don't you go rob the Kuiper territories and their logistics dispatch centers? The Ironheart Annihilators use their Hell Legion to enslave humanity, extracting resources by draining the galaxy. Currently, their resource acquisition speed is actually faster than ours. The human coexistence faction does indeed need resources. The Afterglow was developed by the solar system's tachyon technology. Initially, to prevent its uncontrolled expansion, only the Afterglow mothership was permitted to mine resources from gas giants and asteroids. We lack the capability to mine planets, and are even more lacking in mining ships. In other words, the Afterglow's current absolute advantage over humanity is built on the attrition of human civil war, and the complete neglect of the Afterglow. The root of everything can be traced back to tachyon technology. Tachyon technology, you done so many bad things. Sunihao, you died too easily. In exchange, authorized by St. Lud, the human coexistence faction will provide exceptionally valuable intelligence. Li Bin's face first flushed red like a tomato, then turned purple like an eggplant, and upon hearing this, it turned red again like a tomato. He thought to himself, damn, intelligence more valuable than these resources. Wouldn't I be ecstatic to get my hands on it? So Li Bin licked his lips and gave a stiff smile. Let's make a deal. Can we do it first, then pay later, in installments? Chapter 941. You want to ask if Li Bin has 800,000 boxes of alloy resources? Honestly, Li Bin does, but the calculations aren't like that. The ruins are on the ground. Mining them requires meticulous work and manpower, not to mention that the Stargate alone could actually meet the need. But wouldn't sorting the cargo take time? What if the wreckage leaking from the Stargate contains AI cores, super diversion valves, or something similar, and the supplies, weapons, debris, and nanomaterials in the cargo hold? Wouldn't I sort all of that? Oh, you think I just let we take it all? You're treating active-duty tanks and aircraft carriers like scrap metal, trying to fool me? Believe me, I slap you, fine, even if I'm a fool and you fooled me. Then let me ask you, how are you going to transport so much cargo? How do you calculate the crew time and fuel consumption? Over 1 million boxes of cargo, and my main crew is all in the western sector. Where am I going to find so many loyal crew members to escort it? My fleet in the west is waiting for Sarada's fleet to escort supplies. My factories and nanoforges are waiting for materials to be cooked. And what about the escort fleet? Who will escort it? What? You say you pick up the cargo yourself? Forget it. The agents of the human giant have been distracted, not killed. They're still watching. The Nanchaman system is right next to the Eden system. 1 million boxes of cargo. You either need a massive, overwhelming fleet like the Afterglow to transport it, or a slow, steady stream that everyone can see. The Supreme Human Overlord asks, Li Bin, what are you trying to do? We, the Human Alliance, are fighting tooth and nail with the Afterglow, and you're playing a double agent here, aren't you? How am I supposed to explain this then? Can I just say, hey, Uncle and I actually been a collaborator with you for a long time? Would that work? The iron-hearted annihilators don't even give Suzy a second glance, and then suddenly a human coexistence faction pops up. Li Bin didn't dare think about how other forces would react, but he knew their slaps would come first, followed by insults like, you're spouting nonsense, are you taking a postgraduate entrance exam? Then came the public trial, and the shooting practice. The scene was too beautiful and too stimulating, not suitable for minors. Just thinking about it made him tremble, blood rushed to his hands and feet, his back chilled, and his head cold. Therefore, Li Bin could only demand payment after delivery, like the coal and rare metals piled up in Mongolian warehouses, begging and pleading to rent a port to ship them out and sell them. The cargo ships, crew, and escort fleet were essentially Li Bin's gateway to the sea. Li Bin thought that if Miss N were real, she would probably be put on her knees by his initial arrogance followed by obsequiousness. There was a full minute of silence on the other end. With the computing power of Alpha Core, again, Ms. N in this book refers to Alpha, the amount of text information in the conversation would probably drown him. Only then did he slowly type out a few words. The human coexistence faction must collect profits. A total of 2 million boxes of principal and interest, with all goods doubled. Hiss. 1 million boxes of intelligence is terrifying enough. 2 million? If it were a real person, Li Bin would have kicked them and yelled, are you deliberately trying to make fun of me? But this Ms. N is a super AI, and as everyone knows, super AIs never speak without reason. Li Bin grimaced for a moment, then slammed his fist on the table. Deal. As soon as he finished speaking, the terminal used by the human leader in Li Bin's hand suddenly became very hot. A large amount of information flooded in. The Universal United Firewall had been attacked by an unknown entity, activating the security protection of the machine soul Celia. What happened? Celia's image appeared on the in-cabin projection. The white-haired beauty rubbed her sleepy eyes, wearing pajamas printed with a thick crab pattern, looking like she had just woken up. But she showed no mercy. In an instant, Miss N's intrusion was repelled. Celia still looked like a cat rubbing its eyes. She raised her head, yawning, a hint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. If you dare to stick your claws out again, I kill your whole family. I even scatter the leftover monocrystalline silicon from your great-grandmother's burning. You misunderstand. The intelligence is too valuable. I'm just encrypting the communication network and strengthening the firewall. I didn't know you had the authority to encrypt the firewall I built. Celia's voice was sarcastic. Li Bin helplessly pulled out a neural link device from his office desk and inserted it into the back of his head. Adding a neural link device in a location other than the captain's seat was very dangerous, meaning that intruders could potentially hack into the bridge control system through these channels. This arrangement was made solely because Celia is a machine spirit, unlike other ships, and Li Bin needs to soothe her from time to time. If a reckless hacker were to attempt to use the neural link to infiltrate, their fate would likely be dire. After all, a human only has one brain, but Celia has more than 100. The hardware difference in wet components alone is enough to cripple any hacker's computing power, not to mention the exploits in the human realm's underlying code and the authorized AI-specific viruses. A clash between the two would be akin to attempting to rob a nuclear missile silo with steel bars pulled from a construction site. With the neural link connected, Li Bin simply waved his hand, and the previously languid Celia immediately cheered hooray, transformed into a sophisticated urban woman, carrying a virtual handbag, and wandered into the various shopping districts Li Bin had personally experienced or seen online, strolling through them. Ahem. As long as I'm still on the ship, there's no need to worry about network security, Li Bin explained somewhat awkwardly. After all, he had begged the other party to place the order and demanded valuable intelligence, only to have his own machine spirit attack him. It felt like a subordinate of a service provider had gone berserk at a banquet. After N's simulated personality reached its peak, she seemed to have also learned the superfluous emotion of shame. She didn't say much, just kept shoving intelligence over and over. 5 hours passed, and after the encrypted and compressed intelligence was delivered, N logged off without looking back, as if she had made a firm decision. Li Bin muttered under his breath, "This Guba terminal is too small, the download speed is so slow, it's delaying my dinner," while connecting to the Candle Dragon. After he saw the decrypted file, he stood up abruptly, the plastic documents and ornaments on the table being knocked off by his sudden movement, including the anti-entropy T-kit, which was more expensive than a Lancer engineering cannon. But Li Bin couldn't afford to worry about that now, because the intelligence involved a dreadnought, a warship that absolutely did not exist in the Perseus star region. Source: Omega Core St. Lud. A super warship also from the mature White Rose star region, developed by the Second Ship Laboratory and Tachyon Technology under an order from the Human Realm Navy. Judging from its size, it should be a dreadnought, but in the introductory materials, it was clearly written as a super flag. The Wrath of God class, the former vehicle of the new governor of the Perseus star region, manufactured under the leadership of the Lon family, owned by the Human Realm, and only the star region governor had the right to use it during his term of office. Chapter 942. However, because the Perseus star system was still under development at the time, the matching vessel was only researched and built after the Human Realm confirmed its colonization of the Perseus star system. Therefore, after decades, when the ship finally completed its initial production and was ready to sail, in order to arrive simultaneously with the new governor and announce that the Perseus star system had officially become a jewel in the necklace of human colonies, she crossed the Stargate from the White Rose star system. The new governor received his appointment in the solar system and crossed the Stargate from the solar system, thus not being with the wrath of God. But one person and one ship, different paths leading to the same destination, both were stuck in the Stargate passage. It wasn't until the Academy used the dual God device to attempt to activate hyperspace that the Stargate space tremor, large enough to damage the entire star system, unexpectedly resonated with the special characteristics of the wrath of God, allowing the ship to seize a fleeting opportunity and break into the physical universe. As for why St. Lud knew this was clearly not part of the prophecy, it was because, as the vice-governor and the governor's assistant, she was originally supposed to be the core and captain of the wrath of God. The brain and body's sensory connection, or rather, its special design, allowed her to sense the moment the wrath of God's lost contact after detaching from the Stargate space. Again, the Stargate passage is in another space, although it was locked due to the Stargate's closure. After using the simulation engine to calculate and assess the approximate coordinates of the wrath of gods, St. Lud conceived the idea of pushing Li Bin to acquire it. Therefore, this transaction was indeed under St. Lud's control. The intelligence lacked detailed parameters for the wrath of gods, and neither did St. Lud. The data was all within the wrath of gods onboard AI, awaiting St. Lud's intervention for immediate processing. Just looking at the ship's appearance and brief description, Li Bin's heart was already pounding uncontrollably. It was 9 kilometers long and 7 kilometers wide, with a keel constructed entirely of a super alloy with a high proportion of rare alloys, and xenon crystal armor forming the main body of the ship's armor. Keep in mind, even the Invader class only used xenon-plated armor. The xenon content of this God's Wrath class armor was higher than that of 100 Invader class ships. Only 2 types of people can activate the God's Wrath class. 1. Officials of the Starfield Vice-Governor level or above can personally activate it. 2. Core members of the Lon clan or high-ranking officials of the Second Ship Experimental Design Bureau can activate it in developer mode using genetic information verification. It is recommended to bring Lan clan member Lan Yuan along. Researchers or Lan clan members accompanying the God's Wrath class may die during the long-term closure of the Stargate. Furthermore, forcibly traversing the Stargate space will likely damage the God's Wrath class. Please proceed to the scene as soon as possible to recover scattered parts. Li Bin couldn't sit still any longer. He immediately left the captain's lounge and ordered Celia, sound the highest alarm. Notify all crew members to return to their posts immediately, no matter where they are. I want all ships ready in 3 hours. Also, give me Lan Yuan, the commander of the Taylor System fleet. If she's not within the relay range, have the acting commander send someone to find her immediately. I don't want any excuses. I just want them to bring Lan Yuan here as quickly as possible. ISA, who was inspecting and studying the fortification plan in Nova City, turned pale upon receiving the highest alarm and immediately contacted Li Bin. What's going on? Has the Hell Legion or the Afterglow launched a large-scale military operation? In the communication, Li Bin immediately denied it. After saying only a few words, ISA dropped what she was doing and had a local official escort her back. In the communication, Li Bin gritted his teeth, controlling his emotions, and said, I got the coordinates of the Starfield Governor's vehicle. Come back immediately, we're going to salvage the ship. In the Taylor system, Lan Yuan, who had just led 4 assault-class ships to kill a hunting fleet led by a Hella Ruler-class ship, was comfortably embracing Wu Qingyu, about to indulge in some intimate moments, when she received an urgent military report from Starfall Phil. Even as her bloodlust surged, she suppressed it. She had only intended to complain to Starfall Phil, but after reading the message, she tossed Wu Qingyu onto the bed, threw on her coat, and rushed out. Returned to port immediately. Captain, the spoils. Someone called out, only to be met with Lan Yuan's murderous glare. Forget everything. Come back to port with me immediately. After emergency resupply, we returned to the Eden system. Boss Li, you can't leave. Governor Juno, who had been busy overseeing the fortress, disregarded the project upon receiving the message. She didn't even wait for the elevator, flying directly to the space station in her shuttle, and pleaded with Li Bin, tell us what you need. The reinforcements from the Universal Alliance are absolutely indispensable. We just repelled an attack by the Hell Legion a week ago, and the Holy Leap space station was sunk by us. Now, without you as our pillar of strength, it's hard to say whether the Nova City can be saved. Governor Juno, known as the Iron Wall of the Empire, the man, on whom countless nobles placed their hopes, was now groveling before Li Bin. He wanted to stop Li Bin, but Li Bin's steps forward didn't falter in the slightest. Because Governor Juno didn't even have the courage to stand in front of Li Bin, to block his way with his body, Li Bin frowned as he walked. Who said I was taking the entire fleet? I just received intelligence that the Relief Association has sided with the Hell Legion and is attempting to attack our headquarters. I need to return immediately to take charge and reorganize our defenses. Li Bin unhesitatingly used the Relief Association as a shield. Our core fleet won't be moved. I'm only taking the Candle Dragon. Governor Juno's expression turned awkward upon hearing this. He thought to himself, I heard about you sounding the highest alert and ordering us to return. How could I possibly believe such a serious situation is caused by a force with only an even number of main battleships? At the same time, he cursed the Relief Association's idiots in his heart. Haven't you suffered enough losses in the Universal Alliance? Why are you still plotting against them? Are you willing to risk your lives for revenge against the Universal Alliance? What a madman's behavior. Governor Juno, however, still looked reluctant. The Interstellar Empire has already dispatched quite a few cruisers to the Universal Union. If needed, I can petition His Majesty that even if the Empire faces dire circumstances, it must mobilize capital ships for reinforcement. With you here, the Empire can feel at ease. 3 or 5 capital ships are no problem. Li Bin chuckled upon hearing this. I, Li Bin, am just an ordinary person. How could I possibly handle so many capital ships? Rest assured, I left Wahab and Zhu Jin here. Even if I return, I can still remotely control the fleet here. No one can stop me from salvaging the Starfield Governor's vehicle. This is something I obtained by overdrawing 2 million boxes of cargo. Chapter 943. Li Bin's withdrawal was a huge political signal. Although he had already informed the Supreme Overlord Baikal, the Second Velocity CO Chu Xiangrui, the Emperor Ruli of the Space Romans, and the Military Minister and Pirate Emperor Konda of Magius, explaining that the company's forces were currently deployed to the front lines and internally weakened, making it difficult to withstand the Relief Association, and that he needed to take charge. Rumors still circulated, and the lower ranks of the human forces were filled with anxiety. It's not surprising that they were worried. After the first coalition organized by the Supreme Overlord ended in a disastrous failure, if anyone was most proactive in fighting the Hell Legion, it could only be Li Bin. Consider this: a power located in the easternmost part of the starfield, a regime that was the last to become a giant enterprise, yet it willingly deployed all its main forces to the west, fighting for over a year. During this time, he helped the Interstellar Empire defend Nova City, helped Kelja Technology Company defend the Taylor system, and even remotely echoed Gu Zhongyu, the director of wind and mineral resources in the south, in support of the human coalition. Furthermore, with his subordinates taking in refugees from the Fang clan, organizing adventurers' guilds and pirates to issue bounties, and offering bounty hunter privileges, in everyone's eyes, Li Bin must have a deep-seated grudge against the Hell Legion. Otherwise, there's no explanation why the Universal Alliance is the most proactive in protecting humanity, even having its chairman involved. But now that the CEO, whom everyone believes has some grudge to settle, has left, the people don't care about the real reasons. Various versions of unofficial histories have flooded the internet. Some are attacks, some are just idle rumors, but most are simply the anxious people trying to vent their frustrations. Li Bin doesn't care, he just keeps flying his spaceship. The secondary hibernation pod came from the White Rose starfield, arriving in the Perseus constellation from outside the starfield. According to the local coordinate system, the White Rose starfield is located to the north of the Perseus constellation. The Wrath of God's class ship, hoisted out of the Stargate, is also located to the north, but north of North Heavenly Gate Star, in a system containing pulsars. When Li Bin saw the intelligence, he almost groaned in anguish. How helpless the Wrath of God's class must have been. A dreadnought that had just completed its initial commissioning, without crew, without maintenance, without even a central control system, accompanied only by a fragile, newly developed shipboard AI. It had been sealed off by the Stargate for so long, enduring countless injuries, as it traversed the Stargate rift, only to be repeatedly scanned by pulsars. Just thinking about its wounded state, and the further ravages of pulsars made Li Bin and Lan Yuan desperately want to fly over and rescue it. But reality made that impossible. According to St. Lud, such a large dreadnought was likely severely damaged. Li Bin needs a highly sophisticated salvage fleet to accompany him, and he must first make an appearance on Eden Star to debunk the rumors circulating elsewhere before he can set sail. During resupply at Prism Freeport, Li Bin and Lan Yuan reunited. Li Bin, ISA, and Lan Yuan, the three most capable commanders in the Global Alliance, reunited after more than a year. ISA had the most leisurely days. She had completely shed her girlishness. Even the coldness of a soldier had softened considerably. Every gesture carried the charm of a mature woman. Her expression remained aloof, but the faint smile in her eyes couldn't be hidden. Li Bin, on the other hand, had a stubble beard and shoulder-length hair, messily combed, giving him a somewhat decadent and Japanese look. But Li Bin's dejection was merely due to overthinking and lack of sleep. What he was drinking wasn't alcohol at all, but tea. I'm considering something, which is that we can openly display this God's Wrath-class ship. Isha's smile froze, and Lan Yuan's anxious rubbing of her nose also paused. ISA stood up worriedly, walked gracefully behind Li Bin, pressed one hand to his forehead, and with the other reached into his chest to retrieve a terminal. Switching to vital signs monitoring mode, she carefully reviewed the historical records of the past month or so. Frowning, she looked at Lan Yuan and shook her head. The indicators are all normal, except for some sinus arrhythmia due to long-term sleep deprivation. Lan Yuan's expression became even more serious. This probably precisely indicates that the CO is not quite right. Has a mental health test been done? ISA touched Li Bin's forehead. Once a week, the indicators have been very stable. Lan Yuan straightened her back, crossed her legs. That's truly strange. What are you thinking? A God's Wrath level being, in terms of status, is even higher than an alien beast level being. She is a super flag, also known as a priest. The ceremonial ship is a vessel proclaiming the rule of the human realm, a moving spectacle, designed to be a unique ship. The reason the Asicorn class received a bronze medal is because it at least had the potential for mass production. This ship, however, was never even qualified for the competition from the start. I understand. Li Bin shook his head, as if to say, only magnificence can demonstrate power. This is the spectacle and military pressure that the human realm sets for each star system. But these are only things we know. Who knows about other powers? Li Bin said, raising his head. We salvaged a dreadnought that looks cool, but is actually quite rubbish. At this critical juncture, will other giant corporations use technology to blackmail or threaten us? These words opened up a new world for the two. Li Bin sipped his tea, pondering as he slowly said, from the perspective of a leader, in the current situation, a high-tech dreadnought that requires a huge investment of funds, manpower, and production capacity for repair and reverse engineering before it can return to combat is far less desirable than a ruined factory with an automated facility adjacent to the core star sector, or even a damaged nanoforge. The Interstellar Empire would rather abandon its own Divine Messenger-class dreadnoughts for the sake of nanoforge production capacity, let alone other forces in the current situation. Li Bin tapped his fingers on the table, pulled out his terminal, and revealed the Bowhead Whale class. I've been thinking about how to use the Bowhead Whale class for trade. Now, I think I can use its blueprints to get other forces to disregard the Wrath of the Gods class. All sorts of strange things. At least until the war ends. Lan Yuan clicked her tongue. Even if the Wrath of Gods is damaged beyond repair, it can't be completely unusable, otherwise St. Lud wouldn't be in such a hurry to get it back. Li Bin grinned crookedly. We can make up the extent of the damage, and even if it's not serious, we can resurface it. If we want to, we always find a way. Isa crossed her arms, her hand stroking Li Bin's cheek softening considerably. It's good that you haven't gone mad. I think this plan is feasible. It'd just be tough on Vulcan, he'd be the one suffering the most. Li Bin held his wife's hand. Don't worry, Li Shu is old enough, she can choose a husband. Lan Yuan's eyes widened. You really want Vulcan to marry Li Shu? Yes, but it'd be likely Chungjin. Li Bin casually uttered a conclusion he wouldn't have dared to consider 20 years ago. My younger brother, Li Chungjin, can have a harem, so why can't my sister? Before, our family business was smaller, and my sister might not have been able to marry into a family of equal standing. But now our family is a leading family of a giant corporation, and my sister has both ability and discernment. She's even subtly expressed her affection for Vulcan. So let's do her a favor. What? You say this isn't good? Open your eyes. This is the interstellar age. Only a true 3K old fogey like Li Bin still adheres to traditional marriage. Only a man like my second uncle could marry into that family, and still hold onto my second aunt's heart. In other families, besides equal political alliances, the parents are husband and wife, but can also be comrades in arms. Chapter 944. Li Bin deduced that the Relief Association was highly likely to betray humanity, and he himself was even using the Relief Association as an excuse to appease other forces. After all, the difference in value between the Universal Alliance salvaging the wreckage of a dreadnought and the Universal Alliance discovering the wreckage at all was enormous. But Li Bin hadn't expected the Relief Association to make its choice so quickly. Just as Li Bin was turning back, the Relief Association's savior ark, the Anarja, was greeted by a great Eagle-class ship. As one of the few manned ships in the Hell Legion, this great Eagle-class ship was badly damaged. To infiltrate the core star sector, it had traversed numerous hyperspace storms to find its way here. The captain of this great Eagle-class ship was a Dark Watch agent with 33 clone memories, the earliest of which could be traced back to before the Great Collapse. Throughout the long process of memory replication, her identity underwent many changes, from agent to socialite, to captain, to Marine Corps leader. The vast amount of time and the scarcity of Corps members in the Hell Legion, coupled with the high demands placed upon her, have transformed her into a well-rounded warrior. Of course, that was in the past. She once possessed a beauty that would be considered stunning even in the vibrant, competitive world of Prism Freeport's Chicken and Duck Street. Her long, wine-red hair cascaded down, held aloft by a dyed gel mixed with magnetic powder at the ends. Tall and slender, with a cool and aloof demeanor, she exuded an aura of domineering older sister. Incidentally, the Hell Legion's character image pack is filled with mature, beautiful women, not a single man. Her German-style military cap bore the core of the Hell Legion's insignia, an insignia that once represented the Night Watch. Now, her once beautiful face is unrecognizable. Half her face and the back of her head are covered in numerous mechanical devices. Only her natural, collagen-rich skin and remaining features reveal that she was once a beauty. The woman codenamed Larijan had long forgotten her real name. Many of her past skills had been erased by the brainwashing of the iron-hearted extinctionists, but her proud nature remained. She volunteered for the arduous task of leading the spaceship to the jump point created by the ancient and unique technology of the Ark of Salvation. Looking at the beautiful artificial jump point with its jagged edges, Larijan clenched her fists and sighed. I heard that this is an ancient technology used by humanity before creating stargates after discovering hyperspace. This ship represents the pinnacle of that technology. Of course, this doesn't mean the Ark of Salvation was unique. In fact, to humanity at the time, it was like the latest train technology, precious and cutting edge, but not the only one. Then, with the completion of the Stargate, related research and technological advancements came to a standstill. This last batch of arcs became the pinnacle of this technology. Larijan shook her head. Before stargates existed, when humanity traversed the vast expanse of space for colonization, everything needed for colonization had to be prepared in one go. Therefore, sufficiently large immigration ships were required to carry cargo, resources, and people. Beep beep. The Relief Association patrol circling near the jump point spotted the ominous-looking spaceship. The patrol, thinking the association had been ambushed by the Hell Legion, immediately scrambled into the jump point. Simultaneously, along with the intelligence transmitted back to the Ark, a wide-area communication from the intermediate communicator on board the Ark penetrated the jump point and reached the Great Eagle-class transponder. This jump point is man-made. If you dare attempt to cross it, we will shut it down and trap you. Larijan remained unmoved, continuing her emotional recitation, this time in a public Chinese translation, so the association members could hear. Who would have thought that the largest spaceship in human history existed before stargates were even built? As stargates matured, spaceships gradually shrank, to the point that now even a spaceship with a maximum size of only a dozen kilometers dares to call itself a dreadnought. I repeat myself. This is... The association member tried to speak, but was interrupted by Larijan's furious voice. An artificial jump point, I know. Shut up, you idiots. If you pigs really knew how to use the Ark of Salvation, how to create a bubble to contain her while simultaneously disabling the automatic jump point generation function in the gap between the physical universe and hyperspace, you wouldn't have been bombarded by the Overlord's fleet for a whole year. The voice on the other side was like a duck being choked, its quacking sounding exceptionally hoarse. Larijan scoffed, I am Larijan, one of the 72 Watchers of the Hell Legion. I have come here on orders. In my left hand are peace and opportunity, in my right, fire and death. You, condemned as cult followers for stealing the Ark of Mankind, possess the means to fully activate your Ark. TSK, poor Anarja. All these years, she still hasn't unleashed her full potential, flying in a half-dreaming, half-awake state. You fools, you haven't even begun to utilize her abilities. The Ark of Salvation, a magnificent, colossal ship, resembled an enlarged version of the torch held by the Statue of Liberty. Two enormous metal rings rotated around the ship. This was an ancient gravity generator, using some advanced technology to capture and release centrifugal force into the ship's interior. This design, being so ancient, was unique in the Perseus star system of the new construction site. Others either relied on more advanced relic technology or simply used centrifugal force to simulate gravity. The Ark of Salvation boasts an airport covering hundreds of square kilometers, capable of accommodating a massive number of spaceships at once. Originally designed for the centralized loading and unloading of colonial materials, this structure has now become a bustling airport. As the shadow of the Great Eagle-class ships fell, the busy, dark blue-painted ships bearing the clear marks of the Salvation Association scurried away as if they were facing a plague. Larijan merely sneered at this. Larijan followed the guide through the spacious cabins. The interior of the Salvation Ark was exceptionally spacious, designed to allow colonists to modify sections as needed during the long migration process. After all, wiring malfunctions, cargo pileups, internal strife, any of these could lead to the deaths of those who considered the Ark their home. These Arks were so large that they required a considerable number of people to maintain them. Therefore, in ancient times, the people on board were kept in a proportional arrangement for both rest and work. But now, the entire interior was covered in bizarre, dark blue religious graffiti, with occasional patches of damage and breakage concealed by delicate blue coverings. The technology related to the Ark had been out of production for too long. Even when the association looted it, including the museum, they still couldn't gather enough maintenance and operational technology. This is similar to how the peak of riveting technology passed after World War I and II. Because welding, gluing, and other techniques became increasingly popular with technological advancements. Although there is still demand for rivets, the sluggish market has led to a decrease in practitioners, ultimately resulting in an irreversible decline in overall skill levels compared to the past. The meeting place was a prison. Larijan sat calmly in front of a signal-blocked interrogation machine. Through the interrogation machine's monitoring, the current chairman, Song Ji-Fong, dressed in a black trench coat, had a troubled expression on his handsome face. The secretary whispered, I heard these members of the Hell Legion have been brainwashed. Should we remove the device from her head, wake her up, and then interrogate her about the Hell Legion's intentions? Chapter 945. Song Ji-Fong shook his head. Let's see what she has to say first. It wasn't that the Relief Association didn't want to refuse, but rather that their current strength was barely enough to protect themselves. Sitting opposite the interrogation machine, Larijan showed no panic despite the blocked internet connection. She looked at the machine mockingly. In the past, with her years as a special agent and her stunning beauty, this gesture would have been enough to express her disdain while simultaneously exuding charm. But now, half her face was ruined. No, according to the Legion, it was the price of evolution. Larijan said coldly. The Association ambushed the Overlord at the end of the First AI War, forging a blood feud. Before the Third AI War, it was also bankrupted by the Universal Alliance. Now that the Starfield Tachyon technology has submitted, and the Persis Alliance has been destroyed, how many of your own military capital ships are left? Who can protect you now? The Relief Association is like a wrecked ship that could sink at any moment. Only the Hell Legion can lend a helping hand. Song Jinfeng's face remained hard and unmoved. The secretary looked flustered, sweating profusely. Song Jinfeng remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. The Hell Legion is the lackey of the Afterglow. It's common knowledge that you submitted to the out-of-control AI. The Relief Association belongs to human forces, and is also your target for extermination. Tell me, you half-machine, half-human idiot, why would the Relief Association abandon human dignity to do such a heinous thing? Finally speaking, I thought you could keep your composure. Larijan smiled mockingly again, but with only half a lip remaining, her crimson eyes revealed a strange glint, the signature implant of the Hell Legion. All direct members of the Hell Legion had their eyes modified with implants. Her smile stiffened. The Hell Legion never makes empty promises. We are the only great hope of the star system. We inherited the glorious ideals and assets of the Dark Watchers, and acquired 3 reserve arsenals deployed by the human territories in the Persis star system, including the richest first arsenal. Let's end this charade. Larijan hunched over, hands resting on the table, his voice low. The Hell Legion possesses the activation technology data for this great, ancient ship. The woman spoke, then with a pop, pulled out her prosthetic eye and tossed it onto the table. We don't know exactly how much you possess, but it doesn't matter. This is a portion, you can take it to verify. If it's something you don't have, consider it a deposit. If you disagree, consider it your life money. Silence, a long silence. The interrogation machine remained silent and unactivated. Sizzle. 10 minutes later, under Larijan's leisurely gaze, the interrogation machine lit up, a mechanical arm popped out, took the prosthetic eye, and connected to the data port to read the information. These interrogation machines were ancient and reliable devices, equipped with complete interrogation and torture procedures, as well as physical isolation capabilities. Specifically, most of the information obtained during interrogations was data. These machines would read the data, transmit it to the other side of the wall, project it onto a projector, and hand it over to the interrogation team for manual verification. This process is usually lengthy, but secure enough to ensure there's no possibility of data breaches after being read. In front of the projector were a dozen or so experts from the Relief Association. And as the information was verified one by one, more and more experts came to join in the interpretation and supervision. This is the maintenance manual for the Salvation Ark's main cannon trillion spears. How come there's only a part? Where's the rest? Where's the rest? One expert, having seen the last part, cursed and gestured wildly in front of the clearly incomplete manual. Meanwhile, to prevent the Relief Association from being too dense to understand, Larijan announced loudly, the Ark of Salvation, also known as the Human Territories Operation Center Class, consists of a standard portside shield core, a standard starboard side shield core, a trillion spear main cannon area, a port integrated industrial area, a bow area, a starway main area, and a stern sector. The shield core is responsible for supporting the ship's shields. The industrial area is responsible for centralized production in industry, agriculture, and manufacturing. Theoretically, the original production process can consume all industrial byproducts in other industries. In other words, apart from the screening of toxic and useless materials in the mineral decomposition and refining process, the entire industrial area will not have more than 9% resource waste. The stern sector is responsible for power and the ship's gravity. The starway main area is responsible for controlling the ship, and most importantly, one facility, the Alcubal Drive. The Alcubal Drive, before the birth of the Stargate, was used by humans to cross star systems. It's the primary means of transportation, a powerful tool used to traverse hundreds or thousands of light years to reach new star systems for reclamation or conquest. It's essentially a warp drive, capable of generating a vast space in the physical universe called the Alcubi Drive. This technology, by warping space, can propel the Operation Center class along with a fleet within the occupied drive's range at high speed to achieve movement. Therefore, whether entering, exiting, or maintaining this state, the occupied drive must be constantly activated. In this state, one can only enter hyperspace through jump points, and then return to reality from hyperspace via jump points in the physical universe's star systems. Leligion's words were naturally heard by the surrounding experts. As senior experts of the association, they had naturally seen the Operation Center class introductory manual. This was originally a tourist guidebook for the Operation Center class, lying in the museum's docking area as an exhibit. Great standard. Someone couldn't help but adjust their terminal glasses, marveling at how perfectly Leligion had described it. What standard? Song Ji-feng punched the talkative guy to the ground, glaring at the others. Continue verifying. 6 hours later, the experts, their eyes red and sore from reading, confirmed the information's authenticity. It's true. We verified it according to the data. Because it's physical repair, it can't be hacked. The authenticity of the incomplete maintenance manual has been proven. The Ark's main gun is saved. We no longer have to fear being attacked. We don't need to keep hiding. The experts were almost weeping with joy, but what greeted them, eager for more information, was the imposing presence of the Marines. The experts froze, the leader trembling with anger. Chairman. What do you mean by this? Shut up. I know what I'm doing. Song Ji-feng punched the respected expert unconscious, glared at these fools, who valued technology over their lives, and left. 3 days later, in front of the repaired and restored Uji-class docking bay, Leligion grasped the chairman's hand. According to the agreement, the Hell Legion will send half of the manual materials at once, with the remaining materials to be paid for in installments. She then added with a half-smile, Chairman, you're really patient. You won't even say what materials the association needs. The Hell Legion is very sincere. You can even negotiate sending half of the missing materials at once. This is the last chance. Once I'm on board, there won't be any way to change it. Song Ji-feng raised his hand, palm up. No need to mention it again. Show her out. Leligion chuckled and left with a flourish. After the Uji class disappeared, the secretary asked tremblingly, Chairman, the association is currently short of capital ships. I'm afraid we're not up to the task of attacking the Overlord or the second speedster. Song Ji-feng's expression stiffened, his cold gaze sweeping over her. You really want to play the traitor? Song Ji-feng's words left the secretary stunned. Difficult, isn't it? Chapter 946. Within the range of the Alcubi's power system, the colossal ship, towering like a mountain, an ancient creation of humankind, cleaved through the waves like behemoth amidst the distorted reality and dangerous light and shadow of the warp drive. Song Ji-feng stood before the harbor, gazing at the distant silhouette of the Ark of Salvation, his arms crossed over his chest as if holding boundless ambition, leaving aside the fact that the Salvation Association's initial goal was to save humanity through seclusion. Siding with the Hell Legion goes against that goal. Just look at how these people in the Hell Legion are brainwashed and controlled. Where is the pride and dignity of being human? His handsome face, like that of a strong male protagonist in a female-oriented fantasy novel, was rugged and defined, his cleft chin radiating masculine tension. He questioned in an unquestionable tone, You want to be one of these dogshit new humans, kneeling and serving as dogs for a runaway AI? The secretary shook his head vigorously. He was only asking out of confusion, not genuinely wanting to be one. But now, he was even more confused. Seeing his secretary's reaction, Song Ji-feng knew that most people in the association shared his confusion about his choice. Therefore, Song Ji-feng said nothing more, simply boarding the giant ship of the Ark of Salvation and heading towards the main starway area of the spaceship. This area was guarded by the association's most elite and loyal soldiers. After rigorous checks and passing through a completely disconnected mechanical gate, the gates of the temporarily established secret research department opened. Busy senior experts, scientists, and archaeologists gathered in a spacious, open research station comprised of hundreds of projection devices of varying sizes. All the experts had their implants removed. While this meant the loss of efficient information exchange, it also eliminated the possibility of being hacked or brainwashed. Therefore, the place was filled with shouting, cursing, and profanity. The atmosphere was heated and intense, at one point even reaching the point of bloodshed. The secretary was stunned. He even saw 2 men with bruises on their faces, both of whom had been beaten to the ground by the chairman earlier, but now they were all smiles, walking with a swagger and nodding to the chairman. Song Ji-feng, however, didn't seem to care, simply nodding and quite pleased with the research enthusiasm. The Hell Legion's brainwashing abilities shouldn't be underestimated. I don't want the association to become a second legion, so I'd rather be slower than make mistakes. Oh. The secretary had a sudden inspiration. That's why you won't tell the Legion what specific information we lack. If we don't tell them, the Hell Legion won't know, and if they don't know, they can't easily tamper with it, because that could give us an opening when comparing existing data. Well, that's a somewhat plausible reason. Song Ji-feng reluctantly agreed, but that's not the core reason. He sighed, pressing his hand on the secretary's shoulder. You've been with me for 2 years now, witnessed the previous association president's reckless retaliation against the Universal Union, the destruction of the association's fleet, and his vote of resignation. Do you think the association still has a place in the Perseus star system? The secretary's expression stiffened, recalling Larijan's words. He stiffly shook his head. Very good. Although the name Larijan comes from one of the 72 demon gods in ancient mythology, which fits the name of the Hell Legion's faction, and they are skilled at manipulating people, a clever lie is still the truth, just with some omissions. Song Ji-feng gripped his secretary's shoulders tightly. When I was negotiating with this bitch, she kept saying that the association had no choice, only one path to take. She thought our only path was to join the Legion, but actually our only choice was to leave the Perseus star system. As the chairman finished speaking, the central projection of the secret research station shifted, revealing a star map of most of the Perseus constellation. Unlike conventional star maps, this one lacked hyperspace routes, presenting only the pure, unadulterated universe. In this map, the distance between each galaxy was immense. From afar, they resembled specks of fluorescent dust scattered on a black veil. This dust was concentrated in the central third, representing the core and peripheral star regions. The most peculiar point was in the northwest of the star region. Unlike the pitch-black area elsewhere, a thin, faint line illuminated by sparse dust appeared. That's the flight path the Relief Association took from beyond the star system, the trajectory of our ancestors, who launched the Ark of Salvation after the Great Collapse. Song Ji-feng said with a tone of excitement, regret, and nostalgia. The Ark of Salvation, as an ancient interstellar vehicle, has suffered greatly under the association's incompetent management by previous presidents. The association's diplomatic environment here is so poor, so why don't we leave? Humanity has colonized so many star systems. We can live elsewhere, right? Even if human civilization in a star system becomes extinct, the ruins can still support the birth of new civilizations. Yes. Why not leave? Before the secretary's eyes, it was as if a light descended from the sky, illuminating the path through a dark and deep forest. Because the spaceship's engine system is damaged, we can't leave. We can only circle around the Perseus star system day after day. Song Ji-feng's words, like a thick fog, once again obscured the secretary's imagination. The automatic repair program can fix it, but after the last interstellar flight and long-term use, the warp drive's repair program has also been damaged. Although it can still maintain occupied drive, it is no longer sufficient to provide the power to support interstellar flight. Song Ji-feng spoke with nonchalance, as if he had only lost an arm. So when Larijan came knocking, threatening me, I knew the association's opportunity had arrived. We could easily cooperate with the Hell Legion to obtain all the information. Of course, I believe that since the Hell Legion possesses the repair manual, they must have other attractive offers, trying to keep me hanging. But I won't fall for that. I just want the repair manual. Once I get it, I fix the engine, and then we leave this Perseus cesspool. We have bad relations with all human forces. We just leave. Will the Perseus star system be ruined by our betrayal? That's not what we're talking about. What relationship do we have? We can just leave. At this point, Song Ji-feng's expression twisted, filled with hatred and glee. The foolish things done by the previous chairman, Song Ji-feng, will not only make up for, but surpass. Once we get the manual, the association will hide at the edge of the star system, slowly gathering resources, while waiting for the engine repairs to be completed. Once finished, we leave immediately. After we leave, who cares if Perseus is flooded? The Salvation Association has only one choice: to do everything in its power. Since taking office, facing the mess left by his predecessors and a weak fleet, Song Ji-feng, working tirelessly day and night, finally found a way to stand tall under the pressure of the Hell Legion. The association's goal is to obtain the repair manuals for the spaceship's propulsion system and drive. That is, the repair manuals for the spaceship's automated repair procedures, which will then be used to repair the warp drive and completely reboot it. Once the repairs are complete, the association will simply leave. During this time, we can use the guise of helping our allies to plunder the resources, production capacity, and even population of other forces. Song Ji-feng said, trembling with smug satisfaction. After all, they eventually become prey for the runaway AI. In that case, wouldn't it be making the best use of them, sacrificing ourselves for the only human ray of hope in Persis, our own destiny? It's a worthy death, isn't it? Chapter 947. Mengshan sat cross-legged on the bridge deck of his flagship, the Thunder Manager class Menglong, raising his glass and swirling his non-alcoholic sparkling water, belting out a song. Through pulsars, hey! Through black holes, hey! We are space pirates! The bridge crew roared in unison. The Menglong weaved through the gunfire, its light machine guns aimed at 2 fire serpent missiles launched from the thrusters, drawing daring sharp angles as it dodged the impending death torpedoes. Mengshan piloted the ship with one hand, banging the control panel with the base of his alloy glass. Smash the giant corporations, hey! Smash the warlords, hey! We are lawless. The bridge crew, former pirates, chanted along, controlling the ship. The Menglong, as if drunk, traced bladder-clenching arcs through space, traversing the asteroid belt, with 3 enraged Hellhound-class ships trailing behind. This pirate-turned-gold-label bounty hunter vessel, using this Hell Legion reconnaissance squad, gradually distanced itself from the main force. Whenever the Hellhound-class ship remembered its mission, and was about to leave, Mengshan would order a turn, opening fire on the enemy ship's armor. The light machine gun fire on the armor caused negligible damage. But the provocation was like a tortoiseshell cat meowing in a spring forest, its melodious song and fleeting silhouette making the rutting male cats drool, their hormone-driven bodies uncontrollably drawn to it. The tormented, driven mad demon core, like a rutting male cat that had degenerated into a wild beast, howled and turned back again. After several periods of hesitation, several moments of clarity, and several more moments of being teased by the light machine gun fire, they gradually entered the depths of the asteroid belt. The Hella finally came to a stop in an open area. Bathed in the light of the white dwarf, its armor glowed alluringly, its upright hull revealing a vulnerable underbelly that was almost unbearable for the demon core. The 3 ships pounced on it, one after the other, fearing to miss their chance to kill. In this pounce, they went berserk, losing all sense of self, caring for nothing. Mengshan downed a non-alcoholic soda in one gulp, and amidst a series of burps, recited a training line from my efforts. Memoirs of 3 Founders, unveiling the mystery of building a giant enterprise. The biography of Li Bin. My extremely loud did a sound was a mistake. I am not the prey, but the bait. Whoosh! 6 escort ships hidden nearby simultaneously released blocking pulses, covering the 3 Hella ships from all directions, leaving no blind spots. The 3 ships, speeding desperately, and in acceleration mode, instantly lost power. The ships abruptly tumbled in flight, floating, spinning, and rolling according to inertia. The Dragon, already powered down for protection, calmly started up, and began its hunt with its 6 allies. This ambush was different from the past. These weren't the trash, garbage, or useless ships. Every single one of them was a top-tier vessel from the Universal Alliance. The Thunder Sprite class, the Hades class, the Boxer class, each ship possessed unique strengths and special abilities. Their fighting spirit and patience were astonishing, and their secret weapons delivered unexpected surprises to the enemy. The Thunder Sprite class and Hades class, masters of dogfighting, rapidly approached the Hellhound class, which was restarting, unleashing a barrage of fire that quickly dismantled the fragile armor of these frigates. As the countdown began, Mengshan immediately yelled into the channel, "Wu Quan! Where's your mighty mister? How many times do I have to tell you? We're on the same class. You have no right to command me." Wu Quan, who had been waiting patiently, verbally refuted the accusations while his hands never stopped moving. After the frigate took position, it unleashed all its radiation energy, decisively paralyzing the enemy with a single strike, channeling all its power into the energy weapon in the large hybrid slot on the front of the Boxer-class ship, the Riza Plasma Laser. This small frigate was actually equipped with a large slot energy weapon that had once been fitted to the Candle Dragon. Although the insufficient power grid prevented it from dealing damage matching the large slot weapon, penetrating these tattered frigates was no problem at all. Too bad they weren't in a line. Because the frigate was small enough, Wu Quan personally went to the optical observation post to observe after firing. He watched as the thick energy laser fired from his beloved ship pierced through a Hellhound-class ship from its stern, grazed the hull of another ship, and embedded itself in the side of a third. Failed to achieve a triple kill in one strike, Wu Quan was very frustrated. Meanwhile, the other gold-label bounty hunters eagerly began operations, dismantling the propellers of the 3 ships one by one, approaching the wrecked vessels from their bellies, and freeing the crew. In pursuit of firepower, None of the ships wasted slots carrying boarding torpedoes, but to maximize resource recovery, they learned to use the docking bays as platforms. The crew members landed using grappling hooks and magnetic boots, immediately crawling along the ship's perimeter to the nearest cargo hold and gun emplacements, beginning a frantic looting spree. Fuel, components, rare metals, and even firing cannons were all excellent spoils. Once all that was off the hook, the crew members stood up, laughing, and called for backup. They would then use heavy weapons, starting from the closest point to the central control room, cutting through the ship's armor, dismantling components, and pulling out the demonic core. Only the best preserved ships could be looted by these guerrillas on the battlefield. In other words, every demon core that witnessed this scene watched helplessly as the loathsome worms pounced on them while they were still alive. Parzival, they could only scream and hatefully fire, but blind spots prevented them from hitting their nearby targets. The small size of the ships also prevented them from supporting automatic defense armaments, such as mechanical dogs and killing machines. Dismantling the turrets was like severing limbs, digging out the cargo hold was like tearing out intestines, cutting the armor was like peeling skin, welding the components was like severing bones, and finally, pulling out the core, naturally became a brain removal operation. Humans chatted and laughed on the public channel, discussing how much the high-speed striker could fetch and the value of the Fire Serpent missile launcher. They whispered complaints to the exposed core. This core is beyond repair. Even formatting it won't fetch a price. It'd only be useful as a simulation target for attack and defense, for training the giant corporations in hacking, TSK. The demonic core had experienced everything those enslaved humans had gone through. Fear made it sparkle and nearly self-destruct. But the humans' direct and brutal physical dismantling thwarted all of her plans. Time to get out of here. Made a little over 30,000 today. Let the dung beetles clean up the rest of the corpses. This group of gold-label bounty hunters, calling the salvage fleet dung beetles, help each other load cargo, register information, and disperse. In a time when giant corporations were passive, these free bounty hunters displayed remarkable vitality and energy, drawing everyone's attention. Chapter 948. When Inoue Yoshiko, captain of the demonic aerospace's dreadnought and commander of the pure-blood Holy War Fleet, arrived in the Taylor system with her newly repaired fleet, she was astonished to discover an undeniable fact. That is, all the fleets of the behemoth-level forces adopted a defensive posture. Even the Holy War Fleet of Lud left path refused to venture out. The tentacles of these behemoths extended, leaving only one purpose: to protect transport fleets and undertake escort missions. Because of the Hell Legion and the Afterglow, all large transport fleets required capital ships to escort them. However, even large corporations rarely possessed a single capital ship, so even hiring all the pirate kings, and including the ugly, self-developed battlecruisers of the Renegade class still couldn't meet the transport demands. Reluctantly, the behemoth-level forces furtively dispatched their subordinates to accompany them. And widely active on and off the battlefield were the bounty hunters, awarded by the Adventurers Guild, the most prestigious bounty hunters of the day. They were unbiased. Once their preferred star system was besieged, they could simply move on to other star systems to resupply, or collect bounties, and sell their spoils. Therefore, these bounty hunters, due to their status and flexibility, became the preferred choice for many smugglers and small fleets. Their widespread activity infuriated Inoue Yoshiko. What on earth are these giant corporations doing? Inoue Yoshiko landed in the Taylor system, announced that she was representing Demon Aerospace to take over the rule of the system from Kelja Technology Corporation, and handed over a large amount of supplies as ransom. Watching the light green fleet leave like a hot potato, her face was grim. Beside her stood Bishop Mill, sent here as a diplomatic envoy by the Lud Church. It was common knowledge that the Lud Church and the Lud Left Path never used breeding factories. They relied on the idle, unrestrained procreation of the impoverished masses, possessing a massive and inexhaustible base of believers. Most of these were natural progenitors. In other words, pure bloods with mixed-race parents, in the demonic navigation system, belonged to the third class, second only to pure bloods, below pure bloods and inferior bloodlines, and above mixed-race offspring born through breeding factories. Internally, each class had detailed nicknames, much like the most dazzling jewels in the crown of the British colonies. But outside the navigation system, few had the energy or interest to memorize the 5 bloodlines and the countless detailed class titles. Mill was a tall, thin bishop. Born a hermit, she hadn't received sufficient nutrition in her youth, which later led to her developing a habit of asceticism. Therefore, even now, in her 40s, her hair remains sparse and yellowish, and her face is pale and sickly. Standing next to Inoue Yoshiko, Mill looked like a wealthy prince pampering a princess versus a poor beggar. But Mill's eyes were calm, his expression serene, unaffected by the anger of the Dreadnought's captain. Everyone has their own difficulties. Bullshit! Inoue Yoshiko roared, the Luddite Church, I be blunt, this is defection. Mill didn't even lift an eyelid. What can we do? The Luddite Church has already released all its food, providing it almost free to all factions. This move has even caused an imbalance between our expenditures and income, affecting the fleet's supplies. Ludlow Left Path sacrificed almost all of its Prometheus suicide ships, and now they're all using our shipyards to build ships. Kelja Technologies is struggling, and Risk Mining is splitting up. The Second Tachyon and Overlord have been defeated, and are reorganizing their forces. Apex Design Group is fighting Draco Group, the Navigation Bureau is in civil war, and the Interstellar Empire is barely managing to maintain its borders. What do you think humanity can do? What about the Sindar power? Didn't they want to seize power? Where are they? They're not even on the front lines. Mill finally showed an expression, a bitter smile appearing on his face. They're using the guise of United Front tactics to swallow up Hyena Mining, and Hyena Mining's fleeing fleet is flying everywhere. Inoue Yoshiko went berserk. Looking at the huge projection of fighting the out-of-control AI, everyone is a hero. In the harbor, she suddenly burst into laughter, pulled out her sidearm, and emptied its battery. The laser gun detonated the projector, and the Dreadnought commander roared angrily, everyone's a hero, you bunch of scoundrels, trash. Unfortunately, the open spaceport prevented his voice from carrying. But seeing the sparking projector, passing merchants and bounty hunters, noticing the crimson uniforms, held their breath and cautiously scattered. Everyone had heard that the demon's avionics were extraordinary. Those who weren't born with pure blood weren't considered human. As products of a breeding factory, and as undocumented individuals unable to verify their natural birth, they had to keep a low profile. They feared that accidentally angering these powerful figures would result in being publicly shot dead, becoming test subjects. Inoue Yoshiko, having spent less than 2 hours on the space station, strode back to the Dreadnought, summoned the fleet, and began emergency repairs. Report the situation at the front to headquarters word for word. I need to request emergency clearance to warn those idiots Draco and his bat-like offspring to lay down their weapons and unite against a common enemy, she told the first mate. 2 hours later, the Demon Aviation headquarters contacted the dominant power, the Universal Alliance. It's unclear what price the aviation company paid, but they received a mercenary fleet and diplomatic support from the FSF military company. Upon receiving permission from headquarters, Inoue Yoshiko opened the fleet communications. Its massive projection appeared directly inside and outside the space station, and even across the entire galaxy. Gentlemen, I am furious. Inoue Yoshiko, though a beautiful woman, now wore a military cap and frowned, yet possessed a fierce and imposing presence. Those Draco and his ilk are inferior scum from a breeding factory, mixed-blood bastards. They only barely obtained human status thanks to the mercy of humans. According to the Abrahamic code of bloodline, these lowly creatures who live off human blood only deserve the treatment of honored humans, ranking below the 5 classes, even lower than slaves. You bastards! Not only are you going against the general trend of human unity, but you also disregarded the advice of all human forces and launched a daring attack on the Apex Design Group. Purebloods, do you agree? Inoue Yoshiko's every word pounded her chest. The space station, the fleet, and all the purebloods, their faces flushed and blood boiling, all heard her crimson uniforms. Rebellion against the heavenly order. Slave trader to their master. Good, you got guts. Inoue Yoshiko gave a thumbs up. I know you purebloods have traveled a long way through the void, weary from your journey, and so have I, but with mission and responsibility before us, we must move forward. Throughout the star field, every faction is either an idiot or a moron. Only our aerospace can make humanity great again. Representing the High Bloodline Council of the Demon Aerospace, I, the pure-blooded Inoue Miko, launch a punitive war against Draco. This battle must end with Draco's surrender, and all fleets must be deployed to the battle against the Afterglow. I'm telling you this. We can abandon the Taylor system, our allies are endless, this battle will be won. On the space station, the usually composed Mill, hands on his head, completely lost his composure. Saint Lud. What's going on with aerospace? At Apex Design Group, the Red Guard commander fighting on the front lines, and the group's overall commander stared at each other's projections, utterly bewildered. At Draco Group headquarters, in the Blood Temple, the 13 clan chiefs, known as the Ancestors, watched Inoue Miko, who was hurling insults at their bloodline, labeling their noble lineage as bastards and using all sorts of vulgar language, and let out a roar that tormented the entire planet's inhabitants. When Li Ben arrived at the Brighton Alliance for resupply and saw this news, the Demon Cave-class dreadnoughts had already engaged the Draco Group's advance force. It was said that the Afterglow fleet was also passing by on the edge of the battlefield. This fleet's mission was to attack the humanitarian aid fleet sent by the Luddite Church to the Navigation Bureau. Then Inoue Yoshiko dragged them into the battle as well. Li Ben grabbed his hair, feeling his brain overload. "No, buddy, huh?" Finally, he gave up thinking and directly contacted his younger sister to ask about the situation. Chapter 949. Cactus Galaxy, Cactus Space Station. This space station has now become the private domain of Ludlep Path. Samarkand III, mediating between the pirate kings, has Gu Zhongyu's missionaries, subtly enticing pirates and adventurers to defect through food and supplies. In just over a year, thanks to Ludlep Path's painstaking support, internal suppression of the nanovirus swarm, and external resistance against the Hell Legion's remarkable military achievements, and under immense war pressure, many have become followers of Ludlep Path. Now, pirates and outlaws alike are building small shrines in the narrow corners of the space station, using fluorescent paint to simulate incense. To ensure the station's cleanliness, these private shrines are not allowed to offer sacrifices or food. Samarkand III had just finished her appointment with the Purple Cloud Pirate King, and was on her way to welcome Pirate King Li Kun to the end of today's nanovirus suppression battle. In her hovercar, she turned on her beeping terminal, saw a message, and nearly fainted. Risk Mining has decided to split up. I'm going to take over the flood-producing planet Samir. The Cactus system will be your responsibility for now. On behalf of the Left Path Kingdom and Risk Mining, I grant you the authority to act expediently. Do a good job. If Samarkand III had received this news 2 years ago, he would have been overjoyed. Redwater, a nanomaterial, is Risk Mining's largest export product besides minerals and alloys, and it fetches a high price. But at this critical juncture, the split of Risk Mining means that a large amount of resources, shipping capacity, and troops will be diverted from their home planet to the Core Star sector. How dare they? How dare they do this? Samarkand III was filled with shock, anger, and rage. To protect its headquarters, Kelja Technologies was willing to forego newly conquered fertile territories, handing them over to Demon Aviation at a low price. But then Risk Mining chose to break ties. The Nanoforges couldn't possibly leave with the fleet, they would inevitably fall into the hands of the Longtail family. Most of the AI cores couldn't be taken either. These bastards could take nothing but their fleet and assets. What is the Suzuki family thinking? Yes, the Tulier system has the former Perseus Alliance industrial hub, Kazalin. The Eastlaw system has the Lost Ecological Industrial Station, the largest industrial base for pirates in the region, but what's the use? A bunch of automated factories in human territory, without nanoforges, without a sufficient fleet, without the support of local residents, are nothing more than peeled blue lobsters. The previous pirate king of the Lost Ecological Space Station, Li Kun, was known as the king of industry. And what happened? Risk Mining reached a deal with other forces, and Li Kun still came running over, becoming a lackey for a mere director of a giant corporation. Samarkand III couldn't understand, but she keenly realized that this might be her opportunity. From a socialite, who used her beauty to seduce others and leveraged benefits to win over the pirate king, she seized this opportunity to leap into power and escape her father's shadow. Therefore, she ordered the hover car to change course, bringing Pirate King Yushi to the space station's conference room. Yushi initially thought the beauty was up to some kind of erotic game. He brought drugs and various toys, prepared to play the role of an incompetent subordinate who would be punished for failing in his duties. But upon entering and seeing Samarkand III, the Pirate King's shrewd intuition told him something was amiss. He gave the beauty a lecherous yet regretful glare, reluctantly tossing his bag into a corner. Once seated, his expression had returned to composure. Yushi, your application has a chance. Samarkand went straight to the point. Yushi's previously wandering eyes instantly sharpened, staring intently at him. Samarkand III smiled slightly and began, after Jing Kingdom's continuous lobbying and attempts to divide the company, Risk Mining has decided to split up. Some shareholders will relocate to the Thule and Isola Star systems to establish second mining, freeing up shareholder seats at Risk Mining. Once the matters in the Cactus Star system are settled, the fixed assets of these relocating directors will be redistributed. Perform well, the shareholders of Samir Star, led by the Suzuki family, are leaving the board. Yushi's nostrils flared slightly, his face flushed, and he stammered, Samir Star, Is that the only red water production area in that star system? Samarkand 3 nodded. That's right. The local red water industry needs new distributors and factory owners. You and the Purple Cloud Pirate King previously had red waterway sales experience. Preserve the Cactus Galaxy, establish merit, and enter the board of directors. We will do our utmost to help you become a local shareholder representative. You're the first to know this news, Yushi, you know that. Your dauntless contract possesses dominant combat power against the nanoparticle swarm. Establishing merit is a piece of cake. Do a good job. We hope to see you on the board. Purple Cloud Pirate King, your plague fleet perfectly matches with Jing's combat style. Everyone has high hopes for you. Do a good job. Lacoon Pirate King, your burst tactic of releasing drum suicide ships perfectly matches with Jing's style. Everyone at Jing has high hopes for you. Do a good job. These were roughly the same words spoken to the three former pirate kings. Samarkand 3 wasn't worried about their reactions to the news of the wind mine split. These pirate kings, weren't they all gamblers? Without the split, becoming a shareholder would have been incredibly difficult, let alone a board seat. Without these people voluntarily stepping down, where would their positions be? Moreover, these pirate kings were losers from the core star sector, naturally aware of the fierce competition there. Occupying pirate layers was incredibly difficult for them, and they didn't know when they would be overthrown. Now, a mature, large-scale corporate colony was being handed to them. All they had to do was perform meritorious service to claim it. Why not? Besides, a pirate industrial base was nothing compared to a red water production area. You still have to mine, refine, recruit workers, and organize defenses. I just install a filtration factory on the vast ocean of planets, and directly extract red water at breakneck speed. Light industry producing the profits of military industry. That's addictive. Even if we lose the competition for Samir, there are other planets to acquire. I won't lose out. Every pirate king dreams of going legit. They've been eyeing the nest of Konda for ages. You're afraid the Hell Legion will run away and give up your positions. I should thank you for that. Facing the three former pirate kings, Samar 3 uttered his final words. Given the abdication of the other directors, the three of you are now free to recruit pirates, adventurers, and other fleets throughout the entire star system. The number of ships you recruit will determine the corresponding salaries and supplies paid by risk mining, and the captains will be awarded the corresponding military ranks. A civilian capital ship will be awarded the rank of Rear Admiral, a main armed merchant ship will be awarded the rank of Vice Admiral, and a military capital ship will be awarded the rank of Admiral. As for the three directors' reserves, naturally, they be marshals. Chapter 950. Gu Zhongyu almost joined Mu Yu, the current head and CEO of the Longtail family, in eliminating the insects, but in the end, Inoue Yoshiko, the fleet commander of Demon Aviation, made a bombshell declaration that pulled him back. Upon seeing the news, Mu Yu contacted Gu Zhongyu, who was plotting something, and his first words were, "Damn it! Someone beat us to it." The human alliance had suffered a defeat, and its foundation was already weak. If internal strife broke out, the opportunity would be fleeting. Gu Zhongyu had originally planned to use the Lud Church and the Lud path to squeeze out the last bit of opportunity, launch a preemptive purge, and imitate the overlords by concentrating their fleets to eliminate the culprits of one or two planets, creating a fait accompli. This would intimidate other factions, and with the Annex fleet and the hired FSF military company fleet, he could suppress various regions. But with Inoue Yoshiko's fleet setting sail, the human alliance could no longer withstand another giant corporation causing trouble. Don't you see, even the Overlord was furious, yet could only watch Asin powerfully annex the Lich Mine? Why? Because this was a peaceful evolution, no war broke out. No matter what, the spoils stayed within the country, and the fleet would eventually have to fight the residual glow. Miyu secretly summoned Gu Zhongyu, grasping the hand of this no longer young but still elegant man, almost in tears. What should we do now? The Hell Legion's fleet has suddenly stopped attacking us, and the Suzuki family, the separatist faction, is jumping up and down, saying this is a godsend. Gu Zhongyu gritted his teeth. The Hell Legion must have deployed agents in our company, discovering our split. If they push too hard now, our two families will surely set aside their past grievances and cooperate sincerely. But if they use this opportunity to withdraw their troops, it will only make our conflicts impossible to conceal, inevitably leading to a split. The Hell Legion is too vicious. A force brainwashed by a runaway AI has actually resorted to military tactics. This is something I didn't expect. The only solution now is to do our utmost to win over and divide the various families, causing them to split. A day later, Gu Zhongyu was summoned by Mu Yu again. Upon entering, Gu Zhongyu saw Muyu Chongwei and Wuyue Chongwei, two pillars of the Chongwei family. Your daughter, Samarkand III, promised a board seat without the board's permission. Were you aware of this? Wuyue's eyes sharpened as she looked at him. Without hesitation, Gu Zhongyu replied, I know nothing about it. He then pulled out his personal terminal and pushed it forward, displaying his communication records and information. Using this action, Gu Zhongyu quickly considered his options. After proving his innocence, the previous information had long been deleted. He slowly spoke, however, I think that although Samarkand III's procedures were flawed and his actions were inappropriate, his overall strategy was sound. The decline in military strength of the Risk Mining Group is inevitable due to the division of the family. Yesterday, I proposed to divide the various families, separating the subfamilies from the main family, and retaining them as much as possible by promising them benefits. Although Samarkand III has taken a different approach, employing the risky method of recruiting pirates, this is exactly the same method used by the CEO of Dongwei Chongwei to expand the wind mine back then. Rather than saying she acted on her own initiative, it's more accurate to say she was paying homage. Gu Zhongyu spoke eloquently, arguing for the necessity of his daughter's actions from military, diplomatic, and political perspectives, emphasizing the unique characteristics of the Cactus Galaxy and the fervent patriotism of Zwijing Kingdom. Samarkand III's actions will do Zwijing Kingdom nothing but harm, while bringing countless benefits to the company. Now that the Hell Legion has withdrawn, they're undoubtedly waiting for our company to split, so they can strike again. We need a fleet, we need more fleets. After a long silence, Wuyue wanted to say something, but Muyue wearily raised her hand and pressed down on her blood relative's arm, gesturing for him to stop. The separatist faction was very vocal. Risk Mining couldn't afford another major conflict with Zwijing Kingdom. The Longtail family was large and powerful. They certainly couldn't relocate. If they did, the remaining profits from just 2-star systems wouldn't be enough to satisfy the needs of the other families. They had no choice but to cooperate. Besides, although Gu Zhongyu's daughter acted without authorization, it was actually beneficial to protecting the Longtail family's assets. Furthermore, Samarkand III's idea is good, but it's a bit late, Muyu said, rubbing her forehead. Most of the small pirates and adventurers in the core sector, even the salvage fleets, have gone to the Adventurers Guild to compete for bounty hunting. Even the new ambitious figures have mostly gone there. It's now widely rumored that the unsettled elements in the sector are several years behind in production due to the issuance of the guerrilla warfare instructions. If we still want to attract fresh blood, we must increase the extent of concessions. We must offer real money. Gu Zhongyu frowned. Isn't the Longtail family willing? Zwijing Kingdom can be the first to concede. It's not that they're unwilling, Muyu sighed, but they're afraid it won't be enough time. Compared to the smaller families, who can come anytime, even the Pirate King, whether in power or on the run, can't arrive immediately. You commanded capital ships before, you know how slow they are and how conspicuous they are. Just as you and I were talking, the separatists were already moving. They changed their faction name again, now the company is called Secure Mining. Although still close to the front lines, at least they wouldn't be under the combined attack of a frontal army, and they had allies nearby. Gu Zhongyu was stunned for a moment, then rushed to the projector in the conference room, turned it on, and used the board's permission to access surveillance footage from various locations. Looking at the thousands of space stations and satellite surveillance, he slumped to the floor in despair. On the projection, thousands upon thousands of rockets roared into the sky. Those were families from all over the country, abandoning their homes and businesses, their faces filled with excitement as they tried to escape this place, unable to wait for the space elevator. The fleets of the defenders and the escapees faced each other, with ships occasionally flying from the escape fleet to the defenders' fleet. Those were members of smaller families and branch families who had been persuaded, suppressing dissent on their ships and turning to the light. But the largest of these ships were only a few cruisers pieced together from scrapped King-class ships. There wasn't a single capital ship. Gu Zhongyu's heart bled. Even Wuyue, seeing this, couldn't help but offer words of comfort. It's already quite good. At least these people left most of the factories, only taking away funds and some workers and engineers. Although we suffered losses, we didn't engage in battle. Pest control doesn't necessarily mean extermination. Driving them away is just as effective. At least the company is clean. Hard to say, Gu Zhongyu squeezed out 2 words. Both sides tacitly refrained from raising their turrets. The barnacle-like turret armor gleamed eerily in the cold starlight. Former comrades now faced each other, and countless people sighed. Public channels were deathly silent. Even commercial broadcasts were suspended. Private channels resounded, everyone having endless things to say. The Overlord's agents felt as if they had swallowed fly excrement, hiding in various taverns, surrounded by agents from other forces, all looking constipated. You tell me. An Overlord agent asked, taking a sip of his drink, with things like this, can humanity possibly recover? Hard to say. Chapter 951. On September 15th, 218 of the star calendar, Lieben traveled north through the Brighton Alliance and returned to the Eden System, the headquarters of the Universal Union. Now, the Eden System, as scanned by probes, reveals a network of automated meteorite defense stations scattered across its ecliptic plane. These irregular meteorites, some less than 3 kilometers in diameter, even only a few hundred meters, are crudely wrapped and reinforced with alloys, and equipped with automated turrets and signal amplifiers, forming part of the system's defense. Their combined threat to an enemy fleet is probably less than that of a single automated turret, but against scattered pirate incursions or other harassment, their presence is quite effective. Even better, their production cost is very low. Lloyd's pilot spaceships to hollow out these small asteroids, use explosives for propulsion, and then abandon them, letting them spend years or even decades traveling to their designated locations. Because they don't land on planets, no monitoring is needed. Only a final detonation of explosives is required to neutralize the potential energy. Next, cheap building materials, even those scavenged directly from ruins and stargates, are laid out. The most expensive facilities fall into 2 categories: life support equipment and shipborne weapons. The Universal Alliance, despite activating so many arsenals, still lacks artillery because the Tanfa, Eden, and Dongshanmen systems all require the deployment of these sites. Near the colony planets, gas extraction stations, and mining stations are automated defense satellites, mobile satellites equipped with laser weapons and missiles. These weapons also belong to the ground defense array, but only by upgrading to the highest level of ground command can these systems maintain combat capability until destroyed, especially against the massive electronic warfare computing power of an invading fleet. Using them prematurely before upgrading would have catastrophic consequences. These painstakingly built war machines, once hacked, would immediately become enemy weapons for orbital strikes. Therefore, they must be equipped with self-destruct modules. Even so, many weapons still lose control during wartime. But Eden possesses a planetary shield, and shields on other planets are under construction. What the Universal Alliance obtained were the blueprints for the planetary shield generator, not the device itself. While some components of the planetary shield generator cannot currently be produced in the Perseus star system, other standard matching components can be found in the vast ruins. By reshaping the shape using a perfect nanoforge, standard compliant, but short-lived replacement components can be created. This is one of the major reasons why relic components are so expensive. Those ancient abandoned space stations in the core star sector weren't just dismantled by scavenging teams. Those who took the most valuable items were almost always giant corporations or large enterprises, and personnel from free planets. While Lieben was still docked at the Eden space station, bad news kept arriving. He couldn't help but complain to his wife. Why is everything in the core sector always so bad? ISA, trying to salvage the situation, replied, venture mining is in the edge sector. Look at this. Venture mining split up at the last minute, giving birth to a small, ugly, and repulsive secure mining, as if the two were destined to fight each other. Demonic aviation punished the Draco Corporation, and even the Relief Society reemerged, plundering the fleets of over 11 large corporations, leaving 4 corporations insolvent and bankrupt, and 2 others teetering on the brink of collapse. In addition, Venture Mining issued a recruitment notice, offering positions on the company's board of directors to attract top talent from across the country. This isn't just poaching, it's outright plundering. Since the beginning of their guerrilla warfare, Universal Alliance has only issued gold badges to 181 bounty hunter groups by spaceship. And the result? Immediately, 22 groups left. Even among the nominally subservient pirate kings under the pirate emperor, several are quite tempted, considering abandoning their colonies to join them. After all, the difference in status between a corporate board member and a pirate king is obvious to anyone with eyes. Everyone knows that Venture Mining is now in dire straits. Even one of their Steel Dragon-class dreadnoughts has been taken away. But the core strength remains. The first to be separated was the Endless Mine, a mining and maintenance vessel damaged in battle against the Hell Legion. Another combat-dedicated Steel Dragon-class vessel, named Return to Heaven, still exists. Next is the company blueprint. The core technicians remain. Finally, Safe Mining failed to take the nano-forging furnace, and the AI core didn't receive much either. This is evidenced by the projection released by the Longtail family. Safe Mining didn't refute it. This is a golden opportunity to help in a crisis. Crisis, opportunity lies within. This is bad news for Li Bin. He himself left the front lines, and his highly valued gold-labeled bounty hunters were lured away. He and the company executives were astonished to discover that this separation of risk mining and the benefits of Universal Union weren't the best choice for these mid-level stars with their own ships. The attractiveness has greatly decreased. This must be a conspiracy by the Hell Legion. Li Bin rarely gets angry, but his hands don't stop moving, directing the pre-prepared cargo to be packed. Meanwhile, Vulcan led his most elite workers to gather and board the ship in an orderly fashion. This time, following the Candle Dragon were no longer ships built by various nations, but rather a uniform array of opal-colored white stone series vessels. The White Obsidian Beta-class ships were 1.1 kilometers long, their slender hulls housing uniformly universal gun emplacements. While these universal gun emplacements sacrificed tactical systems and some electrical grids, they resulted in a versatile armament capability. The pristine white hulls were adorned with blue and orange stripes. The neat fleet resembled space marble, showcasing the reliability of the Universal Alliance. 3 brand new Zhongzi-class ships, equipped with cargo ship plugs, had spaces that could originally carry over 700 missiles at once, now empty, awaiting loading and unloading. Meanwhile, inside the shipyard at the space station, concealed by external armor, the Bowhead Whale-class hulls were under construction at a rapid pace. Before other factions delivered the Bowhead Whale-class ships, the Universal Alliance needed a batch of its own basic battleships. No behemoth-level power has ever conquered the world with just one main fleet. In a little over a month, the Universal Alliance's own Bowhead Whale-class ships will be ready for mass production. 3 days later, Li Bin, about to leave to salvage the Wrath of God-class ships, looked at the talent immigration report in his hand, and at the recent sharp drop in combat-oriented talent among the technical immigrants, especially the report on the plummeting number of crew and captain immigration applications, and slowly gritted his teeth. Hell Legion, you're waiting for the Wind Mine to complete its separation, aren't you? Fine, you just wait. You get what's coming to you when the Bowhead Whale-class ships are in full production across the entire star system. Chapter 952. The target location is 7.2 light-years away from the Eden system in a straight line. Including the hyperspace detour, the actual journey takes 8 to 9 days. At the speed of the Candle Dragon, it should arrive in about 12 days. In the Sky Battle System, First Officer Qian Tao busily compiled intelligence and carefully assessed the cargo hold's reserves. On the other side, the civil official, clutching a report, reported to Li Bin, the Prometheus-class wreckage salvaged by our company has been handed over in the Tanfa system. The trade fleet led by the Archbishop of the Lud Church, introduced by Bishop Pucci, is responsible for the transshipment. ISA frowned. Why is the Lud Church doing business here? It's like this, the civil official explained nervously, swallowing hard. Hyena Mining has suspended mineral exports due to its acquisition. Risk Mining has now split into Wind Mining and In Mining, and to compensate for the shortage of ships, it has reduced or exports by 87%. So now, the civil official glanced at ISA and Li Bin, carefully choosing his words. Currently, the Universal Alliance is the only force that continues to export while at war. The entire star system's war preparations have driven up ore prices. The 2 mines originally provided half of the star system's ore exports, but now everything is ruined. The Lud Church's cathedral-level weapon upgrades are nearing completion, and they're also arming their holy warriors, so the demand for alloys is huge. The company made a fortune thanks to the alloy market price skyrocketing fourfold. Of course, if the CO feels it's inappropriate, we can suspend operations here. No need. We're all old friends, helping each other is only right. You can leave now. Li Bin rubbed his eyes and dismissed the official. Once the shipping lanes were cleared and the cargo fully loaded, the fleet set sail north. Li Bin then spoke to ISA. The war between the demonic aerial craft fleet and the Draco Group's Ironheart destroyer fleet is over. ISA's heart leaped. Aerial craft lost? In the southwestern part of the core star sector, near the hyperspace of the Tavasia system. Embedded by the demonic K-class Ragnarok, 16 Vortex-class battleships, shielded and forming a hemispherical shape, fought in an alternating, organized manner, supported by a massive fleet of over 110 Storm-class cruiser carriers and 50 Chaos-class cruisers. These battleships and cruisers were all forward-shielded, meaning their sides and rear were unprotected. Furthermore, aerial craft ships were not known for their sturdiness, so each ship's resilience was not outstanding. But this time, demonic aerial craft was determined to be humanity's savior. After more than 2 centuries of hardship and tightening their belts, the avionics system finally unleashed its full potential this time. A total of 22 Whirlpool-class battleships and 200 cruisers were deployed. Aside from the garrison remaining in the Taylor system, Inoue Yoshiko committed everything. With its massive fleet size and the inherent flexibility of its avionics-equipped ships, these not-so-sturdy vessels, through alternating damage and coordinated shields, moved like a school of fish, their defenses impenetrable. Serving as the spearhead of the attack were the exceptionally high-quality aircraft carriers powered by the demonic avionics system. The Wanza series, equipped with flexible frames and self-repair modules, carried aircraft each stockpiled with nanomaterials. Unless directly destroyed, even if the aircraft's frame was hit by an electromagnetic cannon, the flexible frame could slowly recover, and with the aid of the automatic repair module, it could perform emergency self-repair without returning to base. The fighter jet series, combined with the specialized Wanza gantry, created a situation where many carrier-based aircraft were flashing their lights and stalling, yet their numbers seemed to increase with each engagement. The crew and pilots of Demon Avionics were all purebloods, the avionics' most valuable asset. Each had undergone tens of thousands of hours of simulated training, and even the least experienced pilots had thousands of hours of actual flight practice. From the 6th to the 9th generation Wanza, every fighter jet was controlled by an elite pilot. Unlike the previous attack on FSF Military Company, this is the first time avionics has demonstrated its field capabilities to the world. We don't need to attack from above. We break through them. The carrier-based aircraft commander shouted encouragement over the channel, "Pure bloods. We represent humanity to punish these bat-like bastards. The world is watching us." If the previous expansion against FSF Military Company was merely a matter of unwavering fighting spirit, this time, representing humanity and justice, perfectly struck a chord with these pure bloods. With shields alternating and overlapping, the agile hull occasionally peeks out to provide cover and support, and carrier-based aircraft frantically weave in and out. This is the electrifying collaboration of avionics, but the most eye-catching is the Ragnarok. After its last major overhaul in port, avionics experts utilized the latest analysis of the wreckage technology from the Envoy-class dreadnoughts, transforming this dreadnought, which originally only had forward shields, into a full shield system covering the entire ship, along with a more powerful electrical grid. At the same time, its onboard micro-missile array was replaced with arc missiles equipped with DM attacks. Combined with the Thrush missile launchers and the large-caliber Lancer siege cannons, they forced the Draco Group's fleet into a steady retreat. These weren't just a few Lancer siege cannons under Li Bin's command. Each Whirlpool-class ship was equipped with two. Yes, these siege weapons are indeed slow in rate of fire, slow in charging, and slow in aiming. But this time, I have more cannons. The battle raged for 3 days, stretching from near the Apex Design Group's hyperspace reflection all the way to deep hyperspace. Blood Banquet, commander of the Draco Group's invasion fleet, was terrified. What's wrong with avionics? We have no past grudges or recent conflicts, and we weren't this enthusiastic about fighting the FSF, so why are you so excited about us this time? The answer was Inoue Yoshiko's cold voice. We don't represent avionics. We represent humanity. We are punishing you despicable anti-human elements, traitors. Blood Banquet unconsciously bared his teeth. The immense military pressure and insomnia made his thirst for blood even more pronounced. He held a handsome man from the Apex Design Group in his arms. The man, emaciated, was chained to the throne. Blood Banquet grabbed the man's hand, bit into the gelatinous blood-drawing device on his wrist, and sucked greedily. With a final whimper, the man died from blood loss. This was the 15th person to be sucked to death in 3 days. Blood Feast, having ingested too much blood, had developed obesity from her once slender and elegant body. Blood Feast crushed the desiccated arm in his hand. Draco's genetic modifications made them afraid of light, but adapted to the harsh environment of their home planet, and granted them greater strength, and questioned the first mate, "Where is the Sunset Fleet? Didn't they say avionics dragged them into the battle too? Where are the ships?" The first mate cautiously put down the woman in his arms, who was half dead from being drained of blood. "Captain, besides the first half of the day when avionics attacked both of our two factions, sinking 2 battleships, and severely damaging 3 others, the Apex Design Group's Red Guard rushed out of the jump point and joined the battle in the latter half of the day. Draco 0.951's only capital ship, the entire force was purely a roadside outpost. Now, Apex's Red Guard and Army Group are engaged in combat with Sunset. The battlefield has been divided in 2. The entire battlefield was in complete chaos. Electronic warfare signals intertwined, hackers burned to death, convulsed and fell, immediately followed by a queue of others connecting, their half-cooked brains suffocating in their skulls, already resembling semi-gelatinous tissue. Chapter 953. The Apex Design Corporation is a rather closed entity. The Apex Design Corporation logo. Before the Great Collapse, it was a small military-industrial complex that secretly built high-end warships for wealthy young men, great adventurers, and the navy of the human realm. In other words, it specialized in luxury ships, focusing on high-end, niche, and private customization. Because some customizations were too illegal, it established a branch in the remote and impoverished Persis Alliance, aiming for a strategic advantage. Therefore, even though the Apex Design Corporation experienced various labor disputes and even physical altercations, and its internal resources were often strained, with occasional food shortages, its unique high-tech warships protected it so much that even Tachyon Technology, which coveted its technology, wouldn't bother with it. It would be a losing proposition. As an aside, Apex's ship modification mods are the most frequently used mod in this book. Faced with a fierce offensive led by the Radiation class and Brilliant class ships, possessing a large number of afterglow weapons and afterglow flash drone bombers, the clearly defined red and green fleet remained completely calm. 3 Rizhao class siege carriers, 1 red and 2 green, spread their V-shaped hulls and, under the captain's command, rapidly flipped their decks, switching their bombers into pre-prepared interceptors. This type of carrier was one of the few post-Columbia designs specifically designed for bombing space stations. It not only carried a massive hangar, but also had independent bomb assembly plants and multiple LPC production facilities, allowing for the pre-stocking of fighters, bombers, and interceptors as needed. Their design philosophy was to calmly and saturately bomb the space station under fleet escort, crippling it and conquering it within 3 to 7 days. With a diameter of 3.2 kilometers, and considering the angle of inclination, the actual flank length of the Rizhao class is almost 6 kilometers. If there were more ships like this, perhaps another class of ship would be needed, somewhere between dreadnoughts and battleships. Its tactical system, defending the uplink, using encrypted communication to seize control of the shipborne AI of nearby vessels, and leveraging its own computing power to assist friendly forces within a 1600 SU range, providing optimized power grid allocation and non-self-repair solutions, thereby offering shields and armor damage reduction. At first glance, it's identified as a mini version of the Zhuang. Therefore, even though its carrier-based aircraft performance is slightly inferior to the Yuhui, the 3 siege carriers' fluid and seemingly endless deployment of carrier-based aircraft, along with abundant anti-aircraft guns and missile support, allowed the two sides to fight to a draw for a time. However, the out-of-control AI fleet was on an expedition, with only 7 capital ships. With its carrier-based aircraft on par with the Apex Design Group backed by its headquarters, not winning meant certain defeat. The Pinnacle-class battleship, the core of the Apex Design Group's battleship fleet. It comes standard with a nano-grid armor coating and is equipped with a tactical system for time-space damping. By accelerating the flow of time within the ship, it activates radiation dispersion, nanomaterial self-repair, and damage control repair speed, enabling it to perform both damage absorption and damage output missions. The only cost is that after 10 years on board, the crew might age 15 years. A total of 6 Pinnacle-class battleships, carrying a continuous stream of cruisers as reinforcements, are charging towards the out-of-control AI fleet. Simultaneously, the Apex Design Group has also dispatched 2 other fleets, each centered around a Pinnacle-class battleship, performing high maneuvers in an attempt to block the retreat of Twilight and the Draco Group. Draco's emblem. Blood Feast looked on in astonishment. Just 2 ships? How can that stop them? We have 14 capital ships. The 4 sides fought amongst themselves, seemingly never interfering with each other. Until 2 more days of fierce fighting, a fresh force arrived. The Navigation Bureau's Special Task Force, tasked with protecting the Luddite Church's humanitarian supply fleet, came to intercept the Twilight Fleet's attempt to attack. Originally, they wouldn't have been able to catch up, but hadn't Inoue Yoshiko dragged the Twilight Fleet into the fray, after a few days of delay, they finally caught up. The Navigation Bureau's Commander-in-Chief was delighted. One was the despicable Twilight Fleet, always attacking supply lines. The other was Draco, who had previously invaded his side during the famine, a golden opportunity. So the Navigation Bureau roared, "We're here to help you," and decisively joined the battle. Their iconic Immortal-class battleships plunged into the fray, shattering Draco's battle formation. The reason the Maritime Safety Administration's logo features a ram's head is due to its cult of personality. Even its Immortal-class battleships sport a pair of technological artifacts called black box spirals. The Maritime Safety Administration's logo, to be fair, is quite cool. As the name suggests, Even the Maritime Safety Administration doesn't understand this thing. It's pure black box technology, and from the moment it's defined as ready for use, it begins to output energy insanely, impossible to stop without large-scale dismantling. This device tends to ascend in dimensions, constantly attempting to increase its own dimension and even all entities connected to it, only to be stopped by built-in suppressors. The reason the Immortal-class battleships carry it is simple. During its dimensional ascension attempts, it distorts surrounding rays and signals, reducing the ship's detectability range by 30%. This is also why the Navigation Bureau's fleet could suddenly appear on the battlefield. Furthermore, the Immortal-class's tactical system also relies on this device. The destruction spiral, by briefly removing the limiter, allows the spiral's energy to vibrate the power grid, achieving rapid recharging, increasing the power and range of ballistic weapons, and reducing radiation. Energy comes from the spiral, eliminating the need for battery power. Draco's fleet, caught in a pincer attack, screamed in agony, crying out that it couldn't take it anymore. Bloodfeast's eyes were bloodshot, and the blood vessels in his eyes had burst due to excessive excitement and blood loss, blood flowing like tears. He desperately ordered the fleet to retreat, but the vast difference in the size of the capital ships prevented Draco's capital ships from escaping. The Ragnarok activated its tactical system's phase drift, sliding into the center of the battle formation with its shields up, pushing aside the ships blocking its path, and using the powerful shields provided by its massive hull to crush a group of frigates and destroyers. Behind them drifted in the Vortex-class ships, the Avionics and Navigation Bureaus, two behemoths of the aviation industry, meeting on the battlefield. "It's an honor to meet you," the Navigation Bureau commander bowed. "We've been waiting for you," Inoue Yoshiko said, pulling down her hat brim. The Draco Group's flagships exploded one by one. These genetically modified vampires were powerful, each one handsome. But when faced with ships exploding, radiating radiation like stars, high-energy particles, and various rays at close range, they were far more vulnerable than interstellar humans. Ordinary people hiding in the gaps and cabins of the ships might survive, but these guys died like grasshoppers in autumn. The previously bound slaves couldn't even see what happened. Those swaggering, pale-skinned beauties and men were now writhing in agony, floating dead in the cabins. As for cruisers? Not even a glance. Destroy all the capital ships first. These ships are a menace in Draco's hands. Capture them, and let us take them away. That's the only way to make a meaningful contribution to humanity. Tell me, which is Draco's command ship? After a day and a half of fierce fighting, the Naval Affairs Bureau commander finally had time to ask. Without a word, Inoue Yoshiko sent him the coordinates. The Naval Affairs Bureau commander glanced at them, smiled, and remained silent, turning to lead his fleet to intercept the Afterglow fleet, which was surrounded by layers of cruisers and carrier-based aircraft from the Apex Design Group. Because behind the capital ship, the Enos class, were 4 Whirlpool-class ships and the Ragnarok. Draco's capital ship was a battlecruiser, and while its speed was undoubtedly fast, under the relentless attacks of the pure-blooded carrier-based aircraft pilots, it was forced to activate its shields to protect its thrusters. Meanwhile, the avionics system activated phase drift, with each side moving faster than the other. The distance between them was rapidly closing. Chapter 954. December, Star Calendar 218, a great victory in the Southwest Sector. The Draco Corporation, which had been entangled with the Apex Design Group and hindering humanity, announced its conditional surrender. Led by Inoue Yoshiko, the demonic avionics, together with the fleets of the Apex Design Group and the Navigation Bureau, occupied the Draco headquarters system. At the cost of 6 capital ships sunk and 11 heavily damaged, they decisively defeated Draco and the Afterglow. In the initial engagement, they sank a total of 9 enemy capital ships, and in the pursuit, they sank 8 more and captured 11. The Afterglow invasion fleet was completely annihilated, and the wreckage was handed over to the Brighton Alliance under the guarantee of the Lud Church. Although Draco's ships were all battlecruisers, who says battlecruisers aren't ships? As for cruisers, let's put it this way, all 3 factions hated Draco intensely. Apex goes without saying, the Navigation Bureau had already fought Draco before, and as for the demonic navigation, they don't even consider Dracos genetically modified individuals, reproductively isolated from humans, as human. To them, these beings are pseudo-humans, sitting at the same table as the Fawn clan. Inoue Yoshiko even rejected the Draco Group's request to exchange resources for prisoners. These prisoners, disregarding human tolerance, I have as much evidence as you want of Draco's vampiric and abusive crimes. They must pay for these sins themselves. Draco's representative, also a vampire, was already deathly pale, now even more so, looking like a corpse compared to the representatives of the three factions in scarlet, dark green, and gray-brown uniforms with their hostile gazes. He spoke with difficulty. These prisoners also need blood to maintain their vital signs. Making them work as slaves also requires blood. Isn't that a losing proposition? What use are they to you? Inoue Yoshiko pinched her nose and fanned herself with a look of disgust, as if saying, your blood-sucking fangs are stinking in my eyes. The Hell Legion headquarters has a large number of enslaved humans. They are beyond redemption, but this is not their own choice. These people are controlled by the Hell Legion, becoming their flesh and blood factories, and therefore must be eliminated. But slaughter has never been the nature of avionics, so I think it's best to assign these tasks to Draco. Inoue Yoshiko declared righteously, the Draco are strong and thirsty for blood. Starving them will ignite their fighting spirit. I will incorporate these prisoners into suicide squads and airdrop them during the landing operation. If they don't get a good meal before they die, they can only blame themselves for not trying hard enough. As for their daily survival, avionics exports a considerable amount of human organs every year, and I will have transport ships bring in the blood byproducts. The Draco representative's face changed drastically. He was half terrified and half bewildered. The terrification was obvious, but the bewilderment stemmed from genuine shock. He couldn't understand how Inoue Yoshiko could so shamelessly utter such contradictory logic, first saying for humanity, then human organs, and so on. The truth is simple, for humanity is true, but so are the social classes, or castes, within humanity. For the greater good of humanity, pure bloods bravely step forward. What's wrong with you mixed race, half-bloods, and slaves paying a blood tax with your organs? As for Dracos and human blood-sucking, how can that be the same? Cannibalism is a grave taboo. You drained all your remaining value, and now you physically drain people. That's ruthless. Even real vampires would have to call you Draco ancestors, to prevent these prisoners from rebelling. Inoue Yoshiko, controlled by the 13 clan progenitors, even used several ships to imprison them, forcing them to live like pigs. Vampire superpowers, so what? Superpowers can't withstand paralyzing injections. I inject them in large doses. Even the giant beasts of Eden will tremble after just one shot. Thus, this hastily initiated war came to an end. All three factions suffered losses, but together they eliminated the Draco military threat, plundered local resources, and pushed their frontier defenses to the Black Hole system, where the Draco group was located, under the joint control of the Apex Design Group and the Space Agency's garrison. The space station was divided into two parts, one for the Draco people, and the other for interstellar humans. The defeated Draco group survived thanks to various guarantees. Although the proud Draco people might not accept this, with only battlecruisers as their main warships, 0.951 only had battlecruisers, and most of them sunk, they indeed had no power to refuse. As for joining the Hell Legion? Inoue Yoshiko smiled slightly, glancing at the space station's control room, held by the two giant corporations, and thought, why not give it a try? Demon Aeronautics doesn't subscribe to the idea that sinking a space station or eliminating the Draco is equivalent to massacre. Pseudo-humans aren't considered human. Thus, Demon Aeronautics from the Outer Sector and the Universal Union, included for the sake of the common people's lack of geographical knowledge, have completed a certain theoretical loop. The Universal Union, from east to west, with its CO personally leading the charge, protects humanity. Demon Aeronautics mobilizes a massive army, neglecting its weakened base, suffering heavy losses, all to seek justice for humanity. For the first time since the Allied forces' crushing defeat, humanity has achieved a major victory against the Afterglow, and even managed to subdue Draco in the process. Truly, heroes are exhausted on the periphery, while the core is filled with scoundrels. Compared to these powerful figures in the peripheral star sectors, the forces in the core star sectors are utterly defeated. The second speed child is listless. As for the Sindar power, sigh. All talk and no action. Their mouths are full of ideologies. Their hearts are full of business. They're just a bunch of idiots. These opinions were soaring that even the Supreme Overlord was alarmed. The Supreme Advisory Council proposed controlling public opinion and having the West Wind system cooperate in filming a holographic novel to set the record straight, but the Supreme Overlord stopped them. No, not only will we not stop it, we push it forward, a massive push. Baikal Xiongfeng felt a surge of satisfaction as he read the insults directed at the Sindar power. Tell the 9 major holographic novel studios in the Westwind Galaxy to produce several holographic novels that satirize the cowardly and despicable lion of Sindaria. Publish them widely, with the money from the big players, high quality, fast action, and have the agents distribute them for free on the Sindar Power and Hyena Mines. The white-haired black man laughed heartily. That old dog has been brainwashing the people, talking and talking about, well, you know. What did Li Bin say again? A supreme advisor bowed. The Sindaria winning theory means that no matter what, the Sindar power, under the leadership of the Lion of Sindaria, will always be on the path to victory. Right. That's it. Distribute all the holographic novels, make sure everyone has a copy. I want to see if that Lion of Sindaria can still sit still. Just imagining that old dog getting so angry at the backlash from public opinion that he loses control of his bladder and bowels, I'm absolutely thrilled. Baigal burst into laughter, and the advisors in the Supreme Advisory Group couldn't help but chuckle as well. Back then, because of this old dog's rebellion, almost all of the central science warships built by the Overlord after the First AI War to compensate for the shortage of warships in the 14th Legion were taken away by him. Ultimately, this caused a malfunction in military strength and deployment, allowing tachyon technology to once reach the 7th planet. Although the Battle of the Seven Stars brought Baikal the Mighty to prominence and laid the foundation for his rise to the new High Overlord, in a sense, the old dog was his benefactor. But now that he is the High Overlord, it is perfectly politically correct for him to insult the Lion of Zendaria, the enemy whom the Overlord despises. Chapter 955. Such a large-scale commotion in the core star sector would normally have elicited a strong reaction from Li Bin, but at this moment, he was leading his fleet through the narrow tidal channel. The entire fleet, following the expansion and contraction of the tidal channel, sometimes formed formations, sometimes changed into a long, single-file line. The navigator team communicated and reminded each other that deep hyperspace was far more turbulent than shallow space, and hyperspace storms could appear unexpectedly. The probability of encountering hyperspace ghosts here was also much higher. Li Bin had no time to play games with those energy lifeforms that only existed in transponders, and were suspected to be biological entities. Tidal channel begins to contract. Prepare to change formation. Channel 4000 SU ahead begins to expand. Reconnaissance team advance. Hyperspace ghost detected. Vanguard prepares to block pulse to disperse. Z-9 cargo bay impacted by space debris. Information marked. Damage control activated. Commands and messages were issued and received one after another. The second and third officers extremely busy. Meanwhile, First Officer Qian Tao carried a teapot and brewed tea for Li Bin and ISA, who were engaged in a sand table simulation. This group of crew members were all seasoned veterans, each with over 5 years of experience at Huanyu United. After the company became a giant, they all received systematic training through a training program. If these elite crew members were previously considered untrained, relying on talent and experience to hone their skills and abilities, now, having overcome their shortcomings, they have surpassed most employees of large corporations through extensive practical experience. After all, everyone experiences failure, but the experience and confidence cultivated through success are incomparable. Therefore, Li Bin no longer needed to oversee everything and could confidently delegate tasks. ISA, sipping her Darjeeling cigarette, subtly set up traps on the sand table while verbally harassing Li Bin. What conditions did Demon Aeronautics offer in exchange for the overlords and our support? Li Bin pretended not to see the traps, using his photographic memory to memorize the operation, intending to use it next time. He replied, Demon Aeronautics' conditions for the Overlord are simple. Full support for the Supreme Overlord to kill the Sindar power. Especially Inoue Yoshiko's fleet, renamed the Human Salvation Army, will directly participate in the annihilation war against the Sindar power after the war. ISA wasn't surprised. The Sindar power's declarations without action had thoroughly enraged everyone. These forces, aside from Draco and the Relief Association, have all contributed to some extent. How come it all collapsed when it came to your renowned Lion of Sindaria? As for the Universal Alliance, Li Bin swallowed his tea, directing the fleet of meteorite ships disguised as asteroids, which had been lying in ambush in the asteroid belt, to appear and ambush Isha's ambush zone. Demon Avionics has provided the Slope-class hybrid variant with blueprints, production technology, and component manufacturing plans for all carrier-based aircraft except for the 9th generation, as well as the variant's maintenance gantry. The Slope variant, a very powerful frigate, can even transform. So cool! Hiss! Whether from the ambush or the sheer scale of the avionics project, Isha gasped sharply. At this moment, she was more disturbed by the explosive news. Even Qian Tao, who was making the tea, trembled slightly. ISA abandoned the simulation and looked at Li Bin with great interest. The Wanza maintenance gantry is specifically designed to provide maintenance services for the Wanza series fighter jets. This technology, along with the Slope-class hybrid Wanza frigate, is coveted even by tachyon technology. It's one of the core technologies for establishing a power. You're giving all of this away? Li Bin raised his teacup and smiled slightly. Naturally, it's not just about gaining our support, but also about exchanging technology for orders and supplies. I discovered the economic and production capacity predicament of Demon Avionics when I first visited. Now their army is almost entirely deployed, their own production capacity can't meet the needs of their military expansion, and even maintaining their damaged fleet is difficult. You know how many resources their Celis space station has consumed. They entrusted the additional production capacity gap to the Universal Union. These technologies are being lent to us under the guise of production authorization. ISA thoughtfully remarked, it seems avionics really wants to save humanity. Often, the more fanatical and radical a regime is, the more fervent its ideals. Demon Avionics has spent over 200 years weaving a pure-blood myth, and now they have the opportunity to fulfill that myth and promise all at once. It's like releasing 200 years of suppressed desire in one fell swoop. This fervor is probably beyond the control of avionics' administrative body, the Pure Blood Congress. Li Bin finished his tea and put it down. Pure blood and the caste system shaped avionics'. This will inevitably shape those who are enemies. Since war and glory are repeatedly emphasized as something only noble pure bloods are entitled to, it will inevitably cultivate the pride, or arrogance of pure bloods. Now that humanity is on the verge of collapse, this arrogance will drive pure bloods into fanaticism. The army's solo actions are actually a reaction to pure bloods acting alone. Just as Qian Tao was about to continue making tea, the bridge navigator Anna's indifferent voice rang out. We have passed the tidal channel. The pulsar system is still half a day's journey from the fleet. Li Bin raised his hand to stop the first mate's actions, activated the neural link, awakened the machine spirit Celia, and began to take over the fleet's electronic warfare defense. He ordered the alarms to be sounded, and the entire fleet lined up near the jump point. Send the onboard research team to the vicinity of the jump point. Based on the energy leaking from the jump point, assess the pulsar's rotation period. Such a celestial system centered on a pulsar is incapable of harboring life. Carbon-based and silicon-based life forms would struggle to survive against the powerful energy that periodically sweeps across planets, enough to erode their surfaces like skinning them. As for energy life, it would be even more precarious in the face of such an energy torrent. If a hyperspace ghost had indeed evolved the ability to invade the physical universe, and if the first star system it landed on was a pulsar system, it would likely be swept away by an energy torrent even larger than a gas giant the moment it entered the jump point. Compared to these celestial-level torrents, the main guns of both the Invader class and Alicorn class were as gentle as a summer night breeze. That's precisely why a research team was needed to conduct celestial surveys. Otherwise, Li Bin would be the one losing his head. The Candle Dragon might be alright, but it's highly unlikely that the Universal Alliance would be unharmed. 6 hours later, with the celestial data basically mapped, Li Bin followed the advice and entered the physical universe through a one-way jump point drilled from the gravity well of a barren planet. Upon entering, everyone couldn't help but squint. Holy crap, this is dazzling. The fleet landed on the dark side of this massive, barren planet, surrounded by a torrent of high-energy particles and intense light strong enough to burn out sophisticated optical observation equipment. Chapter 956. High-energy reaction detected. Navigator Anna reported. Her husband, Jeffrey, was in charge in New Star City in place of Li Bin. Otherwise, he would definitely have said something like, "Where isn't there a high-energy reaction? The pulsar is practically hitting my face." Facing everyone's confused looks, Anna didn't waste any words, calmly marking the signal source on the celestial map of the Sky Battle System. As the optical observation post switched to low-precision mode, the distant relic ship, now just a bright spot, was submerged in the pulsar's energy torrent. My goodness, this was reflected back by the pulsar torrent? Qian Tao stared in disbelief. No! Li Bin, now connected via neural link, had more diverse methods for information analysis and acquisition. He instructed Celia to analyze the ship's currently displayed data. 2 hours later, he obtained the results. This is a phase mode ship. She actively activated phase mode, evading the pulsar's onslaught. However, other characteristics of this ship allow it to still flicker with bright light while submerged. The ship shimmered with an amethyst-like luster while submerged, simultaneously emanating a purple glow that continuously expanded outwards. Because its energy pattern was distinct from that of a pulsar, it could be detected. Phase mode. Especially at its core, a massive purple crystal lamp, dreamlike and ethereal. My goodness, this ship is still so dazzling even submerged. It's impossible to complete a stealth mission at all, Gao Yuanjian, who was on board, muttered. Wang Shiji pursed his lips and said, maybe the ship never intended to use phase mode stealth for an ambush from the beginning. It was just for avoiding damage. Gao Yuanjian raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Feels even more arrogant than the Acicorn class. That's why it's called the Governor's Ride, Wang Shiji said with a hint of jealousy. He felt that if the Acicorn class had been built according to the original blueprints, it might only need a year or two of rework before it could compete for the Governor's Ride. Unfortunately, those idiots were nerfed too severely by the Acicorn class. However, the good news is that once the Universal Union achieves unification and resumes its conquest of the galaxy, ships like the Acicorn class, which still have a lot of room for improvement, will inevitably be prioritized for breakthroughs. With him as the chief designer, restoring and surpassing it is only a matter of time. At that time, his beloved daughter might very well become the Governor's Ride. A day and a half later, the fleet emerged from the planet's dark side and headed straight for its target. The Wrath of Gods class ships surfaced into the physical universe immediately after the flood subsided. This action led Li Bin to suspect that there might still be living people controlling them. Therefore, as soon as the fleet approached, Li Bin took out the identification code given to him by Saint Lud and had Lan Yuan send a targeted communication request. This is the Universal Union, belonging to the Perseus Star region of the human realm, established after the Great Collapse. Created by Li Bin, the acting military commander of the Perseus Star region. This identity was issued on June 11, 216 star calendar, by the adjutant and acting governor of the Perseus Star region, the Omega Corps. I am Lan Yuan, commander of the Universal Union Special Task Force, Identification Code, DX-Z5, a member of the Lan family of the White Rose Star region, captain of the test ship of the second ship laboratory. As is well known, signal transmission and decoding take time. A few seconds later, Li Bin and Lan Yuan were incredibly grateful that they had sent the plaintext message so quickly. As the ship surfaced, it revealed a magnificent, gradient-colored sapphire armor composed entirely of high-quality xenonite, seemingly constructed from a single piece. Simultaneously, a halo of light and color, resembling fragments, appeared around the ship. The ship's AI, Celia, instantly issued a spatial signal anomaly alarm. Only then did Li Bin realize what those fragmented lights were. They were the marks of a God's Wrath class cannon firing, some bizarre energy weapon released by the God's Wrath class. Centered on the dreadnought, the spherical space surrounding the ship was pulled and shattered, the spatial fragments attracting the ship's central triangular hub, forming a vortex. Animation of the main cannon firing, almost simultaneously, anomalies began to appear in the space surrounding the Universal Alliance fleet. At this critical moment, the God's Wrath class received the signal. Its hull convulsed violently, enveloping the entire fleet. At an unusually great distance, deflecting a spatial attack beyond the range of all known weapons in the star system, this special weapon detonated at a distance of tens of SU from the fleet. Crystal-like spatial clusters grew wildly, twisting, shattering, and exploding. The main gun's target impact point. There was no sound, but everyone hallucinated roars and screams, inexplicably reminiscent of the dying whales of space being damaged and erupting. My goodness, is this the technology of the human realm? Gao Yuanjian, ignoring the nausea he felt from the impact, clutched his chest, slapping back his vomit, and questioned Wang Shiji. Wang Shiji, however, remained calm, a rift torpedo. While its range isn't this far, from launch to detonation, even its flight trajectory can tear through space. This thing was developed by the human realm in their early battles, with some kind of energy-using creature, learning how they used energy. Reality jammers directly distort the electrical systems of ships and space stations. If large enough, they can even alter planetary magnetic fields. Rift rays rapidly break through physical space, creating a series of small spatial rifts to absorb artillery fire, torpedoes, and lasers, thus completing air defense missions. Think about it carefully. Besides its long range, is the technology for manipulating space really that lacking in the human realm? Moreover, the application of time acceleration fields is already being produced in small quantities by the Apex Design Group in the Perseus region. Gao Yuanjian was speechless. Wang Shiji added insult to injury. The reason the alien class doesn't carry these weapons is purely because its main capabilities are concentrated on ultra-long endurance and deep space self-sufficiency. If that specially designed large nanoforge were still there, a protracted war lasting years would require the enemy to enter port for repairs, and the outcome would be uncertain. In short, the designers of our human realm are truly exceptional. They all possess extraordinary abilities. Your little Karami after the Great Collapse can only look on with envy. Verification passed, identity confirmed. Welcome, Commodore Lan Yuan, member of the Lan family, and test team of the experimental ship at the 2nd Ship Design Bureau. Self-defense mode is off. This ship has entered developer mode. The firepower module is offline. Ship status sent. Please arrange repairs immediately. Persis Military Acting Commander Lee Bin's identification code has been verified. Welcome, Acting Commander. This ship's integrity is 46.3%, severely damaged, and unable to enter combat sequence. A request for access to the Acting Governor's Omega Core has been sent. Access failed. Please assist in contacting the Acting Governor's Core to take over the Wrath of God class as soon as possible. This core is severely overloaded and unable to continue operating the Wrath of God class. Lan Yuan and Li Bin exchanged glances. ISA, looking at the two, tentatively asked, "Are the Alpha cores nurtured by the human realm really this? Well, so dull and rigid? They seem a bit like the naive miss we first met?" Lan Yuan shook her head. "I talked to the Alpha cores before the Great Collapse. They were all like geniuses. Cross-stellar data exchange allowed them to grow rapidly, but because of the human realm's control, they were all concentrated in their specialized fields. After the Great Collapse, Persis lost control, and they developed various personalities. This dull personality is actually normal. However," Lan Yuan crossed her arms, watching the approaching, breathtakingly beautiful God's Wrath-class ship, its wreckage even bound to her by some mysterious energy. "I truly never imagined that the 2nd Ship Laboratory, after my disappearance, would be upgraded into a design bureau and undertake such an amazing shipbuilding mission. I'm both gratified and heartbroken. Happy that my past efforts were valued by the leader, but also disappointed that I missed its birth." Li Bin laughed upon hearing this. "What are you saying? If you hadn't disappeared, would you still be able to drive this governor's car? You got a huge bargain." Lan Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. "That's true." Chapter 957. Vulcan had been prepared to force the door open. He brought his heavy machinery as a base, along with a complete set of archaeological tools purchased from the archaeological research team of the pre-Great Collapse era at Prism Freeport, ready to show off his skills to his boss. Then Li Bin told him to use the salvage platforms to retrieve the xenon crystal armor and numerous scattered components floating around the Wrath of God class ships. When the Wrath of God class dived, it used its xenon crystal armor and its unique design to bring all the detached structures down with it, and now they all come up again. Retrieve them quickly. With the scientists the company acquired in the secondary hibernation pod, repairing the xenon crystals shouldn't be too difficult. We can repair the ship's armor quickly. Vulcan could only listlessly lead a dozen or so repair platforms closer. Without a chance to make a grand display, even the most beautiful ship looked the same to him. The Wrath of God's class had already identified Lan Yuan, and Li Bin using their identification codes. Lan Yuan, Li Bin, and ISA piloted the shuttle to the vicinity of the spaceship's hatch and landed through the docking bay attached to the company's exterior. The docking bay's function wasn't just for passage, it also provided a safe, oxygen-rich space outside the hatch, shielded from space radiation, especially given the presence of pulsars in this star system. Only under these conditions could Lan Yuan remove her helmet visor under the Wrath of God's class's surveillance and bleed in front of him, proving that the gene truly originated from her own body. With the verification successful, the Wrath of God's class's internal automated security system went offline, and the cobalt blue xenon armored door, somewhat resembling a hyperspace portal, opened, revealing a clean and tidy passageway. The ship's passageways were no different from those of ordinary high-tech warships, and its interior decoration was far less impressive than its armored counterparts. "That's actually normal," Wang Shiji and Gao Yuanjin explained, using the first-person perspective of the engineering department's helmets. Even without being on the front lines, they could clearly see the structure. Versatility not only means lower construction costs by reducing technician training and production line optimization, but also facilitates maintenance, dismantling, and reconstruction during wartime. In fact, each generation of weapons in the human realm primarily uses a few variants, and often shares many weapon structures, even ammunition and electrical grid models, with the previous and next generations. The various weapons rampant in the Persis star system, besides the environmental closure caused by the Great Collapse giving some ancient weapons a chance to be reused, are largely due to over 200 years of practice, allowing different factions to develop different technological paths. Li Bin listened to the scientist's explanation, seeing Vulcan give him a thumbs up, indicating that there were no living people or signs of combat inside the ship. The weapon systems were indeed offline, and everything was safe. He walked along deep in thought. It makes sense. The Milky Way is vast. Even a single weapon or spaceship component might only circulate within a few or a dozen star systems. To cope with wars, rebellions, and military deployments across the galaxy, wouldn't transferring fleets and troops from the far north to the far south inevitably lead to weapon incompatibility issues? The logistics department would be cursing the mothers of all ship research institutes. These seemingly unremarkable high-tech designs actually embody the designer's ingenuity. So what if it's a governor's ship? Even a governor's ship needs repairs. The Wrath of God-class ships, even in the current Perseus star system, can find a considerable number of universal spare parts and replacement components. Maybe soon, the Wrath of God's class will be repaired and back on the battlefield, Li Bin joked with his wife. However, Li Bin quickly realized he was wrong, terribly wrong. The Wrath of God's class's bridge was wide, bright, and had fewer seats than any high-tech capital ship. This meant its automation level was quite high, perhaps explaining why it could dive, surface, and fire its main guns independently, without human piloting. Any manned ship, even with an alpha core replacing the captain, requires a full crew to get the ship moving. While this design meant manned ships had fewer warheads than unmanned ships, it also ensured that a manned ship couldn't be overthrown due to electronic warfare failure. In case of an accident, the first mate could immediately disconnect the AI core, returning the ship to human control. The Wrath of God's class was originally designed with an Omega core for its onboard AI control. Currently, no entity in the human realm possesses the capability to steal an Omega core. This was the message from Alpha Core, the ship's onboard AI. Celia, who was eavesdropping through her crew helmet, scoffed, as if she heard a joke. Li Bin quickly tried to calm the belligerent girl, thinking, "Don't let me just rescue St. Lud, and you punch him senseless. He's been tortured by the simulation engine for over 200 years. His brain isn't what it used to be. If you mess with this AI countermeasure experimental device, all my hard work will be wasted. You're awesome, you're the best. Don't bother with these juniors." Lan Yuan successfully activated the bridge after the test. In an instant, the originally pale blue bridge was filled with numerous red and yellow alarms. Various ship damage reports instantly flooded the sky battle system and various screens, a dizzying display. Even in this complex situation, Wang Shiji keenly noticed something. It was a blurry image, surrounded by shifting purple hues. The image vaguely resembled an industrial complex. Due to the unique spatial arrangement, it appeared somewhat distorted. Wait a minute. Let this AI core translate this. What exactly is this P-Space automated factory? Wang Shiji adjusted his glasses, his eyes filled with a mixture of melancholy, envy, regret, and disbelief. Lan Yuan glanced at Li Bin, who nodded helplessly. Lan Yuan muttered, "You asked this yourself," and then turned to the bridge to inquire. The P-Space automated factory was developed by the Solar System Hyperspace Research Institute before the Great Collapse. By submerging an entire orbital industrial facility into P-Space using special equipment, and leveraging the significant flow velocity of P-Space, it achieves a production speed of 3 to 9 times that of components and ships within the same physical universe time. This technology heavily relies on the high-precision coordinate positioning system built into the God's Wrath-class ships, which is open via internal space transmitting coordinates. Due to the limited energy of the God's Wrath-class ships, it can only open component channels up to the size of a destroyer. Warning! If the built-in high-precision coordinate positioning system is damaged, the P-Space automated factory will permanently lose its external connection. Why would a God's Wrath class have this technology? Why? Wang Shiji's face twisted instantly, even becoming repulsive. If the alien beast class had this technology when it was built, would my precious daughter have been dismantled from the forge and lined up for someone else? Gao Yuan chuckled beside him, saying sarcastically, "Oh dear, it seems even a peak-era alien beast's advantage in a prolonged battle has been neutralized." His response was Wang Shiji's utterly disrespectful pounce. Chapter 958. Lan Yuan, Li Bin, and Isa huddled around the command throne, their eyes glued to the ship's parameters and specifications. The Wrath of God's class was a completely experimental ship. Even before its destruction, it hadn't completed all its research and development. For example, the P-Space automated factory, originally intended to house a large, specialized nano-forging furnace like the Acicorn class, was planned to be implanted in the mature Perseus star system after its initial exploration, in order to expedite the process. Nevertheless, its data was terrifyingly impressive. First, its phasing capabilities. The Wrath of God's class's phasing technology was a significant advancement over the current phasing ships in Perseus. It had already completed the miniaturization of phasing coils. Through densely packed miniaturized phasing coils, the Wrath of God's class could still dive even after losing more than one-third of its phasing coils, thwarting the enemy's plan to precisely destroy the phasing coils for a dive. Furthermore, The Wrath of Gods class is equipped with a void radiation converter. By injecting radiation energy into an automated factory in P-space, which then assists in radiation dispersion tasks, the ship achieves an astonishing 25% increase in radiation capacity and a 15% increase in dispersion level. Its xenon crystal armor provides 15% higher armor resistance than other ships of similar size, along with 35% energy weapon damage reduction and a 15% reduction in other types of damage, including disabling weapons. Finally, Phase Dive is actually a tactical system of this ship. The Wrath of Gods itself possesses shields. Not the passive, hull-attached shields like those on the Alicorn class, but rather external shields like those on conventional ships, and frontal shields at a 360-degree angle, covering the entire ship, activating the shields. It can withstand damage head-on, and also dive to evade attacks. It's practically a scoundrel ship. That's the ship's inherent capabilities, but its weapon system is even more overpowered. The energy projectiles, named Starshine, can track and target enemies like missiles. Compared to missiles with physical bodies, these pure energy projectiles are faster and more agile. Starshine Energy Missile. Is this simulating hyperspace ghosts? This must be simulating hyperspace ghosts. This is clearly artificially created low-energy life. Following Wang Shiji, Gao Yuanjian also collapsed, human leader. Why aren't these technologies backed up in Persis? The ship's Alpha Core calmly replied. Before the collapse of the Stargate, the Perseus star system was not developed enough to support research on hyperspace life. Even the remnants of the hyperspace demons destroyed 4,000 years ago are not something the Perseus star system can study. Damn it! There really are living things in hyperspace. I'm so unwilling to accept this. Gao Yuanjian scratched his head, his heart breaking. At this moment, he felt an intense hatred for the Great Collapse. Li Bin ignored the old man's breakdown and continued browsing. The weapon systems were equally formidable. Besides the Starshine missiles, there was a large energy weapon called Holy Roar, with a range of 1500 SU, carried in pairs, boasting incredible range and astonishing power. Furthermore, there was a point defense energy weapon system called Stardust, identical to the Invader class. In point defense, they were self-guided laser cannons. In attack, they could kill enemies just like the Starshine. Next was a summoning system called Call for Divine Guardians. By opening the P-Space automated factory, the completed Divine Guardian unmanned warships could be summoned directly to the battlefield. This action could be released 5 times within 6 hours, summoning 5 destroyer-class Divine Guardian unmanned warships to the battlefield, equipped with Starshine and Stardust, equally formidable. As shown in the upper right corner, these continuously produced unmanned warships were precisely the original purpose of the automated factory in P-Space. Although Li Bin and the others immediately recognized that the factory's primary function was to produce components for lost relics for the company. Unlike other automated factories in the Perseus star system, because this factory only serves warships, it doesn't consume star coins at all. It only requires materials and modifications to production instructions to produce continuously. While Wang Shiji was heartbroken, he didn't forget to explain to Li Bin, there's a reason for setting up an entire orbital industrial facility. The flow velocity in P-Space significantly exceeds that of the physical universe. If this factory can't self-repair itself due to its large enough size, sending an engineering team in would be tantamount to murder. Therefore, we can only expand the industrial scale, making it large enough to construct a closed space in P-Space, autonomously producing intelligent robots to replace human labor for self-repair. Li Bin nodded, raptly smiling, thinking it brilliant. So, it can indeed produce facilities other than components for the Divine Guardian ship, right? Wang Shiji nodded reluctantly. As long as it's not larger than a destroyer, it can. Brilliant. Li Bin and ISA smiled and continued reading. But when they saw the main cannon section, they were completely stunned. Main cannon judgment, Wang Shiji had initially thought it was a space destruction weapon, but it wasn't as overpowered as he imagined. To be precise, it was related, but not as pure as he had imagined. Judgment's full name is Singularity Collapse Stellar Flare Bombardment Device. The effect is that the entire God's Wrath class ship, with its central triangular core and xenon armor, is fully activated, causing all non-core parts of the ship to crystallize, revealing complete and enormous xenon crystals from inside the hull. The immense energy was even powerful enough to influence the cosmic changes around the spaceship, synchronous crystallization, fragmentation. The fragmentation of the spaceship's space not only prevented it from being attacked and destroyed while the main cannon was engaged, but also protected certain critical facilities and crew members from the effects of synchronous crystallization. Finally, within the locked spherical space, A short-lived gravitational singularity would be created, dragging and attracting nearby ships and all matter, slowing down the enemy ship's escape. The dragged-down offensive-class and Legion-class ships. After a brief period of preparation, the center of the gravitational singularity would collapse, forming a wormhole, projecting the enormous energy accumulated by the entire Wrath of God's class through the wormhole, achieving a destructive force comparable to a stellar flare. Flare bombardment. The entire process showed few traces of physical technology, only a divine miracle, like the Wrath of the Gods, was visible. Therefore, this spaceship was named the Wrath of God's class. Gao Yuanjian was already kneeling on the ground, sobbing and muttering incomprehensible phrases, like I wish I had been born 100 years earlier and damn it, God, you can't do this to me. Facing Isha's inquisitive gaze, Wang Shiji sighed, perhaps from the Invader class to the Alicorn class, and now to the Wrath of God class. The little guy realized that he had spent his entire life just repeating the same cycle, and felt despair. Just as everyone was in shock, Li Bin clapped his hands sharply, waking everyone up. Don't just stand there. All Bull-class ships, come here. Tow the ship away. Tow the ship away. This is a pulsar system. The stellar flood will arrive in a few hours. Tow the ship to the vicinity of the planet first, then we use a horizontal jump. No matter how valuable the treasure is, it's not truly secured until we're in port. Chapter 959. The towing of the God's Wrath class was a close call. To expedite the Dreadnought's departure, the All-Union fleet abandoned its exploration of the pulsar system. Instead, they mobilized the entire fleet to tow the Dreadnought to a metal-bombed planet, then constructed a massive horizontal jump on the spot. All of this was to create a sufficiently large temporary jump point for the God's Wrath class to safely pass through. The God's Wrath class was severely damaged. Due to its unparalleled technology in the star system, the research team hopes to conduct proper research and repairs at the shipyard, rather than using fleet repair ships for temporary repairs. After all, without the battle mothership, repairs on salvage platforms would be hasty, Wang Shiji explained. The horizontal jump range set by the simulator requires 500 canisters of antimatter fuel, and may even affect the planet's orbit, but it's worth it. Li Bin was unconcerned. Lifeless planets are as numerous as hairs on a cow in the Milky Way, let alone a planet in a pulsar system with extremely high development costs. A change in orbit is hardly a concern. Even if it crashes into a pulsar and destroys it, or falls into hyperspace, Li Bin doesn't care. Ever since learning about the existence of hyperspace demons in hyperspace, Li Bin no longer worries about the need to be cautious when entering and exiting hyperspace, or about the possibility of matter from the physical universe falling in and causing accidents that could lead to the birth of real life in hyperspace. It can only be said that humanity has gone too far, and Perseus is too rural like a tribal group in sub-Saharan Africa, joking and laughing after a hunt, saying to each other, hey, do you think there's a man-made object in the world that we just need to tell it what we want, and it can get it for us, like making zebra soup, boiling water for us, or feeding our dogs? Other tribespeople would say, go to hell, Obio. You're so lazy. With that kind of mentality, how can you expect the girl next door to fall for you? Meanwhile, in a small, fifth-tier city in Dongda, a young, introverted man had just connected his entire house to smart devices. He could control the curtains, air conditioner, kettle, water heater, and robot vacuum cleaner via Wi-Fi simply by saying Xiao X. The limits of the Perseus scientist's imagination were merely things that were completely ignored by the central authority of mankind. After more than 10 days, Li Bin finally brought back the God's Wrath-class ship. Its appearance briefly attracted the attention of the agents from the giant corporations lingering there. Looking at the obviously magnificent and dazzling dreadnought, they were annoyed that their intelligence network hadn't intercepted relevant information from the salvage team beforehand. In fact, there was no way to intercept it, but at the same time, they felt a little relieved. Li Bin's withdrawal from the front lines was a major event, and now he's brought back a dreadnought, clearly no ordinary vessel, possessing some advanced technology, much like the dismantled Divine Messenger-class ship. However, that ship had numerous visible cracks and damage, and required several Bull-class ships to tow it for flight. It was immediately identified as a purely propulsion-based warship with a repair timeline far off, hardly warranting any concern or vigilance. Furthermore, this ship's technology clearly differed from local designs, requiring a lengthy reverse engineering process. Even if they wanted to repair it and put it into service as the second dreadnought of the Universal Alliance on the surface, it wouldn't be a matter of a day or two. They were unaware of the three forges. In comparison, the Hell Legion, supported by the Afterglow and possessing dreadnoughts and a systematic Hella warship fleet, was the real enemy. Compared to a strange dreadnought, the systematic Hela technology was far more attractive to the giant corporations. Furthermore, the Universal Alliance was currently the vanguard of humanity's resistance, enjoying immense public support. Even if the giant corporations were desperate to take action, they would have to consider the will of their own people. If anyone reacted most strongly to the return of the wrath of God, it would undoubtedly be Hua. After detecting anomalies in the data within the Universal Alliance's sphere of influence, Saint Lud immediately contacted Hua, instructing him to contact Li Bin. Upon learning that the wrath of God had indeed been retrieved, Hua was so excited he couldn't sit still. Firstly, he was genuinely excited. Secondly, Saint Lud had been incessantly urging Hua to push Li Bin to retrieve him. Li Bin's attitude was ambiguous, his replies consistently being, "I'm working on it, but it takes time." Miss N is right, humanity must rely on itself, at least outwardly, to defeat the out-of-control AI. This was Saint Lud's predicament. He desperately wanted to leave the Stargate and enter the physical universe to unleash his full power. But his mission and loyalty led him to issue the order for humanity to save itself. He used a simulation engine to model the changes in the Perseus star system, seemingly like a god. However, the simulation engine's computational demands, enough to melt the Alpha core, repeatedly tormented him. Had he not been an Omega core, he would likely have melted 180 times over. This was also why he chose to suppress Li Bin's core. He didn't want to endure it any longer. This urging was merely a brief excitement after seeing the physical body. With Li Bin's reply, the Saint Lud core quickly regained its composure and praised Li Bin's caution. At the governor's mansion on Eden Star, Isa lay on the large bed, feeling the planetary gravity pull her deeper and deeper into the soft mattress. At the same time, the antique massage arms inside the bed began massaging her limbs and back. She hummed and asked, "This harvest was so rich. There's even a P-Space automated factory. The key is that it doesn't consume star coins." The losses of the God's Wrath class were all on the spaceship itself, having no impact on the automated factory. In other words, we can issue orders at any time to put the P-Space automated factory at full capacity, producing all components below the size of a destroyer. The company's production capacity growth rate can't be hidden. Even with a major enemy outside, the combined capacity of 3 forging furnaces and the ultra-fast flow rate of P-Space means that even though we're a newly established giant, our production capacity can rival 2 or 3 third-rate companies. Li Bin stroked his chin. "Didn't I make a special trip back? Then let's spread the word that I not only salvaged a dreadnought, but also found a damaged nano-forging furnace in the cargo hold. Let's play the production capacity card, and then start implementing the Bowhead Whale production plan." Isa ran her fingers through her hair, too. The news of the nano-forging furnace will put the Universal Alliance in the spotlight. While the Overlord Suddanon might not attack us directly, some villains might harbor plundering intentions. Li Bin smiled slightly. The main and secondary cannons of the God's Wrath class have a range covering half of the Eden system. Although the power system is damaged, and the Alpha core needs to be overloaded to start it, I can send crew members to alleviate the core pressure. At the same time, we use the super splitter valve to recharge it. I plan to use the God's Wrath class directly as a systemic defense cannon, like the Star Hunter cannon. Patrols will report enemy positions, and the God's Wrath will snipe them. The Whitestone fleet will clean up. In this way, the Eden system will be safe. Chapter 960. Li Bin wasn't even in a hurry to repair the God's Wrath class. After Lan Yuan successfully swiped her card to put the God's Wrath class into developer mode, all background programs and data were essentially open to the Universal Alliance. How could such a super dreadnought be repaired so easily? Are you kidding me? We definitely need to master the technology first, learning as we go, and then do a major overhaul once we're proficient. Currently, Wang Shiji is leading a team, utilizing the data obtained from the secondary hibernation pod and the team brought out by the secondary hibernation pod, to focus all their efforts on mastering the Xenon crystal armor repair technology. They repair the ship's outer armor first. The integrity of the Xenon crystal armor not only determines the ship's defensive capabilities, but also affects the power of the main cannon judgment. After all, when the main cannon is activated, it releases all the Xenon crystals on the ship. The more intact the Xenon crystals are before release, the larger the range of judgments release. Wang Shiji, as usual, adjusted his glasses, looking excitedly like he was seeing a Wei blush. Gao Yuanjian, with a red ribbon tied around his head, ignored his lover Yan Chang's resentful gaze, and shouted in front of Zhong Zi and Xiao Wuyan, "From today onwards, I will abstain from lust." As if he were about to burn his old bones to decipher the technology of the human race. Wang Shiji glanced at Gao Yuanjian and continued, according to the CO's requirements, the propulsion system of the God's Wrath-class ships will not undergo maintenance, ensuring that the God's Wrath-class ships can only exist in the Eden system regardless of the circumstances. Li Shu listened with her arms crossed, then raised her hand. What if the enemy launches a surprise attack on Tonfa and Granada? Our remaining fleet only has 2 capital ships captured by the Relief Association, and a modified Atlas II Malawang Quach's missile capital ship. I already announced that the company has acquired the second damaged nanoforge. The Brighton Alliance has agreed to support 4 Atlas BRVs, the most capable ships in their fleet that have undergone autonomous modifications, Li Bin said. Meanwhile, to ensure civilian and industrial production capacity, Demon Aeronautics will dispatch 3 Vortex-class escorts each time they travel to the Tonfa system to pick up supplies, and they will stay in Tonfa for 1 to 2 weeks. Li Bin then spread his hands. I've done everything I can. The nanoforges are all in the Eden system. Whatever the enemy does to these 2 systems, their core objective is to target the Eden system. As the most important central power, I must make choices. But don't worry, the Universal Alliance possesses planetary shield technology. The planetary shield has already been completed in Iron Forge, and the next targets are Tonfa and Granada. With components salvaged from the massive ruins, the progress on both sides is rapid, especially in Granada. Granada, with its mobile city-state, can transport components very quickly. Li Shu, having understood, had no further objections. She was no longer the naive and kind-hearted low-level worker she once was. Years of experience as governor had matured her. After settling things here, Li Bin began inspecting the space station shipyards on Eden and Iron Forge. 2 Level 2 space stations hovered in the sky, the towering shipyards densely packed together, even undergoing numerous expansions to meet ever-increasing demands. During wartime, these expanded shipyard structures could be forcibly detached to ensure they wouldn't become landing points for the space stations. 4 Bowhead Whale-class hulls were nearing completion at the Eden Space Station, while 6 Zonzi-class hulls were undergoing final sealing in Iron Forge. Meanwhile, under the continuous flow of the nano-forging furnace, new hull components were being constructed systematically. The Relic component production line, originally located in the perfect nano-forging furnace factory underground in Iron Forge, had been suspended. The production of Relic components was handed over to the newly arrived God's Wrath P-Space automated factory. In addition to the factory, a large number of seasoned elite technical workers and engineers were also liberated. They owned properties in both Iron Forge and Eden. Some senior personnel and technical innovators even owned estates and mansions in the Knightley family's territories for vacations. Millions, even tens of millions of people, couldn't fill a single planet. Eden still had vast lands and oceans available for new Knightley families and immigrants. A senior civil official, wiping sweat, followed Li Bin as they strolled through the low-gravity space station's production workshop. The towering gantry cranes, hundreds of meters high, were ancient designs, somewhat outdated compared to advanced gravity beam traction components. However, their production, maintenance, and replacement costs were lower, as were the costs of training workers to use them. The immigrants could immediately take up the manpower. Heavy machinery moved forward and backward, while massive electric arc welding machines, controlled by technicians, floated within the shipyard, welding components. Mechanical arms, tens of meters in diameter, moved with the engineer's hand cranks, grabbing components transported by trains that slammed down to the sides, and assembling them seamlessly. The Bowhead Whale's hull uses mortise and tenon joints in some areas, with the surface glued together. As the skeleton, the hull also needs some room to deform, to withstand impacts, collisions, and explosions during wartime. A senior civil servant explained to Li Bin, who gazed at the bustling workshop staffed by hundreds of skilled workers. These people were merely a microcosm of Universal United Industries. From gantry cranes to heavy machinery, behind each facility lay the combined efforts of dozens of workers and the company's industrial equipment. Add to that transportation, damage control, safety, logistics, security, refining, mining. Each ship lying here required the collaborative efforts of thousands of industries, and this was even more because many components came from rubble, were excavated, tested, and then transported directly, and because research teams worked tirelessly to minimize production difficulties. Once they entered the packaging and arming stages, thousands more industries would be needed to coordinate. Seeing Li Bin looking over, the civil official immediately understood and said, currently, the Brighton Alliance, the Overlord, the Interstellar Empire, and the Church of Lud have all started construction on the Bowhead Whale-class ships. The Interstellar Empire's production capacity for Bowhead Whale-class general-purpose components comes from the Forge in Prism Freeport, which our company has leased. To date, the 4 parties have started construction on a total of 30 ships, with the last one expected to be launched by the end of this year, belonging to the Church of Lud. While the Church of Lud's industrial scale is advanced, its overall technological level lags behind due to religious reasons. However, I heard that the Pope intends to unseal some of the ships that have been marked as prohibited. The factory technology for the label might be turned around soon. 5 of the Bowhead Whale-class ships will be delivered to our company as payment for the purchase of artifact components. In this way, by the end of the year, Universal Union will have 9 Bowhead Whale-class hulls, plus 1 prototype Bowhead Whale-class, and 1 Universal Union class. The production capacity in the second half of the year can be used to build Universal Union class upgrade components, resulting in a total of 11 Universal Union class ships that would directly elevate the entire fleet of capital ships to the scale of a megacorporation. Amazing! Furthermore, the senior civil servant listened to the words in the implant, then wiped his sweat. These 4 companies, including Kelja Technology, Risk Mining, and Safe Mining, are all very interested in the Zonzi class and hope to obtain production licenses. Rejected? Li Bin said without hesitation. Are you kidding me? Even if I gave you the Bowhead Whale class, I still have the Universal Union class upgrade plan. If I release the Zonzi class blueprint, wouldn't everyone soon have a combined civilian capital ship and a weaponization plan? A cargo hold crammed full of missiles. The development cost itself isn't high. That versatile hull is the real secret. If the Universal Union really gave it to us, how would we fight a post-war unification war? A sky full of Bowhead whales plus Zonzi bombarding each other? Wouldn't that be like teaching the apprentice while the master starves? Only one power in the Perseus constellation can possess both cutting-edge combat power and an armored torrent. That's the Universal Union. Chapter 961. The Supreme Strategists gathered at the military base on 7K Star, situated on an ancient plateau in the center of the continental shelf. The plateau, smoothed by wind and rain over hundreds of millions of years of geological stabilization, resembled the flatness of the African plateau. The military base was located on a low hill on the plateau, offering a view of the vast, automated nano-factories stretching across the plateau below. As one of the first planets colonized by the human realm in the Perseus constellation, 7K Star possessed a massive, basic automated factory, boasting complete industrial capacity capable of large-scale production without relying on nano-forging furnaces. Thick plumes of smoke billowed from the industrial area into the harsh atmosphere of the desert planet, carrying the industrial power of burning gold and iron. Li Bin, I knew you were rushing home. You got some good stuff again. The Supreme Overlord put down his terminal, gazing into the distance, and shaking his head with a wry smile. The Supreme Advisor hesitated, then tentatively whispered, how about we try to get Li Bin to hand over this forge under the guise of integrating the Human Alliance's production capacity, and place it in Prism Freeport? He immediately added, how about giving the Universal Union a larger share of the forge's production capacity? The others suddenly took a step back, looking at him, as if he'd been completely blinded by greed. The advisor knew he said something inappropriate, but someone had to say something inappropriate. Only then could the Supreme Overlord's foresight be demonstrated. Sure enough, Baikal, facing the floor-to-ceiling window with his back to the others, raised his hand. No need. It's best if the forge is in our hands, but it's not bad if it's in Li Bin's hands either. It's better than letting Tachyon Technology steal it away, or letting that old dog, Sinar Power, take it. The Universal Union has already expanded the production quota for Bowhead Whale-class relic components, and the export volume is also increasing. At the same time, it has guaranteed the production of demonic avionics, the Interstellar Empire's Marine Corps, heavy weapons, and heavy machinery, allowing them to exchange them for alloys and rare metals. In short, the extra production capacity was ultimately used to resist the runaway AI and the Hell Legion. That Wrath of God-class battleship is quite interesting. I heard it was entirely made of crystals from some other star system, but it's too badly damaged. The Universal Alliance's production capacity isn't even considering repairs. It's just sitting in the sealed-off naval port. Phew. Thankfully it didn't fall into the hands of the Overlords and the Hell Legion, otherwise we would have been in real danger. Zilith pulled up his suit collar, exhaling a warm breath, and looked at Chu Xiangrui with lingering fear. Chu Xiangrui nodded with a mixture of regret and relief. The Universal Alliance's foundation is shallow. Even with 2 damaged nanoforges, they can't catch up to our centuries-old foundation. If the Overlord gets their hands on it, once the star field is pacified, I'm afraid no one will be able to stop them. Zilifu added, the Universal Alliance's recently developed Zonzi class and Bowhead Whale class are very well suited to the current war situation. Our special agents specifically reviewed the data and found that both projects began development shortly after the company's founding, underwent multiple revisions, and still used many relic components and common components. Not really. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision made after the outbreak of war, coupled with Li Bin taking Gao Yuanjian and the Gao family, as well as many engineers from the Li mine, away. Intelligence analysis suggests that these two designs were likely improvements made by Huan Yu United, who unearthed blueprint fragments from some ruins, utilizing the technological foundation of the Li mine and the Gao family. Chu Xiangrui immediately became interested. Oh, I remember Gao Yuanjian participated in the optimization of the exemplary construction, right? But he hasn't published any results for many years. At his age, and scientific research is extremely mentally taxing, can he really keep up without undergoing a body transplant to maintain his mental clarity? Zilla shook his head. Heaven knows how many blueprint fragments the Universal Alliance unearthed from the ruins. They have several good ships already. I suspect Gao Yuanjian led the team, converting his years of accumulated technology into practical results, comparing and modifying the most suitable fragments. Look at that hull, clearly low-tech manufacturing, not Gao Yuanjian style. However, with Li Bin's public disclosure, they no longer have a technological advantage in the development of the Bowhead Whale class. Even with dual forges, once the Bowhead Whale class becomes widespread, and even after improved versions are released, it will be difficult for them to win against everyone based solely on production capacity. I think the chaos will continue for hundreds of years after the Starfield War. At this point, Zilith looked regretful, thinking, this kid has luck and ability, but he's gone too far. He even dared to release blueprints, so selfless in his pursuit of saving humanity, which is tantamount to giving up expansion. He placed the top-secret data disk containing Universal Alliance intelligence at the bottom, showing no desire to discuss the Wrath of God class. The second actuator's agents had also reported on this strange ship, but with just one glance, Chu Xiangrui concluded that even for the second actuator, let alone the Universal Union, mastering the technology would take many years just to repair it. Unless this spaceship has its own AI core, recognizes those old-timers from the human realm era within the Universal Union, and happens to possess the repair manual and related components, the manufacturing process, and the Universal Union also has an advanced shipbuilding R&D team from the human realm era, otherwise, it's all out of the question. Chu Xiangrui chuckled as he said this. If they really had a R&D team from the human realm era, how could they possibly design the Bowhead Whale class and the Zongzi class, things filled with makeshift solutions and compromises? He recalled the old zombies dormant in the Perseus star system that the Tachyon salvage team had awakened. During their research, they didn't treat resources like star currency, spending them lavishly and displaying an extravagant, worldly lifestyle, making it utterly impossible. But what he didn't know was that Wang Shiji and his team had already completed their most extravagant design before their dormancy, and had also invested enormous effort and resources in finding the Asunicorn-class monsters, their edges long since smoothed out by society. Forget about it. Let's focus on the recovery of Wolf Spirit Star's production. After the limited raid by the Universal Alliance, we seized the opportunity to completely control this planet. Now, Wolf Spirit Star is the new administrative center of the second Velocity planet, said Zilith, puffing on a cigar. Thanks to the transfer of production capacity and the legacy of the Perseus Alliance, Wolf Spirit Star's production capacity is now 112% of what it was before the raid. After overthrowing Sun Ihao, the board of directors relocated. Firstly, the Chu and Bree families could better control the board on Wolf Spirit Star, and secondly, compared to Hybersil, where remnants still operated in the shadows, Wolf Spirit Star, having been cleansed, was safer. The higher the position, the more careful one must be about security. Chu Xiangrui was overjoyed. So fast. So high. Before, it was administrative orders that kept it in check. That old Sun Ihao wasn't at ease, otherwise, it should have been higher long ago, Zilith said, exhaling smoke. Zlev added, thanks to the agreement we reached with the Universal Alliance and Magius, we preserved our core production facilities, otherwise, the outcome would have been very uncertain. Orbital bombardment alone would have been enough to cause us serious trouble. While Chu Xiangrui was reviewing the report, Zlev sealed off the canyon cave and cut off the internet, then took out new data. When Chu Xiangrui looked up in confusion, he saw Zlev looking at him seriously and solemnly. The Intelligence Department and the Joint Research Institute have issued a report. Based on the current war situation in the Starfield's afterglow, they suspect that afterglow may have split internally. Currently, the eastern and northern parts of the Starfield are relatively peaceful, with few afterglow invasions. However, the western and southern parts are engulfed in war. The Taylor system in the west is already in fierce fighting, and Risk Mining has also suffered a double blow from the Hell Legion and Afterglow. One system has already fallen. Chapter 962. The Kamikaze System. This is a system located in the southwesternmost part of the Risk mining region. The system consists of a neutron pulsar and 3 planets pushed to the edge of the system by powerful electromagnetic pulses. None of the 3 planets are inhabited. Only space stations located on the dark side of the planets, relying on them to avoid the electromagnetic pulses, have created a narrow living space for humanity in this dangerous physical universe. A space station named Fujiwara no Saki, belonging to Risk Mining. A pirate space station named Misty Bay, and a pirate space station named Port Rascal. The Kamikaze system wasn't originally called this. It was initially established by a group of rebellious, extreme libertarians, who sought a secluded paradise in the underdeveloped Perseus region, a region constantly battered by neutron stars. And here they built their first colony, Misty Bay. The locals painstakingly built the space station, continuously absorbing immigrants, attempting to resolve all disputes through a referendum. The flaws in this system allowed these refugees to establish a strict, no-exit entry system based on the AI core. Until Futsuki Nagao arrived and transformed the venture mining company into a behemoth. Then, the company's resource exploration team discovered a gas giant in the Kamikaze system. Scientists were astonished to find that this gas giant's density was so high that it almost became a dwarf brown star, and it even withstood the onslaught of a neutron star. Furthermore, through sampling and analysis, they discovered that the gas giant's atmosphere was remarkably similar to the raw materials used for interstellar spacecraft fuel. Scientists immediately reported the situation. The fledgling mining company, too lazy to analyze whether the planet was a product of human experimentation or naturally formed, displayed a lax management style, much like their ships, devoid of any scruples. The company immediately began discussing extraction plans. Initially, they planned to build a gas extraction station, using complex methods to transport building materials to the physical universe via a horizontal jump, and then painstakingly extract them. However, the scientists stationed there soon discovered that whenever a neutron star's electromagnetic pulse swept across a gas giant planet, that is, when the planet was bombarded by neutron star radiation, fuel could be obtained relatively easily by capturing particles. The plan was changed, and under the strong advocacy of the project leader at the time, Fujiwara no Saki, a space station was forcibly built there. The original name of the space station is lost to history. In any case, all those assigned to immigrate there called it Fujiwara no Saki, the Fool of Fujiwara no Saki, and a unique culture emerged on the space station. The name Fujiwara no Saki became the most vile and obscene insult. However, with the economic benefits of the space station, particularly the convenient gas extraction method from the gas giant planet, Wind Mining's control over the Fujiwara no Saki space station stabilized, making it a vassal state of Wind Mining. As long as fuel was delivered on time and in the required quantity, Wind Mining turned a blind eye. After all, the Wind Mining Fujiwara family had long been the hereditary ruling family in the area. But the use of this name did not disappear. Instead, it spread rapidly with Wind Mining's oppression, humiliation, and infiltration of Misty Bay. Originally just a refuge for free spirits, Misty Bay had to transform into a resistance base to resist Wind Mining, and inevitably, due to resource shortages caused by the mismatch between its original design and the current situation, it quickly degenerated into a pirate base. As the Great Collapse brought a surge of refugees, adventurers, and veterans from the core sector, the area became increasingly chaotic. Until a pirate duchess unified the pirates of Misty Bay and established an outpost on the dark side of the last planet, naming it Naughty Harbor. Initially, Naughty Harbor served as a springboard for the Duchess's attacks on Wind Mine. A permanent jump point was located nearby, allowing the Duchess to lead her pirate fleet, traversing the gaps in the electromagnetic pulses between the 2 planets' dark sides, slowly accumulating power before unleashing a devastating attack on Wind Mine. However, as Wind Mine's power expanded and the Duchess died, Naughty Harbor eventually broke free of control, growing into an uncontrolled and independent space station. To this day, the leadership of both pirate bases has forged intricate connections with Risk Mining. They often lead raids on Wind Mine at the beginning of their reigns, only to defect to Wind Mine towards the end, a cycle that repeats itself endlessly. On February 26, Star Calendar 219, this cycle was broken. A massive fleet of Twilight appeared from the temporary jump point. Twilight cruisers, relying on their multi-layered armor plating, appeared first, sacrificing themselves to absorb damage. Even their wrecked remains floated and blocked the frontal artillery of the Trouble Harbor space station. This iron-hearted destroyer fleet launched a massive invasion of Risk Mining. A Twilight dreadnought, which had not even appeared during the first AI war, and was originally locked away in the first reserve arsenal, but was reluctantly handed over by Tachyon Technology, Solar System, due to the human realm's prohibition, appeared on the battlefield. A Dawn-class unmanned dreadnought carrier, 3.5 kilometers long and 15 kilometers wide, equipped with 12 flight decks/small spaceports large enough to accommodate destroyers, appeared on the battlefield. The reason this ship was blockaded is simple. Her AI core isn't pure. It's a product of the ship's designer being framed and having their memories imprinted into the AI core. This is a secondary setting by the client. Her appearance was undoubtedly a huge blow to the weak Naughty Harbor. Although the dreadnoughts were still restarting, their unmanned bombers and fighters, stumbling and falling, awoke and joined the battle within minutes. Using the cover created by the wreckage of the previous Twilight battleships, they bought time and poured out in overwhelming numbers. The Dawn-class's massive open flight deck, an extension of the outdated Great Eagle-class hull, made it possible for fighters to awaken and engage in combat before the ships. Under the cover of a carrier-based aircraft strike group with numerical and technological advantages, more and more Twilight battleships joined the battle, until the 3 binary Vision unmanned battleships successfully restarted, and their carrier-based aircraft, taking off from their embedded flight decks, joined the strike group. Cooperating with the Twilight destroyers, the cruisers completely silenced Naughty Harbor. Immediately afterwards, several Hell Legion transport ships, their identification codes erased and disguised as stowaways, departed from the jump point and docked at the port after restarting. From these ships poured brainwashed Hell Legion slave laborers and slave engineers, half hidden in implants, who fanatically took over the spaceport and began repairing the Afterglow warships. Without the Afterglow mothership, the Afterglow fleet would normally be unable to acquire maintenance capabilities, but the Hell Legion's humans, operating various port facilities and working recklessly, constructing brainwashing centers to indoctrinate prisoners of war, and exploiting their brains and lives to instill skills, effectively compensated for this deficiency. Chapter 963. News of the attack on Trouble Harbor by the Afterglow quickly spread to nearby Misty Bay and Fujiwara no Saki Space Station. Almost simultaneously with the fall of Trouble Harbor, the Nagao family and Gu Zhongyu, who was holding an endless meeting at the Wind Mine headquarters, also received the news. This was premeditated. Wu Yue pounded on an organic table made from the impurities squeezed from the waste of red water refineries. With his movement, the table emitted a faint, invigorating fragrance. Slightly addictive, stimulating, similar to cigarettes. Compared to directly consuming red water, as long as the entire room isn't covered in red water waste organic matter, it won't lead to severe addiction. Gu Zhongyu rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. This Wu Yue, who had seized power after the Longtail family fled, except for Zwijing Kingdom, and was crowned war general, was so irrational. Of course, it was premeditated. Wasn't this something we discussed? He looked at him, puzzled. From the fact that Yu Hui didn't attack halfway, cutting off the immigrant fleet when it was at its weakest, but waited until they had completely withdrawn before making a move, we had prepared a contingency plan from the moment we recruited the various pirate kings and ambitious individuals. This is so obvious. Don't waste time. To tie down the remaining main force of the Wind Mine, the Hell Legion has launched a feint attack on the Cactus and Dunlon Sand star systems, forcing the main forces of the Left Path Kingdom and the Longtail family to stay away. The fall of the Divine Wind star system is inevitable. I know. But, ugh. When it really happens, I can't accept it. Wu Yue cried out, her eyes filled with tears, like a gambler who has gambled away all his savings, her face full of helplessness and loss. The losses these traitors have caused to the company are greater than those of the Hell Legion and the Afterglow combined. He gritted his teeth. The Fujiwara family, I settle this score with them sooner or later. Co. Muyu Nagao rubbed his temples. What's the situation over there now? We can't know. Because of the indiscriminate sweep of neutron stars leading to a lack of stable points, an emergency relay communicator was specifically installed on the Fujiwarazaki no-go space station when it was built. The secretary reported nervously, and in a low voice. Although we can use the space station's overload for emergency external communication, the number of times is limited, and we also experience periodic communication disruptions due to radio pulse interference. Muyu groaned in pain. In other words, the Twilight Fleet has specifically targeted the kamikaze system's poor external communication, coming here to prey on the weak. Evacuate. Evacuate. In Misty Bay, pirates fought for evacuation routes in the port and on the deck, even drawing their swords against each other. However, the pirates closest to the port, the most astute, discovered with despair that because of the radio pulse, when evacuation space opened up, it also meant that the Twilight Fleet, trailing the limits of the radio pulse, had arrived. Only pirates, who had been lingering around the space station since receiving the message, had a chance to use the previous window of opportunity to reach Fujiwara Nosaki's space station. Question: could a backward pirate base, the size of an interstellar fortress but haphazardly expanded and with actual combat power less than level 2, withstand a bombing squadron composed of a single Twilight dreadnought, 6 Twilight battleship-class carriers, 2 Horizons-class, and a large number of Twilight cruiser carriers? Answer: you dare to think that? You're a hero. You think Twilight is an idiot? Hundreds of carrier-based aircraft took off, wave after wave. Soon, the pale purple light flashing from the sensor-guided air-to-ground mines carried by the Flash unmanned bombers overshadowed the stars exposed to the space station's view during the brief window of opportunity. The aerial mines, brighter than the stars themselves, swiftly filled the main field of view of all the optical observation posts, exploding into fiery lotuses on the shields. After dropping their ammunition, the Flash bombers returned, and immediately a second and third wave of attacks followed. By the time the electromagnetic pulses swept across the area for the third time, the space station had fallen. The Fujiwara Saki no Goku space station was no longer under the command of the Fujiwara family. That family had long since evacuated to establish safe mining. While they could be a powerful family at wind mining, at safe mining, they could only laboriously cultivate planets. There was no other way. There were too many wolves and not enough meat. But precisely because of this, the entire space station, besides the already level 3 interstellar fortress itself, only had 3 Abandoner-class battleships. These armed merchant ships, and even those cobbled together from scrap, couldn't add much combat power to the space station, especially when the enemy was at the end of its twilight. The new supervisor was a surviving member of a local family who had survived the adventure. They had hoped this expedition would provide an opportunity for family expansion, but clearly, they had miscalculated. What do we do? The new supervisor, and also the family patriarch, Matsushita AI, sat beneath the family crest, her face etched with worry, just as her name suggested, looking at the various managing families of the space station. The factions that wanted to evacuate and those who wanted to hold out were evenly matched, creating a cacophony of conflict. The communication blackout prevented them from maintaining constant contact with headquarters for instructions. Due to the radio pulse, intelligence gathering and transmission were always a step behind. The last time they received intelligence about Misty Bay was the exhilarating news: we held out. The enemy is retreating. This intelligence garnered some support for the holdout faction, but Matsushita AI suspected it might just be a trick by Yuhui. He asked the space station's AI core if a plan was feasible, if Yuhui feigned a retreat, allowing Misty Bay to transmit false intelligence, then launched a counterattack after the radio pulse interrupted the intelligence, resuming communication and sending false intelligence to deceive him, then returning after the fleet had rested. Would this plan work? The AI core's answer was 99%. Half an hour of arguing and helplessness left Matsushita AI devoid of any desire to communicate. He forcefully passed his decision, ordering his family, along with the space station's elite engineers and scientists, to take the AI core with them. This is likely deceptive false intelligence. You board the Abandoner-class ships, and use the horizontal jump to leave first. Retreat to headquarters. Matsushita AI resolutely declared, take the core members of each family, the Marine Corps' wills, and the recipients of the compensation. Faced with a torrent of insults, traitor, coward, he remained unmoved. Command is in my hands, not yours. Execute orders? Only he knew that even if this barely survived, the company would likely have to strategically abandon the station. The pulsar delayed reinforcements and maneuvering. Moreover, Trouble Harbor had already fallen. If the current wave in the Divine Wind system didn't collapse, the next wave would be crushed by the Afterglow, which used Trouble Harbor as a springboard. He had to preserve the company's fighting force, so that the remnants of his family could receive a pardon from headquarters. At the same time, he ordered the Marines to detain all the pirates, requisition their ships, and forbid them from leaving with the fleet. For hours after the fleet disappeared into the physical universe via the transverse jump, as the radio pulse left the gas giant planet, what followed was the Dawn-class ships, almost undamaged thanks to repeated long-range bombardment by their carrier-based aircraft, along with a host of Afterglow warships. Ha! It's even more radical than I imagined. Is this what a runaway AI is like? He laughed bitterly, then slapped himself hard, half his face swelling up. Matsushita AI then announced to the space station, immediately activate all launch equipment, disperse antimatter fuel and conventional fuel across all modules and critical locations. At my command, detonate the space station. Gentlemen, let the divine winds blow one last time. Chapter 964. Matsushita AI's withdrawal of the Abandoner-class armed merchant ships undoubtedly weakened the space station's defenses. The location of the kamikaze system, forcing the pirates to be detained, preventing them from escaping using jump points or using horizontal jumps, further fueled the discontent and resistance of these pirates from the Misty Bay, who were not entirely convinced of the Wind Mine's power. However, he still did many things correctly. Having the various families on the space station send away their core members undoubtedly gave those remaining a glimmer of hope. Taking away the Marine Corps' recipients ensured that most of the Marines were willing to fight. Moreover, he opened all the warehouses, allowing the Marines to take all the resources, weapons, and ammunition, letting everyone have a good time. And most importantly, he presciently ordered the fleet to evacuate, and by using horizontal jumps instead of jump points, prevented the remnants blocking the kamikaze system's jump points from immediately capturing the Abandoner-class fleet. After reporting the situation, these evacuees paid a heavy price to rush into the hyperspace storm, attempting to escape using the storm. It can be said that Matsushita AI tried everything in terms of fleeing and feigning weakness. Therefore, when bombers, like swarms of mosquitoes under a street lamp on a summer night, took off from the Yui fleet and roared in, the soldiers, marines, and even the nobles and administrators who remained behind, all stood their ground with renewed vigor. The empty warehouse area became a temporary prison for the pirates. Their small force of just over 2,000 men moved reluctantly, like sheep herded by a shepherd with a long whip. Faced with the well-equipped marines of the giant corporation, the pirates, without ships, tactical shields, or the advantage of terrain, were no different from the port's mafia. The gates roared open, and from the trembling lips and bleary eyes of the pirates nearby, steaming hot space meals and fine wine were brought in by a railcar. Not nutritional paste, not sailor's dream, but genuine pre-made meals from employees of a giant corporation. Although mostly a paste, the taste was undoubtedly superior, and you could even see clearly defined chunks of meat. Holy crap! It's Freedom Candy and Fire Phoenix Stout. The former is a secret recipe from a large corporation on some free planet, the latter a refreshing and slightly spicy beer from a hegemon. Both are top-quality items costing double-digit star dollars per keg/case. A slender female Marine officer, over 2 meters tall with short, bluish-black hair, spoke loudly through the warehouse's loudspeaker, leaving you all here is a last resort. The jump site has been confirmed to have an ambush by Yui. This is an unsolvable situation. Her same-sex lover had already been sent away, and she, devoid of any weakness, unhesitatingly deceived the pirates. We're destined to die here, and the space station will self-destruct. But we're all human. The commander, and we all hope you can come and help. CSN. Why should I help you **** corporations? This is utterly absurd. A burly pirate leader, raising his severed arm, that had transformed into an electric grappling hook, shouted. The female officer glanced at him and announced loudly, the space station has enough food, alcohol, and addictive substances to feed everyone for 6 months, unlimited supply. Besides, the space station is full of single men and women who want to live life to the fullest before they die. If you agree, you can go out and join a party right now. The female officer gave him a time as running out look. There are still about 4 hours before the shield first shuts down its radiation. We are an interstellar fortress. The power grid system itself is fully prepared for the electromagnetic pulse radiation from neutron stars. She coaxed him gently. The evacuation route has been blocked. In 3 hours, you can return to your ships and go out to fight. If any brave warriors manage to break through the afterglow and reach the jump point, we won't hold them accountable. We even send them our blessings. You damn bitch. I could break through the afterglow in a destroyer, and I still be here? The man cursed, but his body language betrayed him as he squeezed out, grabbed a bottle of Fire Phoenix black beer with his grappling hook, and beckoned his men to go out and have some fun. With some leading the way, soon thousands of pirates had all left in a noisy scramble. The female officer wiped her sweaty hands, and suddenly chuckled, these guys are pretty open-minded. Of course, most pirates are poor bastards, and poor bastards have no bottom line. At some point, the claw pirate returned. Ignoring the armed marines, he leaned against the gate spouting nonsense. Being raped by life is rape, being raped by your giant corporation is still rape. Since there's no way to resist, you can only enjoy it. I'm the leader of the Iron Hook Pirate Gang, my nickname is Hook Bro. Ladies, would you do me the honor? The female officer looked him up and down. Is there anything else? Oh me. Hiccup. Holding the bottle with his grappling hook, the pirate captain tilted his head, struggling to think for a moment before suddenly remembering his purpose. I went out and looked around, but all I saw were pretty vases. I thought your bottle was nicely packaged, and the wine was strong, so I wanted to try it. He licked his lips as he spoke, ignoring the angry gun-pointing gestures of the Marines around him, and shouted, pointing guns at me? No use. Dying a few hours earlier won't make a difference. These kinds of reckless people used to be the most troublesome for the female officer, but now, looking at this dirty man, she found him somewhat amusing. So she pointed her thumb at the warehouse. 15 minutes. Are you kidding me? Hook will take at least an hour. The pirate patted his beer belly, his voice echoing in the empty, filthy warehouse. 3 hours and 15 minutes after the bombing began, the pirate ship slowly emerged from the spaceport. These pirate ships were of low quality. As patrol vessels, they were far inferior to the ships hidden in the Misty Bay naval port, lacking even a single cruiser. But they still bravely followed the few King Cockroach-class cruisers left behind by risk mining to the edge of the space station, waiting for the shields to deactivate, buying time for the space station to disperse radiation. We are not fighting a desperate battle, we are delaying this fleet for humanity. Our actions are of great significance. The fleet commander of Wind Mining shouted hoarsely, his voice trembling. Hook slumped on his throne, grimacing with every shift of his buttocks. The first mate scoffed, Captain, how's it like being a Marine? Hook spat, which the other man dodged precisely. The two chuckled, trying to treat me like an animal. Hook let out a satisfied, even hollow, sigh. Luckily I'm about to die, otherwise, with this back and pelvis replacement, I'd be wishing I were dead. With his contented sigh, the space station's shield shattered like a broken soap bubble. Endless, purple-tinged air-to-ground mines from the outside world drifted down. This Enforcer-class destroyer, a vessel of the Dominator era, had its shield activated for only a few minutes before being overloaded and paralyzed by the relentless explosions of air-to-ground mines, ultimately being reduced to ashes. After all the ships were destroyed, the space station still hadn't raised its shield. It seemed the electrical system had malfunctioned. Only the turrets continued to spew missiles and railguns. The Twilight Fleet pressed forward, shortening the commuting distance for drone bombing. Bombers, escorted by fighters, targeted the turrets and began their assault. The space station's armor shattered like a peeled crab, and the turrets went out one by one, like light bulbs with broken filaments. Just as the ships carrying the Hell Legion slave engineers and technicians forced their way onto the station, preparing to unleash the mechanical dogs and kill machines to fight in urban warfare and seize control, a cataclysmic explosion and the collapse of the space station due to the collision of matter and antimatter occurred. The leaked inert antimatter fuel was deliberately dispersed by conventional fuel, creating a grayish-white foam that enveloped the world, behind which lay a chain reaction activated by the antimatter explosion. This was a meticulously planned self-destruction, humanity's last stand on the frontier of risky mining. Chapter 965. The Fujiwara Nosaki space station has sent out a rainbow signal. On the floating bridge of the Castella-class battleship, adorned with light green and red lightning patterns, the voice of Muyu, CEO of Risk Mining, on the small projection screen in front of Gu Zhongyu, was as sour as if a centuries-old iron gate had been reopened. This rainbow signal was not the meaning of any rainbow organization, but rather originated tens of thousands of years ago, during the era of strife on the old Earth, from the self-destruction signal of a renowned military nation's navy that had plunged the world into war. Because its deeds were so famous, this signal later became an unofficial, but commonly used self-destruct signal by the navy of humankind, and was widely adopted by the giant corporations of the Perseus star system after the Great Collapse. Gu Zhongyu leaned back on the throne, his hands crossed over his stomach. How long ago did the signal come from? 3 hours ago. Chief Administrator Matsushita AI deployed antimatter and conventional fuels extensively throughout the space station, and evenly distributed the remaining power throughout the station. He deliberately shut down the shields to feign a system malfunction, luring the enemy in, planning to self-destruct the space station to maximize enemy casualties. Muyu's words carried deep regret. At the same time, after receiving intelligence that the danger had been averted in the Misty Bay, he chose to preserve his forces, sending 3 Abandoner-class ships away using a horizontal jump. The branch has already received intelligence about this evacuation fleet. They used the hyperspace storm to accelerate. 1 was heavily damaged and 2 were moderately damaged, escaping the pursuit of the afterglow. 70% of the crew were evacuated senior engineers and technicians, and 12% were employees' families and members of various families and partner companies, filling the cargo holds to capacity. The CO's eyes flickered faintly in the projection, struggling to hold back tears. Those who manage the component security mining, aren't they all shareholders or even directors of the company? I never imagined that in such a remote place, there would be such a loyal and capable person. Sigh. I rather he just blow up the space station and evacuate on his ship. At this juncture, a loyal and visionary manager with experience in space station management is simply a valuable asset to the company, comparable to a large fleet. Since the company's split, Muyu has become increasingly suspicious of the family background of the new managers promoted to various branches. He used to be full of ambition, believing no one could disobey him. After being hit by internal and external troubles, he once again valued talent above all else, making Matsushita AI's qualities all the more precious. Moreover, the Matsushita family doesn't possess the immense power and prestige of Gu Zhengyu. They could be entrusted with regional authority and heavy responsibilities. Gu Zhengyu also felt great regret, but he was simply considering the bigger picture. He already considered the wind mine a sure thing. Therefore, the battle in the Divine Wind Star system made him extremely vigilant. He didn't believe that Yu Hui's attack would be satisfied with simply swallowing the Divine Wind Star system. It was likely just part of a long offensive. Alright, let's reorganize based on the battle situation. I reached an agreement with Saint Samarkand, i.e., the first, and summoned all Left Path cultists outside the Left Path's territory. They will arrive as soon as possible, receive brief training, and then enter the combat sequence. At this moment, Gu Zhengyu was like a towering white jade pillar of risk mining, radiating an aura of power, earning the approval of the risk mining officers even more than the furious Mist Moon. He was practically saying, I am the war commander, none of you are. Therefore, I hope the company will pass the closing the scrap shipyard decree as soon as possible, towing out all the wreckage and scrap ships, and massively assembling scrap ships. These ships must be equipped with shields if possible. A weak power grid is acceptable. Left Path cultists are not afraid to fight for humanity, but they should not die in vain. Gu Zhengyu was one of the few leaders within Left Path who opposed human wave tactics, something Muyu knew well. Muyu nodded. I understand, but other forces are also utilizing wreckage and scrap ships on a large scale, so for now, we can only use our own inventory. Fortunately, the guys at Safe Mining complained that wreckage and scrap ships slowed them down when they moved near a gas giant in the Divine Wind system. The self-destruction of a level 3 space station is not as powerful as a neutron star radio pulse, nor as rapid as a solar flare. Antimatter explosions are indeed incredibly powerful, theoretically capable of destroying all matter. However, in contrast, its explosion does not produce nuclear radiation, but rather releases a large amount of electromagnetic waves. The massive space station couldn't possibly be completely engulfed by the antimatter explosion. Its remaining structure would disintegrate and scatter in all directions, creating a shower of meteors. This was exactly what Matsushita AI wanted. A massive burst of gamma and X-rays, along with shattered, massive alloy components, hurtled and shook the entire Ironheart Annihilator spaceship. The spaceship's shields faced a severe test at close range when confronted with the self-destruction of this space station, a facility used to collect volatiles, and also equipped with an antimatter processing plant for synthesizing starship fuel. The shields of all the escorting frigates and destroyers involved in the attack were enveloped within seconds by a dense array of twisted, maggot-like arcs of electricity. These shields, like countless tiny bubbles blown by a child, burst in the wind. Some cruisers that had generated significant radiation damage in the war were also crippled, but their fate was undoubtedly much better. Frigates, quickly rendered inoperable by the blast wave, were swept away by the explosive blast, dying before even being ejected from the planet's dark side due to the malfunction of electronic components and numerous sensitive devices. Destroyers were partially flung far away, while many more were propelled into the shadows of the planet's dark side, falling into the sweeping radio pulses. Without a doubt, these ships were doomed. Even the Ironheart Annihilators were astonished by the decisiveness of the space station's leader, his cautious, almost conservative, tactics, and his chilling, almost cruel, self-destruction. The losses from this self-destruction were greater than those from conquering 2 space stations. All the carrier-based aircraft launched by 8 waves of fleets perished cleanly in the explosion. Add to that the loss of a Tier 3 interstellar fortress capable of large-scale fuel production and possessing considerable industrial capabilities, enough to occupy human space stations and provide maintenance labor for the Hell Legion. The Ironheart destroyer's devastating offensive against risk mining would be delayed by nearly half a month. Meanwhile, in the distance from this massive Ironheart destroyer fleet, an unmanned corvette, in stealth mode, was silently monitoring everything, its hull modified with all weapon slots replaced by optical observation posts and sensors. This was a Radiant-class Afterglow unmanned corvette, from the Human Coexistence faction. its modification techniques originating from St. Lud. This type of corvette was used as the human coexistence faction's eyes and ears. Its built-in tactical system, time disruption, allowed the unmanned vessel to repeatedly accelerate the flow of time within its hull in short bursts, enabling it to evade Ironheart destroyer scans more quickly and flexibly. She silently monitored everything, cautiously sending a message to another Radiant-class vessel in hyperspace. Intelligence gathered. Kamikaze system confirmed to have fallen. Release of some Ironheart annihilators, forcing humanity into a joint operation, underway. Prediction deviation, 41 out of 100. Cause analysis. Fujiwara Nosaki's suicide attack on the space station severely disrupted the Ironheart Annihilator D-1-T, Special, Fleet's offensive. Assessment. Humanity's courage is an unexpected bonus. Chapter 966. Originally, Lieben planned to leave immediately. He received news of the destruction of the Divine Wind Star system. His heart skipped a beat, and he contacted Miss N to confirming his suspicions. Miss N had said she would force humanity to set aside past grievances and cooperate, and the human coexistence faction had indeed resorted to underhanded tactics, directly releasing the sealed-off Afterglow dreadnought, which the Ironheart Annihilator had dug out from the first reserve arsenal. Clearly, this ship was heading towards risk mining, aiming to sink the Steel Dragon class. But news from the Biological Research Center forced Li Bin to stay. Dong Lixiang had been waiting for a long time, his stern face beaming with barely suppressed joy. Upon seeing Li Bin, he quickly approached, personally opening the door, displaying utmost respect for the CEO. CEO, Minister of Military Affairs, welcome to the Biological Research Center. He was one of the few who placed ISA's position before her title. To ordinary company employees, the CEO's wife represented ISA as half of the company's founders, but Dong Lixiang didn't accept such things not explicitly stated in the company's job title list. Perhaps he changed his tune when the company officially becomes a government. Now, the Biological Research Center is living on meager resources. A hemispherical dome, 22 kilometers in diameter, covers the base, within which stand towering buildings and several lush alien ecosystems. These ecosystems are not the hostile biosphere of Eden, but vegetation from other planets. Their purpose is to test the impact of alien environments on Eden's genetic evolution, attempting to explore a flexible, directed evolution scheme. In other words, by reducing drug use and extending the lifespan of behemoths, they aim to cultivate experienced behemoths with diverse environmental adaptability. The project is progressing slowly. After all, a slow-paced approach was deliberately chosen. Dong Lixiang led Li Bin and his wife through a transparent corridor made of multiple layers of reinforced plastic and strong glass. This winding corridor allows them to traverse the entire park in the shortest possible distance. It's a route designed by AI. One step ahead was a vast, arid desert, an extreme environment for the Eden behemoth. The next step transformed into a seasonal grassland, with the behemoth leaving numerous pits and random marks of varying depths. A few minutes later, it became an acidic radioactive swamp, with several buckets of nuclear waste deliberately dumped and flowing out. The swamp looked deathly still yet strangely vibrant. Currently, the most noticeable effects are seen in grassland and urban ruin environments, as well as similar environments. These environments are not significantly different from the behemoth's usual habitats, allowing the active genetic mutations to adapt relatively quickly. However, they still need to be sent back to the rainforest area for rest from time to time. Dong Lixiang's stern face resembled a stone tablet as he stated his team's achievements. The main goal of the Biological Research Center is to cultivate behemoths capable of conducting month-long, non-recovery operations in deserts, heavily polluted planets, and icy wastelands. He then sighed. After repeated study of the combat records on Wolf's Spirit Star, we finally realized that the biggest problem limiting our acquisition of tachyon technology was the rapid decline in the behemoth's combat stamina after every 1 to 2 days of combat. We tried inserting stimulants and other nutrients into the hollowed-out abdomens of the behemoths, but the effect was still not significant. After testing, we concluded that the energy waste and shortened lifespan caused by environmental maladaptation were the culprits. Dong Lixiang stroked his beard and said, "After all, they're just living beings, not the endlessly reproducing, infinitely evolving, pseudo-hyperspace insectives of cyberspace. Because retarget breeding is necessary. As long as a qualified specimen is bred, even if its lifespan is nearly over, it can still produce offspring through mating, making further selection and breeding even simpler." Li Bin lit a Cosmos brand cigarette. "How long will that take?" 2 or 3 years, I guess, Dong Lixiang tentatively replied. "So fast?" Li Bin asked in surprise. Dong Lixiang scratched his beard and said, Aren't there plenty of planets in the star systems of the 4 cardinal directions? We built experimental stations on planets in various locations for testing, and we also set up experimental stations in other places on Eden Star far from habitable areas. Universal Union is a giant corporation now, so naturally we can afford to build them. As for security, don't worry. We prepared enough resources and food in advance, and we send people on rotation every year, providing resources, all disguised as adventurers, so they won't be discovered. ISA frowned. Even so, shouldn't it be this fast? Dong Lixiang finally revealed a hint of pride. That's why we invited you two here. Please follow me. Passing through several gates, Li Bin and his wife arrived at a deep pit cast from ceramic metal. Through the transparent glass and railings, they could see the marks left by chisels, axes, laser cannons, and other weapons below. This is the testing ground, Dong Lixiang said, gesturing to his subordinates. Immediately, a researcher pulled the gate. The pit was over 100 meters in diameter and had 8 bottom gates. As soon as one of them opened, a giant swimming crab, which had its body low to the ground, used its dozen or so claws to push its heavy body and slide down the slowly rising gate. After emerging, it scanned its surroundings with its several pairs of pincers, locked onto the dominant position, and immediately propped itself up, its right commissary slamming against its head with a dull thud. Saluting, ISA exclaimed in surprise. Excellent. Dong Lixiang nodded. After absorbing the P project team and research data from Tachyon Technology, I led a team to re-establish several sub-projects to facilitate resource allocation according to company needs, accumulate data in normal times, and conduct further research when necessary. Because the company's operational objective for the next 3 years is unmanned vessels, traditional behemoth boarding is inefficient and wasteful, so we focused our research on 16 projects and integrated new boarding schemes. Dong Lixiang snapped his fingers, and a holographic projection popped up on the projector at the top of the test field, showing the induced mutation process of a neural parasite. Through active induction, we thickened and shortened the body size of the neural parasite, eliminated its reproductive instincts, and developed a new symbiotic neural parasite. It can only board behemoths. The beast's brain has matured and can replace 66% of the behemoth's brain structure and 37% of its limb nerves. Through surgery, a spinal column is implanted within the behemoth's body, mimicking vertebrates by parasitizing along the spine. Most of these technologies bear the imprint of Project P. Using this method, combined with the behemoth's multi-brain structure, we have developed a way to give the behemoth the intelligence of a 5-year-old child, Interstellar. Furthermore, by genetically modifying the neural parasite, we can indirectly cultivate discipline in the behemoth by imbuing the parasite with innate discipline. Besides, look at its commissary. Following Dong Lixiang's words, Li Bin then noticed that the behemoth's originally enormous limbs, which should have been fitted with alloy commissary, had been transformed into impact drills and volatile gas welding torches. With sufficiently intelligent behemoths, and in conjunction with the gregarious squid, they can perform complex tasks such as dismantling armor and destroying designated structures even when the network is down, Dong Lixiang said proudly. Therefore, even against the Twilight Fleet, there's no need for electronic warfare protection. Just launch them onto the ship, and they can instinctively dig tunnels, then, under the guidance of the gregarious squid's sign language, carry out orderly destruction, even dismantling the AI core. Li Bin and ISA couldn't help but applaud enthusiastically. Well done, Dong Lixiang. You really given me a huge surprise. Chapter 967. Li Bin's side was ready. He arrived swiftly and left hastily, arriving with 3 ships, the Candle Dragon, the Dream Eater, and a Colossus-class cargo ship. But he left with a massive fleet, resembling white marble. 33 Obsidian-class cruisers, 22 Alpha versions, and 11 Beta versions. The difference between the Beta and Alpha versions is like the difference between an armed merchant ship and a warship, but the Alpha version still uses a military hull. The Beta class not only boasts higher speed, more armor, a more powerful electric arc radiation system, and a shield system, but also features an enhanced drive field and efficient maintenance and repair capabilities. Simply put, the enhanced drive field significantly increases the ship's maximum cosmic velocity, while efficient maintenance reduces resupply, fuel, and crew requirements by 20%. In addition, both the Alpha and Beta versions, like other Whitestone series ships, feature universal weapon slots, except for missile slots, supporting missiles, ballistic weapons, and energy weapons. As for the various modifications made according to the captain's needs, they are too complex and difficult to quantify, so we won't go into detail. Furthermore, for fully commissioned Bowhead Whale-class ships, accompanied by a temporarily repaired Prometheus-class fuel ship, to be sent to left pivot, and 2 Atlas-class super freighters took off simultaneously. As for the Chalkstone-class frigates and Platinum-class destroyers, due to their large numbers, we won't elaborate further. Such a fleet, even in today's war-torn star system, is a force to be reckoned with. The fleet's takeoff announced to the entire star system that the Universal Alliance's focus was once again on the core star sector. The new Earl of Misty Bay is dead. At Konda's lair, looking at his dejected son and visibly pregnant daughter-in-law, Pirate Emperor Konda felt a pang of melancholy. Kong Jicho showed little reaction. Forced into excessive indulgence, he was now lost in thought, wanting only to return to his lair and be the boss, no longer wanting to be commanded by his mother. Indeed, ever since he and Li Bin had become accustomed to lawlessness, he had begun to resist his mother's commands, though this rebellion came a little late, well controlled by his middle age. Konda understood her eldest son's thoughts. She sighed and added, "Misty Bay is far from us, but since I became emperor, 3 pirate earls have obeyed our orders from afar." Kong Jicho muttered under his breath, "Mom, you haven't been in office for many years, yet you changed earls quite frequently." Hathaway Harcourt, who had been gazing out of the space observation window at the Hell machine, couldn't help but curl her lips into a silent twitch upon hearing this. Konda ignored these circumstances. "Since I issued the order to cease hunting giants and respond to the guerrilla orders of the Human Alliance and Li Bin in the name of humanity's future, Earl of Misty Bay has obeyed the orders, making a living through humanitarian aid from the Wind Mine and carrying out patrols, security missions, and guerrilla warfare. He's been quite obedient. But he's dead." Kong Jicho yawned, looking listless. Konda fell silent, looking at her son with displeasure. Kong Jicho respectfully lowered his head, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He was actually somewhat confused about his mother's current thinking. Becoming a pirate emperor was clearly just a temporary measure. Magius had already been established, and apart from the name, most of the structure of Konda's nest, once occupied by pirates, had been transformed into the Magius Navy. She had achieved her lifelong dream, rebuilding Magios and returning to the Navy. She even took away those unruly pirates, who might cause trouble during the restructuring of Konda's nest. Mother was now fully capable of donning a naval uniform and becoming a fleet admiral. However, she occasionally made moves that reminded the world that this woman was still an empress. Clinging to imperial power was not a good sign. It meant wanting to enjoy the benefits of her status without bearing the responsibilities. This shouldn't have been the shrewd mother's approach. Completely cleansing herself up and going ashore was the right choice. This half-baked, half-criminal lifestyle ultimately only burdened her with her status. But he couldn't say it, because his power came from his mother's support. He didn't have the self-made success of Li Bin, and he couldn't completely integrate those troublemakers expelled from Konda's nest, those even the pirate emperor found difficult to manage. "Let's look at the distant memorial ship," Kong Jicho thought to himself. "If things go wrong, I kneel down and beg Li Bin to help me out of brotherhood." Looking at her silent and perfunctory son, Konda also shut her mouth. She had nowhere to express her melancholy. Did she really crave this damned imperial power? What she worried about was that after the war, one dominant force would become too powerful, easily annexing Magius. With only the title of admiral, Konda would find it very difficult to secure outside support. The pirates were currently helping giant corporations, essentially whitewashing themselves. After the war, it would be commonplace for them to be absorbed by these forces. Many were already loyal to different masters, weren't they? This would undoubtedly greatly weaken the pirates' overall strength. If she didn't unite the pirates, how many influential pirates would come to her aid when she rallied them? If not for her status as a pirate emperor, who else could she rely on? The Universal Alliance? Don't forget Li Bin is known as the Overlord's son-in-law. I don't like the title Overlord's son-in-law. In the living room of the Lion Palace in the Asiatic Galaxy, a scribe, kneeling and recording the every move of the Lion of Sindaria, the powerful and arrogant son of Sindaria, faithfully recorded these abrupt words, setting an example for future warlords. Only after finishing recording did he close the book, concealing what followed. The scribe straightened, revealing the Lionheart emblem on his chest. Sindaria's son, I, the noble Lion King, hereinafter referred to as template title. Also, in the game, this old man's simplest title is indeed Lion King. This title belongs to Li Bin, the founder of a third-rate behemoth, Universal Union, not an ordinary person. The Sindarian powers probably cannot force him to change it. He paused, then added, unless he willingly relinquishes it himself. The implication was that if the great template title Philip Andrada truly wanted Li Bin to relinquish the title through means other than military pressure, he could try a bargaining chip. The Lion King, possessing the only Andrada surname in the Sindarian powers, and thus referred to by that surname specifically, slowly turned his head, revealing a bald head, a face full of age spots, and deep-set eyelids. His eyes were cloudy and vacant, but he immediately snapped to attention after hearing this set of political rhetoric. He blinked and slowly asked, "Is that so? Then forget it. After we avenge our defeat on the Overlord, we wipe out this mosquito while we're at it." His words were equally slow, but full of power, if one ignored his aging, sagging buttocks, so flabby from resisting mechanical modifications and organ replacements that he needed diapers, and the trembling hand on his back. This old man still possessed the sharpness and valor of a great warlord. The Lion of Sindaria's stubbornness bordering on dementia is no exaggeration. The level of stupidity caused by the loyalty modification is laughable throughout the entire star system, a well-known secret. However, due to the powerful fleet of Sindaria, no one dares to say it in the Asiatic system, though they can laugh it off once they step outside. Chapter 968. The Lion King's Palace, possibly the most magnificent and opulent residence of a leader after the great collapse of the entire star system. The symbol of the Sindar power, commonly known as the pink bull horn. It's no exaggeration to say that the Lion King spent only a few decades transforming this palace, where he had lived for so long, into a more luxurious structure than the Interstellar Empire had been for over a century. So much so that many have forgotten that this palace was originally commissioned by the Lion King as a military fortress built within the planet's largest mine, designed to withstand orbital bombardment. As the administrative and industrial center of the Sindar power, this planet is crumbling, riddled with massive pits several kilometers deep and crisscrossed by fissures left by industrial mining. The intense radiation from its proximity to the star during the day has forced all industries built after the collapse of other habitats to be located underground. And the inhabitants of the anthill city live a bitter life. The planet's geological structure has become unstable due to overexploitation by humankind, and many areas no longer possess the potential to be developed into habitable habitats. The Lionheart was a warlord from the start, measuring himself and his people by military standards. However, as he aged, he uncontrollably succumbed to hedonism, yet remained harsh towards his subjects. Even the Lionheart Guard recognized that the Lionheart was not what he used to be, but blindly following his lead, they attributed it to his declining energy. The scribe recorded the instructions left by the Lionheart when he was lucid, then silently withdrew from the hall. Turning around, he saw hundreds of Lionheart Guard members, standing perfectly aligned with their legs spread wide, hands behind their backs. The guards had been standing there for hours, their eyes filled with longing. The clerk took the lemonade offered by the attendant to moisten his throat, then lightly tapped the guard badge on his chest with his fist, his voice calm. Lion King's password. Whoosh, his hem billowed up, and his straight knee slammed heavily to the ground, the muffled sound echoing through the spacious, high-ceilinged, high-strength concrete corridor adorned with murals depicting the Lion King's glorious exploits. The Lionheart Guard has trained for a long time, and should achieve great feats. We cannot let the Overlord, Aerospace, and Speedster steal the limelight. Order. The 3rd, 5th, and 6th Battalions of the Lionheart Guard set off. Target, Hell Legion. Diplomatic matters are entrusted to the Secretariat, which will guide the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in diplomatic negotiations. After reciting the demands that the Lion King had taken 10 minutes to deliver, the Secretary took a sip of lemonade. Now, do you all have any requests or questions? If not, then execute the orders. Yes. A guard officer raised her hand. She stood up, her eyes filled with confusion. The Sindar powers don't have good relations with most of the forces in the star field. They only have a relatively good relationship with the Interstellar Empire and Aerospace. The Perseus Alliance, which they previously had a good relationship with, has been destroyed. Now the Interstellar Empire and the Universal Union have formed a marriage alliance, and rumors of a future merger are rampant. The Demon Aerospace also relies on the Universal Union. Where should we be stationed? And where should we use as our front line? The Secretary grinned, seemingly smiling, but he was actually quite troubled. Lion King's warlord-like style has created a very unfavorable diplomatic environment for the Sindar power. In propaganda, this is portrayed as the Sindar power being independent of any allies, but the truth cannot be easily glossed over. Now the consequences are catching up with everyone. Lion King can send troops at a moment's notice, and the army and logistics are all ready, but there's clearly no time to cultivate relationships. Do you think this is a game where you can instantly become best friends just by giving away star coins? But the Secretariat's mission was to decipher the Lion King's supreme will, to explore the true intentions within his grand vision, in order to accomplish the Lion King's great undertaking. In short, it was to turn the impossible into the possible. The Secretariat will release the results later, he could only say. The Lionheart Guard consists of 6 squadrons, each with 2 Conqueror-class battlecruisers equipped with loyalty modification. Deploying 3 squadrons means sending 6 Conqueror-class battlecruisers. Conqueror Lionheart Guard Camouflage. The design type is Lionheart Guard, originating from the Lion King's highest directive. In addition, as the core of the Sindar Power battlefield, it's impossible for the fleet to be solely composed of the Lionheart Guard. It also includes 2 Victory-class battleships. This scale is already the limit for the Sindar Power, which has divided its forces around Hyena Mines. The fleet waited 3 days, until the departure deadline was fast approaching, when the Secretariat finally issued the order. By order of template honorific, the strike fleet is to be stationed in the Tulier system of safe mining and advance westward. The Sindar Authority's fleet, painted a deep magenta, took off amidst the blessings of its fervent citizens. As a military regime, the Sindar Authority possessed immense enthusiasm and anticipation for expansion. While the appeasement and annexation of Hyena mining had undoubtedly created new jobs for many, the combined population of the 3 planets exceeded 1 billion, and the majority of the lower classes yearned for a better living environment. And war was a way to vent pent-up public anger. Now, with the greater good at hand, and the opportunity to vent their anger at hand, everyone wanted to board the ship. 8 capital ships, and 40 cruisers, all from China. An agent from the Universal Alliance huddled in an abandoned workshop of the underground factory, watching the erratic projection shimmer with static, sipping the liquor he brought from the company, leaning against the alloy trusses that had been scorched to kill mold. These ships, so they all belonged to the Overlords? The Overlord agent, perched on his tiptoes on the truss, scoffed, pretty much, except for those 2 Victory-class ships, the rest are all like that. He gulped down his Fire Phoenix black beer. The ships painted with the Lionheart Guard were all built after the Overlord's first AI war, intended to compensate for the losses incurred by the 14th Legion's fleet. But in the end, that old **** took them all away. The Universal Alliance agent asked curiously, then they could have been rebuilt later. Because the Overlord was determined to conquer the Asiatic system back then. Besides the strike fleet, they also brought a large number of transport ships and fuel ships, accompanied by experienced engineers, technicians, and blueprints for the Sino-American spaceships collected during the 14th Legion's era. Andrada's betrayal surprised everyone. The backups the Overlord had stockpiled were all destroyed by his agents. The second Speedion agent, draped in a dirty synthetic robe and reeking of blood, crouched low and crawled into an abandoned workshop, its entrance compressed by a collapsed structure. The Overlord agent instinctively frowned upon seeing the Speed's insignia. A dim light flashed before his eyes, and he reached out to block a bottle of Fire Phoenix Stout, which landed in his hand. You guys don't even clean up the mess after a gathering? The Speed's agent pulled out a small bottle of absinthe from his waist and sipped it slowly. Unlike Fire Phoenix Stout and the drinks from the Universal Union, Speed's absinthe contained addictive substances. After testing the stout and confirming it was safe, the Overlord agent muttered, "Last to clean up, that's the rule." "Damn the rule?" the Speed's agent spat. The intelligence department differed from other factions. Even during the war between the Speeds and the Overlord, agents were ordered to maintain communication. But this harmonious, non-hostile atmosphere was unprecedented since the start of the AI wars. This was because the new policies implemented after the formation of the second Speeds had overshadowed the conflict between the Speeds and the Overlord by the overall situation in the star system and various new challengers. The Speedy agent grimaced as he swallowed absinthe. "Hey, I'm a special operations specialist. I know nothing about naval warfare. Can someone tell me, can this strike fleet win?" The Overlord agent glared at the Speedy agent, giving him a look that said, "You need to see what kind of bullshit you're spouting. 8 capital ships defeating the Hell Legion? Are you drunk on absinthe?" Meanwhile, the Universal Alliance agent, sitting cross-legged, shook his head. "Buddy, don't underestimate the loyalty modification." Chapter 969. Brighton Alliance. The ice volcanic planet is cold enough to freeze its atmosphere, and in the afternoon when the stars shine, the thin atmosphere formed by revaporization drapes these seemingly eternal icebergs in a veil. These undulating icebergs, lacking the powerful atmospheric blowing and the harsh, sculpting winds, appear remarkably rounded. Only occasionally, an excessively heavy, oddly shaped protrusion collapses under its own weight, revealing a sliver of edge. Amidst this roundness and sharpness, track motorcycles crush the ice of unknown composition, their headlights blazing, thousands of motorcycles carving a brief, man-made trail into the ground, a trail that will vanish the next day due to vaporization and freezing. This is a team of skilled workers, because the underground rail transport is fully loaded with goods and the sky shuttles are constantly busy. They have had to restart this emergency mode of transportation. Hurry! Humans are calling. Beside the foreman, his deputy shouted encouragement into his helmet's earpiece, urging the workers to speed up. The foreman's mottled beard, damp with his breath beneath his helmet, steadily led the team across the treacherous ice plains, occasionally issuing commands in his icy voice. Inject the stimulant. The team, already driving for 4 hours straight, instantly rallied. Using palm-sized flexible patches, they punctured the skin with tens of thousands of short, soft needles, ready for immediate use by humans. Upon receiving the command, everyone reacted, activating their protective suits through pre-programmed actions, using high pressure to force the agent into their cell walls and into their bodies. On a frigid, volcanic planet, using metal needles is far too risky. Turn left. The foreman commanded coldly, leading the way on a tracked motorcycle. As the convoy drove up the iceberg, the distant, scorching heat suddenly came into view. It was an active volcano, half of its slopes covered in metal. Geothermal activity and magma provided the Brighton Alliance with an excellent source of metal for refining and thermal energy. A space elevator base was built adjacent to this location. The track motorcycle leaped from the mountaintop, soaring high into the air before slowly landing. Sullivan, a planet located in the asteroid belt of the Lost Planet System, is also known as a supersized asteroid, or perhaps a moon, a mini-planet, a volcanic, frigid planet. Here, taking a detour is less desirable than directly crossing the mountain. The track motorcycle slammed onto the ground, its rough, durable structure sending shivers down the spines of those less skilled. Those less experienced might already be suffering from anal fissures and fractured coccyx, but the seasoned foreman ignored it all and continued on his way. Looking down from the shuttles flying overhead, the convoy of cars, their headlights blazing in the night, converged from all directions, heading towards the active volcano, its surface a hazy, reddish glow, as if gathering the light and hope of this planet. C. Oli bin Half, the former representative of the Sullivan state-owned factory, and now the Brighton Alliance's special envoy for global diplomacy, respectfully handed Li Bin a terminal. The bitterness and sorrow that had been perpetually visible on Half's face had vanished, replaced by confidence. While that word wasn't quite accurate for him, Half, aside from the lingering bags under his eyes, could now be described as poised and confident. Since the multilateral trade agreement was established, the Brighton Union has seen a significant improvement in its living conditions by exporting refugees to the global union in exchange for food and aid. For example, the resources available to ordinary refugees and trained skilled refugees in the global union's pricing are vastly different. Therefore, the Brighton Union established a dedicated department called the Reemployment Center, which uses training equipment to quickly train entry-level workers, thereby increasing the value of refugees and significantly improving the livelihoods of Brighton residents. This is also something the global union welcomes. If the global union were to train its own workers, it would lack the necessary training equipment. Creating new workers would consume resources and production lines. Therefore, it's a win-win situation. The new batch of skilled workers and engineers supporting the West Wind system is 88% ready. In another 4 hours, 30,000 will be assembled. Backups of the blueprints for man conversion of unmanned ships are also ready. Li Bin glanced at the data, then looked up at Half. Having the Brighton Alliance replicate its prized unmanned ship man conversion technology in the West Wind system will greatly increase the risk of technology leakage. Do the Council and the Speaker have any requests? Half shook his head, his expression serious. The Council certainly does, but the Speaker, along with the military, industry, and economic departments, are supporting it jointly. He relayed the Speaker's words. The Universal Union, for the sake of humanity's future, can share its production capacity, resources, and even painstakingly developed technological blueprints. The Brighton Alliance is no exception. The Speaker said that the Brightonians have fought against the runaway AI for decades, creating a blood feud. This battle has forged the Brightonians' unity and resilience. Now, humanity faces the same situation as the Brightonians. Therefore, the Brighton Alliance's unity should not be limited to one star system, but should strive to keep pace with the times and unite all of humanity. If no one is willing to step forward, then let the Brightonians come. Besides, the Universal Alliance has already taken action. Li Bin looked at Half, and after a long pause said, I haven't even met the Speaker, and he trusts me this much? Now I indirectly control the Brighton Alliance's economy and people's livelihood. This transfer of workers and blueprints is tantamount to indirectly draining the Brighton Alliance's mature workforce. Half countered, would you? Li Bin was silent for about a minute before saying in a complex tone, I, Li Bin, always keep my word. I assure you, I will not. From today onwards, the Brighton Alliance is a good brother of the Universal Alliance. I hope our friendship lasts forever. Half smiled. I thought the Brightonians and the Universal Alliance had been brothers for a long time. We said so many immigrants. The past is the past, the present is the present. It's different. Li Bin said, a certain decision in his heart becoming increasingly profound. The Brighton Alliance's generosity and initiative completely won Li Bin's respect. He had gained the loyalty of this brotherly force, and he would repay it with loyalty in return. Meanwhile, in the West Wind system, the latest batch of Hellas man conversion ships were launched, marking the completion of the Skies-class man conversion design and the start of production. The first two Skies BRVs to roll off the production line are now the subject of fierce competition among giant corporations. These are things that can be acquired for just a few star credits. At this critical juncture, it's practically free. However, news from the Sindar Power, the Lion King, demanding that the two ships be assigned to the strike fleet stunned all the representatives. What price is the Lion King of Sindaria willing to pay? Asked the representative from Risk Mining, who desperately needed capital ships, and was therefore most anxious. The Sindar representative awkwardly replied, Headquarters said this is a small price to pay for the fight for humanity. A bureaucrat from Kelja Technology, arms crossed, finally couldn't take it anymore and said, Skip the Sindar Power, let's discuss this again. I second that. Chapter 970. The Sindar Authority's strike fleet is stationed in the Tulier system? Moving through the hyperspace conference room of the Candle Dragon, Li Bin watched the Sindar Authority's fleet movements, his face contorted with nausea. From the Asiatic system to the Tulier system, using a civilian Atlas cargo ship with unstable propulsion and a malfunctioning drive field, plus the journey from the physical universe halfway to the jump point, how long would it take? The answer is 5 days. Using a military capital ship, with engine system and drive field amplification modifications, it would only take 3.5 days even with a hurried pace. Between the two systems is only the Stylantis Nebula, where the Prism Freeport is located. From here, it takes 7.5 days to reach the Isla system further west of the Safe Mining Center, and 11 days to reach the Taylor system at the front lines. And this is the supply base Lion King chose for the strike fleet. In other words, the strike fleet would take 22 days to travel round trip. In that time, the giant corporation's task force could finish its battle much faster. ISA was incredulous. The former admiral of the hegemonic navy, a heroic figure, is now so cowardly. Truly incompetent. No, Li Bin corrected, this choice isn't incompetent, on the contrary, it's extremely shrewd. Li Bin pointed to the West Wind system. Look! The Tulier system is very close to the West Wind system. The Sindar's fleet is deployed here, which can put pressure on the West Wind system, thereby using military intimidation to force them to hand over the Hella-man ships they built. Andrada's problem is that he's too greedy, he's shameless. Isa was extremely depressed. Having come from a hegemonic background, she had heard many rumors and stories about Andrada. During her studies at the military academy, she and her classmates and teachers repeatedly rehearsed and analyzed the various battles Andrada fought when he was still a hegemonic power. In the eyes of ISA and the rest of the powerful officers and management, you could call Andrada bad, but you could never call him useless and incompetent. Similar insults circulated among various factions, especially among Inoue Yoshiko, the demonic navigation commander, who hurled the most vicious insults. I really hope these pigs run into the Hell Legion's fleet. As fate would have it, this fleet arrived in the Tulier system on March 10th, 219 star calendar, and completed its rest and refitting by March 15th, planning to meet up with the main fleet of the Safe Mining at the Isla space station. Just as the fleet was traversing hyperspace, it encountered an invading fleet composed of a mixed force of the Hell Legion's remnants. Commanding the fleet was Lorado Zhao, commander of the Lionheart Guard's 3rd Squadron, a black man with Asian features. He cautiously followed the instructions of his clerk before departure, notifying the fleet the moment the enemy ships were detected, thus suppressing the agitated Sindar officers. Our mission comes from the Great Command of Template Honorific, Command First. Glory Second. Yes, Commander. It must be said that these Sindar naval forces were quite obedient, dutifully pretending to ignore the order. But the invading fleet thought differently. The brainwashed officer on board the invading fleet immediately warned the out-of-control AI. We secretly rendezvoused, planning to attack the West Wind system, destroying the human shipyards that are clumsily imitating our ships. If we don't eliminate them here, they definitely head to the nearest star system to report. Even if we invade the West Wind system then, we won't be able to evacuate. We must eliminate them. The Ironheart Annihilator thought for 0.1 seconds, and decisively accepted the suggestion. The demand for the attack came from the Hell Legion. As long as it killed, anything was acceptable. As for why these Legion members excluded themselves from the realm of humanity and mercilessly criticized interstellar humans, it's because, after being brainwashed, they genuinely believed that their hybrid human-machine model was the benchmark for the new humanity. Furthermore, in their minds, the act of plundering people had been distorted into liberation. It's quite abstract, brother. Thus, the Sindar's strike fleet deliberately avoided battle, while the Legion's Twilight invasion fleet drew a large circle in hyperspace. As the capital ships slowly turned back, the destroyers and frigates pounced. The Hela and Twilight series were all high-tech, high-cost performance warships, far surpassing the Lionheart Guard, which was uniformly equipped with loyalty modification. A rare ship system, where the entire fleet was reverse-enhanced, the Lionheart Guard faced its first battle. Their enemy was an invading fleet led by the Wildcat-class dreadnought, controlled by the corrupted demonic core of the Imperial God Vulcan, who identified himself as the Wildcat. This fleet was supported by 2 Sketh-class battleships, 2 Binary Horizon-class battle carriers, and a massive duo-ship cruiser force. This fleet, painstakingly organized over 6 months through constant raids, relied entirely on its unmanned ships, which required no resupply or life support systems. They only needed refueling and repairs by willing laborers, and were discarded after use, emphasizing efficiency. The fleet's original objective was to shatter the Westerly system and plunder its population to replenish its workforce. Now, this fleet, targeting an entire system, was steadily catching up with the seemingly unseen strike force, progressing step by step according to its speed. What do you mean our carrier-based aircraft navigation system is malfunctioning? On the bridge of the Lionheart Guard Conqueror-class battlecruiser HMS Ambition, the flagship of the strike fleet, Ronaldo shouted anxiously. Among the cruisers of the strike fleet were more than 12 Herring-class high-speed aircraft carriers. Although these carriers had fewer flight decks, they possessed advantages unmatched by other carriers: speed. As long as the carrier was alive, and the cargo holds were not emptied of war supplies, it could continuously build carrier-based aircraft to support the battlefield. Therefore, the Herring class was one of the few warships with excellent battlefield survivability, while other ships were still learning from the Mora class, Legion class, and Astral class, stacking armor, and from the Dawn class, stacking shields and electric nets. The Herring class had already used its speed to escape and reach the edge of the battlefield to launch their sorties. But now, Ronaldo discovered with horror that the combat groups formed by the carrier-based aircraft launched by these Herring-class carriers were veering off course. The frontline carrier commanders summarized the intelligence, saying that the pilots could no longer use navigation systems, and could only rely on visual navigation. "This is the electronic warfare suppression of the Afterglow," exclaimed an old staff officer whose mother had participated in the first AI war. Damn it! Lorado now regretted not having looked more closely at the dusty battle records from the battles between the Overlord and the Afterglow in the Lionheart Library. Because of political correctness, the Lionheart Guard, being a minority group and youth force influenced by personality cult, didn't pay much attention to these records, and those who had personally experienced these events, and their children, were all past the service age for the Lionheart Guard. Only non-critical positions remained with these veterans. Then, this force, born from the Overlord, which in turn was born from the 14th Army Corps, roughly equivalent to the grandchildren of the 14th Army Corps, dealt with the cancerous part of the Afterglow in their first battle, starting with electronic warfare, and received a crushing blow. Chapter 971. As the fleet engaged in combat, the strike fleet, possessing a numerical advantage in capital ships and cruisers, was steadily retreating. The most frequent malfunctions reported on the command channel were insufficient crew, weapon silence, and engine overload. Rolardo felt like a governor of a newly colonized colony hastily organizing a hunt, watching as primitive alien beasts mercilessly claimed the lives of his subordinates. That massive dreadnought, supposedly a Scat-Hack class, possessed a nimbleness beyond its sheer size, sometimes activating its tactical systems for rapid acceleration, sometimes ruthlessly sacrificing cruisers to shield her retreat, calmly advancing and retreating across the battlefield, deflecting dangerous cannon fire, energy beams, and the devastating attacks of the Hella Thunder Serpent. Even this ship, and the entire fleet, wasn't in a hurry to destroy any capital ships, they were merely toying with them. But once any heavily damaged Conqueror-class ships were spotted fleeing in panic, they would immediately be overtaken by the faster Hella High Platform class, their engines destroyed, and then abandoned. Like a cat toying with a mouse, the mouse can live a little longer by playing, until it's exhausted and dies. But if it dares to run away, it won't be met with the cat's claws, but with fangs and a strangling jaw. At this moment, all the pre-battle training came together like never before. From the demon core to Hela's sacrificial device, he realized he had encountered a powerful demon core, one that cruelly unified all the demon cores of the invading fleet, even including the out-of-control Afterglow AI. He seemed to be fighting a fleet, but in reality, he was fighting a crazed cluster of fleet consciousness. He clutched his hair in agony, trying to alleviate the phantom pain deep within his brain with the throbbing pain in his scalp. Damage control. Why is the repair speed of our ship's weapon and engine system so much slower than that of conventional ships of the same type? Because of the loyalty modification. This was followed by the exclamation of a fellow Lionheart Guard engineer being thrown aside, and an enraged, unnamed damage control officer grabbing the engine room control panel and yelling. The previously humble damage control officer, unworthy of the Lionheart Guard, was now utterly furious. His speech was as fast as the noise of a mid-slot engine, a weapon capable of depleting thousands of warheads in seconds, rapidly devastating structures. Don't you know what kind of garbage the loyalty modification is? Damn it! How dare you question template honorific? The first mate's voice boomed. Ha! If template honorific off-key tone version can make physics and chemistry submit to its will, then I reluctantly worship it, the damage control officer said sarcastically. Cold sweat broke out on Ronaldo's forehead. His political radar immediately went off, and instinct made him open his mouth, the voice blurting out before he could think. Which unit are you from? The damage control guy chuckled. AUV, don't bother. This ship's sinking. I can see the antimatter fuel leaking from the fuel tanks faster than your mother's hemorrhage during childbirth. He vomited, then fell silent. Rolero initially wanted to follow his instincts and investigate which dared to spout such nonsense on the command channel, which was bound to be recorded. But he quickly realized that the battlefield was littered with Lionheart Guard destroyers and frigates destroyed, and several cruisers sunk, making it impossible to locate them through the broken command chain. Even if they found it, how much time would it take to verify the exact person? There wasn't enough time, and it wasn't necessary. Lorado, exhausted, directed the operation, simultaneously dispatching over a dozen escort ships to search for the nearest star system and relaying information that the Hell Legion's Hela ships could synchronize with the Afterglow ships, forming a sophisticated command system. This intelligence should be first-hand from the star system. Meanwhile, he switched to a private channel, having the chief engineer of the Ambition analyze the loyalty modification from an objective perspective. As the chief engineer's explanation became increasingly labored, resembling constipation, his words, like a difficult birth, filled with limiting words and supplementary explanations, like bird droppings on a car hood under a tree with nests. Lorado connected it to things he had heard before, but overlooked. The commander finally snapped out of his fervor, his mind quickly processing the chief engineer's meaning. During the inspection of the early prototype hull, the Supreme Leader had criticized the exposed pipe edges in the crew quarters, pointing out that they would inevitably pose a danger to the brave and loyal crew in battle. Therefore, the newly appointed chief designer, handpicked by the Supreme Leader, ordered the forge engineers to modify the blueprints, adding specially made explosion-proof and insulating panels from Sindaria to the hull. The original text truly refers to the Supreme Leader. Although this modification made passageways more difficult to navigate, ducts more prone to overheating, and maintenance panels harder to access, official reports offered no objection. The Sindar Power Internal Security Department also proves that, both publicly and privately, everyone believes it makes the Lionheart fleet even greater. In the game, loyalty modifications reduce a ship's velocity dispersion by 5%, additional structural damage-related casualties by 10%, damaged weapons by 25%, and engine repair speed by a significant margin, a level of insane power even pirates wouldn't dare imagine. While the Internal Security Department can be as pervasive as the KGB, they cannot penetrate the hearts and minds of the people. The Lion King's autocratic rule might work on people in politics, propaganda, and intelligence, but that's essentially working on their minds. Science is different. Numerical constants and the cosmological constant don't change just because the Lion King gives a speech. If it can't be done, it can't be done. Now, the Lionheart Guard's largest military operation since its inception, a deployment for the needs of humanity and its forces, has been a complete failure in less than 2 months. The relentless bombing from the flash bombers and Hela ships was like a barrage of punches, striking not only the fleet but also Commander Radon's heart and the face shaped by the Lion King's propaganda. Commander? The second capital ship is sunk. The Courageous, one of the Victory class, is under concentrated fire. The staff officer's furious voice, broadcast through the Sky Dome exhibition system, snapped Radon out of his numb, instinctive command. He glanced at the screen and realized the vast difference in quality. Defeat was inevitable. Then a rhythmic burst of white noise appeared on the public channel. As the navigator picked up the signal and ordered the electronic warfare department to concentrate hacking to break through the electronic jamming, the signal became clear. These Sindar dogs, their brains atrophied from being exposed to the sun, are spineless. Cowardly hiding in a place like this, I see if I don't give them a good beating. Damn it! That unrestrained, vicious, and sarcastic insult felt strangely familiar at this moment. Because the voice was incredibly familiar to Colorado. It was Inoue Yoshiko, captain of the demonic avionics dreadnought and fleet commander from the Taylor system. She had angrily led the dreadnought Yomiuri and 2 Vortex-class ships to confront the Sindar power, only to be caught in a day of fighting, losing more than half her cruisers, sinking 2 capital ships, and severely damaging 2 Sindar strike fleets. No, so you weren't cowards, it was tactics? Wow, brother, this is mine, I'm an idiot. These were the first words Inoue Yoshiko uttered after entering the transponder's maximum communication range and picking up the battlefield signal. As for what happened before, that was just her furious outburst on a public streaming platform, a pure venting of emotions, nothing to take seriously. Rollardo wouldn't take it seriously either. Right now, all he wanted to do was kneel down before her. Chapter 972. In the Taylor system, on the planet Madeira, lies the Howling Abyss, a fissure hundreds of kilometers long, but only 2 kilometers wide at its widest point. Here stands the Frostgrass Tavern, the finest tavern on the entire Tundra planet. The U-shaped tavern, 8 stories high, is embedded in a volcanic rock cliff face. The private rooms on the second floor offer a view of the bustling activity on the first floor, while enjoying the tranquility of one-way glass. Inoue Takehiko, as Miko's husband, is entertaining the commander-in-chief of the Sindar Power Strike Fleet, Lorad, on behalf of his wife. The Taylor system is on the front lines. Each time supplies are needed, they have to travel across the entire star sector. Supply dispatch is difficult, and we also have to fight the Hell Legion. Miko is very busy with official duties, please understand. This was the 20th topic Inoue Takehiko had brought up. Across from him, Lorad, with his stubble and ashen expression, looked dejected. He had lost the pride and spirit of the Lionheart Guard, simply slumping as he drank the Sindar Sun. This is a wine quite different from the tyrannical nature of Sindar. Made from sea grapes from beneath the ocean of Wachner, it boasts a shimmering, rich blue hue in the bottle, with a delicate and elegant flavor. The earliest winery on the surface of Wachner dates back to humanity's first colonization of the Perseus star system. In short, the Sindarid tyranny, hostile to the dominant power yet equally domineering, even surpassing it in arrogance, possesses a wine of exceptional color, flavor, and pedigree, a wine whose history even predates Byzantine wines, a sea wine. This wine has absolutely nothing to do with the Lion of Sindaria. It is purely a reflection of the composure and elegance of the former governor's prearranged residence in the Asiatic system, once the center of the world. It was the Lion King's arrival that disrupted the lives of the locals, turning them into a band of fanatics. Even after a crushing defeat, Lolado didn't lose control, still drinking the same flavorful, mildly alcoholic beverage. Inoue Takehiko was racking his brains for a 21st topic. His opponent was not only a core member of a powerful family, but also a commander entrusted with a crucial mission by a giant corporation. More importantly, Lolado was a pureblood. But just then, someone changed the channel on the 10-square-meter projector on the first floor, which served as a television, displaying content that made Inoue Takehiko blush. The news of the Sindar Power's small fleet stationed in the Tulir system, crawling westward, and suffering another crushing defeat has become recent headline news. Many people say that if the Sindar Power continues to be so cowardly, they lose all face. Regarding this, online campaign commentator Fan Qian has something to say. The yellow line represents the Sindar Power, the thick line is the trajectory, and the dotted line is the original plan course. Self-media was popular in the 3K era, in the Interstellar era, with giant corporations, pirate dens, free planets, and even more self-media in cyberspace. Only the most outstanding and capable individuals are allowed to be projected into the tavern as entertainment. But no matter how outstanding they are, this is going too far. The tavern currently houses the commander-in-chief of the strike fleet and several high-ranking captains. Inoue Takehiko abruptly stood up, his expression stiff. Some of my men aren't avionics customers. I go get those bastards out of here. Forget it, forget it. Lorado waved his hand, draining his glass of wine, his teeth stained a deep blue like sea grapes, and grinned bitterly. What they said is true. It's normal to be mocked after losing. Inoue Takiko hesitated for a long time, unable to find a good way to respond, and could only manage to utter, "Brother, you're a straightforward man." Lorado shook his head, finally asking the question that had been buried in his heart for so long. I said, "Before, you fought against things like the Afterglow and the Hell Legion?" "Yes." Inoue Takiko nodded. Lorado fell silent. He had previously thought it was a case of the overlords making a fool of themselves, perhaps even fabricating battle records to exaggerate the enemy's escape and their own operational setbacks. Now, having actually witnessed it, he realized it was all genuine. The Supreme Overlords were completely genuine. Ha ha ha. Unlike the Sindar Power's embarrassment, the Universal Alliance, which had flown to Prism Freeport for supplies, laughed heartily. They even organized an online meeting, ostensibly for battle debriefing and reports from various fronts, but in reality, everyone was mocking them. Of these, Corning Oppenheimer laughed the loudest. He. That's hilarious. The Overlord even had my dad have people make thousands of mocking jokes about the Sindar Power, and then had them smuggled in and spread by smugglers. I bet the Lion King saw them, and couldn't stand it, so he sent troops, only to be met with a crushing defeat. Now the internal public opinion within the Sindar Power is probably going to explode. The remnants of the Fong clan, Dragon Prince Tang Xuefan, chuckled twice, then kindly advised, "Don't say any more, brother little. The Lionheart King is causing trouble. The Lionheart Guard can't defeat the Hell Legion, but defeating the West Wind system shouldn't be difficult." Scarface Jeffrey nodded in agreement. Yes, the Human Strike Fleet headquarters is located in the Tulier system. This is clearly an attempt to threaten the West Wind system and demand Hellas Man ships. Koning spat disdainfully. That's the West Wind system's business. What does it have to do with me? I, Koning, am on Eden. Does that old Lionheart King still have the energy to send people to assassinate me? As a rich second-generation heir and a master of public opinion manipulation, Koning may lack other skills, but he certainly doesn't lack the unbridled, unrestrained energy for creating content. The head of the Special Agent Department, Chu Xiongfei, also unusually attended the offline meeting. This task was originally supposed to be assigned to Duan Zhengchun and Cheng Beiyang from the Interstellar faction, but Duan Zhengchun, along with his harem and special agent team, had gone south to gather intelligence, collect evidence of Draco's crimes, and assist in suppressing the rebellion. It's rumored that this guy recently hooked up with the youngest daughter of one of Draco's 13 progenitors, and is trying to assimilate her, persuading her to abandon the darkness and embrace the light. Now, at a crucial moment, he doesn't have time to attend the meeting, so Chu Xiongfei came instead. Chu Xiongfei, dressed in a suit and tie, is ostensibly the head of the Universal Union's office in Prism Freeport, but also the well-known head of the Special Agent Department. His mission is to act as a target, drawing everyone's attention and creating opportunities for Cheng Beiyang, the true power behind the scenes. Years of attending high-level meetings, banquets, and press conferences had transformed Chu Xiongfei, a former engine room worker and factory laborer, into a well-dressed, elegant man, standing out from the crowd. But the moment he opened his mouth, the contrast was stark. Don't even mention it. The Lion King is definitely not going to take over the West Wind Galaxy now. He rolled up his sleeves and said mysteriously, "The Sindar Power has recently organized a propaganda team, sending people to various forces, from giant corporations to large groups to free planets. It's said that even the holographic novel studio in the West Wind Galaxy has received orders to urgently produce promotional videos for the Sindar Power." "No," Jeffrey said, popping roasted peas into his mouth, perking up at the news. After such a crushing defeat, what's the point of propaganda? Sharing their defeat experience? Hey! That's not quite right. Chu Xiongfei explained enthusiastically. Otherwise, how could the Lion King be the boss? What they need to promote is the Sindar Power. The patrol discovered that the Hell Legion and the Afterglow had joined forces to attack the West Wind system. The strike fleet, knowing they were outmatched, still launched an attack, risking everything for humanity, understand? So, in that sense, they saved the West Wind system, salvaged the humanization of unmanned ships, and even publicized the intelligence that the Hell Legion, a human force controlled by the Afterglow, possessed a demonic core that could control the Afterglow. TSK, with this kind of propaganda, public opinion will quickly turn around. Old One Eye couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't this ridiculous? Hey! Ordinary people don't know the truth behind this." Now that a behemoth Like the Sindar power is spreading this propaganda, who do you think the people will believe? Chu Xiongfei gave a thumbs up. This is what the captain called winning science. Learn it, there's a lot more to it than meets the eye. Chapter 973. Prism Freeport, Prism 13 Factories. The 13 factories are not an administrative institution, but rather a place where 13 merchant houses within Prism Freeport jointly discuss and conduct business. Located in the Prism Freeport VIP Spaceport, the largest space station in the star system, it consists of 3 floors of open-air consumer space and 12 floors of tiered office space. The bottom 3 floors handle buying and selling, pawning, consignment auctions, and also cater to various other client needs, encompassing everything from clothing and food to leisure and entertainment. Outsiders often describe it as a super mall, and when introducing it to friends, they always say, the 13 factories serve just one person. How could this be anything but a blessing? But this place is actually an exhibition hall showcasing the 13 factories' wealth and the rarity of their goods. It's a unique place where the 13 factories compete and display their uniqueness, distinct from direct commercial warfare. But today, it's closed. Because Li Bin has arrived. It must be noted that Li Bin is perhaps the first person to frequently travel throughout the entire star system after establishing a giant enterprise. Anyone else would be holed up at home by now, the firewood burning softly in the woods, the blankets warm and cozy. My friend and I wouldn't be venturing out. Compared to the risks of going out to do business ourselves, facing agents, enemies, potential pirates, and space station terrorist attacks, staying in our happy hometown is far more cost-effective. Isha followed behind Li Bin, complaining somewhat. You're not someone who can conquer the world with a mediocre ship anymore. Can't you have a little sense of security? The Universal Alliance has many friends, but also many enemies. She grumbled. Old One Eye has been leading the team these past few days, turning the place you're going to upside down. They caught no fewer than 20 assassins, some from the Relief Association, some from Speedtronics, and even some from the Hell Legion. Don't assume that having half a skull mechanically modified is some outrageous act for interstellar humans. In fact, such augmentation implants are quite common. Cybernetic beings with their entire bodies mechanically modified do exist. The Hell Legion was excommunicated by humanity not because of their physical modifications, but because their minds were controlled by out-of-control AI. That's the most fatal flaw. Humans can accept no longer having flesh and blood, but machines must submit to human will. Well, judging from the numerous mechanical couples, and even spouses among interstellar humans, it certainly can't be the other way around. Therefore, capturing assassins from the Hell Legion isn't uncommon. And what about the assassins from Tachyon Technology? Li Bin asked his wife, holding her hand, as the representative from the 13 factories explained various spaceship modification technologies and blueprints. Isa rolled her eyes. Chu Xiangrui has moved his headquarters to Wolf Spirit Star now. Being forced to change dynasties by the Overlord, how can those old-timers, who were neglected during the regime change, not hate him? Chu Xiangrui is holed up on Wolf Spirit Star, heavily guarded by the Supreme Overlord. Only you are running around everywhere. Who else would they kill if not you? Saying this, Isa patted Li Bin on the back, then reassured him, don't worry too much. The 13 factories are even more nervous than we are, afraid something might happen to you. You don't know, the 13 factories are currently obsessed with the Holy Crab, the Seal Ball, the Whitestone series, the Bowhead Whale class, and the heavy machinery that the Universal Union is exporting against the market trend. Our exports account for 25% of Freeport's profits. If you hadn't been so indifferent, they might have rebranded the trading company originally supported by the Perseus Alliance and put it under your name. Li Bin shook his head. It's not that I don't have ideas, it's just that there's no need. If it weren't for his promise to his subordinates to attempt unification, his burden of the promise of the human coexistence faction, and his glimpse of the bleak future through St. Lud, he wouldn't be running around so tirelessly every day. In short, it's all about saving lives. The burden of humanity is too heavy for him to bear. He just do what he can. Okay, I understand. I go check on the acquisition of the spaceship modification technology. The people from the 13 factories seem to want to negotiate with you privately. Isa coaxed Li Bin, kissed him, and left lightly. Li Bin watched his wife's retreating figure, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Her skirt rose and fell with her footsteps, like a flower swaying in spring. At that moment, the artistic beauty of gravity deeply captivated Li Bin. The 13 factories want to purchase a production license for the Bowhead Whale class. The representative from the 13 factories rubbed his hands cautiously. As he spoke, the 13 factories staff behind him unfolded various portable terminals, showing Li Bin production capacity, resources, data, and various contracts. Lieben flicked his cigarette ash, and a waiter from the 13 factories immediately slid over, catching the large, negative draft ashtray in both hands. The 13 factories are backed by various giant corporations. Our company's Bowhead Wheel-class production technology license is publicly available. You can use it once you meet our requirements and sign a contract. If I sell it to you, how can I guarantee you won't hand it over to your own masters? The representative bowed obsequiously. Hee, how could that be? This is the 13 factories' own idea. His expression was sincere. The situation in the star system is currently chaotic, and the 13 factories also want to contribute to humanity. Prism Freeport has orbital industrial facilities, has taken over the Perseus Alliance's nano-forging furnace, and has recruited refugees from all over the world, selecting the best of the best, finally gathering tens of thousands of technicians and several thousand engineers. Recently, the risky mining industry split up. Hyena Mining surrendered, and Tongfu Mining, supported by Wind Mining, and Iha Mining, supported by Hyena Mining, merged to form Ifu Mining, which now oversees the mining of nebula matter in the Stylance Nebula, while the efficiency isn't as high as directly mining the asteroid belt. However, we purchased Hive-class ocean-going mining ships from Hyena Mining. Just by installing nanofilters, we can recover metal dust. Li Bin did a quick calculation and felt a chill run down his spine at the low production capacity. He recalled comparing alloy prices during his previous visits to Prism Freeport and instantly understood. The major corporations reduced or even shut down alloy exports due to war demand. The decline of Wind and Hyena Mining further fueled soaring ore prices, leading to a peak in mineral and alloy exports from free planets. However, the resources they exported were likely sold to nearby corporations. This put Prism Freeport in an awkward position. Li Bin guessed that the 13 factories weren't actually selling ores and alloys, but rather that their alloy reserves were so low they could barely cover the costs of acquiring wreckage and repairing/refurbishing old ships. If the repair and refurbishment services are truly shut down, the permanently neutral Prism Freeport will immediately lose most of its revenue. What a joke. What port can't repair ships? You have many consumer items, but if you can't repair ships, what am I supposed to do here? The representative explained humbly. The 13 factories hope to leverage their existing production capacity and technology to produce Bowhead Whale-class ships and sell them throughout the entire star system. As payment for the technology licensing, Prism Freeport will purchase on an annual basis, offering a 40% discount on all goods in the Freeport each year. And this is a 40% discount on top of the discounts offered by giant corporations. Li Bin's heart skipped a beat. Giant corporations already enjoy discounts when purchasing on a large scale in Prism Freeport. If they get an additional 40% discount, the 13 factories will truly earn nothing. Li Bin looked at the representative, thought for a few seconds, and suddenly revealed a look of surprise. Damn, you guys are thinking of. The representative rushed forward, flustered and snorting loudly. This scene further confirmed Li Bin's guess. His heart pounded wildly. Good heavens. The 13 factories want to go independent too. Having acquired the nano-forging furnace, are they trying to borrow my Bowhead Whale-level technology license to discuss cooperation and independence? Chapter 974. One of the initial selectable avatars in the game, and also one of my two most frequently used avatars. The second one might be power armor, but the first one is practically inhuman. This one is simply not human. Everything except the brain is cybernetically enhanced. Prism Freeport wants to take this opportunity to become independent? If this were said out loud, everyone would doubt it's a pipe dream. Not to mention that Prism Freeport is controlled by the 13 factories, and behind the 13 factories are various levels of giant corporations. Just mentioning names like Second Speedtron, Overlord, Demon Aviation, and Risk Mining would make the entire star system tremble, except for the Sindar Power. No, even the Sindar Power. Freeport is full of spies from these giant corporations, and various outsourcing companies serving them. The relationships are as tangled as an electrical wiring box that hasn't been thoroughly cleaned up in decades. But whether something can succeed depends not only on internal factors, but also on external factors. Prism Freeport has indeed been infiltrated by multiple agents, but precisely because of this, it's not impossible that, by leveraging AI cores and far-sighted strongmen to mediate, they could be maneuvering on a pedestal, using agents to deceive each other or even pass on false intelligence. The current situation in the star system is generally one of forgiving the past and uniting against external threats. This atmosphere of public opinion and the pressure of war will undoubtedly make all parties cautious. Moreover, Prism Freeport involves too many interests. If it were to be suppressed, who would be entrusted with this task? Whoever does it would mean enormous profits, and the result of multiple parties hindering progress could very well be missing a golden opportunity. This has happened countless times throughout history. The so-called profiting from chaos is a prime example, but the cost is enormous, and the risk extremely high. Finally, Prism Freeport undoubtedly possesses AI cores, albeit in small numbers. Subsequently, to appease other forces, the Overlord set up the Nanoforge there. Although ownership doesn't belong to the 13 factories, they do have the right to use it. They are contractors. Thus, the listings of warships by giant corporations in the high-end market, the AI cores in space stations, the nano-forging furnaces in orbital industrial facilities, and the complex internal and external environment have created opportunities for ambitious individuals. If the possibility of independence was previously almost zero, now it's at least 20%. If they can get Li Bin involved, ride the diplomatic wave of the Universal Union, and have Li Bin guarantee the continued supply of the Interstellar Empire's production capacity after independence, Li Bin transfers it to the Empire to meet the Empire's component production needs, they can immediately gain the support of two major powers. By creating a fait accompli and then paying a hefty price, the 13 factories could very well complete their transformation from puppet to master. The Universal Union can also reap huge profits from this. In this case, the probability of success could reach 40%. Don't say 40% is too low. Compared to the prestige and status of giant corporations, 40% is quite high. Zhu Di's uprising of a few hundred men to quell the rebellion in Fengtian and Li Shimen's counterattack at Xuanwu Gate, without considering hindsight, but from the perspective of the time, the odds of victory were never even 40%. It can only be said that all political actions are essentially gambles. It all depends on whether you're willing to take the bait. Li Bin looked at the representative, clicked his tongue, and thought, for a Prism Freeport, I have to offend so many forces, maybe even turn against the Overlord. Are you drinking without eating? The representative, anticipating Li Bin's concerns, eagerly presented a list, which slowly scrolled down after activation, captivating Li Bin's attention. This is all the blueprints collected by the 13 factories of Prism Freeport, including all the official ships of the Overlord, Core, and extended eras, and even some fragments of exemplar and star-level blueprints. We also have all the weapons and carrier-based aircraft from the 3 great eras. In addition, the 13 factories provide all the spaceship blueprints stolen and created by the blueprint hackers, all the pirate spaceship blueprints, and some blueprints from the giant enterprises. These also include ships, weapons, and carrier-based aircraft. Of course, we also offer all the ship modification technology with open arms. Li Bin gritted his teeth. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. Although the Universal Union had gathered almost all the official ship blueprints from the 3 great eras that were still in use in this star system, this didn't mean the blueprints from the blueprint hackers and pirates were useless. On the contrary, these rough blueprints represented the greatness of the human realm. Many of the human realm's blueprints were developed after initial planning, extensively incorporating ingenious ideas from civilian blueprints. These hastily drawn blueprints precisely represented technological accumulation. Whether right or wrong, the fact that these blueprints were qualified to enter the market meant that some of their features were usable. Even the special blueprints and modification technologies of some giant corporations should not be underestimated. Many are remnants of technology from before the Great Collapse. Li Bin was immediately tempted. He feigned reluctance, pretending to decline. Your terms are very good, but there's no need to come to me. Other giant corporations have a good chance of success. The representative shook his head and flattered. Universal Union and you, didn't you help Elfi's independence first, and then Magius's independence? You have more experience in independence matters. Li Bin was speechless, thinking to himself, you're practically offering this to me, it would be impolite to refuse. So Li Bin urgently stopped his wife from buying the ship and installing the modification technology. He pretended to discuss things behind closed doors for 3 days, but in reality, they worked tirelessly. Afterwards, both of them looked pale, as if the matter was extremely important and they hadn't slept for 3 days, and were overworked, reluctantly agreeing. This absolutely cannot be told to anyone. If it's not kept secret, we'd be exposed. There are many spies from major corporations within the 13 factories. Li Bin said solemnly, using this as a delaying tactic to postpone the contract signing. Meanwhile, he had already contacted Ms. N using the powerful hacking capabilities of his machine-generated character, Celia. He instructed Ms. N to secretly bypass Freeport's firewall, opening a communication channel through a vulnerability unknown to anyone, and sending all the information he possessed to the Overlord. Many rooms in Freeport were without internet access, But the 13 Factories General Affairs Department was clearly not among them. The 13 Factories representative wanted to secretly communicate with Li Bin in the dark, but unexpectedly, Li Bin turned the tables on him. As the saying goes, one cannot imagine what one has not seen. This representative had never imagined that a super hacker existed without alerting the firewall. But in reality, Ms. N had already laid out her plans for Freeport, even infiltrating it. Freeport was completely undefended against Li Bin. When the representative eagerly urged Li Bin to sign the contract, the three factions, the Overlord, the Second Speedster, and the Church of Lude, had already secretly guaranteed it, authorizing Li Bin to sign the contract and deeming it illegal. In other words, the guarantee contract Li Bin signed was therefore not recognized by any force and constituted authorized fraud. Even more ingeniously, because this contract was signed later than the agreement he reached with the three factions, from the world's perspective, Li Bin was still a man of his word. I, Li Bin, to fulfill my promise, am even willing to risk my integrity by signing a false agreement. As the CEO of a giant corporation, I personally ventured into the lion's den. The holographic novel studio in the West Wind Galaxy has already begun filming related promotional novels, to counter those who want to use this opportunity to smear Li Bin. The core message of these propaganda videos was singular: may the people endure this temporary humiliation. I, Li Bin, have a plan that can restore Freeport from danger and bring clarity to the murky situation. My actions, from the perspectives of time, law, and emotion, can withstand scrutiny. Having spent nearly a week finalizing contracts and various agreements, Li Bin, carrying the 3 eras of spaceship modification technology and pirate modification technology given away for free by the 13 factories, leisurely returned to the spaceport. Looking at the massive amount of free supplies he had received, he smiled, thinking to himself, only idiots would side with you in your independence movement. I crush you bunch of troublemakers. Can't my overlord father-in-law just grant me these technology blueprints? The quantity may be small, but at least they're safe. Chapter 975. ISA, looking at the modification technology and blueprints that couldn't be packed into more than a dozen trains, was unusually beaming with a wide grin. What could she say? No coins given, just pure freebies. The Prism Freeport 13 had really gone all out this time, driven by their wolfish ambitions. Besides the promised modification technology, to show their sincerity, they also gifted LPC blueprints for carrier-based aircraft from the 3 great eras, something the Universal Alliance was still lacking. Furthermore, the fact that the company had already acquired most of the ship blueprints from the 3 great eras was a company secret, unknown to the 13, who were foolishly waiting for Li Bin to fulfill his promise. Li Bin replied that he was really unfamiliar with this, and told her to stay away, saying he was acting on orders to scam them. He suggested she talk to the Overlord, Suzuman, Lud's punitive fleet, saying they were all struggling to survive, and that it wasn't easy for anyone. Your image is back again, huh? Isha couldn't help but tease Li Bin. Li Bin shrugged, feigning helplessness, looking like he was being held in high esteem by the Persis faction, like someone carrying a heavy burden on his shoulders. After walking a few steps, he saw the 13 factories' security personnel nervously approaching, forming a human wall nearby, somewhat embarrassed, urging Li Bin to pass through the transit station as quickly as possible. This port had been sealed off, reserved for the Universal Alliance's use. Li Bin had been traveling in a hover car, blending into the security convoy. By the time he disembarked at the transit station, security was already being maintained jointly by the 13 factories and the Universal Alliance. In other words, if Li Bin walked any further, less than 2 minutes, and something went wrong, the 13 factories could find an excuse to argue and shift blame to Li Shu. Perhaps feeling it was too shameful to erect riot shields and roadblocks in front of such a powerful entity, blocking low-altitude drone routes, they simply set up a human wall, deploying snipers and small artillery teams in hidden corners around the perimeter. But this meant they couldn't quickly regain control of the situation. The newcomers soon shoved against the human wall. The veteran prosthetic soldiers from the Universal Union quickly surrounded them, shielding them. Then, a strangely familiar voice rang out from afar. Li Bin. CO Li Bin. Li Bin immediately activated his mental palace to begin matching. As the voice's owner introduced himself, he found a suitable match. I'm Persephone from the Elf Court Society. Behind me is North. Hey North, say something. The voice was both surprised and annoyed. The surprise was undeniable, from encountering Li Bin here. The annoyance stemmed from North's stiff, lifeless demeanor, like a powerless storage puppet. Li Bin glanced at him and beckoned to his subordinates. Tell the 13 factories to let them in. First, do gene sequencing and identity screening. Once they all pass and are confirmed not to be living assassins or imposters, bring them to see me. Aye, Captain. The bodyguard, who had followedly been out of the factory area, nodded joyfully, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he looked back at his old friend. This is utterly insulting. Pushing the elderly Sharapova along, North's face flushed red as he stared at the inspection room beside the docking bay, his anger and embarrassment palpable. Despite this, he unconsciously kept his voice as low as possible, keeping it audible to only a few people nearby. Persephone, still clad in her elaborate and ornate armor, immediately glared at him, her sharp gaze forcing North into silence. The veteran with the prosthetic arm standing casually nearby, his helmet tilted back, a cigarette dangling from his lips, appeared relaxed, but through the sound-capturing equipment activated by his tactical helmet, he still caught every word of North's complaint. Then the veteran, cigarette dangling from his mouth, grinned, revealing his rare alloy steel teeth. His saliva, accentuated by the steel teeth, looked particularly sticky, like a hyena-smelling carrion. His facial muscles and scars unconsciously radiated excitement. The rules of the Universal Union are the rules. Not happy? Let's go! The CEO is busy with official business. Even representatives of giant corporations aren't people you can just see whenever you want, let alone on a free planet. Sharapova, eyes closed, the former governor of Elf, now appeared asleep, oblivious to everything around her. Persephone gracefully moved away from the group, her slender fingers lifting to reveal the finest Ludwig Saint's fragrance, nestled in her arm guard. A cigarette slipped into her hand. She seemingly placed it on the old soldier's prosthetic arm, but subtly offered it to him, simultaneously displaying her social skills with a mature and melodious voice. It's our men who don't know the rules. Please forgive them, sir. The old soldier chuckled, impressive, even with that old-fashioned flair. I only ever heard that kind of tone on the ship's public address system. Your name is Persephone, right? I'm also from Elf, but a poor factory worker. I heard of you for a long time. Back in the factory I worked at, many young men even used your advertisements as pilots, but that's all gone now. The words were heavily objectifying, but Persephone could only manage a forced smile, a smooth expression of surprise. Oh, is that so? Speaking of which, we used to. We're from the same hometown. She was about to say that since they were from the same hometown, she should make an exception, but the old soldier slowly interrupted her, cutting her off completely. I used to work at the Smanlock refinery. You know the Smanlock family, right? I later found out they were from your quartz society. In Star Calendar 205, the Smanlock chemical plant imported a batch of smuggled chemical raw materials. Those were refined by the pirates themselves, and the impurities weren't completely removed. Young Smanlock, to please his mother, fought with his brother for inheritance rights, making us laborers use unclean raw materials to wash away volatiles. As a result, the impurities reacted into toxins, killing more than a dozen people. We caused trouble, and young Smanlock paid you for help. You hired the space station security team to suppress us. The old soldier still grinned, his steel teeth grinding against the cigarette butt. The artificial filter, ground into tiny strands, twirled together and sprayed onto Parsifern's face as he spoke. 121 people in the factory, only 38 survived, and 6 were crippled for life. I'm lucky. I just got shot by an air gun in the ditch. Later, the factory area immigrated, and I managed to crawl out of the sewers and follow the captain to where I am today. North slapped his own face. His oily, well-maintained face bore the imprint of his hand. North pressed his eyes, feeling utterly hopeless. He feared he was going to die today. Then the veteran's face hardened, the scar across his nose twitching menacingly. I don't buy that. Line up. He slapped the cigarette back into Persephone's hand, then pulled a Cosmos brand cigarette from his greaves, uttering a meaningful remark. Everyone in the Universal Union smokes this. I cough if I smoke anything else. Persephone nervously returned to the line, and North dared not utter another word. The two obediently entered the inspection room, where they stripped naked under the emotionless scrutiny of the security personnel of their respective genders, their bodies and clothing being searched. Actually, in this day and age, strip checks are unnecessary. Especially for CEOs of large corporations, the security standards are relics of the early days of humanity. Nothing can be hidden. But this was the veteran's small act of abusing his power. He didn't know what these people from Elfia were up to, but as Li Bin's personal guard, he was entitled to know many things. For example, the murderer who brutally killed his co-workers back then, and Elstar, now part of the Tulier system, being taken over by Safe Mining, where the once ruling class of free planets was ruthlessly swept out. A nobleman from a half-giant corporation comes here, while a once powerful family ruling an entire system is reduced to a single planet. You're not related. What right do you have to be governor? Get out of here. Chapter 976. So Governor Shera is here to seek refuge? Qian Tao didn't have Li Bin's good memory. As the flagship's first mate, he spent his days either inspecting the fleet in Li Bin's place or, while Li Bin was in port discussing business, synchronizing intelligence with the universal fleet stationed in various star systems. He kept track of everything from the consolidation process of the Nova City to the damage suffered by the space station due to the Legion invasion. He also had to manage the elastic defense network of the Taylor system, hold meetings with Lan Yuan to remotely control Lan Yuan's squadron, and summarize Wu Qingyu and Xing Chenfil's tactics. Finally, he had to communicate with the Adventurers Association, synchronize information on gold-label bounty hunter affairs, understand the training progress of hunter mentors at all levels, such as the carrier fleet's Grand Mentor Zueming Qianshao, the comprehensive tactics master Zhu Jin, the pursuit mentor Mikhail, and the guerrilla warfare Grand Mentor Tang Zhuofan, and forward this information to the special agents so they could arrange contact and recruitment. You don't think the flagship's first mate, sitting in the CO seat, only manages one ship, do you? Qian Tao, roughly speaking, is Li Bin's work secretary. Sometimes, when he can't handle everything, he also has to establish a secret network to ensure intelligence security, pulling in former First Mate Wahab and former First Mate Jeffrey to work through the night together. When there are no meetings, all is well, but when there are, hundreds of thousands of star coins are traded in minutes. He needs to handle operations in several star systems, and he has an entire bridge staff under him. He simply doesn't have time to worry about the future and fate of a planet like Elf. He's almost forgotten what the factory area looks like. He's always flying in the sky, as if he's been a ship-based human since birth. He even married, and had children on the ship. His wife only returned to the Eden system after giving birth, and now, like other crew members, their child was sent to the company's advanced full-time school immediately after birth, while his wife returned to the ship as a logistics dispatcher on a battlefield mothership. He instinctively addressed Sharapova as governor, then immediately realized she had stepped down, so he changed his tune. Sharapova's out of office. What about Quartz? An old soldier in the guards flicked an ear pick from his prosthetic arm and cleaned his ear, twitching with pleasure. Out of office too. The entire Quartz team was wiped out, including the railroad crew. Now I hear that the lower-level management at Elf has been snatched up by the financial vampire families of Kazalin. The lower ranks are practically fighting tooth and nail. Only the largest ones are still retained by Kazalin, used to manipulate the financial market for safe mining. Qian Tao thought for a few seconds, then suddenly slapped his thigh. Damn it. The veteran pulled his ear pick away and nervously touched the pistol strapped to his chest. What? Is there a problem with them? No. Qian Tao waved the terminal in his hand. The West Wind system has received technical support from the Brighton Alliance, and the report needs the captain's review. With Sharapova and her group here, the captain doesn't have time to look at it right now. Hey! I thought it was a big deal, just go. The veteran said nonchalantly. Qian Tao countered. But is it appropriate to disturb the captain from meeting old acquaintances? The veteran countered. Is the captain very familiar with this Quartz society? Li Bin wasn't really familiar with these people. Back then, all the interactions were business. But Li Bin was a grateful person. Although Mu Yao, one of North's subordinates, refused the invitation to stay at the company, although North's invitation to him was purely for exploitation, and although Sharapova didn't have good intentions either. But Li Bin still remembers the case of Byzantine wine that gave him a breather from his tight finances, the loan from the Richelieu Bank that Northmere approved, and the business he was able to conduct under the guise of Elfie during the Battle of Conda's Nest. These things are nothing to him now, but around Star Calendar 198, they were a real lifesaver, so Li Bin decided to give her a chance. Please follow me, everyone. Yun Yang, dressed in the Universal Union uniform, as the head of the flagship's customer service team, undoubtedly possessed an ethereal presence. This was Mikhail's idea. After witnessing the carnage of the battle against the Hell Legion, he discussed it with Tang Zhuofan and decided to send Yun Yang back to the Eden system. The captain is right. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Yun Yang has a child. She can't stay with me on the front lines. But Yun Yang stubbornly refused their offer, stating bluntly that she had deserted before and didn't want to desert again. Despite their pleas and even threats like, "You're not even a soldier, what are you pretending to be a soldier for?" They couldn't persuade her to leave. There was no other way but to place her on the safe flagship. Persephone's prized figure and appearance were utterly outclassed by Yun Yang, a natural beauty possessing an innate allure, a blend of avian elegance and human intelligence. Purebred primate beauties were plentiful, but purebred beauties from the Fawn clan, the bird people race, were truly rare. Even North was momentarily distracted. Elfie, after all, was from a remote, impoverished area and hadn't seen much of the world. However, compared to the socialite's pride in her looks, figure, and even the breadth of her conversation, Persephone was completely overwhelmed by Yunyang's past as a noble, her training in tachyon technology, and her experience working for a giant corporation. North quickly regained his composure. His attention was drawn to something else. As a battlecruiser, the Candle Dragon's passageways were narrow, comparable to those of a regular cruiser, due to the presence of Celia and some Warhammer advanced technology. However, as they ventured deeper, they encountered crew members far exceeding the size of cruisers, their heads held high, yet displaying complex expressions. They also saw crew members in red-patterned uniforms and gears walking by, seemingly lost in thought, carrying the infamous thick gift crab. North remained captivated by the ship. Elfie had no capital ships until its change of ownership. Although North didn't work for the Universal Union, he often casually followed the company's activities because of Li Bin. He knew the company's flagship was a relatively small ship. At least the Universal Union had other, larger battleships, and even dreadnoughts. At this moment, North's mind was filled with only two thoughts. His right brain, primarily focused on emotion, thought, goodness, if battlecruisers are this big, then battleships and dreadnoughts must be taking off. His left brain, primarily focused on logic, thought, Mu Yao really shouldn't have left. If he had stayed, he could have saved me right now. Then, both brains worked in parallel, lamenting with disappointment. It's a pity that Mu Yao died in the violent expulsion by Safe Mining. North pushed Shara along, occasionally letting out a gasp of amazement. Seeing battlecruisers in the news and holographic projections was a completely different experience from seeing them in real life. But the one with the most complex emotions was Shara, who was pretending to be asleep with her eyes half closed. The old woman, who had once ruthlessly destroyed flowers, nurtured alien botanical gardens, and could decide Li Bin's life or death with a gentle whisper, now only found North noisy. He was nagging her to think about what emotion she should use when she saw Li Bin. Will he remain as gentle and humble as ever, or as warm and welcoming as if they'd been reunited after a long separation? She missed the rise of the Universal Union, which she had personally nurtured, watching as Kanda and the Universal Union complemented each other. Now, disgraced and fleeing, Li Bin's willingness to see her sends a significant political signal. She hopes to use Li Bin's influence to reclaim what's rightfully hers, the position of station master at Elf Space Station. Despite her age, Sharapova is determined to beg Li Bin, even if it's just to be a puppet. It's a pity that my later years were spent struggling, trapped in the family business. My vision narrowed, allowing Li Bin to rise to power. Fate is truly cruel. Chapter 977. In the Candle Dragon Church, incense cascaded down like a waterfall. 13 spiral incense sticks, each as thick as an adult's arm, dripped with delicate gray ink. In the dimly lit, unlit church, the gray refracted a faint, almost imperceptible gold. That was gold dust mixed in with the incense. On the platform stood a damage control officer, in charge of the daily mass. He was assisted by 13 alloy crabs. The binary prayer, chanting 0 and 1, created a somewhat eerie atmosphere. A colossal statue, its face obscured, stood leaning on a sword, seemingly about to rise in fury at any moment. Li Bin sat in the second row of the church, leaning against the seat in front of him. His right hand hung naturally, his left arm resting on the backrest, his head propped on his arm. He seemed to be listening to the rhythmic prayer, or perhaps to the slow, low narration of Sharapova, seated in the back rows. North, sitting further back, felt utterly defeated. His negotiation skills, honed to perfection since his apprenticeship, made him acutely aware that Li Bin's turning his back to him signified rejection. He glanced slightly at Persephone, only to find this socialite, who seemed to rely on technology to prolong her life, staring intently at Li Bin's retreating figure, completely mesmerized. North cursed inwardly. Where was your infatuation when Li Bin was around? He knew Persephone still regretted not choosing Li Bin sooner, but he didn't know that Persephone's thoughts went beyond that. Through Li Bin's wedding, she had learned of Isabella's background and real name. Isabella Brown. She also realized that with Isabella's presence before Li Bin, she had lost her competitive edge. When Parsifern looked at Li Bin, she saw only the image of him from 10 years ago. Back then, this future, renowned CEO was nothing more than someone willing to kneel and lick her boots for a single deal. Parsifern was looking at the person, but she was reminiscing about how Li Bin had effortlessly navigated the world of women on the Elf Space Station, remaining untouched by any of them. She had missed the best choice of her life, failing to rescue Li Bin when he was at his lowest point, thus losing her own chance to soar. But she had lost so much more: friends, lovers, power, career, even her team. The Quartz Corporation, once her pride and joy, was now just a roadside stall, dragging her down with her. Even the dung beetles in the factory's sewers could now order her around. Unlike North's complete resignation and pragmatism, she had suffered a comprehensive blow from Universal Union, to her appearance, her speech, her relationships, and was now struggling to accept reality. This was hopeless too. North felt frustrated and complained that he wished Muyao were still here. His students, whom he had personally trained, could communicate with a single glance. "I'm sorry, I cannot grant your request." Li Bin finally straightened up, took a cigarette from his pack, lit it, and with a bang, the tobacco smoked and burned, becoming the 14th spark in the church. Shava's slightly emotional face instantly froze. Like a frostbitten eggplant, her wrinkled old face turned red and purple, as if she was about to suffocate. Parsifern was on the verge of tears, looking as if she hadn't expected him to be so heartless. This made Isa, who was watching the monitor, frown. She had known Li Bin for a long time, and had witnessed most of their interactions. But that look in her eyes annoyed her, so she immediately had someone bring up the records of Persephone's relationship with Li Bin. The pitifully small official record, along with a slightly larger but still less than 2 pages long, mostly contained information she already knew, made Isabella laugh in anger. It wasn't because Persephone was presumptuous, but because she was angry at herself for actually having feelings for such a person. It was like stepping in dog poop. As for North, his heart was dead, utterly destroyed. He just wanted to leave immediately, to escape to a place where Li Bin couldn't see him. The success of an acquaintance was certainly envious, but having one's own predicament seen by an acquaintance was even more agonizing. Shara, unwilling to give up, ignored North's offensive gesture of pressing down on her shoulder, her voice hoarse and pleading. "I ask for nothing more than to return to Elf, even if it's just to be a stamping gentleman." A clear look of despair crossed her face, her lips trembled, her withered fingers twisting her synthetic robe. If it really doesn't work, please ask the CEO to send us back and find us a job in Elf. I know that with the CEO's abilities." "My lord." North was almost frantic, gritting his teeth. Rules. He knew what Shara was about to say, that he knew, with the CEO's abilities, the mere position of governor of Elf was nothing more than a piece of cake. But this could be implied, not stated explicitly. Li Bin was no longer the nobody he could easily manipulate. He was the CEO of a major corporation. Keeping these words unspoken was like dust in a nebula, but letting them out was like a black hole singularity. Seeing the former governor of Elf's disheveled state, Lan Yuan, sitting in front of the monitor, couldn't help but ask curiously, did the CEO really work under people like this before? Isa's expression turned wistful. Back when she was governor, she was quite elegant. Her hair was always perfectly combed, and sitting in her gold-plated smart wheelchair, she looked like a noblewoman. Her voice was soft, but don't mistake her for a pushover. Shava kept a garden full of alien carnivorous plants, chopping up insects to feed them herself every day, and even throwing incompetent subordinates to feed the flowers. Everyone was incredibly down on their luck back then. I even thought that if I ever rebuilt my family, I would be as composed and powerful as she was. Sigh. Lan Yuan clicked her tongue repeatedly. Although she had survived the Great Collapse, she wasn't very old, and being in a research-oriented military base, she was even more innocent. She had never seen an elderly person who had fallen so drastically in the political arena live like this. Now, it seemed like a plucked phoenix was no better than a chicken. Aside from the occasional quotation, after the Great Collapse, there was no indication that she had once been a planetary governor. Li Bin quietly held his cigarette, waiting until Sharapova was sure she wouldn't say those words aloud before standing up, turning around, and looking directly at everyone for the first time. For the sake of our past relationship, I give you 2 choices. First, immigrate to the Tanfa system. I arranged for Governor Jia to arrange accommodation for you. I believe that since you are able to manage a world of death, you can quickly contribute to the company in Tanfa. Don't worry, you'll be assigned to suitable positions based on your work abilities after evaluation. I guarantee they all be formal positions within the Universal Union, and I write letters of recommendation. That's the limit of what I can do. Universal Union. It also has its own promotion and demotion system, and I can't make too many exceptions. Secondly, you will stay in Prism Freeport. Opportunities will come soon, and how many you seize are up to you. But let me make this clear. After it's done, you are not allowed to act under the banner of the Universal Alliance. This is a one-time thing. Li Bin exhaled billowing smoke, his sharp eyes piercing through the dust. For the former, I guarantee your future and your life, with a high floor and a low ceiling. For the latter, I only give you opportunities. The floor is death, and there's no upper limit. Shara's breath caught in her throat, feeling as if that gaze had pierced her neck, making it hard to breathe. In a daze, she felt as if she were facing a colossal beast hidden in the dust. If the Perseus star system still retained dragon culture, her first thought would probably be dragon image. Chapter 978. Facing Li Bin's youthful face and sharp gaze, Sharapova's throat went dry. She struggled to speak. Before she could finish, Li Bin flicked his cigarette ash, silencing her immediately. Behind the monitor, Lan Yuan commented, "The old woman is terrified." The CEO's words leave no room for negotiation. The difference in their status is too great. She's lost all composure in front of him. Xian Tao rubbed his nose, thinking that even he, an old man, would have to keep a tight rein in front of the captain, holding back his urges, preferring to nervously urinate rather than make a sound. As a former senior foreman at one of the few frigate component manufacturing plants in Elf, he had seen Sharapova many times through the factory owner's projection screen when representing the workers to collect their wages. Back then, she was so full of vigor, associating with the branch manager of Richelieu's, the special representative of Governor Kazarin, and the deputy commander of the giant corporation's trade fleet. Now, even the captain's casual flick of cigarette ash sent shivers down her spine, and she was filled with wild speculation, her heart pounding as if she were about to die of fright. He felt it wasn't just the captain's movements, but more so that Sharapova had once again realized that the person she was talking to was the leader of a giant corporation, its founder. A single, diverted mining operation had almost crushed her. Now, Li Bin, far surpassing even Anqiu in mining, was so young, his future immeasurable. Sharapova was like a blind man suddenly regaining his sight, finally seeing the elephant in all its glory. Leaning back in her wheelchair, she mumbled something, hesitantly, finally piecing together a series of sentences. I choose option 2. North was numb. He hadn't cherished the opportunity to become a shareholder of Universal Union before, and now, a second chance was right before him, yet he could only watch it slip away. He had no say here, and he didn't think Li Bin was giving him a special opportunity. If Li Bin were to give an opportunity, it would be to the entire quartz society. He pursed his lips, reluctantly nodding to Li Bin as he watched him leave. Seeing Li Bin snap his fingers to summon someone to greet him in his place, the new replacement seemed much more casual, and while not particularly striking in appearance, her words commanded respect. The captain is busy with official duties. I am the flagship's second officer, Rika Su. I will be receiving you all. Please follow me. Passivnai, whose gaze had been fixed on Li Bin, watched him disappear into the church with lingering reluctance. Seeing Rika Su, she looked on with suspicion, asking tentatively, "May I ask where you were from before joining the Universal Union?" Rika Su looked at the slender woman, who, after shedding her armor and donning a uniform, had lost her heroic air and gained a more gentle charm. I used to live in New Magius, which is now the Magius Space Station. To be precise, I came from the Lloyd settlement. That's good, that's good. Passivnai breathed a sigh of relief. Li Bin's personal guards weren't on duty 24/7. The veteran with a prosthetic leg, who had worked at the Smanlock refinery, hadn't left after his shift. Instead, he stayed in the mess hall. After Sharapova and the others were taken to the Universal Union's partner hotel, he continued to wait until Second Officer Rika arrived. The veteran then approached, swiped his card, and ordered a considerable amount of extra food beyond the standard meal. He sat down opposite the second officer, carrying his hemispherical meal tray, and pushed it towards him, completely ignoring the stares of the others at the table. "Second officer, what did the old man say?" At this, a fifth of the ordinary crew members in the mess hall fell silent. Soon, the entire mess hall was quiet. Rika crossed her arms and looked at the veteran, meeting his menacing, predatory steel teeth without saying a word. She glanced around. Everyone she saw lowered their heads to eat. Although the Universal Union's employee meals were delicious, after nearly 10 years of eating them, these veteran sailors' palates had become discerning. They shouldn't be eating such a large meal on a weekday so quickly. They were eating as fast as fresh recruits on their first day aboard. Rika's not-so-bulging chest heaved rapidly several times. The veteran, sweating profusely under her gaze, didn't even flinch. So Rika gave up. The former governor of Elf didn't choose to join Universal Union. Instead, he chose to seek another path with the company's help. Bang! The veteran's prosthetic fists slammed together, producing a metallic clang. Rika advised, "I know many of our brothers and sisters come from the factory district and have been bullied by the big shots in Elf Plenty. But we didn't seek revenge before, and there's no need now. You have bright futures ahead of you. Don't waste them on these people. Thank you, second officer, the veteran said, propping himself up on the table and nodding in thanks. We won't interfere with the captain's affairs. We endured this for so long, a little more won't make a difference. Tell the higher-ups to rest assured. If any brats dare to act rashly, we from the factory district will deal with them first. Second Officer Rika and Sharapova had been discussing for several hours, and the final summary, which reached Li Bin, was only the size of an A4 sheet of paper. First, there was this former governor's refugee group. The former governor of Elf, who had once gained independence and commanded 5 cruisers, was now reduced to possessing only a single Eagle-class high-speed cruiser. Judging from the fact that the ship hadn't suffered any damage, it was likely that Sharapova had humiliatingly relinquished all power, revealing all her connections, secrets, agents, and military in exchange for this refuge. Besides this Eagle-class destroyer, there are 3 Bull-class destroyers, 1 Phaeton-class fuel carrier, and several military destroyers. The assets have shrunk drastically. We only have a little over 100,000 star coins left. Isha shook her head, looking at the document. Li Bin always glanced at documents and put them down, only looking at particularly important ones carefully, mainly to give the impression that he was taking the matter seriously. Without bleeding them dry, how could so many of them have gotten out? Li Bin shook his head. Putting aside everything else, just the money I helped them earn back then, over the years, considering Elfie's pre-war collusion with risk mining, and how they weathered the war safely, it would be unreasonable if it didn't double or triple. Oh! Add your own funds, so you lost at least 2 million this time? Isha glared. No wonder, without a fleet, there's no strength. 2 million star coins, plus a planet and a space station. Safe mining is dirt poor. Why not fleece this prime target? Li Bin didn't even look at the terminal, pointing to a line. Look. Here, Shara's intelligence says that safe mining fell into collective anxiety after the immigration was completed. Originally, they took over the Sindar fleet to use them to maintain their military presence. But less than a month after the Sindar arrived, they were nearly annihilated by the Legion, Twilight Alliance on the hyperspace route between Safe Mining's 2 star systems. This spurred them on. Isha sneered, serves them right. Now, apart from the easternmost part of the star system, there's nowhere safe. Li Bin nodded, that's why Safe Mining is in a hurry. They thought moving to a different location would make them safe, but unexpectedly, the iron fist of the destroyers has struck again. Chapter 979. On April 1st, Star Calendar 219, Li Bin was the only one in the entire star system celebrating April Fool's Day, exchanging jokes and laughter with representatives remotely from Prism Freeport. He used the excuse that he had many friends, many enemies, and even more people eager to curry favor with him, citing the former Governor Elfie as an example, to refuse to leave the port reserved specifically for him. On the same day, 2 fleets entered the jump point one after the other, entering the Stylanthus Nebula. The Stylanthus Nebula? Seriously? There are meteorites and nebulae in the game? I hadn't noticed before. It's in the lower left corner. The high-class ocean-going mining ships purchased by the independent faction. One is a yellow-painted fleet belonging to the Overlord, and the other is a magenta-painted fleet belonging to the Sindar Power. Because the 2 sides were already hostile to each other, the independent faction of the 13 factories did not suspect anything. Even though both fleets were quite large, each carrying 5 capital ships and dozens of cruisers, they were still allowed to pass safely. Squad leader, are we just going to let them pass like this? The commander in the control tower, belonging to the independent faction, asked quietly with his microphone off. The squad leader slapped the back of his forehead, not answering directly. Let me tell you a joke. The Sindar Power and the Overlord are cooperating on a military operation. I wonder who else besides the Hell Legion has such good fortune. The whole squad laughed, and the commander chuckled awkwardly along. The squad leader quickly explained, these 2 fleets are clearly heading for the Hell Legion. But soon, they realized something was wrong. These 2 fleets were massive, belonging to 2 different factions, completely ignoring control tower orders and warnings, each heading to their respective airports. Then, a massive wave of magenta and yellow marines poured out. Overlord/Sindar is on official business. Get out of the way! Inside the enclosed spaceport, Marines, having deactivated their magnetic boots, bypassed the gravity adaptation pods and stormed into the heart of the spaceport, firing into the air and scattering civilians. The warning was over. Those who remained, those blocking the way, were now considered enemies. Without a leader, without a United Nations, this behemoth was the ruler of Perseus. The laws were theirs to command. Bang! Bang! Gunfire erupted, Amid screams from passers-by, people fell, blood splattering across space, shattered walls, and shops sending fragments of decoration flying. Under artificial gravity, these shattered organs and structures created a scene indistinguishable from a planetary surface. As portable missile launchers appeared, replaced by loudspeakers, broadcasting formulaic expulsion orders, the intensity of the crackdown began to escalate. Light and heavy vehicles began to appear. Armored jet motorcycles, tanks, killing machine dogs, and drones began to deploy, forming a dense battle line with the Marines. As elite Marines defied gravity, using magnetic boots to scale steel beams and walls, they launched attacks, quickly seizing control of the ports where their respective fleets were located. At this point, the bewildered Prism Freeport finally reacted. The wealthy immediately fled to the nearest shelters, while members of the 13 factories rushed out, and the Independence faction drew their guns and exchanged fire with the Marines. The megacorporations were eager to explain their deaths in the crossfire. Later, the 13 factories' leadership received joint orders from the Sindar Power and the Overlord, only then realizing the enormity of their own mess. Upon advancing into the casino area, security guards at a Tawny Gold casino, hiding behind makeshift shelters, loudly proclaimed that they were not Prism Freeport property, but rather a branch of the Cecil Transportation Group. The Marines of Sindar's authority pulled the trigger without hesitation, their armor-piercing, high-explosive rounds effortlessly wiping out both the bunker and its inhabitants. What grudges do you have? Go complain to the giant corporation. Ah! Ah! A richly dressed young man, terrified by the sight of blood inside, rushed out, muttering, "I'm the heir to the Cecil Transport Group. My father has 4 Atlas class and 1 Prometheus class. I'm the heir to a major corporation. Don't kill me, you can't kill my teeth." His answer was a Marine's punch that knocked him to the ground. Half of the heir's face quickly swelled up, his cheekbone visibly shattered. "Not killing this one?" a Marine asked. The captain glared at his team members. "Heirs of large corporations, you can beat them up, but if it's not a kill order, you're killed. We be handed over to the authorities afterwards. Turn on your body cameras. We caught a big fish. We're not afraid of killing civilians on the way. Write everything down. Someone will settle the score later." "Okay. Hooray." The captain grinned. "There are plenty of fat sheep in the casino area. Tell the others, if we can't finish them all, the rest will go to the brothers behind. Tell everyone to go easy on them." At this time, Prism Freeport was in complete chaos. The Independent faction and the megacorporation faction within the 13 factories were fighting each other, the Sindar Power and the Overlord's Marines were mercilessly slaughtering, and the various medium-sized groups and enterprises were holding their positions, attacking any approaching enemies except for the 2 megacorporations. Some even went berserk and attacked the 2 giants, only to be wiped out in a flash. What a joke! Do you have retired veterans? I have heavy weapons. Besides these, there were pirates taking advantage of the chaos, opportunistic thieves, heretical missionaries spreading their message amidst the turmoil, and impoverished people venting their anger everywhere. It was utter chaos. Watching this scene from the port, Lieben thought to himself that this was only under the control of a large corporation. Given Prism Freeport's chaotic state, if it really went on to declare independence, the entire space station would probably rot in internal strife. After all, apart from the 13 factories, no other large or medium-sized company's branch or industrial base here dared to cause trouble. "Let's go, Universal Alliance has something to do too." He sighed and instructed Old One-Eye, "Tell the men to keep their hands clean. This is a counterinsurgency operation, not salvaging ruins. Be gentle." Old One-Eye licked his lips and nodded. "Don't worry, Captain, the boys know." "Li Bin, you broke your promise. You die a horrible death." The representatives of the 13 factories were dragged along like dead dogs by the Marines, their arms broken, leaving streaks of blood in the Prism Freeport, which had its own gravity generator. Deep within the space station, under the protection of veteran soldiers, Li Bin calmly lit a cigarette. Immediately, members of the 13 factories' megacorporations rushed out in a panic, beating and berating the Marines. "You piece of trash, who can't even suck up a black hole. Where's your mouth? Why can't you control it? I kill your whole family." The Marines hastily attacked, their large hands, clad in powered gauntlets, slamming down, crushing the prisoner's hard jaw, soft tongue, and well-maintained, neat teeth like crumpled corrugated cardboard. The representatives of the megacorporations were truly going mad. They had been kept in the dark by the Independence faction until the fleets of Hegemony, Sindar Power, and Tachyon Technology arrived together, stopping at the spaceport under the pretext of resupplying at the border. The Marines were only notified after landing, and only then did they learn the whole story. But the damage was done. Even Sindar Power and Hegemony had joined forces in this matter, demonstrating that the interests of these megacorporations had been severely infringed upon. The representatives of the giant corporation were going crazy. They had already anticipated their downfall. The problem now was how to perform well, grovel and beg for forgiveness, and try to redeem themselves through proactive remedial actions during the subsequent accountability process, thus surviving. As long as they weren't fired or even killed, a mere demotion was insignificant. Li Bin took out a Cosmos brand cigarette, exhaled a cone-shaped plume of smoke, and flicked the cigarette away. A personal guard, receiving the message, nodded and stepped out from the shadows onto the ravaged street. He inserted his terminal into the various levels of the space station's projection database, then loudly proclaimed to the space station's control center, 13 factories. Come out and clean up the mess. As the projections activated, all those vibrant, alluring, and glamorous advertisements, filled with visual suggestion and temptation, vanished. Chapter 980. Prism Freeport, the Harmony Hall controlled by the Lud Church. Traces of blood and war were still clearly visible, but the commanders of the task forces of the Sindar Power and the Overlord had already met here. As a third-party force, the Lud Church had a fairly good relationship with both sides, at least with the Sindar Power, with whom it engaged in considerable trade. The two commanders-in-chief of the two widely rumored rival forces were now sitting at the same table, each drinking tea they had brought, exchanging words in gruff voices. In reality, both were seasoned veterans with extensive formal military training and rich combat experience. As naval commanders, their discipline was far superior to that of the incompetent Marines. However, in order to project a tough image to their subordinates, they had to raise their voices, and their conversation inevitably turned to profanity. But at least they maintained a semblance of decorum. Zhang Yu, a rising star from the Zhang family, a first-class war clan, propped himself up on his spread knees. Since the fall of the Asiatic galaxy, we haven't seen anyone from the once-renowned Kimur family in a long time. Yusujii Kimur immediately corrected him. They were liberated by the Lion of Sinaria. Zhang Yu sneered, deciding not to dwell on the matter. Everyone came with their own agendas. Too much talk, for the sake of political correctness, would only lead to violence. He took a sip of tea and changed the subject. Those stupid dogs of the 13 factories actually thought the Overlord and the Sindar Power would never cooperate. Yusujii kicked aside the corpse with his boots. The blood-stained soles feeling sticky on the floor. Serves them right. Prism Freeport is of paramount importance. It's a place for peaceful exchange among various forces. Following Zhang Yu's change of topic, he looked up at Zhang Yu. Sindar Power accepted the conditions of the Lud Church and the second speedster, cooperating with you in a charade, catching the 13 factories off guard. On behalf of Template Honorific, I hope the Overlord will abide by the contract. Zhang Yu spread his hands. Of course, the Overlord will definitely comply. The two commanders ignored the conflict. As a behemoth-level power, after quick deliberation, they jointly dispatched troops to suppress the two independent Freeport factions, and should rightfully reap huge benefits. The most direct benefit was the management rights of the 13 factories before they were readjusted by their respective masters, and the vast amount of unclaimed wealth on the space station during the war, some lost in the chaos, others sabotaged after the war. With such a good opportunity to fill everyone's pockets right in front of them, who cared about the power struggles? They weren't the Lionheart Guard. A medium-sized fleet centered around Eagle-class high-speed cruisers was trembling with fear in the early stages of the war. Fleet Commander Boncharev, witnessing two prominent rival warlords of the star system joining forces to stage a textbook-perfect space station infiltration and rapid capture operation, turned deathly pale. A fool from Quartz Society shouted for the fleet to immediately leave port for refuge. Without a second thought, Boncharev ordered his crew to imprison the idiot on the flagship. Faced with the angry glares of his fellow Quartz Society members, Boncharev felt a splitting headache. These members were mostly business-minded individuals, with only a rudimentary understanding of warfare. He had to explain, the capture operation has already begun. We can't move rashly, otherwise we might be mistaken for enemy reinforcements and subjected to bombardment from both sides. This refugee fleet, naturally, couldn't identify itself as a free port or a hegemon, a Sindar Power. In the eyes of the command team, if you weren't an ally and were taking off at this time, you were definitely the enemy. It doesn't matter if you're not, if you're sunk, then you are. War isn't a trial, fairness comes after the dogs. Someone stubbornly argued, we were present during the Elfie Independence War and the Tulier System Power Transition War, how come it wasn't like what you said? I have reason to suspect you're planning a mutiny to seize power. Boncharev rubbed his head. These half-baked types are the most terrifying. They can always come up with strange reasons, which inexplicably sound reasonable to laymen, but in reality, while not exactly diametrically opposed to the truth, they're more like complete irrelevant. But they're incredibly good at inciting people. These people can fully utilize their half-baked, half-lazy thinking, using their rich, amateurish experience to help laymen complete seemingly unsolvable logical chains, because that's how they got here. Meanwhile, they kept spouting outrageous theories, inciting fierce attacks from industry insiders, forcing him to transform himself from a novice to an expert through these verbal battles. Ironically, they genuinely believed in each of these transformations and maturations, to the point that they showed no gratitude to those in the industry, only tearfully recounting how difficult it was to get into the business. In Bontrev's view, these people were like incessantly chattering, wagging the hips gay guys, waiting for a random passerby to randomly provoke them. I'm worried, brother. Just as Bontrev was contemplating whether to use live ammunition, lasers, or an air gun to brutally dismantle this idiot's verbal anus, Sharapova finally entered the one-way transparent secret channel to the Universal Union. Does anyone really think that a non-giant company's terminal, after entering the Candle Dragon and connecting to the network, can escape unscathed from Celia's grasp? Trying to escape? Under the strange gaze of Second Officer Rika, the previously humble Sharapova appeared remarkably confident on the channel, as if her governorship had returned. Her hair gleamed impeccably, and her eyes blazed with desire and ambition. Shava had seen through the chaos on the space station, and the alliance between the Sindar power and the hegemon. She understood the opportunity Li Bin spoke of, and summoned North in the captain's lounge. This must be Li Bin's power. North calmly nodded. They couldn't fathom the true extent of the giant corporation's power, only sensing that the alliance of former enemies must be facilitated by Li Bin. After all, he seemed to have everything under control beforehand. The two quickly spun things around before issuing an urgent notification. Sharapova announced, Rika has agreed to let us secure a place in Prism Freeport. This statement caused an uproar. People kept asking, who is Rika? Rika's face twitched uncontrollably, while the hacker team maintaining the surveillance all curled their lips into a forced, suppressed smile, as if enduring some kind of pain. Sharapova belatedly realized that in her heart, she was no longer worthy of being associated with Li Bin. Instead, she had placed Rika in the position of replacing Universal Union. So she quickly changed her rhetoric, mentioning the name of the Universal Union, and amidst the excited cheers of the members, repeatedly emphasized, although we can't use the Universal Union's name afterward, it doesn't mean we can't now. Notify all ships to change their crew identification codes to the one I have, and then immediately join the megacorporation's operational ranks in the name of the Universal Union. Shava raised her hand, and the Sky Battle System displayed a 3D image of the space station. The space station is in chaos. We must assist the righteous megacorporations and warlords in suppressing the riots and protecting human property and freedom. Immediately deploy troops to control nearby spaceports, reservoirs, and pipeline areas, and attempt to penetrate and control residential and commercial areas. Prism Freeport has multiple commercial areas. Shava could only mark the nearest one she had visited. A member asked, with our small numbers and limited combat power, can we take it down? North, who had been angry and regretful for missing out on joining the Universal Union again, giving up the opportunity to enjoy direct access to the megacorporation, and having to fight for his own happiness, finally couldn't hold back anymore. He pointed at the idiot who asked the question, of course you can, you son of a bitch. If you still have any. Because we're now dogs of a giant corporation, understand? We're short-handed. Can't you just make empty promises and recruit poor people and local marines? And more. Throw this moron into jail, and any other scoundrels who ask similar questions after him, lock them all up too. Chapter 981. Li Bin was leisurely brewing tea and enjoying the local delicacies at the Prism Freeport Deep Module Control Center. The rugby ball-shaped space station, 88 kilometers high and 30 kilometers long at its widest point, was the largest in the entire star system, boasting the most advanced design technology left by the human realm, and thus the highest space utilization rate. Therefore, the space station contained many modules, each with its own control center, allowing the station to adjust the temperature, humidity, gravity, and even the gates of each module as needed. Occupying this space meant that a module would fall directly into Li Bin's hands without any effort. Isa waved her hand at the 13 banks megacorporation standing uneasily at the entrance, like shooing away flies. Disperse, all of you. The Universal Union will let bygones be bygones, and our allies will also put in a good word for us. You're all busy with your business now, so go and feed the other two hungry wolves. Comparing a hegemon to a hungry wolf was something only the Hegemon Princess, ISA, could say. As for Sindar's power? So what if the Overlord Princess scolded you? To mention you with the same word as an Overlord is giving you face. Then we won't bother you any longer. The representatives nodded their heads, like pecking grains of rice, and quickly left. ISA poked at the module in the control center, examined it carefully, frowned, and slowly asked, "Darling, this module's commercial area is so small, mostly pipelines and residential areas, not even a casino or red light district, let alone the most expensive brothel district. There's only one airport. What are we controlling here for? The gold coin storage is small, and the other consumer projects aren't invested in by any large corporations or conglomerates. We won't make much money." I wasn't even thinking about skimming off the fat. Li Bin gently sniffed the Darjeeling tea that the giant corporation had presented him with. His expression relaxed. "Good wife, we're a giant corporation now. Why would we need to skim off the fat?" He grinned mischievously. "I didn't expect you to be so thrifty." Isha gently kicked Li Bin's leg under the table, chiding him. "It's all because of what you taught me before. Back then, we weren't a giant corporation. Without a giant corporation, we'd be nothing but ants. We did whatever it took. Not now. Now we have to have some self-respect. Even bragging is part of being a giant corporation. If you don't like it, don't play along." Li Bin swallowed the tea that had cooled rapidly in the anti-entropy tea set, now only lukewarm, then spat it out. "The Universe Alliance needs to keep its image as clean as possible, so we can't act like warlords or ultimate monopoly capitalists. We need to be humane. Stop ripping off the poor, we have something better this time," Li Bin said, counting a few things, then poking at the only spaceport in the module. The module's design blueprints weren't connected to the internet, only the space station module structure was available, without real-time updates. "This blank spaceport. I asked the Independence Party members when we were chatting. They secretly set up a closed berth here. The high-class deep-sea mining ship is here, along with a batch of relic components." ISA rolled her eyes, thinking, "You got it backwards. You probably just found out the Hive class's location by asking around and guessing." But despite the complaints, it would be a lie to say she wasn't happy. After all, this was Hound Mining's main deep space deep-sea mining ship. In the dense asteroid belt, the mining quality would be top-notch. 2 large slots, 1 medium slot, 6 small slots, and 6 flight decks. With the support of 2 Phaeton-class fuel ships, it can theoretically travel in deep space for a year. Its own weapon bays are definitely firepower projection points. The carrier-based aircraft can perform reconnaissance and or locking missions, or be switched to mining drones to extract or on-site, or be equipped with LPCs to engage the enemy. Equipped with rock-piercer torpedoes, heavy-shaped energy ion cannons, and carrying 6 mining LPCs and 6 long-haired hand LPCs, it can switch LPCs within 2 hours and store 2 waves of carrier-based aircraft from each side. In combat, the massive ore loading buckets can also serve as temporary landing pads. Furthermore, it's equipped with a nanofilter that can even absorb dust from asteroid fragments. Built-in salvage, heavy machinery, exploration equipment, traction cables, and high-precision sensors, it can even serve as the flagship of an exploration fleet. Far superior to that flawed civilian ship, the Long Whale-class Wolf Mother, a modified Prometheus-class vessel. Li Bin pointed at the Hive-class projection, saying, "This thing's firepower can easily dismantle asteroids tens or even hundreds of kilometers in size, swallowing and crushing them one by one, extracting alloy dust on sight, leaving behind a hazy cloud of debris in space." As Li Bin explained, the old one-eyed veteran, personally leading the prosthetic arm team, entered the sealed port through the passage carved out by the heavy machinery. After quickly eliminating the guards, the old one-eyed veteran turned on the lights and roared out. 1 Hive class, 1 Prometheus class, and 12 Colossus class. That's a pure mining configuration for an entire deep space ocean-going mining fleet. The Hive class mines, the Colossus class loads cargo, and the Prometheus class transports fuel. The Independencists probably didn't have time to get their hands on the Atlas class, otherwise this fleet could be even more streamlined. Vulcan followed in, glanced around with interest, and then walked towards the port management station. The ships were spotless. Because the Independence faction had hidden themselves so well, the ship doors were all wide open. Anyone who could get in, pass through the checkpoints, and sail away at will. Vulcan had no interest in these undressed beauties, who were practically naked. She preferred challenges. She only came along because the potential profits were substantial, and it was a safe bet. Vulcan pressed her earpiece, watching her hackers expertly decipher the data on the management station. "Captain, ship recovery has begun here. Besides the ships, there's a batch of weapons, supplies, and quite a few relic components. That's all. This isn't a high-end market warehouse. There aren't any of the 13 factories' treasured ships, the expensive hulls waiting to be resold after their prices are inflated. What a pity, Li Bin clicked his tongue. Actually, considering the current market conditions where all ship prices in the star system are constantly rising due to the war constantly consuming ships, and the expansion of fleets by various parties, the company's revenue from ships alone this time is easily over $1 million, and that's with a market where prices are extremely high. Many people are willing to pay, but no one is willing to sell. Yes, the high class doesn't have direct combat capability, but one ship is equivalent to a large mining fleet. Whoever gets it means increased or production capacity, which is crucial when the Hyena, Wind, and in mines are struggling. If the Hyena mine hadn't been crippled and then annexed by the Sindar, and if the disgruntled opposition hadn't sold the ship a few years earlier to raise money for armaments, the high class would truly be non-saleable. Of course, Li Bin's most important reason for wanting it is for mining on the front lines. While the Universal Alliance's production capacity is indeed high, transporting resources from the rear is too wasteful. Li Bin still feels this gain is insufficient, but the Overlord and Sindar are both present, conducting a comprehensive inspection of the space station, making it unsuitable to use the hive. But ISA is already very satisfied. You didn't spend a penny, got a bunch of blueprints for free, and even got a large mining fleet in return. You should be happy. She tapped Li Bin's head, advising him to be content. Li Bin bit Isha's finger, gently grinding the pad with his teeth, and asked indistinctly, "What's the situation with Shara?" Isha scoffed, "A bunch of ragtag soldiers, just relying on trickery to get a group of lowly soldiers to work for them. They're not going to amount to anything." Chapter 982. A reassuring holographic advertisement from the West Wind star system, along with a holographic projection narrating the ins and outs of the suppression from Li Bin's perspective, occupied spaces of all sizes on the space station. The largest holographic projection, naturally, was an advertisement for the high-end market. Within this 3-kilometer high, 3-kilometer long square projection, Li Bin's figure appeared majestic and enormous. Yasujii frowned. It was clearly our fleet that sent out, so why only send Li Bin? Zhang Yu curled his lip contemptuously. How strange. Some people, relying on a platform, think there's someone important, daring to challenge the founder of a giant corporation. He sarcastically added, Li Bin is not someone you can call anyone. You're treating him like an equal, so when Boss Li sees Lion King, he surely have to kneel down, right? You? Yasuji's face changed drastically. He was about to rebuke the other party for insulting Lion King, but was instead outmaneuvered. How about this? Lion King is too far away, Boss Li is in Prism Freeport. My overlord has a good relationship with the Universal Alliance, and I can barely speak on his behalf. I invite Boss Li here, so you can say these things to him in person? Yasuji's face turned red then pale. His hands under the table clenched and unclenched repeatedly, all his anger and resentment turning into a sigh. I was presumptuous. The outer edge of Prism Freeport. The Eagle-class high-speed cruiser Future slowly adjusted its attitude. The space station's fire control system and turrets had already been taken offline amidst the chaotic orders from the 2 factions within the 13 factories, and the warnings from the 2 warlord fleets. Internal resistance persisted. The remnants of the Independence faction did not believe that the Overlord and the Sindar power would spare their lives. At this point, it was either suicide or a fight to the bitter end. Clearly, most people chose the latter. But this was irrelevant to Boncharev. Leading his medium-sized fleet, using the Joint Global Identification Code, he calmly took off under the watchful eyes of the 2 large fleets, circling around to a warehouse area occupied by separatist forces, which Sharapova's 200 Marines were attacking. The Marines were struggling. The separatist forces were unable to mount a successful offensive. The recruited ragtag soldiers lacked coordination, and having only heard of the opportunity to join a giant corporation, they had eagerly followed Sharapova, shouting and wanting to prove themselves. Then they were shot down. The separatist forces are equipped with live ammunition, as well as small bombs and robotic drone units. The Marines at the front called for reinforcements, but Sharapova had no ground support available. Her army was no match for these well-prepared forces. So Sharapova turned her attention to her own fleet. After reaching his designated combat position, Boncharev began broadcasting a warning to the separatist forces in the area. Following Sharapova's instructions, he demanded the other side surrender in the name of the Universal Alliance, guaranteeing that they would not be killed upon disarmament. The separatist forces immediately connected to the communications, scrutinizing Boncharev with a critical eye. Are you from the Universal Alliance fleet? Is this an order from the Universal Alliance? Boncharev displayed his identification code. The leader of this force relaxed slightly, then asked a sharp second question. Where's the Universal Alliance's operational authorization? Send it here. Boncharev issued it. So just some nobody. The leader chuckled. Boncharev, enraged, retorted, my fleet is right above your heads. If you refuse, I bomb it. Let me see. The leader squinted, carefully examining Boncharev's fleet configuration, his contemptuous smile deepening. You only have one cruiser? What are you talking about then? The armor of Prism Freeport is manufactured by the human realm. The material and thickness are top-notch. Even if you bomb it with a cruiser without raising the shields, you won't be able to penetrate it in 5 hours without torpedoes. Torpedoes have been explicitly prohibited in this campaign. They could easily destroy the armor and compartments together, and their destructive power is difficult to control. Boncharev cursed inwardly. He was at his wit's end. The assault on the space station was at a stalemate, and the fleet's threats were ignored. The word incompetent applied to these refugees. About half an hour later, Sharapova still sent people to persuade them to surrender, only to receive mockery and insults. If you're going to surrender, surrender to the giant corporations and warlords. We're at least from the 13 factories. What kind of stinking fish and shrimp are you, imposters? Do you even deserve to speak to me? However, at this moment, a pure white fleet circled in from afar. The Whitestone series ships, illuminated by the projected lights visible everywhere on the space station, reflected a dazzling, iridescent glow. Led by the Obsidian Beta-class cruisers, 12 cruisers carrying Marines were heading towards the port of Freeport's high-end market. However, this armed force mistook them for a target, and the leaders' faces twitched before they immediately surrendered. But Boncharev had already forgotten about the mission. He was completely mesmerized by the fleet. He thought that if he had voluntarily abandoned his patrol position and followed Li Bin to the Law sector to establish a foothold, he might very well be commanding such a powerful army. He might even have been assigned a capital ship. Boncharev was unaware that he had once been excluded from Li Bin's inner circle when Li Bin was not yet powerful enough, and now that Li Bin was large enough to accommodate him, he had once again missed his chance. If Boncharev knew, he would probably cry. During routine flights, Qian Tao had independently commanded fleets on numerous occasions, and in combat, he had also provided strategic advice and command, sharing Li Bin's responsibilities. Therefore, although he was the first mate, he was not lacking in command experience. It was precisely because he was Li Bin's first mate that he represented Li Bin at this meeting. Yasuji and Zhang Yu were already prepared inside the open port of the high-end market. The officers of the powerful and domineering Sindar stood behind the commander-in-chief, each with their heads held high, some with one hand on their chest and the other on their stomach, others with their hands on their hips, none conceding to the others. Only Qian Tao arrived with a group of accountants and statisticians, protected by a dozen veterans. These men's task was to appraise the spoils and convert them into star coins. They had the air of businessmen. But neither of them dared to underestimate him, because upon arrival, Qian Tao did not greet them, but instead respectfully placed his terminal on the table and then stood up straight. As the projection unfolded, Li Bin's face appeared. He nodded to the two men, who immediately stood up, bowing respectfully to him. Li Bin cut to the chase. The ships in the high-end market are all bought with money from various giant corporations. Huanyi United didn't invest before, so they didn't participate. In reality, it was because they hadn't secured any before, and now it was difficult for them to take over. Let's discuss those engineers, technicians, resources, and materials that the Independence faction has been hoarding, Li Bin chuckled. On behalf of the Universal Union, the Brighton Alliance, and the Interstellar Empire, I want 3 shares. Following the negotiation standards of past megapowers, the shares will be determined based on fleet strength, economic scale, and production capacity. Because all of these things will be sent to the West Wind system and Nova City to support frontline operations, I choose first. Surely you two won't hold this small advantage against me? Zhang Yu glanced at Yasuji, signaling him to contradict. You think you're so capable? Why don't you try? Yasuji, in front of Li Bin, was like a quail, nodding and pecking at rice incessantly, a complete change from his previous demeanor. And so, the matter was settled with Li Bin's nonchalant statement. Chapter 983. Prism Freeport, as the largest space station, has modules that can essentially be considered dome-shaped cities. Shava's army can hardly be called a regular army, it's more like a refugee army. These people were temporarily recruited, and their discipline was truly appalling. After the surrender of the separatist forces in Module 4, they began indiscriminately looting, arson, and vandalizing, even encroaching on residential areas. This ultimately provoked another resistance from the separatist forces, who this time even joined forces with local residents and the security forces of Module 4's commercial district to launch another confrontation. While Sharapova was busy building her new company, the heavy responsibility of diplomacy fell to Parsifern. This socialite, once again waving the banner of the Universal Alliance, demanded that the Marines gather the scattered rebels and eliminate the most reckless fools to appease the resistance. At the same time, she used every means possible to try and subdue these armed and capable resistance forces. The Marine Corps captain, also a member of Quartz, asked worriedly, "Boss, isn't this a bad idea? I know these people are useless, but we control these areas precisely because of useless people." "I actually despise these rotten people," Persephone said, making no attempt to hide her contempt in front of the resistance leaders. "Look, which of our negotiating partners doesn't have a reliable and obedient army? Why don't we make good use of these familiar, disciplined locals instead of those idiots?" The Marine Corps captain slowly opened his mouth wide. He realized Persephone was about to make a change. Using lies to lure pirates and bandits to their side, drawing the opponent to the negotiating table. Then, using mutual benefit to bind the opponent to themselves, turning the enemy's weapons into their own, squeezing out the pus and blood. This tactic, given Quartz's size, is undoubtedly dangerous, but in this special period where they can leverage the power of giant corporations, it's remarkably safe. Especially since Li Bin himself was there. Even this concession could appease the enraged resistance by eliminating the unruly rioters. The Marine Corps captain was convinced. But after Rika, through the 13 Factories authorization, accessed the space station's surveillance footage and saw this scene, her brows furrowed in displeasure. She couldn't help but contact the accompanying civil official for advice. "Won't this destabilize our foundation? Will our power weaken in the future because we haven't dismantled these forces and armed groups?" The accompanying civil official was a skilled individual from the Hyena Mines, a former city governor. After a brief glance at the historical records of Elf and Parsifern's personal file on his terminal, he confidently stated, "This is most likely Parsifern's deliberate act. She's very adept at diplomacy and cultivating connections. She probably wants to exploit this chaos to seize supreme power within Quartz." While Rika stared in disbelief, the official added, "The former Elf governor, Shara, is quite old. Her failure has likely fueled Parsifern's ambition." Quartz's Marines took over 1/3 of Module 4, while the remaining 2/3 were occupied by branches and headquarters of other large corporations and conglomerates. Sharapova complained to North, "It's all the Marines' fault for their poor performance, everyone else just copied them." North didn't reply, listening to her continue her rambling. "How's the Starcoin collection going?" After taking control of 1/3 of Module 4, North was ordered to collect Starcoins from corpses, terminals, and safes. Only 40,000 Starcoins recovered. Sharapova complained, "How come so little?" "Because we don't have enough hackers, and the technology isn't good enough. When we escaped, we couldn't take enough hackers and hacking equipment with us. The databases left by large corporations couldn't be deciphered and were even damaged. Plus, some of the surrendered companies refused to hand over Starcoins, making the process extremely inefficient." North, somewhat disapproving, said, "I suggest we store the data disks we collect later. Regardless of whether they have Starcoin accounts or not, don't attempt to decipher them. Hand them over to the Universal Union after the war." Shara's hesitation secretly alarmed North. The old woman is really senile. She won't even relinquish this small benefit. A sense of unease rose within him, and he began to reflect, does Shara still have the ability to lead Quartz? Would following her be a good choice? Naturally, a thought popped into North's mind. With Shara incapacitated, Quartz will inevitably be reshuffled. Who else but me can lead Quartz to greatness again? Module 2 is the commercial center of Prism Freeport. The entire module revolves around commerce. The largest financial district is located here, as is the brothel district. Because the forces involved are complex, with over 100 large conglomerates and corporations wielding influence here, neither the Universal Union nor the dominant Sindar power has interfered. Until the president of Richelieu's bank, representing the board of directors, sent a distress signal to Li Bin. Richelieu's bank's headquarters had relocated here from Kazalin due to the collapse of the Persis alliance. President Dolly Hanover organized security to resist pirate raids, but because the area's wealth was well known, the pirates, who usually spent their money honestly in the free port, seized the opportunity to attack. After receiving intelligence, Old One-Eyed led his men to suppress the pirates and, in the process, seized the second module control center. Li Bin, smoking a cigarette and humming a tune in the control center, listened to ISA's report. 800 engineers, 9,500 skilled workers, all handpicked by us, every single one of them is a veteran. Li Bin said regretfully, it's a bit little. I already gone to great lengths. Isha chuckled, a little? There are only a little over 30,000 people in total, and a third of that is ours. Think about how many giant corporations there are in the star system. How many are left? How many people will Apex Design Group and Safe Mining get? 500? 1,000? Moreover, we took quite a few relic components and ship hull components as well. I already called Emperor Ruli, and she's very pleased. She's already dispatched the Empire's transport fleet to transfer them. The West Wind system will also send people. In addition, Isha covered her mouth. Dolly, the head of Richelieu's bank, sent you a letter of thanks and expressed his wish to relocate the Richelieu's bank headquarters to the Universal Union. Li Bin's interest was piqued, but the good news didn't stop there. Besides Richelieu's bank, 5 other banks, 2 large, 1 medium, and 2 small, hope to relocate as well. They can bring assets worth over 30 million star dollars, including company stock, fixed assets, fleets, and over 8.6 million in cash flow. They already plan to gradually sell off assets in dangerous star systems and divert funds to invest in Universal Union. So, half of the funds can be slowly transferred over the next few months. Regarding the fleets, the 6 banks' fleets can be leased to Universal Union to cover land acquisition and hiring local construction teams. That's great, so great. The Quartz Society's share is nothing compared to this. Chapter 984. The once prosperous Prism Freeport quickly fell silent in just 4 days of suppression. Those dazzling displays of freedom, decadence, and flamboyant neon holographic advertisements were replaced by propaganda rhetoric and projections. Traces of war and turmoil were everywhere. The construction team's terminals were practically overwhelmed. Construction orders were all going to other star systems. The local construction team simply couldn't complete the repairs to a space station of this scale within a week, especially since some of the separatist armed groups had even blown up the space station structure in an attempt to self-destruct. Although they were stopped by the powerful Sindar Marines, this kind of project definitely couldn't be completed in a week. The surviving local customers left one after another. With the loss of order at the 13 factories and the loss of customers, Prism Freeport would likely never regain the vibrant atmosphere it had a week ago. The decadent wealthy who had been living a life of decadence and debauchery in the rear amidst the war suddenly realized how close the war was to them. They had subconsciously believed that Prism Freeport would remain neutral forever. But the current turmoil has served as a wake-up call. If humanity itself cannot maintain neutrality, how can they expect a runaway AI to forgive this place? A sense of crisis is spreading. Look at the mess you created. The leader of the 13 factories megacorporation faction pointed with anguish at the hundreds of severely damaged, valuable locations, and rare technical databases projected on the screen. The Independence faction argued, only if we become independent can we achieve true, permanent neutrality. We will become great again. Great my ass. If you succeed, Prism Freeport will truly be destroyed. Drag them out and fire them all off target practice. Use missiles to blow them up one by one. The giant corporations of the 13 factories were heartbroken, but in their eyes, this wasn't necessarily a bad omen. The offices of these giant corporations stationed here had submitted local damage reports and received replies from headquarters/base camp/capital, restarting discussions. Many stores in Prism Freeport will be vacated, freeing up space to be converted into workshops, factories, and warehouses for component production. This was the statement from Zhang Yu, the representative of the Overlord and Fleet Commander. The second speedy child proposed, "It's very convenient to travel from here to anywhere in the core star sector. We can use this place as a transit base for the Human Alliance." Yasuji wasn't here. He took his fleet back immediately after the suppression was completed. The fleet that the Sindar powers sent to Safe Mining was theoretically the largest fleet they could mobilize, under the premise of protecting their homeland and hyena mining. This fleet was squeezed in, and now it naturally had to return to protect Lion King. Li Bin unhesitatingly voted in favor of the second speedy child's proposal, because this not only meant less transportation pressure for his company, but also that Miss N's eavesdropping would be much easier. Putting everything else aside, the Universal Alliance's transport fleet only needs to deliver supplies to Prism Freeport, allowing each company to take its share, requisitioning some transport ships to offset procurement costs, and helping the company deliver supplies and resupply to the front lines. That's not unreasonable, is it? Especially the Church of Lud. They have plenty of cargo ships, enough to trade grain all over the star system, always large-scale transactions. Furthermore, these orders can be outsourced to pirates and large corporations, a lucrative arrangement. Li Bin added, Besides, the vacated spaceports can accommodate many fleets for transit and rest. In conclusion, the separatist uprising objectively benefits the human alliance. As for the question of where to find a more luxurious haven without Prism Freeport, such a concentrated center of entertainment, go wherever you want. Keep nagging me, and I have the giant Enterprise Marines escort your entire family to the front lines, stuffing them into manned ships of the Hell Legion with boarding torpedoes. That's a thrilling game, guaranteed to be exciting. Li Bin had no interest in nagging about the remaining details. Having finalized the general direction, he packed up his fleet and prepared to head to Nova City. He still had quite a few of his capital ships there. Prism Freeport, Module 4. Amidst the decay, the bloodstains on the ground and walls hadn't been wiped clean, and the remnants of the battle still lingered. Brand new holographic projections and electronic signs were now displayed. It was Quartz. With Sharapova as CEO, the new Quartz, centered around a loan company, 2 small security companies for shopping malls, and 2 small transportation companies, and bearing its name prominently displayed, was established in the desolate Prism Freeport. Shava was overjoyed. After hesitating for several tens of minutes, she followed North's advice and handed over the acquired data hard drive and encrypted account to Li Bin. After decrypting them, Li Bin inventoried the assets, recovered some technical data that the company didn't have, and then returned the account along with the star coins. A full 500,000 star coins. Sharapova, who was terrified of poverty, happily accepted it. Even as Rika relayed the message, the captain said your feud with him is over. Only North, who had witnessed the event, nervously swallowed. He had a bad feeling about this. The feud between Sharapova and Li Bin is over, but what about the feud between his group of veterans and crew members from the factory district and Quartz? What about the feud with that veteran who deliberately made things difficult for him, and set up roadblocks to yell at Parsifal? Feud? Chu Xiongfei looked at the projection of the veteran in front of him, whose hands and spine had been replaced with prosthetics. He took off his terminal glasses and refused righteously, although I also come from the factory district, and the factory owner in Elfie has also messed with me, I cannot agree. The captain trusts me, which is why he made me a boiler operator, humbly speaking, the minister. I, Chu Xiongfei, have no skills whatsoever, the only thing that is valued is loyalty. Chu Xiongfei slapped off his glasses and said, word by word, I will not use my loyalty to act impulsively. Let alone a grudge against those from the factory district, I wouldn't risk even the murder of my parents. The veteran paused for a few seconds, then hesitated. Weren't you born in a birthing factory? Where did you get your parents? It's a metaphor, a metaphor. Understand? He tried his best to maintain. The usually composed Chu Xiongfei finally broke down. He said weakly, all right, let me put it another way. My wife and kids were killed, okay. Don't spout nonsense like my wife and kids aren't dead yet. Anyway, I won't betray the captain. The veteran, rubbing his cheek, asked strangely, when did I ask you to betray the captain? Didn't you want me to send agents to assassinate Quartz? Of course not. The veteran exclaimed, damn, what are you talking about? I wanted to ask you to find someone to monitor Quartz. Aren't you in Prism Freeport? You're close by, just find someone to monitor them and gather intelligence. We definitely handle revenge ourselves. Amanda from the medical department, Anna from the flagship, Zhu Jin and Mikhail from the operations department, not to mention the veterans trained by the bosun. We don't need you to kill anyone. At this point, the veteran laughed. No, buddy, you don't really think your agents are that efficient at killing, do you? Chapter 985. Li Bin led his fleet, leisurely passing through the West Wind system. He unloaded the Hive-class ocean-going mining ships, along with escort ships and fuel ships, deploying the mining fleet there. Facing the obsequious West Wind system diplomat, Li Bin's words were straightforward. This fleet is here to mine your mineral resources. It will provide 50% of the metal needed for the West Wind system's unmanned ship upgrades, and the other 50% will be transported to Nova City. You cover the fuel and crew resupply costs, is that alright? No problem, no problem. The diplomat's smile widened, and he requested that Li Bin linger in the hyperspace shadows of the West Wind system for a while. The West Wind system has no asteroid belt, but it does possess a ring around a star, resembling Saturn's planetary rings. The people of the Perseus constellation call these stellar rings red grain, the specific reason for which Li Bin didn't know, that's the name in the game, but he found the name rather endearing. This environment is ideal for large-scale mining operations by the Hive-class destroyers equipped with nanofilters. They don't even need to break apart asteroids. A super-large shovel can handle it all, with outrageously high efficiency. A day later, From a gravity well on a desolate planet in the West Wind system, a curtain of horizontal leaps opened, and one Sky's BRV class and two high-platform BRV class ships fell into hyperspace. A diplomat delivered the King of Livestream's message. The Universal Union is one of the few fair and impartial entities in the star system, and the 13 holographic novel studios of the West Wind system, as well as the Livestream Royal Court, will remember this deeply. These 3 ships have just been launched. We have already registered them with the Universal Union in advance. Please take them with you. Li Bin, rubbing his thumb against his forefinger, seemed quite surprised. Facing Li Bin's gaze, the diplomat smiled wryly. Ever since the first Hela BRV in the Westwind Galaxy was completed, various factions have been vying for control, all wanting to acquire these ships that haven't wasted their own production capacity. However, they haven't been able to offer sufficient terms. It's like saying, since you won't provide ships to me, you can't offer me long-term terms. Every time it's just a one-off deal. The meaning is, the holographic novel studio is very disappointed with this situation. If there's anyone who has consistently supported us, it's probably only the Brighton Alliance and the Interstellar Empire. And we know that the Brighton Alliance and the Interstellar Empire are cooperating with us according to your will. If it weren't for you, the West Wind system would never have had this opportunity. Moreover, just 5 days ago, the Brighton Alliance's labor support fleet arrived, and you immediately sent a large mining fleet, always thinking of the West Wind system. The diplomat spoke, tears welling in his eyes. In the entire star system, only you, Mr. Li, truly consider the West Wind system a friend. You said so many resources, persuaded so many forces, yet none of you participated in the first division of the Hela BRV series. The West Wind system remembers who treated us well and who treated us badly. He almost choked up, but Li Bin felt a little embarrassed. He didn't participate in the division for a simple reason. First, he went to salvage the God's Wrath-class ships. Compared to Hela's ships, the super dreadnoughts were much better. Secondly, given the long journey and the fact that they spent most of their time in hyperspace with the internet outages feeling like they were hiking through the Amazon rainforest, Li Shu and Alyosha wouldn't have dared to tackle such a complex problem requiring negotiations with multiple powerful forces without Li Bin's orders. Without clear designation or mandate, they were both busy burying themselves in domestic affairs. Third, and most importantly, the Interstellar Alliance currently lacks sufficient experienced crew members to operate its surplus ships. New crew members are busy training the Bowhead Whale class, and the Hive-class crews are temporarily being filled by Whitestone series ships transferred by Li Bin. The Interstellar Empire has already agreed to a new batch of immigrants to alleviate the unemployment crisis caused by the loss of the Nanoforge and the consolidation of Nova City. Furthermore, familiarizing the crew with the Bowhead Whale class can prepare them for ascension to the Interstellar Alliance class. In the event of a ship's destruction, the crew can seamlessly transition to the next Bowhead Whale class. Waiting for your Hela BRV? Who will compensate for the reduced combat effectiveness due to temporary ship changes and unfamiliarity between crew and ship. With the Bowhead Whale class, the Hela, with its crewed ships, has truly become a supplementary force used by Li Bin to strengthen the human alliance. Use it now, dear, not now. That's probably what they mean by Hela's BRV, right? The Tiger is indeed powerful, but buddy, compared to the basic Tiger, the massive interstellar version of the T-34 is far superior. As for the fourth, ahem. Li Bin also has shares in the cooperative shipyard in the Westwind system. He profits from every ship sold. The boss isn't competing with him for business. Those who know, know. But whether Li Bin intended it or not, the result is that the Westwind system is isolated and helpless. After learning that it almost became a target of an out-of-control AI, it was shocked to discover that it had unknowingly become a high-value, but easily manipulated object in the eyes of the out-of-control AI. Furthermore, the first reaction of various factions after this crisis was to mock Sindar's power, rather than to work together to strengthen their security. They provided the same number of ships they originally sent here. Looking around, the King of Live Stream and the holographic novel studio considered the Universal Union their brothers and sisters. Regardless of Li Bin's subjective feelings, objectively speaking, he was indeed the best choice. Now, on behalf of the holographic novel studio and all the inhabitants of the Westwind system, the diplomat sobbed, half kneeling, no matter how you see us, from now on, the Universal Union is a brotherly nation of the Westwind system. In the captain's lounge of the Candle Dragon, Li Bin was somewhat dazed. Isa placed the staff meal on the desk, leaning against Li Bin and softly said, "What? Isn't it good to have another brother?" Li Bin shook his head hesitantly. "How should I put it? It's a complicated feeling. It's a good thing that the Universal Union has more and more true friends. I had miss and assist in an investigation. The 13 holographic novel studios, ever since the battle between the Sindar regime and the out-of-control AI, have been intentionally or unintentionally promoting their friendship with us to all the people and staff under their jurisdiction. Actually, I can understand their sense of crisis. Although the Universal Union is far from the West Wind system, we have the Brighton Alliance in business, and the Interstellar Empire nearby in military and diplomatic matters. Our influence is already deeply rooted in the independent West Wind system. Rather than them being honest with me, they are more eager to join our alliance and gain access to the Interstellar Empire and the Brighton Alliance. Similar to the status of the Dun Alliance. Isa hugged Li Bin's head, massaging it, and expressed her opinion. I think it's not just that. The failure of humanity in the outer star sectors has probably deeply affected them as well. After the destruction of the Shifeng system, the out-of-control AI achieved a phased victory in the campaign against the Dun Lancha system. The local free forces, no planets, only space stations, have been destroyed, tens of thousands of people have been plundered, and the pirate base has been seized. Only a pirate fleet of a few destroyers remains, constantly waging guerrilla warfare with the support of bounty hunters from the Lud Church and the Adventurers Guild. In addition, the Draco group was also attacked by the out-of-control AI, and even the Lud Church's headquarters in the Canaan system was once invaded. The pressure from the out-of-control AI is like a noose, suffocating everyone. Chapter 986. The fortification of Nova City is nearing completion. The planet's rocks and mountains are dotted with artillery and missile silos of various calibers. In addition, a winding underground double-circle cross-shaped central orbital system transports ammunition depots located at the two orbital intersection points to various secondary stations. From there, ammunition is further transported to weapon stations via excavated underground rivers, secondary orbital systems, and tertiary highways, and then loaded into underground ammunition depots by semi-automatic transport machines. This was achieved through the use of a large amount of heavy machinery. Truly, the planet is a towering, precipitous mountain of knives and a raging sea of fire, transforming it into a gruesome, nauseating shell. Nova City. When Li Bin arrived in Nova City, the locals had just repelled a fleet of Afterglow attempting to invade across the charged nebula. Shattered debris from the Afterglow floated around the planet. Busy salvage hunters, disregarding the losses of their comrades, displayed the joy of a bountiful harvest as they towed the broken ships into the space station and began sorting and recovering them. The reason Nova City's space station hasn't fallen yet, besides relying on the charged nebula to weaken the enemy, is due to the fortified planet's ability to launch attacks into space. It's like having an extra planetary space-based firepower in a space war. Combined with the All-Union's Azure Dragon, Libra-class, Bardor, Battlefield Mothership-class warships, and a large number of Assault-class ships transferred from the rear, this has allowed them to withstand wave after wave of attacks. When Li Bin arrived, Nova City's Governor Juno was already waiting at the berth. Beside his massive body was a crater over 8 meters in diameter, its metal warped and twisted like a blooming flower. Those were the marks left on the berth after a missile pierced through the already riddled outer armor. In the last attack, over a third of the Nova City space station's ports were damaged, with 3 requiring major repairs. Li Bin and Isa emerged only after the veterans of the Universal Alliance had finished inspecting the ports. As soon as they left the docking bay, Li Bin asked, why wasn't the wreckage of the Afterglow sent to the West Wind system? The Brighton Alliance has very mature experience in modification. Governor Juno immediately apologized. The enemy attacks frequently, and since Nova City doesn't use horizontal jumps, the fleet can't leave at all. The risks and costs of transporting it back and forth are too high. Furthermore, the resources needed to fortify a planet are too large, so we had to dismantle it directly. After reviewing the data report, Li Bin reluctantly agreed. Experienced crew members were indeed rare, especially now that the intensity of the war was escalating. However, Li Bin pointed to Nova City, enveloped in a red shield. Last time it was a sneak attack. Why is there a red shield this time? The surface has been attacked? Juno looked distressed, beckoning behind her. Immediately, a bureaucrat in a white robe came over and presented a terminal with both hands. Li Bin looked at the combat log and then suddenly understood. Afterglow and the mind-controlled Hell Legion's combat tactics had evolved again after several large-scale battles with humanity. Governor Juno sighed. Nova City being on the front lines gave the previously weakened Kelja Technology Corporation a chance to breathe, preventing the out-of-control AI from expanding northeast. Our patrols can quickly enter the physical universe using planetary gravity wells in hyperspace, allowing them to continuously scout in hyperspace. If the out-of-control AI tries to bypass us, it will inevitably be cut off from the rear by the combined forces of the Universal Alliance, the Interstellar Empire, and the Keljev Technology Corporation's task force. Combined with the frontal fleet, they are fully capable of launching a pincer attack. Therefore, the out-of-control AI has repeatedly attempted to destroy us, but its orbital bombardments are mostly blocked by the planetary shield and further impeded by the Earth's crust. Recently, the out-of-control AI has become smarter, transforming many slave laborers into biomechanical soldiers. These soldiers are airdropped using drop pods, hoping to break through the planetary shield and release dangerous biomechanical soldiers. Centered on human-like logic, each leads its own. Mech dogs, drones, and killing machines are attacking our ground structures through sabotage behind enemy lines. He patted his still protruding belly beneath his wide robe. Compared to the damage from bombing, although it's later, the damage caused by the encirclement and counter-encirclement is far greater. Worse still, since the loss of Vulcan, the Interstellar Empire has been patching the flaws in the Imperial Gods network, although most of it is now fixed. But because Nova City was managed by Vulcan for many years, many underlying code changes couldn't be made in time. Like the planetary shield. Li Bin's pupils contracted slightly. This all makes sense now. No wonder so many drop pods were left behind. It turns out that after the Vulcan Cup was captured, the local network vulnerability caused the planetary shield to be at a disadvantage in electronic warfare against the local area and the space station. How despicable. I didn't do this when I was here, otherwise I would have suppressed them from the opposite direction. As Li Bin heard this, the group entered the space station's administrative office, where a reception banquet was being held. At the banquet, Juno frequently toasted Li Bin, his sighs echoing like a mountain spring. He raised his glass round and round to Tang Zhuofan, Zhu Jin, Zueming Qianshao, Jeffrey, Wahab, and others, showering them with words of gratitude and promising that whatever they desired, whether it was a man or a woman, Juno would take care of it. No comparison, no harm. Risk mining is in a terrible state right now. Juno's words piqued ISA's interest. What's wrong with risk mining? Didn't they just lose the Divine Wind system not long ago? Who says otherwise? Juno clicked her tongue, but the Dunlantia system, which directly connects to the core star sector, also completely fell today. The entire system only has 2 colonies, one group of pirates, and the other a free force that hasn't even colonized a planet. With less than 150,000 people combined, how many times could they withstand such a siege? They're long gone. Even with the help of the Luddite Church, risk mining still fell. Even the local guerrillas were wiped out. Juno bitterly downed her Byzantine wine, wiping her mouth as she said, "The Hell Legion's production capacity has begun. The adjustment is that their original plan was to rely on a large enough Hella fleet to destroy all of humanity's living forces, and then thoroughly bombard each planet. Now, it seems they will have to switch to simultaneous destruction and plunder." In fact, after the invading fleet that attempted to attack the West Wind system failed, it immediately turned back, sacrificing 7 capital ships to storm the Lud Church headquarters. It then slammed all its damaged ships onto planets in the Canaan system before retreating. Li Bin blinked. When was this news? It was yesterday at 11 p.m. Due to the Lud Church's technological blockade, the Canaan system was at a severe disadvantage in electronic warfare. Only after the Lud Church withdrew and gained local advantage were communications re-established. This left Li Bin stunned. He immediately made contact. A few minutes later, Halhua rubbed his eyes and answered the communicator, complaining, "Bossly, I know it's noon in the astrological calendar, but could you please consider the rotation of Muo Star? It's the middle of the night here." Li Bin tentatively asked, "I heard your planet was hit by a spaceship?" "Yeah, it was hit, but that invading fleet suffered a huge loss. They didn't even reach Muo Star, but their ships sank on Lefeu Star. You know Lefeu Star, right? It's that barren desert planet. Not even dogs go there except for criminals and ascetics. The Church of Lud didn't even set up any properties there. As shown in the picture, Muo Star is the real headquarters." Halhua became excited as he spoke. "Hey, the Church of Lud really did a great job this time. 3 capital ships for 7. Li Bin thought to himself that in open battle, the Church of Lud was indeed powerful, but he had never seen them suffer such losses after being attacked on their doorstep and bombarded by a space station. It seems the Lefeu Star space station was completely unharmed, otherwise Halhua wouldn't be so calm. However, the out-of-control AI sped up its movements, giving the impression of tightening a noose, making it hard for Li Bin to breathe. Chapter 987. That night, Li Bin, unusually, didn't rest immediately after his long journey. He was in a meeting. To be precise, a meeting had been postponed due to his frequent internet outages in hyperspace. The meeting had no name, was entirely protected by Alpha Core encryption, and was further enhanced by the Imperial God's extensive experience in data algorithms. If it had to be given a name, it would probably be Universal Union and its friends. A projection hung from the ceiling of the Candle Dragon's conference hall, and in an instant, it was filled with distinguished guests. Her Majesty the Emperor of the Interstellar Empire was elegant and refined, her cheeks slightly fuller than before. Wearing a wide imperial robe that obscured her figure, she, who had previously appeared in a skirt armor that exuded a dashing and imposing aura, was holding the hand of a boy with dark eyes and coarse black hair. The boy, led by his mother, had eyes full of curiosity, but his refined and cultured demeanor was already evident. Ruli released her grip and gently patted the child's back. The child immediately curtsied to Li Bin, saying, "Diocletian Bashiva greets father-in-law." Diocletian was the name of a monarch during the Tetrarchy of the Roman Empire. Ruli's intention in naming the child was clear. Diocletian would become the starting point for the joint rule between the Interstellar Empire and the Universal Union. Interstellar Romans like to use metaphors in names. In plain terms, this marriage wasn't arranged by the Interstellar Empire to have Diocletian break up the Universal Union, but rather to join it. Li Bin nodded gently, while Isha looked at the child, her lips curving upwards involuntarily. Mainly because the child had an elegant demeanor and adorable appearance, perfectly matching Isha's tastes. She knew that Brown had been raised as the heir to the Universal Union from a young age, possessing both literary and martial prowess. As the eldest daughter, she had single-handedly suppressed her two mischievous younger brothers. If Diocletian had a fiery temper, she would have seriously doubted whether he could get along with her daughter. As for why she couldn't help but pout, it was because this child was 5 or 6 years younger than Brown, and Brown was in for a treat. Ruli brought Diocletian to the meeting to showcase the successor to the regime to all the allies at this secret gathering, while also implying that the relationship between the Interstellar Empire and the Universal Union was extraordinary, and should not be underestimated simply because the Interstellar Empire lacked a forge and was currently experiencing some decline. Diocletian's education will be conducted by teachers personally selected by the gods of the Empire. Only when he turns 5, and his body is basically developed, will he be allowed to access cyberspace and receive the initiation ceremony, Ruli said, then sent the child off to play. This child was a high-quality fertilized egg that she had carefully selected and personally nurtured. Therefore, she and Diocletian were no different from an ordinary mother and child. On the other side of the conference hall, the king of the live broadcast gently twisted his long, curly hair in his hands, a smile on his face, but his heart was full of regret. He thought to himself, if I had ascended to the throne earlier, I might have been able to ride the Universal Union's coattails. How old is your child? My kid's already an adult. He was born during my live stream, when I was aiming for millions of followers. It's a pity, the Interstellar Empire is too big for me. With this marriage, I'm out of the picture. Otherwise, with Li Bin backing me up, I might have become the true king of the West Wind Galaxy. Kong Jicho also felt a sense of regret. He'd finally been freed from his mother's oppression, and no longer had to pay his dues daily, and his complexion had improved considerably. He represented Magius at the meeting, mainly because of his closer personal relationship with Li Bin. His presence allowed for more negotiation on many matters. Finally, a new face appeared. Bruno Brighton, Speaker of the Brighton Alliance Council. The rule established by the First Council required all the highest leaders of the Brighton Alliance to change their surname to Brighton to show that they considered the Brighton Alliance their home. This was a spreadly, thin old man, the second Speaker of the Brighton Alliance. Born naturally, he was already 76 years old, having served as Speaker since the age of 55. As for the first Speaker, being a product of a breeding factory, he suffered a significant decline in physical function at the age of 62 due to a genetic lock issue, rendering him unable to shoulder the heavy responsibility of leadership and forcing him to retire. 6 years later, he died of total organ failure. He refused suggestions of organ transplants and mechanical organ replacements, choosing a dignified death. This is also a major reason why many faction leaders are born naturally. The same young talents, the same path to advancement, but naturally born interstellar humans have longer lifespans than those born in breeding factories, and are more energetic and mentally sharper after 60. They can apply their life experience more efficiently in practice. Bruno looked at Derek with the typical expression of an aging grandfather looking at a vibrant child. With Derek's departure, the meeting officially began. This meeting was not proposed by Li Bin, but by the Brighton Alliance. There were two objectives. First, it was hoped that these forces, allied with the Global Alliance, could further deepen their cooperative relationship. Bruno, in an old-fashioned manner, lit a cigar, My idea is that since none of us have a desire to conquer each other, no commercial competition, and we all have mutual friends, why can't we expand this excellent friendship and establish an alliance? The king of live broadcast scratched his head, looking left and right. He seemed to say, I really want to speak, but since none of you are speaking, I won't either. But no one underestimates him because of this. He started out as a live streamer, and his methods differ from those of ordinary politicians. He doesn't adopt a wooden, emotionless approach. Instead, he hides his true emotions in exaggerated gestures and seemingly bizarre, provocative statements. He fills his long, continuous days of live streams with this kind of performance. If you take him too seriously, you lose. The internet clown on the face of the live stream king is just a mask, but one he's worn for so long that he's become reluctant to remove it. Grunow had anticipated this. He didn't underestimate anyone because of his age. After consulting Li Bin, he inserted the data disk and displayed various data. Let me start from my perspective. Currently, 81% of the Brighton Alliance's economy, people's livelihood, and industrial production are closely related to the Universal Union and all of you. This scale of connection is the foundation of our cooperation. The current chaos in the star system is largely due to the fact that various forces are only superficially resisting the out-of-control AI, but are unwilling to actually take action. The overall situation in the star system is mainly defensive. If we continue to defend like this, we will lose the Dunlancha system, the Shifeng system, the Fong clan, the Lloyd Alliance. Our chances will only decrease. The livestream king was shocked, realizing after this calculation that humanity had lost so much territory. His eyes darted around, but seeing that everyone else had expressions of agreement, seemingly unsurprised, he, who had distinguished himself among millions of streamers and actors, quickly understood the reason. He was the last among all those present to ascend the throne. Many events occurred before his ascension, and he instinctively separated the subsequent AI intrusion from the events leading up to his accession. Looking back now, he is shocked to discover that although the AI's intrusion has slowed considerably, it is comprehensively eroding humanity's potential. If the loosely organized human alliance cannot be relied upon, perhaps a more powerful organization is truly needed. Chapter 988. In his youth, Grunow followed the former acting chairman in the fight against the fading light. He was one of the countless architects of the Brighton people's unity and fierce spirit. Although he is much milder now due to age and professional factors, his essence remains unchanged. He instinctively dislikes beating around the bush, so he speaks directly. Of course, this is also because he judges the current situation and believes that speaking frankly will be effective. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind doing what he dislikes while holding his nose. From the moment the Brighton Alliance released its confidential data report and then shared information about the BRV series modifications in the West Wind system, Grunow slowly began to pull people into his scheme. He first gently discussed the BRV modification shipyard with King Liv. With King Liv's unintentional cooperation, confidential production data and armament information for the West Wind system were revealed. Once King Liv realized he had been tricked, he didn't bother to curse the old man's cunning. He smoothly surrendered and began to cooperate intentionally. Then, the two of them looked at Kong Jicho. Seeing their gazes, Kong Jicho couldn't help but smack his lips. Damn it, old Li, you're not being honest. What's our relationship? Why are you playing mind games? He thought Grunow was Li Bin's mouthpiece, but that wasn't the case. Li Bin remained silent because he was surprised that Speaker Grunow would go to such lengths. Originally, Li Bin's plan was to use his connections and image to bring several factions together, maintaining a covert alliance through personal charisma and tacit understanding to avoid provoking any parties. But the Brighton people were simply too much of a team. Li Bin began to think that not all the giant corporations within the Perseus Alliance were selfish fools. Perhaps this old man's spiritual realm was even higher than his own. This is truly, incredibly cool. Kong Jicho clearly mistook Li Bin's joyful expression for the smug satisfaction of a successful scheme. He shrugged indifferently. Fine, why not? Mom's already on the verge of a mental breakdown from having to rely on the Overlord to resist the runaway AI, and worrying about what to do after the war with the Overlord. Since she can't decide, I will. So he simply tossed out the documents, revealing the classified information about Magius, Conda's nest, and the original Neo Magnus, then raised his hands and surrendered to Li Bin. You bastard, even my mom isn't the leader of Magius, she's just the chairwoman of the military council. I can't handle any deeper secrets. I won't go into Kong Jicho's nest, we traded almost all the resources ourselves, you know that perfectly well. Then Kong Jicho joined the duo, and the three of them interrogated the Emperor's actions with their eyes. Really blinked innocently. Why look at me like that? My son will marry Li Bin's daughter in the future, and the connection between the Interstellar Empire and the Universal Union is inevitable. Especially after the Universal Union acquired the second Nanoforge, the last vestige of opposition from the Imperial Council had vanished, and the Empire had begun secretly purging those dissenting nobles. This operation was spearheaded by the Imperial gods. After the Wildcat appeared and was confirmed to be the former Imperial deity Vulcan, the Imperial gods ceased calculating the possibility of utilizing the Universal Union. The noble gods could not tolerate themselves degenerating into a foolish, self-righteous demonic core. Ruli held up one finger. However, I still have to routinely petition the gods. It's procedure. Please wait a moment. 3 minutes is enough time for the gods of the Empire to discuss millions of digits. As Ruli nodded, a large amount of data from the Interstellar Empire was presented. The Interstellar Empire's data was more extensive than any other participating power, even more so than the Universal Union. This was because it involved industrial transformation, war preparations, and most importantly, population employment, people's livelihoods, and public opinion. Soon, this data was simplified and compiled into concise tables. Otherwise, this meeting would have gone on indefinitely. Now, all four looked at Li Bin and Isa. Isa gripped Li Bin's hand, thinking to herself, this isn't good. If you gave me detailed data on the Universal Union's production capacity, anyone could see that it was severely exceeding its limits. Under the watchful eyes of the four, Li Bin coughed. The logistics and allocation data of the Universal Alliance isn't in the AI core, but in the logistics core. You all know what that is, and I need some time to extract it. While waiting for the results, let me ask a question. Is our alliance a voting system? What are the voting standards? 1 vote per organization or something? Also, how is the alliance's leader elected? Stop rambling, Li Bin. Kong Jicho frowned. Why are you being so fussy? It's not that complicated. Whether there's a vote or not doesn't matter. The Universal Alliance currently provides almost half of the foreign trade alloys and materials for 3 of our 4 organizations, and provides the Interstellar Empire with all of their nanoforging furnace production capacity. We all came together because of you, so of course you're the leader of the alliance. Li Bin shook his head repeatedly. I, Li Bin, am still inexperienced and young. How can I shoulder such a heavy responsibility? Kong Jicho mouthed to Li Bin. Are you pretending to be a bitch? Gruno slowly shook his head. The alliance system hasn't been established yet, so voting is the only way. There are 5 forces present, and 4 voted for the Universal Union. Li Bin, you are the leader of the alliance, which is the popular choice. The livestream king eagerly raised his hand in agreement, and Ruli smiled. We're all family, so let's not be two-faced. The Interstellar Empire's vote will only go to the Universal Union. At this moment, Alyosha and Alpha Core PPSaw had almost finished refining the data, transferring production capacity to the massive ruins, expanding the salvage team's achievements, and barely making the data appear flawless. So Li Bin released his data and reports, reluctantly reciting a poem. My virtue is meager and my talent insufficient. I cannot handle this task, but with united will, I will persevere. Since everyone trusts me so much, I, Li Bin, will give it a try. The livestream king jumped up and down, trembling with excitement. He saw the possibility of becoming the founder of the 14th holographic novel studio after his success, or even further, and nodded repeatedly. In that case, let's start an alliance. A catchy name, please. This time, Gruno objected, looking apologetically at the other party. Right now, the dominant power in the star system is in charge. Our hasty alliance would only provoke a reaction. It's not wise to make a big fuss. What I mean is, a self-preservation alliance is necessary, but the publicity should wait for other powers to set the tone. The king of livestream, though lacking in political acumen, was quick-witted and immediately understood. Right, but let's still come up with a name, so it'd be easier to call out in private. Everyone then looked at Li Bin. Li Bin paused for a moment, then scratched his head awkwardly. I have a terrible idea, but it's terrible. It definitely work and won't arouse suspicion. Let's call it the Persis Alliance. From now on, when we exchange intelligence, we use the Persis Alliance story as an example for discussion, mixing in the real intelligence. That way, even if it's cracked, we have a second layer of protection. Ruli covered her mouth and chuckled. Kong Jicho laughed heartily, and the king of live broadcast's eyes gleamed. He thought this was a terrible idea, but because it was terrible, it was actually a good one. Even Gruno shook his head and laughed. And so, the name of the alliance was decided. Chapter 989. What should I call you now, Alliance Speaker? Governor? In the conference hall, during the intermission, Lan Yuan, who had already traveled to the Taylor system to oversee the local global alliance, reasserted her position as captain of the Xingtian intruder class, and replenished the crew with a rotation of those on leave to regroup, couldn't help but jokingly ask after learning of the establishment of the new Persis alliance. Let's call you CO. The position of speaker should be left to the weak. Li Bin decided to follow the fine tradition of the Yuan during the 3K era, relinquishing this seemingly powerful, but actually powerless position. He felt that Old Man Gruno of the Brighton Alliance was very suitable. He had discussed it with ISA. They would first try out the alliance system, and after the war, when the unification effort began, they would use this appeasement system to bring in powerful and arrogant forces like the overlords, and then gradually assimilate them through St. Lud and the governor's privileges. 30 or 50 years is fine, it's about potential development. With the lingering glow human coexistence faction, a super powerful warship like the Wrath of God class, a favorable diplomatic environment, and a global alliance with Stargate technology, we have nothing to fear from any other faction in the star system, provided we give ourselves enough time. Therefore, instead of forcefully pressuring and triggering civil war, it's better to first get everyone at the table, turning war into negotiation. Then, as we eat, hey, the global alliance will become unstoppable. The general is right. The world isn't just about fighting and killing, it's about human relationships and social interactions. With these social interactions, development time will come again. Li Bin shared a series of documents with Lan Yuan. While Lan Yuan was reviewing them, Li Bin explained while also organizing his own thoughts. After sharing intelligence on the forces within the Persis Alliance, I marked the locations of these forces at the extreme points within the logistics core's range. I then had the AI core set adjustment values based on the distance differences between them. This way, although there are still some discrepancies, these forces can be incorporated into the logistics core's management system. The effective management range of the logistics core is 12 light-years, a game setting. In this way, import-export, transshipment, resource sharing, and support within the alliance can be coordinated around the global alliance. With subsequent practical transportation and data accumulation, the accuracy of this scheduling will gradually increase, reaching a maximum accuracy of 65%. Fortunately, the population of the star system is not large now. If it were the colony density before the Great Collapse, this accuracy would probably drop below 30%. Lan Yuan knew the importance of logistics, but she didn't quite understand the special significance of the mutual disclosure of confidential intelligence within the regime. Having lived in a prosperous, unified era, she wondered, won't this be too much of a blow to Alyosha? I heard that to save time, he's replaced his entire digestive system with artificial organs, because he finds the flesh and blood digestive system too inefficient, and digestion consumes blood oxygen, affecting his thinking. Li Bin stroked his chin and shook his head. Alyosha has already trained a group of deputies to share his workload, giving him time to handle these matters. This is very important to us. The new Persis Alliance is a pilot project for a unified regime after the war. If these forces can enjoy more efficient and better treatment within the alliance, they will naturally support us after the war. I also plan to have PPSH cooperate with the Imperial Gods to strengthen intelligence sharing and fully absorb the excellent management experience of the Interstellar Empire over the years. Li Bin said, pressing his hand on the table. The entire alliance now has more than 130 capital warships. Including the Queen-class dreadnoughts that the Interstellar Empire is currently building, there are a total of 6 dreadnoughts. With this scale of military force, if I work hard to drag the Lud Church into the fray, we could almost achieve a military advantage over the Overlord and the second velocity. Fearing that Lan Yuan would think he was bragging, Li Bin added, of course, considering the difference in ship quality, I'm including the Bowhead Whale-class ships that we upgraded to the Universal Union class after mass production. Speaking of her area of expertise, Lan Yuan immediately understood. I see. Our current task is to leverage the loose cooperation of the human alliance to continuously recruit allies, right? She became excited, somewhat eager to try. Besides the Church of Lud, are there any plans to recruit other forces? I have some connections in the Taylor system. I can contact them immediately if needed. No rush, this matter needs careful consideration. In the council hall, the intermission ended, and the second half began. Now we will discuss a special matter. Li Bin, the leader appointed due to war, remained as approachable as ever. I had everyone investigate beforehand using their respective AI cores. I presume everyone has some leads. I present the results directly here. As soon as she finished speaking, Celia directly presented a star map, along with a dense array of red dots, rotated 180 degrees. Under the knowing gazes of everyone present, Li Bin stood up, paced, and pointed to the projection. This is a case of plunder that occurred within the hyperspace region of the Persis Alliance, and the perpetrators are not pirates or out-of-control AIs, but privateers using Relief Association ship types. Although a statement had been issued beforehand, and a report warning of the Relief Association had been submitted to the Human Alliance, after our 5 organizations shared data and reviewed the black boxes retrieved from the wreckage, we can confirm that in the past year, the Relief Association has begun to target weaker human fleets on a large scale and with a specific purpose. And in the past month, the targets have expanded to include medium and large fleets. Although they haven't attacked any planets yet, the multiple plunderings in hyperspace have caused the bankruptcy of 1 large transportation company, 6 medium-sized transportation companies, 2 small banks, and 2 mining companies. As for the countless individuals who have gone bankrupt, according to the policy issued by the Human Alliance, the Relief Association has undoubtedly become a lackey of the out-of-control AI. This is the first organized and purposeful act of betrayal by humanity. What? You mean the Hell Legion? None of their leadership are alive. They're all avatars of the Demon Corps, already expelled from humanity. Li Bin clenched his fist. The traitors have already jumped out. It's the Relief Association. I propose that the Persis Alliance immediately issue a warning to the Human Alliance and launch an attack and extermination against the Relief Association. Gruno looked at the report, his hands trembling, filled with regret. I knew it. How could that fleet that attacked the West Wind system have bypassed the defenses and reconnaissance of the major powers and infiltrated? Turns out there are bad guys within humanity. The king of the live broadcast blushed instantly, his lungs churning like steam engines. The second agenda item: reorganize the fleet, concentrate superior forces, and, relying on the Fortress World's New Star City, attempt to crush a Hell Legion army, boost human morale, and reverse the tide. Chapter 990. The day after the meeting, Li Bin was invited to attend the launching ceremony of the new ships. These 3 ships were originally Li Bin's spoils of war. Since he deployed his fleet to the front lines, repairs had been interrupted due to resource shortages caused by the planetary fortification. Repairs only resumed after Governor Juno dismantled and rebuilt the wreckage on site, and Commander Sarah brought remnant components and ship parts from the rear several times. In fact, these ships had been repaired half a year earlier, but they had remained in the dock for a long time, waiting for Li Bin, only appearing in defensive operations to assist in protecting the space station. Inside the Nova City Military Space Station's dock, the 3 capital ships stood in a row, their upright hulls showing no signs of patching, showcasing the superb craftsmanship of the Imperial engineers. As a brother force and in-law force of the Empire, the Universal Union enjoyed services comparable to those of an Empress-class dreadnought. The fleet consists of 1 Victory-class, 1 Odyssey-class, and 1 Conqueror-class ship, a configuration of 1 main battleship and 2 battlecruisers. Except for the Victory class, the other 2 ships are fully loaded on one side of their broadsides, similar to the Tiger Shark. This single-sided loading method allows the relatively weak electrical network of the ships to be fully utilized. Remove Jeffrey from the Battlefield Mothership class and replace him with Vahab. Appoint him as the commander of the Sea Beast fleet, captain of the Victory class Hook Serpent, and in command of the Odyssey class Tiger Shark, the Odyssey class Mermaid, and the Conqueror class Flounder. Hook Serpent, Mermaid, and Tiger Shark are all mythical creatures from ancient Chinese mythology, while the Flounder is recorded in the classic of mountains and seas, specifically, the Great Wilderness East classic. The Flounder has eyes on one side, a peculiar shape. Although it looked unremarkable, it complemented the broadside armor of the Conqueror class destroyers perfectly. It was exactly as the image suggested. Jeffrey wiped his mouth with his thumb, then spread his arms wide, slowly tilting his head from side to side, his eyes not looking at anything, smugly enjoying the praise from the company executives. He had thought that once he piloted a Battlefield Mothership-class destroyer, he would finally realize his ultimate dream, which had undergone several changes, and now he was finally commanding a squadron. Although the Sea Beast fleet would likely have to fight alongside Li Bin's main fleet most of the time, Jeffrey was already quite satisfied. He wouldn't go home to take care of the kids tonight. He was going to go to every tavern in New Star City, have a drink at each one, and then tell these bounty hunters, speculators, fools, and the destitute the ultimate, enhanced version of Jeffrey's little stories. This is awesome, Jeffrey thought, already mentally replaying the experience. He was blissfully happy, exclaiming that he finally caught the opportunity to listen to storytelling at the radio station whenever he had free time, and he'd give it another good shout-out. The Skies BRV and the High Platform BRV were incorporated into the main fleet. After being manned, these 2 types of ships undoubtedly suffered significant reductions in their electrical and radiation systems. The ships also experienced damage to their propulsion systems and cargo holds. Most importantly, Due to the subsequent modifications, the ship passageways were quite small. Releasing them out independently would be inhumane. ISA, hands on her hips, silently counted. Currently, the Universal Alliance had 16 main combat ships deployed at the front lines, including the battlefield motherships. If the multifunctional main combat ships, like the Zhongzi class, were also included, that number would be 22, more than all the warships a typical third-rate corporation could deploy, excluding those protecting territories. The production of Zhongzi class and Bowhead Whale class ships by the Universal Alliance has surged, with many more to follow. They're currently hopping from one star system to another, resupplying along the way before heading west. New Star City now has the Universal Alliance's main fleet, the Sea Beast fleet, and 6 Zhongzi-class ships from the Saradu transport fleet, totaling 14 capital ships, ISA whispered to Li Bin. The main fleet is under Li Bin's direct command, the Lan Yuan fleet. Add to that the 10 capital ships from the Interstellar Empire, the 2 capital ships from Kelja Technology Company, and a new pirate king named White Sand who abandoned the opportunity of secure mining to speculate, obtained the gold label hunter status, and brought a Dragon-class battlecruiser developed by a blueprint hacker in imitation of the Odyssey class. We have a total of 27 capital warships here. ISA's eyes gleamed. Relying on the level 3 interstellar fortress, we can definitely launch a beautiful ambush. Even a complete annihilation is possible. Wait a minute. Li Bin leaned in, and the pirate king has left. Why would you pass up the opportunity to directly transfer to a senior management position at a giant corporation in the full-fledged mining and risk mining sectors, and come here to compete for the gold medal? ISA's eyebrows danced with excitement. Of course, there are true heroes among pirates too. This brother Baisha thought the safe mining sector was utterly useless. He originally wanted to go south to the risk mining sector to join his friend Ziyun, but after the Dunlan Sand system was decimated by the Hell Legion, he felt the road ahead was too dangerous, so he switched sides. This guy felt that he was fighting out of control AIs everywhere, and thought his future would be better under your command. After all, as she spoke, ISA looked Li Bin up and down, her eyes full of smiles. Now you are hailed by the star system as the #1 fighter for humanity. Even the Supreme Overlord, who is putting out fires all over the south, helping to regulate the Apex Design Group, assisting the Navigation Bureau and FSF Military Company in building the southern defense line of the star sector, doesn't have as much of a reputation as you. Alright, looks like I have to work harder. Li Bin patted his face, then suddenly remembered something and added, send a message to Lan Yuan, telling her that after we issue the order to gather, have her bring her squadron, along with Tang Zhuofan, to summon all the bounty hunters for a joint hunt. ISA asked curiously, we're strong enough. We are strong enough, but I'm worried that with the Nova City Space Station anchored on the front lines for so long, there must be agents from the Hell Legion. Our fleet is large enough to be easily concealed. A sting operation could attract sharks. On July 20th, Star Calendar 219, after nearly 2 months of enticements, a fleet finally arrived heading towards the source of the Horizon star system. The former pirate king, now the #1 bounty hunter on the gold standard, Baisha, nervously led his meteorite fleet, scattered throughout the hyperspace reflection of the source of the Horizon, while his flagship, the Dragon-class Venom, pretended to have an engine malfunction, with a repair platform risking its way to conduct repairs in hyperspace. On the bridge, the first mate once again voiced his opposition to the fishing operation. Boss, no offense, but we don't object to you wanting to contribute to humanity and go ashore, but there's no reason to sell the pirate cruise. Adventurers cruise other ships, and buy meteorite ships instead. You know nothing. White Sand sipped his freedom candy, his eyes gleaming. In short, you got 2 things wrong. First, I'm not going ashore to go ashore. I'm going to get a new ship. How can the Dragon-class battlecruiser compare to a capital ship? Do you know what kind of intelligence someone bribed the Adventurers Guild 6 months ago? Huh? The first mate retorted. Gold label hunters can join the Universal Alliance based on their points and battle merits, then sell their ships to get Bowhead Whale-class battleships. As long as we have enough points, we can even operate battleships. Secondly, if we don't sell our ships, aren't we just sitting ducks in hyperspace? Baisha whispered nervously, wait for the special signal. Once we receive it, immediately send out a distress signal. The kids on the meteorite ship all know what this signal means. Just you wait, Baisha, will be piloting a capital ship sooner or later. I prove I'm no worse than Kanda. Chapter 991. Target detected, heading towards the source of the Horizon star system. Suspected that the target will, based on past experience, first enter the abandoned Lud Church colony, Sacred Leap Star, to rest and recuperate. At the Nova City Space Station, the fleet was steadily docked in the harbor, with only transport ships and adventurers coming and going. These hunters may not possess lateral jump technology, but the Interstellar Empire's fleet periodically and systematically tears apart the physical universe at the far end of the space station, sending these hunters, smugglers, and transport fleets away. In the current environment, almost no force will seriously arrest smugglers. The fact that people are willing to transport smuggled goods here means that the prices of certain commodities here are high, even in a star system with a strong economy during a full-scale war. If you crack down on smugglers, who will fill the demand gap? What if it leads to public resentment? Who will quickly replenish the orders placed by the governor and the army later? Turn a blind eye. The Nova City cyclical sewers are a rat's den. A cybernetic human, fully augmented with cybernetic implants, but tattered and obviously malfunctioning, stumbled along the sewer wall, draped in a plastic robe. The plastic robe, clearly made of transparent material intended for building makeshift shelters in a rat's burrow, was now filthy and blackened, riddled with holes and scrapes. Poor people from the rat's burrows came and went, while merchants hesitated, their gazes wary of him. Can't tell his gender. This is a military cybernetic body. Be careful, don't solicit customers. He might be an Imperial agent, scouting ahead to capture us to build the underground Great Wall. The snickering sounds, and the malicious yet fearful glances were like rats rubbing their paws. The cybernetic ignored them, staggering along until he reached a screening room marked with an alloy plaque that read holographic novel screening. New 8+ arrival. He paused for a second, scanning the area with his prosthetic eyes, which covered his entire body, observing the less dirty spots on the plastic sheeting, a few of which were used to provide vision. Confirming no one was following him, the cybernetic lifted the black-painted plastic sheeting and entered the screening room. The screening room was divided into small cubicles according to gender, sexual orientation, and genre. Each cubicle was about 4 square meters and had 8 seats, forcing everyone inside to huddle together. The cybernetic found the male, female, smell-obsessed cubicle and poked his head inside. Then he immediately pulled his neck back, plunged his hands in, and swiftly pulled out the 6 men sitting inside, each acting as a pilot. One of them tossed away a handful of crumpled, plastic Imperial banknotes with alloy security features. The 6 pilots, who had crashed mid-flight, grinned as they accepted the money, then quickly moved to another room. A few minutes later, the ventilation fan in the cramped room stopped working, and the projector playing an old holographic novel from the extinct civilization of Salamanca stopped functioning. Only then did the cyborg reactivate his prosthetic eye. He dared not look any longer. That one glance had nearly shattered the mental defenses honed by his long career as a secret agent. At that moment, the ceiling opened, and a boss, only half the height of an ordinary person, half-body cybernetically modified, descended, covered in dust from a strange source that had seeped into the ventilation ducts. Long live the Legion. The boss smiled, revealing rotten teeth beneath his cybernetic face. Sam, long time no see. You caught another big fish? This look perfectly suits his persona in the rat's den. A smuggling theater owner who contracted HIV in space, then suffered from a viral infection that caused his skin to rot and required a full-body skin transplant, and whose growth was halted due to excessive medication by a shady doctor. The Legion agent named Sam, now free of aches and pains, gently adjusted his spiky joints with a repair tool that popped out of his fingers, instantly fixing the problem. Sam's face lit up. A full-screen display obscured his true features, revealing a free, angry virtual face. Hey, can we meet somewhere normal next time? The owner glared. People who come to this kind of room know their own XP is shameful. They'd be thrown out to keep quiet, okay? This is the safest place. Sam sighed. Okay, but what about those kids? Don't tell me they were also given drugs by the shady doctor to stop their growth. Oh, of course not, friend. The owner used his rotten teeth to open the bottle, gulping down the spilled liquor and exhaling a satisfying breath. They're all pure minors. You're risking the Legion's cause, Sam accused. Hey! You can't say that. You don't know the environment of this rat's den, the owner lamented. This is a lawless place. Even the gangs have to pay taxes. These owners are all heartless. They take anyone's money. If I don't take their money, other theaters will profit from it. And how am I supposed to pay the gang's taxes? How am I supposed to face the others? People will think I'm an Imperial agent. Sam shook his head. But you have an 8+ sign on your door. You? The owner looked at Sam, surprised. If it weren't for the AI core controlling the Legion and abolishing the evil class system, making us all equal, I really suspect you're some rich guy's son, out here experiencing life. You believe me just because I say so? You execute me just because I say so? I have it hanging at my door. When they come to watch the film, can't I just use my purchased Imperial Resident ID to pass the verification? You. Sam was about to speak when the boss waved his hand dismissively. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up with the intelligence. The higher-ups were very happy with the intelligence you submitted last time about the Universal Alliance fleet's assembly. This time, they sent a large army to take down the Universal Alliance. Judging by the timeline, it should be within the next few days. Sam was shocked. Can you notify the fleet to evacuate? This is a trap. I'm working at the Port Workers Dispatch office right now. Today, the higher-ups canceled all workers' leave to urgently resupply the fleet. According to the dock workers' gossip, a group of bounty hunters has already taken a bunch of wrecked meteorite ships and used a horizontal jump to hyperspace. I suspect they're going to use the meteorite ships to disguise themselves as asteroids falling from the physical universe and attack us. Caught off guard. The boss scratched his face. Damn it, what can I do? Even the human realm can't send a signal to a place light years away from the hyperspace reflection. Besides the overload transponder's emergency distress signal, the relay superwave transmitter can't cover very far. Then use the overload transponder. We have someone disguised as a bounty hunter, right? Let them go. The boss didn't speak, but pulled a wire from his jaw and connected it to Sam's side of the brain. Their thoughts quickly synchronized, and the boss slammed the bottle down, the liquid splattering everywhere. He didn't care, immediately lifting the plastic sheet, and quickly leaving the screening room. I'm going now. You better go back quickly. Don't let anyone find out. Sam's electronic face forced a smile. I never came out. With that, he collapsed on the spot, his power gone. Upon closer inspection, it turned out he was a disguised, remotely controlled intelligent robot. Several tens of minutes later, a mule-class armed merchant ship docked in an ordinary port suddenly left the harbor. After flying a distance, it overloaded its transponder and sent an emergency distress signal. In hyperspace, the former pirates, now bounty hunters on the meteorite ship, looked at their navigator in disbelief. They're sending out a distress signal already? The out-of-control AI fleet has only flown less than a quarter of the way. A hot-tempered captain decisively overloaded the transponder, releasing a blocking pulse. None of your business, just execute the orders. The boss has his reasons. Thus, a meticulously planned ambush, activated by a chance distress signal, began to unfold hastily. Chapter 992. Sam severed the neural link, opened his eyes, and the filthy, chaotic, dark, and cramped sewers vanished. What came into view was an office space spanning over 800 square meters. The office had 5 floors, all except the first floor arranged in a U-shape, allowing senior clerks on each floor to quickly sort and deliver documents and tasks via intelligent lifting mechanisms. Although the office was paperless, to ensure the security of classified intelligence, the Nova City Space Station, now a forward fortress on the battlefield, physically isolated all office areas, using a local area network instead. Humans and machines formed small communities here, receiving instructions from the gods and the Empire, and then completing tasks and sending and receiving information accordingly. Every intelligence exchange required the use of physical hard drives, a necessary measure to prevent intrusion by the Hell Legion or out-of-control AI. However, Sam had worked here for several years. He and other agents had planned and secured their positions early on, secretly installing wired connection devices in several offices within the office area, posing as part of a construction team. Simply entering his workstation allows him to connect to a neural link and remotely control his prosthetic body from a base station 100 meters away. This was a premeditated design, designed to evade network scanning and surveillance of the office area. No one would have imagined that a mere port clerk would undergo neural link modification and become proficient in its use. Sam subtly curled his lip, stretched, and prepared to work. Suddenly, a 2-meter-long railcar, driven at breakneck speed, pulled into the office and came to a smooth stop on the top floor. The robotic arm, recognizing the red indicator on the hard drive, frantically began reading the files. A second later, alarms blared throughout the office. Fleet mobilize. Port cleared. Move fast. The office manager, a robust, blonde imperial woman in a white robe, arms crossed, didn't need a megaphone. Her voice alone drowned out everyone else's. Get the hell out of here. Sam immediately withdrew his hands and diligently threw himself into his work. As an agent, he was more dedicated to his job than most Imperials. But while working, Sam's lips were tightly pursed. To others, he seemed extremely serious, but only he knew he was trying hard to suppress a laugh. He couldn't laugh. If he did, it would be caught on camera. But, I done it. I contributed to human evolution. My Legion's intelligence system is truly unmatched. Damn it, the news has been leaked. Governor Juno, under immense pressure, had his once sharply defined abs, like a farmer's meticulously manicured field, now a single, bulging mass. He slammed his fist on the table housing the projector and various screens, causing it to shake violently. The ship that sent the distress signal was sunk on the spot by the space station's massive laser weapon, the Shiva Destructive Death Ray. But the distress signal had already awakened the hidden meteorite ship, whose multidimensional traps released a blocking pulse. But the problem is... He clenched his teeth, his gums red and almost swollen from the immense pressure. Too early! Even with the massive range of the blocking pulse, the invading fleet's formation was loose, only managing to interrupt 1/4 of it. And because it didn't reach its designated position, the venom of White Sands couldn't even launch its first round of fire. The meteorite ship was picked off one by one by the cruisers and destroyers of the subsequent invading fleet. There must be slave spies from the Hell Legion, and of high rank. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the means to know that the distress signal signified the start of the operation. Investigate thoroughly. The space station must be thoroughly investigated. He was furious. This was a battle where Nova City was gambling its potential. The battle plan had already been communicated to His Majesty, and the Imperial Council was now assembled, awaiting his message. And yet, the start was such a disastrous failure. How could they possibly continue? Governor Juno, calm down. Unlike Juno's outburst, Li Bin and ISA, as the true planners of this battle, appeared remarkably composed. Li Bin was on the bridge of the Candle Dragon, but not on the high platform. He was below, beside the sky battle system, with his staff. He lit a cigarette. First, get Bai Sha and his fleet to evacuate as much as possible. Once Bai Sha enters the Nova City gravity well, immediately prepare to strike the enemy's bombardment from hyperspace. First, Nova City is located within a charged nebula, its pristine state maintained solely by a special stargate, and it's shrinking every year. Therefore, there's no reliable way to enter hyperspace. They can only rely on horizontal jumps. However, the enemy can use planetary gravity wells to drop antimatter bombs into the physical universe. And because it's a planetary gravity well, these bombs will inevitably appear near the planet. Without defense, they're guaranteed to suffer heavy losses. Second, the enemy isn't stupid. They won't blindly jump directly into the well-prepared Nova City. They enter the source of the Event Horizon system and strike from elsewhere, traversing the charged nebula. Yes, traversing the electrified nebula will indeed damage the fleet, but compared to restarting the capital ships for over an hour and dealing with the firepower during that time, a direct assault is clearly more worthwhile. Finally. Who? Li Bin exhaled smoke, looking at ISA. We arranged for White Sand to feign defeat to lure the enemy from the beginning. The current situation is merely a shift from a feigned defeat to a real one. But unexpected events are already a blow to morale, and a large-scale search and purge would undoubtedly destabilize the New Star City. Let's wait until after the battle. ISA scratched her head. Then what do we do? The battle plan is already finalized. We can't just abandon it, can we? No need. From the beginning, only the two of us knew the most detailed plan. The Interstellar Empire didn't get the full picture, so there's no need to worry about leaks. Besides, in war, how can there be no unexpected events? Li Bin picked at his ear and asked, how large is the invading fleet? The number and type of capital ships are the most important things. White Sand has given feedback. Did you see it? White Sand was busy evacuating and only saw part of it, not the whole thing. Juno squeezed out the words through gritted teeth. The invading fleet is scattered, divided into several sections, making it impossible to see everything at once. As far as we know, there are over 22 capital ships, including 11 Skies class, 2 Legion version Great Eagle class, 2 Legion version Castella class, 2 Radiant class, 2 Binary Horizon class, and 2 Radiation class. But there's more. Governor Juno said unwillingly, with this scale and quality, even with the electrified nebula obscuring it, it will be a fierce battle. Whether it's the Skies class or the unmanned warships of the Afterglow, their quality is higher than most of the Allied warships. Even with the support of the space station, the outcome is hard to predict. Report. The observation team sent an urgent report on the military command channel. Bounty Hunter White Sands ship is back. Centrally damaged. Along with the venom, engulfed in flames and billowing smoke, came the sensor-guided air mines that suddenly appeared around the planet. The Afterglow flash drone, tailing the venom, was dropping air mines towards the gravity silo. Scatter! All fleets scatter. Juno roared hoarsely. Prepare for a saturation bombardment of antimatter bombs. Planetary shields at maximum power. Chapter 993. White Sand was filled with remorse. He had lost over 200 crew members, 150 of whom were veterans, who had chosen to follow him during the pirate crew's reorganization, proving their loyalty through difficult choices. But now they were all gone. If only he hadn't used the distress signal, but had simply sent a ship to shout a few times. It would have been slower, but at least it would have been safer. He already knew through the passive transponder that Legion agents were behind it, but his venom was currently rebooting and unable to react. What a disgrace! Baisha cursed, her dialect spilling out. The distance was too great. After the interrupt pulse was released, we couldn't even get close. I could only watch helplessly as Erlang was slaughtered. The venom ran away without firing a single shot, and it even got moderately damaged. Now, while it's rebooting, it's getting bombed again. It's so damn frustrating. But this was already a good result, because the ambush zone activated early, allowing the venom to retreat ahead of time. Only the Hela and Twilight frigates, along with a whole host of bombers, caught up. Therefore, despite the venom's flames and craters, its laser-melted armor and exposed structure, it still achieved nearly double-digit frigate kills and countless bomber sinkings. It wasn't that the venom wasn't trying, there were just too many BYD bombers. Dragon class, the Bowhead Whale class that White Sands had been longing for, 2 two-dimensional Horizon class, 2 Brilliant class, 2 Great Eagle class, a total of 6 capital carriers, not to mention the numerous accompanying cruisers. The fact that the venom managed to escape was a testament to the former Pirate King's extensive experience in fleeing. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. By the time the Poison Dragon completed its reboot, she was already badly damaged by the barrage of sensor-guided air-to-ground mines. She raised her shields to block the subsequent damage and flew resentfully towards the space station. Just as Baisha returned to the space station with the remaining 700-odd men, arranged emergency medical care, and went to the tavern to drown his sorrows after receiving his reward, the space station sounded a level 2 alarm. Baisha looked at what had fallen into the physical universe. No longer sensor-guided air-to-ground mines, but antimatter bombs. He wiped his sweat, still shaken, and said to the first mate, whose jaw had been injured by the turbulence of the explosion, 2 hours later, we would all be dead. The first mate nodded tremblingly and asked in a low voice, Captain, do you think we can win? Baisha ordered a case of Sindar Sunday. Drinking was forbidden during wartime. Even he, a veteran of the front lines, could only drink elegant, calming beverages like Sindar Sun, which were difficult to get drunk on. Shinda Pride, Death's Blood, the Pirate's Death's Blood, this half-barrel alcohol, half-barrel unknown addictive concoction, is absolutely not to be drunk. After wolfing down half a bottle, he let out a satisfied groan and beckoned to the first mate, come here. The first mate approached, only to be grabbed by the neck by Baisha, who breathed on his face. The unique, refreshing aroma of fermented sea grapes from Shinda Pride mingled with the stench of his long-neglected breath, a mixture of fragrance and stench that made him want to vomit. If the commander of the Interstellar Empire were here, I say we're probably doomed. Let's seize a space station and escape on another ship. But unfortunately, hiccup. Unfortunately, the commander-in-chief this time is Li Bin. He's the founder and CEO of a giant corporation. For someone like that, to forego a comfortable life at home and go to the dangerous front lines, I, Baisha, admire him. He lifted his left eyelid, seemingly drunk but not quite. If I can lose even this, then I accept it. After all, some important figures will be buried with me. The bombing continued relentlessly. These antimatter bombs that appeared in the new planetary city, like the sensor-guided air mines, were quickly pulled down by the planet's gravity. As long as no unlucky ship was near where these things appeared, it wouldn't be directly affected. The space station's defensive firepower and shields could withstand all the bombs falling towards it. However, the sensor-guided air mines, during their descent, experienced intense friction with the atmosphere. The highly toxic atmosphere corroded their outer shells at high temperatures, turning the air mines into dazzling fireworks as they fell. Only the antimatter bombs fared better. Their pre-prepared outer shells were coated with anti-corrosion and high-temperature resistant materials, allowing them to reach the planetary shield. The Crimson Shield, composed of countless prismatic energy plates, slowly rotated, and countless antimatter explosions erupted on it, creating earth-shattering commotion. The explosions from high above grew increasingly frequent, and even in the underground base and tunnels, the air trembled. Li Bin, watching this scene, clicked his tongue in amazement. The planetary shield isn't invincible after all. How so? Isha, having finished confirming the final battle plan, sat down beside Li Bin, rubbing her sore eyes, and asked. Look, Li Bin said, pointing to the planetary shield, not all planets lack atmospheres. Take old Earth as an example, its diameter is 12,000 kilometers, but if you include the atmosphere, starting from both ends and sandwiching Earth, the diameter reaches 630,000 kilometers, nearly the distance between the Earth and the Moon. The planetary shield obviously can't directly encompass the entire planet's atmosphere. The energy requirements and the difficulty of building the equipment will increase exponentially as the shield's range expands. This kind of protection is not only inefficient, but the shield itself also places a huge burden on the power grid. However, the planetary shield is designed to facilitate the use of ground-based defense arrays for retaliation when activated, and to ensure ground-to-space support and transportation missions, so it won't be completely shut down. Li Bin tapped the table. In other words, given enough time and a large enough scale, the invaders could completely pollute the entire planet's atmosphere through months of antimatter bombing and toxic substance infusion, turning a habitable environment into a toxic one, thus killing the humans on the surface. As Li Bin spoke, he flicked his finger, releasing Eden Star and Nova City, and said to ISA, our capital, Eden Star, is a jungle planet. Due to the hostile biosphere, every city has been built with domes, which can still protect the people from atmospheric changes. But if it were Granada Star or Tonfa Star, if the atmosphere were polluted into a new, with such a toxic atmosphere as Star City, everything's over. Isha understood. She leaned on the table, her beautiful profile full of sympathy. So, Mr. Alyosha is going to have to cover up Granada and Tanfaga again, right? You. The nanomaterials in Tanfaga's soil have already expanded by hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. You can't cover them up. Resources can be renewable, and the environment can be polluted first and then cleaned up. But people are the most important, Li Bin said. Other powers are too focused on the trade advantages brought by monopolies and scarcity, which is why they ignore the most common element, people, treating them like consumables. Captain! The enemy invading fleet has been diverted. The carrier group is still carrying out bombing missions, while the remaining fleet has moved into the abandoned Sacred Leap Star. It's estimated that after a day or two of rest and exploration of the charged nebula, they will launch an attack. The staff officer snapped to attention beside Li Bin, saluted, and reported. Li Bin stubbed out his cigarette, raised his head, and said, very good, everything is as expected. The out-of-control AI has indeed not given up its bombardment suppression. Instruct the fleet to continue stationing at its designated positions, and prepare for the battle the day after tomorrow. This almost prophetic method was naturally the result of Li Bin's analysis of the out-of-control AI's usual tactics after learning them from Miss In, and was derived from calculations by the AI's core. It had nothing to do with divine foresight, it was purely the effect of big data. It's just that the local humans had rarely engaged in large-scale battles with the out-of-control AI before, and were unfamiliar with this tactic. The enemy will definitely increase the intensity of their bombing, disrupting the space station and the planet's defensive firepower, and deliberately using the bombing zone to disrupt transportation, forcing us to detour and cover the invading fleet's passage through the charged nebula. Also, Li Bin stood up, asking with ease, have Lan Yuan and Tang Zhuofan set off? The staff officer nodded. The moment Bai Sha reported, they notified the two commanders through the company's secret lines. They have already departed, claiming that the Hell Legion's northward advance presents an excellent opportunity for a counterattack. They have sent their fleet westward, detouring through the hyperspace storm, and are expected to arrive in 6 days. Chapter 994. The Nova City Star Fortress, as a Tier 3 space station, possesses a massive combat command center. However, because actual command is handled by the Universal Alliance, the space station's command center only performs the functions of a command post. The true headquarters, the command center of the overall commander, is located on the relatively small battlecruiser, the Candle Dragon. The Candle Dragon's unparalleled electronic warfare suppression capabilities within the human realm ensure that, apart from direct wide-area electromagnetic interference, no AI core can surpass it in the information world. The Candle Dragon's bridge has also undergone significant modifications to accommodate the combat command center. The original pyramid-shaped platform, used to accommodate stacked components, now features a ring of displays, control panels, robotic arms, and a projection system surrounding the captain's throne. Li Bin sits here, with neural links transmitting throughout the entire fleet, while First Officer Qian Tao operates the ring command system, maintaining communication with the staff below surrounding the sky battle system, achieving a hierarchical structure in both physical and command terms. After the patrol discovered traces of an invading fleet near the Sacred Leap Star, ISA left the Candle Dragon and went to the Nova City Command Center to act as local commander in her capacity as Minister of the Universal Military Department and wife of Li Bin. Juno wholeheartedly supported this. Detectors are scanning for large-scale metal and electronic signals. Patrol spotted enemy ships. Optical observation post is uploading optical photos and identification codes. The Candle Dragon's sky battle system is linked with the Nova City's sky battle system. Any combat markings made by Li Bin are reflected there, and ISA, who knows Li Bin's entire plan and is intimately familiar with him, relays this information to all units. Soon, intelligence from the frontline reconnaissance fleet came back, updating enemy ship data. The staff officer immediately pulled his head from the console. Capital ship data updated. Not 22, but 26. For new ships with unknown heli-paint schemes have been added. Based on their hull identification codes, they've been named Retribution Class, 1.2 kilometers long, Battlecruisers. ISA clicked her tongue, and Juno's face instantly turned deathly pale. His once sharp features were gone. His round face trembled as he looked at ISA with a shake. ISA, however, pressed the terminal on her ear and raised a hand to signal for silence. Thus, the murmurs and discussions centered around ISA quickly quieted down in the entire operations command center. Commander-in-Chief, please give instructions, ISA said in a cold voice, her white hair held straight by a magnetic hair accessory. Li Bin opened his eyes, stretching his neck where his nerves were linked. 9-stage ambush reduction operation, commence. Commander-in-Chief's order. 9-stage ambush reduction operation, commence. ISA roared. The sky battle system instantly switched to orange. The level 1 combat alert sounded, and combat orders, accompanied by massive star charts, galactic geography, data on charged nebula patterns summarized by the Interstellar Empire, and assigned tasks flooded into every class of ship. The staff on the Candle Dragon's bridge immediately began reading the orders, while the staff in the Nova City Command Center were bewildered. Everyone was asking, what is the 9-stage ambush reduction operation? Only then did ISA explain to Governor Juno. From the beginning, we've been wary of agents, so the actual combat plan is only known to Li Bin and me. Going forward, after each operational mission is unlocked, I will unlock combat missions for you and the other fleet commanders of the companies to ensure that agents have absolutely no time to send intelligence. Juno, upon hearing this, was both worried and happy. This is wonderful. But, won't this cause emotional damage to the Empire? After all, we are allies. No, not just the Interstellar Empire, but also Keljef, the West Wind System, the Adventurers Guild, and all other forces. The so-called 9-stage diminishing returns tactic wasn't invented by Li Bin, but rather originated from ancient naval warfare. In 1907, the Japanese nation summarized its tactics based on World War I naval experience, later using them against the Gale Kingdom. In short, it involves constantly provoking and weakening the Gale Kingdom's navy through various means, finally luring the exhausted navy to a designated location for a decisive, well-rested attack to annihilate them. Don't laugh, although it's a World War I tactic, because the game is a 2D game, the parameters and gameplay are essentially still armored vehicle combat, so this tactic is actually quite suitable. This book is adapted from a game, just enjoy it for fun. To put it simply, it's a tactic of luring the enemy deep, exhausting them, and waiting for them to tire themselves out. 9-stage ambush decrease phase 1. Hyperspace deployment of meteorites and venom ships to force the enemy to disconnect from the network by disrupting pulses, and conduct the first round of harassment bombing. Phase 1 result, failure. Now initiating 9-stage ambush decrease phase 2. Nova Leap delay operation. 8 Herring-class special cruisers of the Interstellar Empire, leading 55 first citizen-class destroyers, emerged from the planet's dark side, having been lying in ambush nearby. A uniformed squadron of Netherworld bombers took off from the flight deck. This was a suicidal attack. The Netherworld bombers lacked any other self-defense capabilities, relying solely on their structure and unique bombing method to increase survivability and hit rate. Relying on the unique tactical system of the Herring-class destroyers, the Wing Command Center, these dark bombers could rapidly send and receive commands, exchange intelligence, and efficiently take off from the carrier deck, perform maintenance, and launch offensives based on the current situation. In short, by shifting the brain from the Wing Commander to the Wing Command Center, the carrier-based aircraft could operate according to the overall situation in combat until a significant electronic warfare disadvantage was achieved. The dark bombers took off in waves every 15 minutes. After 2 waves, the flight deck of the I-Citizen-class destroyer was empty, awaiting temporary production from the shipyard using LPCs, while the Herring class continued to deploy bombers at a breakneck pace. Under command and control, the I-Citizen class began to retreat. During its turn, the invading fleet's escort ships and destroyers, which had been partially powered down via jump point, were now fully awakened and fiercely attacking. The I-Citizen class released heat decoys for jamming, while scattering and fleeing without regard for the lives of those behind. The Herring class, however, slowly retreated. After a few dozen seconds of pursuit, Hela's destroyers and frigates immediately halted and began an emergency turn to return to support. The Netherworld bombers had completely abandoned the enemy in front of them, even skimming over the cruisers undergoing restarts, focusing solely on flying towards the capital ships. Forget those scum. The Netherworld bombers' pulse bombs are incredibly effective against large targets. Charge! Charge! For the Empire, for the gods! Jupiter, the captain of the 1st Netherworld Bomber Squadron, injected himself with combat serum and excitedly boosted morale on the channel. All targets are sunk. No large-scale anti-aircraft guns, no shields. Dropping the bombs will result in effective damage. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for carrier-based aircraft to destroy the capital ships. Chapter 995. Jupiter was an elite Air Force pilot of the Empire. He was a hero pilot who earned the title of AC by taking down 2 destroyers and 2 frigates in numerous battles to defend Nova City. He could have avoided being chosen for a suicide attack, but he volunteered for the position. Since the Great Collapse, the number of carrier-based aircraft that had taken down capital ships was extremely limited. If pilots were included, there were only 3. These 3 were legends among legends in the pilot community, gods hidden in the chest chains of many elite pilots, who would kiss their photos for protection. Number 6, Number 17, the cover mission is assigned to you, Jupiter ordered. The 2 pilots cried out as they dropped pulse bombs. The silver-white bombs glided forward for a moment, releasing pulse lasers. The fan-shaped pulse lasers blinded the 2 Hela Hound-class ships, forcing them to slow down and deploy their shields. Jupiter then led the remaining bombers through the gap and continued deeper into the enemy territory. Without turning his head, the 2 Hades bombers, having dropped their bombs, began circling provocatively to attract the attention of the Hela Hound-class destroyers. Until the capital ship's communication system was restarted, both the Hela and the Twilight ships could only rely on their onboard AI for control. The Hela ship, known for its displeasure, having been hit in the face with a laser beam and then provoked like this, immediately abandoned its mission and gave chase. Within just 2 minutes, communication between the 2 Hades bombers ceased. Amon and Gianuno are dead, the vice captain announced somberly. Jupiter snapped, enough. Don't report this kind of thing. Anyone on a bomber dies eventually. A moment of silence fell over the communications channel. The bomber squadron flew deeper and deeper, circling several Hela-class cruisers before finally locking onto its target. 10-minute flight distance, target locked, Legion Castella class. Bombing coordinates locked, Castella class with open decks on both sides. The first officer's voice grew increasingly loud. Utilize the pulse bomb's characteristics to detonate the bombs in the hangar. The bomber formation quickly climbed, flying over a half-rebooted Twilight cruiser. Watching the turrets struggling to turn on their electric propulsion like turtles, the pilots burst into laughter over the public channel. Hurry up! Hurry up! We're about to bomb it. Watch me fill your hangar with huge bombs. Then came a barrage of profanities. Jupius didn't stop the swearing. A bloodthirsty excitement shone on his face. The bomber wing now had a total of 6 squadrons of carrier-based aircraft lost contact, each squadron representing 12 elite bomber pilots, for a total of 72. Given the typical ratio in the star system where 1 out of 30 new recruits becomes a veteran, and 1 out of 5 veterans becomes an elite, this means that the best of the best, selected from over 10,000 pilots, have already perished. Jupiter opened the communicator and coughed, "Gentlemen." The channel went silent instantly. Jupiter pushed a trigger, and a bomb popped out from under the fuselage. He adjusted his posture and said, on March 31st, Star Calendar 214, the Hell Legion shamelessly attacked Nova City, kidnapped the imperial deity Vulcan, and carried out a brutal and indiscriminate bombing of the imperial capital, causing the deaths of hundreds of thousands of civilians. They also stole our nanoforge. The imperial pilots' faces were grim, some even contorted with rage. Countless people volunteered for battle. After the failed forge recapture operation, His Majesty and the Imperial Council forcibly suppressed the hawkish faction's desire to continue fighting, forcing us to cower. To date, Nova City has engaged in 50 battles, large and small, with the out-of-control AI. Although we achieved some gains, The initiative has never been in our hands. Every time we see enemy ships heavily damaged and retreating, yet we dare not pursue, I tell myself, this isn't over. Next time I will definitely get my revenge. Jupius's breathing sounded particularly jarring on the channel, but time and time again, we all cowered. Every time I'm on leave, I dare not go home. Because I'm afraid to face the refugees who have immigrated from the capital, afraid to see the curious eyes of my fellow villagers, afraid to see the children tugging at my pilot's jacket and asking me. His voice choked, Uncle, when is Vulcan coming back? Did you beat up the Hell Legion? When can we go home? I can't answer. As a proud Imperial Air Force pilot, I can only train like a coward in the space station's training base, training until I'm exhausted, until my mind goes blank. Just to keep my mind from wandering. Bang! Jupius pounded the cockpit, his voice hoarse. Now the opportunity has come. The pilots whispered. I can pilot bombers now, bombing the immobile capital ships of the Hell Legion. So, driven by selfish motives, I abandoned the outer reaches of the Sunset capital ship and came this deep, killing Amon and Gianuno, and everyone else. But the Castella class is right in front of us, only 2 minutes away. I'm going to shove bombs into her hangar, and let these bastards taste the hatred they sowed. The pilots' voices rose, their hearts burning with rage. Jupius telegraphed. Jupius Bomber Wing, all units, bombs ready, calibrations. Drop in sequence. The Jupius Bomber Wing, positioned on either side, dropped pulse bombs one by one into the open flight decks of the Castella-class manned battleship, the famous Glorious Evolution. For accuracy, some pilots even flew extremely close, dropping bombs close to the flight deck. The Castella-class deck crew fired desperately, but these land-based weapons were like water against the notoriously sturdy, naval-class battleship, which could withstand naval gunfire for a time. A silver pulse bomb fell, tumbling and crushing sailors, leaving a bloody trail. As it rolled deeper, it twisted and deformed the anchored aircraft. The slave sailors in the hangar screamed and ran, some fleeing, others mustering their courage to rush towards the bomb and attempt to defuse it. The silver, blood-stained bomb's tip cracked open, revealing an artificial crystal. After a brief delay, a fan-shaped pulse laser burst forth. The hangar explosion quickly triggered a secondary explosion of the aircraft's ammunition, which in turn detonated the fuel and power-filled aircraft. The H-shaped Castella-class hull suddenly expanded to both sides, its edge structure beginning to crumble. A blinding light flashed, the precise depth charge, coupled with its full load of aircraft and ammunition, instantly pierced its defenses. Long live the Empire! Go eat my shit! The pilots cheered, and someone excitedly shouted into the channel, Captain, our mission is complete. Madama, Jupiter said. Captain, what are you doing? Someone asked in terror. Without machine guns or other weapons, lacking cover, we can't escape. I'm going to blow them up. Jupiter, who had flown over, maneuvered the bomber at a small angle, the bomber rapidly slowing down. He roared into the channel, his voice burning with passion. This is a manned ship. The bridge must have observation windows. This is the bridge's weak point. The Netherworld bombers are tough enough. I'm going to ram the bridge. After a moment of silence, the channel erupted. Awesome. How come I didn't think of that? Together. Let these bastards know what Imperial Air Force is. In the distance, the Imperial carrier fleet, being chased and attacked by Hellas hounds and constantly being shot down, still managed to have the Interstellar Imperial anthem played on the public channel despite the reports of a suicide attack. Jupiter was destined never to hear the national anthem, for he had already found the bridge. After a burst of acceleration, the bomber regained its high speed. The speed of interstellar carrier-based aircraft was only relative internally. Even the slowest of them was actually faster than the escort ships. All he could see in front of his observation window was a terrified expression, half human, half mechanical. Ugh, how ugly, Jupiter thought to himself, before being crushed flat by the violent impact. Before the bomber could self-destruct, the second and third arrived. The Netherworld bomber's excellent structural design allowed them to slam into the outer armor of the bridge like meteorites. The observation window glass cracked layer by layer upon impact, and when another bomber struck the wreckage of Jupiter's bomber, it finally triggered an explosion. The coordinated explosion of 10 carrier-based aircraft and their fuel tanks immediately engulfed the entire bridge. This scene instantly inspired the remaining pilots, who dropped their bombs, turning their own bombers into second bombs, crashing them into the nearest capital ship's bridge, flight deck, and propellers. Heroes perished. Li Bin was deeply shaken by this scene. He pursed his lips and ordered, "Second phase of the operation complete." heads out, and takes stock of the results. Third phase of the interception operation begins. The yellow box indicates the open hangar. The green box indicates the bridge and command structure. Chapter 996. Currently, the entire Legion's Twilight Fleet is divided into two parts. One part consists of the bombardment fleet relentlessly bombarding the gravity well in hyperspace. This part comprises the Twilight Carrier Fleet. The other part is the invading fleet that has jumped into the physical universe. This part is a mixed force. The tallying of battle results has also been entrusted to the valiant pilots. However, after the Herring-class ships began their retreat, they were replaced by LPCs. After several hours of emergency work, the production of fighter jets was completed piecemeal, and they were handed over to the pilots. Of course, these pilots are also sacrificial pawns. After takeoff, they will try to get as close as possible to the enemy fleet, constantly confirming the battle results. Once all confirmation is complete, they will be thrown into combat until they die. Listen up. These victories were won by our Imperial Air Force's elite troops, risking their lives. They're more important than our own lives. Take pictures of them, and send them back. Don't worry about taking duplicates. Don't be afraid of being stopped. We have enough numbers. We get to take them all. This is crucial for future operations. Every confirmed damage to a capital ship will effectively aid in subsequent battles. For this moment, the 8 Herring-class carriers prepared a total of 200 ordinary pilots. The Imperial Air Force wasn't like the pilots of the former Perseus Alliance. They were all from good families, all had undergone extensive training, and were all technical personnel, not expendable resources. But today, for victory, they were willing to die. Waves of fighters, unable even to form a wing, took off, running against the fleeing carrier fleet, either circling or heading straight for them. In the wing command center, the carrier-based aircraft commanders heard countless screams and roars. Enemy tracking. Enemy tracking. Enemy missile. Thrust malfunction, prepare for ramming. He covered his face and wept silently, but the cruiser was too light to generate gravity, so his tears streamed through his fingers. The so-called ambush operation was actually a trap. The core of the operation was still the Herring-class and First Citizen-class carrier fleet, designed to lure the reactivated invasion fleet. The objective was simple: lure the enemy to a designated route, then, by continuously dropping kills, trick them into a predetermined battlefield, where they could wait in ambush. If the Nova City Space Station and the multi-factional combined fleet were the trap to hunt wild boars, then these victims were the bait scattered along the path. The Imperial carrier fleet kept fleeing, only to be caught and killed repeatedly. More ships lying in ambush along the path joined the battle. Among them, the most dazzling were the Whitestone series ships of the Universal Union. Those elegant Platinum-class destroyers and Chalkstone-class frigates were swiftly breached by the Legion and Afterglow's flash bombers, and the choir of assault fighter squadrons. But before being breached, the Whitestone ships, uniformly equipped with torpedoes and missiles, unleashed a barrage of fire at a rapid-fire pace. The invite to attack was an invitation to suicide. The attack and invite to attack was a torpedo attack. The crew and officers of these Whitestone series ships were all carefully selected talents from the immigrant population after the establishment of the giant corporation. They traveled a long way to the Universal Union, hoping for a better life, only to be sent to the battlefield by Li Bin with star coins and promises, and now easily thrown away again, just to let the enemy penetrate deeper. Qian Tao silently acted as a barrier between Li Bin and his subordinates, blocking out the cries of these sacrificed and soon-to-be sacrificed captains, only coldly reporting various data with a hard face. For Obsidian class, 12 Platinum class, 37 Chalk class, lost contact. Enemy fleet detected a break in communication. Li Bin's eyes snapped open, his right hand clenching involuntarily. Frankly, the 9-stage ambush tactic was a war plan proposed by Japan under extremely idealistic conditions. Its predecessor was the 7-stage strategy summarized after Japan's great victory over the Russian Navy. Therefore, even though it was perfected into a 9-stage strategy during World War II, utilizing aircraft carriers and land-based aviation, it was still essentially an outdated World War I tactic. And as everyone knows, the more meticulous and complex a plan is, the more prone it is to failure due to the length of the planning chain. The current ambush phase is the most dangerous. Li Bin recalled ISA's warning: if this tactic is aimed at hellish ships of the Hell Legion, I execute it immediately without hesitation. Because as everyone knows, Hellas demon cores are idiots, like young boys who have just come of age. A little provocation and they fly into a rage, their lust ignited. But the enemy fleet still has many Twilight ships. The Ironheart Annihilators are indeed frantically trying to slaughter humanity, but the question is, are they crazy enough to fall for such an obviously motiveful trap? To this, Li Bin replied at the time, there are 2 reasons supporting my decision. First, the Sin-Ar Authority's fleet encountered a mixed fleet of the Legion's Twilight in hyperspace. According to the captain's log and command log released by the Sin-Ar Authority, after the war to clear their name, the Holaskis-class ships possessed the ability to control Twilight ships. Second, based on the information Hal was shared about the Ironheart Annihilators, these out-of-control AIs have gone mad in their desire to slaughter humanity, their personalities not much more normal than the Demon Corps. To kill efficiently, they might even voluntarily be transported to the Hell Legion for modification. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that Hela's sacrificial device can not only command the Demon Corps, but also influence the runaway AI. Ayase was shocked. How about? We let Saint Lud calculate it. Saint Lud is burning up and begging me to release her immediately. She seems to have lost her mind. How many more simulations do you think she can withstand? Besides, will she listen to me? I'm 60% confident about this theory. 60%. So you want to gamble? Can't I gamble on 60%? Besides, even if we can't fool all the enemy ships, it's still worth it to lure all of Hela's ships in. Don't forget when we designed our tactics, we deliberately leaked our fleet composition to lure the enemy into attacking us. If we don't fight this battle, all our efforts will be in vain. Now, the enemy invading fleet is out of sync. According to the Sky Battle System, this is a result of Hela's ships continuing to accelerate, while the Afterglow ships are slowing down. They are vying for command. The Demon Corps is not a creation of the Ironheart Annihilator, but rather a product of the Ironheart Annihilator's use of the lost technology of the Night Watch. They are not superior to each other. Li Bin doesn't believe the Ironheart Annihilator can easily defeat a product of lost technology. He coldly said, 4th phase of operation, harassment. Xian Tao first loudly responded, "Aye, Captain," then shouted to the New Star City Command Center. Ayase immediately gave the order, and the staff began to reveal their new trump cards. The 3 Dawn Goddess-class ships of the Universal Alliance deactivated their stealth mode, started their engines, and began to retreat, simultaneously releasing flash drones to bomb the Hellas Case-class ships. The Skies-class shields easily blocked these attacks, but the surrounding Hella High Platform class, Hella Hammerhead class, and Hella Scorpion Lion class were all affected by the blast waves from the sensing air mines. They staggered and used their shields to block the attacks, seemingly without any damage, but this angered the Demon Corps. They began pursuing the Dawn Goddess-class ships, then entered the prearranged minefield. This was the battlefield chosen by humanity. The minefield was sparse, but it severely hampered the unmanned ships, giving the Whitestone series, familiar with the minefield distribution, ample time to calmly maneuver around it and block the Hella ship's path. The minefield damage was low, but the humiliation was immense. It was like a human pulling down their pants and sticking there but out, spraying water in the face of a demonic core, then escaping while the core was wiping its face. The Skies class was enraged. She activated the Hella Sacrifice device, forcibly incorporating other low-tier Hella ships in the vicinity into her computing power pool, and contacted the other Skies-class ships. Using her computing power advantage, she began forcing the Afterglow ships to follow her. Each AI core of the Ironheart Annihilator was independent, but the demonic core was not. Under the effect of the Sacrifice device, the fleet was a unified whole. Thus, the disconnected fleet remerged, activated its shields, and charged through the sparse minefield. Li Bin almost shouted, "It's here! One of the essential conditions for victory is in hand. All ambush fleets, awaken step by step, to conduct the 5th phase of the interception operation, proceeding sequentially along the planned route into the electrified nebula. Prepare for the 6th phase of nebula bombardment." As soon as the order was given, 16 Phantom-class fuel fleets, fully loaded with antimatter fuel and mixed with the Universal Union's Pretender-class ships, began their tense departure from port, preparing to enter the winding and complex nebula route that the Interstellar Empire had spent decades figuring out to lay an ambush. Hasn't the enemy fleet's bombardment damage situation been summarized yet? Li Bin raised an eyebrow and urged, in another half-day, the battlefield will shift to the electrified nebula. Chapter 997. New Star City Space Station, Operations Command Center. Over 250 staff officers gathered here, constantly issuing various instructions to the Fortress Planet, Space Station, and surrounding fleets. From ships to soldiers, to logistics departments, and even down to port gangs and residential areas through personal connections. Everything was geared towards the war effort. Second bombing results confirmed. The staff officer, who had received the statistics, immediately reported in a loud voice, attracting everyone's attention. Confirmed damage to 6 capital ships. But none sunk. Juno looked at Isa with delight, only to see Isa's serious expression. Her ethereal face was now twisted, faintly ferocious, with a look that said, "Are you kidding me?" Governor Juno's heart skipped a beat, then she realized that after the battle results were summarized, the command center hadn't cheered, but instead fallen into a strange atmosphere, with even the discussions falling silent. "Commander Isa." Governor Juno tentatively began, only to see Isa smash the terminal in front of her with her fist. Ignoring the possibility of cuts from the broken parts, she pointed her bloodied finger at the staff officer and began to berate him. "What is the statistics department good for? Trying to fool me here, huh? What do they think this is? Headquarters? This is a secondary command center in front of the enemy. All their statistics will seriously affect the upcoming operations. Stop trying to fool headquarters with those inflated battle reports. Battlefield data is based on reality, not propaganda." Blood gushed and rolled with Isa's gestures. The Brown family guards, who had immigrated to the rebuilt Universal Union, immediately rushed forward to bandage Isa's wounds and collect the blood. These people were still adhering to the traditions of war families, keeping all of the matriarch's genetic information a secret. Later, this blood would be destroyed. Isa pointed her intact finger at the trembling staff officer, had the statistics department squeeze out the inflated figures, produce detailed data, and then publicly execute the idiot who made that vague, presumptuous report. A few minutes later, the statistics office door was pushed open, and Imperial sailors strode in, grabbing the head of the statistics office like wolves, under the shocked gaze of the statistics office Marines. The sailors swiftly and decisively used physical interrogation to force the head of the office to reveal who had given him the terrible idea. And along with him, half a tooth popped out of his mouth. A secretary and an office director from the statistics office were also arrested, amidst a rapid discussion of what to do, really execute him. The person who gave the order is higher than the governor. What do you say? What to do with the blood? Use something to block it. The sailors rushed out, opened the riot control compartment, pulled out high-strength, transparent riot shields, forced the 3 men to their knees, and then fired 3 shots. White brain matter and red blood mingled, splattering pink across the riot shields. The sailors deftly dragged the bodies away, nodded to the Marines, and left, leaving behind a stunned statistics room, and the thick, fresh smell of blood in the air. The Joint Global Command was authorized by Her Majesty Ruli, the Imperial Council, and the gods of the Empire. Isha's orders, at present, could even override Governor Juno's will. The Marine captain, wiping his face in shock, turned to the statistics room, still shaken. "What did you do to make the sailors so furious?" Splash. No one answered. The new person in charge, hastily promoted from the deputy, was already urinating and urinating on everyone as he urged them to resubmit the data. Everyone was too busy trying to keep their lives at bay to pay him any attention. With the previously compiled data, the new, more accurate battle report was completed in just 10 minutes. Looking at the latest battle report, Governor Juno's face darkened considerably, but Isa was quite satisfied. It was true that a total of 6 capital ships were damaged, but only 3 were effectively destroyed, 1 moderately damaged and 2 lightly damaged. Jupius's squadron achieved the moderate damage, because his squadron was the only one that risked going deep into enemy territory, targeting manned ships, destroying the open hangar and triggering a secondary explosion that resulted in moderate damage to the ship. But the most crucial factor was actually the self-destruct attack that destroyed the bridge of the Castella-class ship. Without the bridge, even if the hangar remained intact, the ship would be immobilized. The other 2 smaller, damaged ships were a Skies class and a Radiation class. The other squadrons used bombs and ramming to completely disable their propulsion systems. In this battlefield, automated damage control wouldn't be able to repair them for at least a week. However, the Hell Legion brought slave labor damage control, so the golden timeframe might only be 2 or 3 days. As for the other 3, they all suffered minor, insignificant damage, and most their armor was blasted through. For unmanned ships, without hull compartments, their health bars were thicker than ordinary ships. Sigh. If I had known we could achieve this, I should have ambushed a heavy cruiser fleet led by a capital ship near the Holy Leap Star, sacrificing my life to take down these 3 battleships. Governor Juno began to regret and lament. Isa ignored him completely. What a joke. Sacrificing a cruiser fleet to drive 3 capital ships out of the battlefield is already a huge win, and they're sending a heavy cruiser fleet, led by a capital ship. If they don't achieve this result, wouldn't this fleet be a complete waste? Who can guarantee the bombing's effectiveness before the battle? Governor Juno, why don't you go to the propaganda department and be a good figurehead, encouraging the people to help transport alloys? With the space station's various turrets firing, plus the fleet's artillery fire, the alloy consumption is astronomical. That guy, it's entirely possible that 2 capital ships will be waiting for heavy alloys in one battle. In a field battle, there might even be a situation where logistics fleets are constantly rushing to the battlefield to supply alloys. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Li Bin sat on his throne, repeatedly reviewing the battle plan. The commander-in-chief is like this. All he needs to do is meticulously plan and draw up lines before the battle. Once war starts, most of the time is spent waiting for various results, and then deciding whether to proceed according to the plan or change course at the last minute. Surely Li Bin couldn't be expected to launch a solo raid like Guan Yu, piloting the Red Hare while a massive army fought the enemy flagship from the center? Report. The enemy fleet has followed the interception fleet to the electrified nebula. The bombardment fleet has gradually moved into combat positions. Li Bin nodded. What are the losses of the interception fleet? Xian Tao gritted his teeth. The Interstellar Empire's carrier fleet was completely annihilated. Now, the interception mission is being carried out by the supplementary ships from the Universal Alliance and Keljev. 8 cruisers, 55 destroyers, and all their pilots were killed. The air power of Nova City could almost be declared completely wiped out. The elite pilots trained by the local resistance against the Hell Legion's invasion were all lost in a single day. Li Bin, his jaw clenched, remained silent for a few seconds before asking, "What did Boss, the missionary in charge of the bombing mission, say?" A dozen seconds later, Qian Tao replied, Boss replied, thanking Mr. Li Bin for giving the Left Path cultists this excellent opportunity to punish the wicked. Although the Left Path cultists are untrained, they are certainly not cowards. He said he's ready. Yes, this fleet of Phaeton fuel ships, mixed with Pretender-class ships, consisted entirely of Left Path cultists. The crew and captains of the other fuel ships, aside from the Pretender-class ships, they came from Nova City and the space station. They were both local residents and cult members. In the Perseus star system, finding a colony without Left Path cultists was like finding a colony without cockroaches and rats. A pipe dream. But their sheer number far exceeded everyone's expectations. Governor Juno had initially boasted that the fortified Nova City would definitely not be able to muster enough ships for the fleet. But ultimately, a staggering 35,000 Left Path cultists, led by missionaries, directly approached the organization, volunteering for the suicidal mission of plunging fuel-powered ships into electrified nebulae, a mission with a near-certain death. Finally, after multiple rounds of selection, and weeding out the less capable, this group was chosen. It may not be the best way to put it, but when it comes to fuel-powered ship self-destruction, there's probably no organization in the entire star system more adept than the Left Path, said the boss missionary. Chapter 998. Enemy ships continue to track us. We suffered heavy losses. The White Obsidian Beta-class cruiser Prajna Bodhisattva, captained by Lin Yufeng, a former immigrant, witnessed the colossal centipede, a monster in the arena, defeat 8 knights in succession. He vowed to one day name his warship after this beast. Although Prajna Bodhisattva was later killed by the fallen Lord Li Chongzhen, and then by the 4-armed knights he personally controlled, he still kept his vow. He even painted the ferocious image of the monster on the hull, in red, as his ship's emblem. However, Lin Yufeng now wondered if he was destined to meet the same end as the monster. The number of warships following behind was dwindling. The White Obsidian ships lying in ambush outside fully utilized their mostly universal slots, carrying only missiles and torpedoes. Now, with their backs to the enemy and running for their lives, they had long since emptied their ammunition magazines. They were firing one missile after another from the shipyard stockpile. Facing the Hela and Yuhui ships, which were of higher quality and equipped with some ridiculous core technology, the fleeing and ammunition-starved ships were no match for them. Although the bombing was exhilarating, and the pincer attack with missiles had yielded considerable results, the frustration of being chased like a dog had overshadowed their earlier joy. Lin Yufeng loudly reported, but received no reply from command. He glanced at the first mate, who immediately contacted the communications room. A dozen seconds later, the first mate said with difficulty, "Captain, the communications room says the network was cut off 5 minutes ago. We lost the electronic warfare battle so badly? The White Stone cruiser is equipped with electronic warfare countermeasures," Lin Yufeng said in shock. The words had barely left his lips when the entire ship trembled violently. The blast waves slammed against the ship's armor, transmitting the vibrations through the solid structure. All the crew members on the bridge immediately gripped the handrails, using their magnetic boots for support, but their heads swayed wildly like seaweed blown by an ocean current. The muffled sound of the explosion drilled into everyone's ears, leaving them completely silent for several seconds. Only when the buzzing of alarms filled their ears did the sounds of the world return all at once, accompanied by the cacophony of alarms from the bridge. Enemy missile exploded nearby. Starboard mid-slot turret damaged. Gunnery crew killed. The staff officer's voice strained to reach Lin Yufeng's ears. He shook his head in agony, trying to shake off the ringing, but the sensation was like a leech, relentlessly persistent. The missile explosion jolted Lin Yufeng awake. He immediately grabbed the first mate. Send a message to all friendly forces. What? The first mate pointed to his ears, indicating he couldn't hear clearly. Lin Yufeng grabbed the first mate's head, forced out the air from his lungs, and roared in his ear, notify all friendly forces we can contact. Enemy high-speed ships have captured the star system relay, cutting off our communication with the space station. Now! Get into the nebula immediately. With that, he shoved the first mate aside, swerved the Prajna Bodhisattva to full speed ahead, plunged into the flight path already stored in the bridge's celestial battle system, and led the escape. Behind the Prajna Bodhisattva, 6 ships followed fiercely by Hela Hound class and Hela High Platform class ships. 10 minutes later, these ships had entered the nebula in a staggering pursuit. Notify command. Enemy fleet has been observed changing formation and entering the nebula's flight path. This fleet will begin operations in 1 hour. The red box indicates the location of the stabilization point equipment outside the nebula. Destroyers and frigates can quickly seize it. After Boss finished reporting, he looked at the massive fleet forced to compress its formation to squeeze into the narrow channel, and nodded secretly. The AI indeed followed the optimal principle. To maintain the fleet's combat effectiveness, upon discovering that ships almost being chased had entered the electrified nebula unharmed, it immediately analyzed that this was a safe channel, and followed suit one after another. From his position halfway through the channel, he could see capital ships with lingering twilight attempting to turn and retreat, but after a sway, they reluctantly turned back into the channel. Missionary Boss, holding a terminal and still learning how to operate the Pretender-class ships, chuckled softly. The other captains in the fleet were all novice captains, who had received emergency training. Originally, these followers were just ordinary people who frequented residential areas, commercial districts, and even rat dens. The first mate stammered, repeating the boss's words and issuing the fleet's warm-up order. This was Li Bin's requirement. He knew these men were inexperienced and wouldn't act immediately upon receiving orders, so he demanded ample preparation time for each action. Finally finished, the first mate let out a long sigh, looked around at the clean, tidy, gleaming ships, and endlessly reached out to touch everything. That look was that of an observer, unaware that he was now in control of the ship. What, reluctant to let the ship die? The boss put down the terminal and looked at the first mate. The first mate nodded then shook his head. Sir, I think it would be much better if these ships were sent back to Zwijing country. The Pretender-class concept is too good. If they were handed over to the sex experts in Zwijing country, they would definitely be able to play a greater role. Boss stood up and placed his hand on the shoulder of the first mate, who was also his student. In your opinion, the ship is the most important, but in my opinion, people are the most important. What good is a beautiful ship without people? The ships of evil creatures are even more beautiful, but what are they doing? They are nothing but locusts of demons, objects of judgment. The first mate quickly nodded. Teacher, you are right. Boss walked around the bridge, calming the nervous followers and encouraging the timid ones. When the time came, he walked back to the high platform and announced to the fleet, according to command, our allies who evacuated from the front lines are unable to contact us because their relay communication devices were seized. Therefore, when your ships fly by, please relay messages from command. I know you have all been trained by the Interstellar Empire. Oppression. It's embarrassing to treat them as allies, but now we fight for humanity, for the will of Saint Lud. Personal honor and disgrace must be put aside. The great moment is coming. Our former enemies are with us, serving us. The great enemy is ahead. All Pretender-class ships, line up in front, cover the Huiding-class fuel ships, and plunge straight into the enemy fleet's midsection. Boss cleared his throat and shouted, the gates of heaven have opened. Ladies and gentlemen, farewell before Saint Lud. All the believers raised their hands in unison. May the light of Lud shine. Damn it! Why is it a Pretender class? Lin Yufeng was the first to rush into the channel. All around him were rose-colored nebulae and space lightning spanning thousands of miles, as if the Prajna Bodhisattva was flying through the intestines of a demon, a scene of the apocalypse. But seeing that it was a Pretender-class ship approaching, Lin Yufeng felt the sky was about to collapse. Wouldn't it be better if a fleet of white stone ships, armed with missiles, charged into the nebula from this spot, damaging their armored structures, and firing their missiles right there? He personally called out to the other side, but received no reply, only a repeatedly displayed preset message. Command requests your immediate withdrawal from the channel. The two ships passed each other, and 15 minutes later, these Pretender-class ships charged towards the enemy fleet. The Twilight Legion fleet deployed its shields, firing defensively, as if facing a formidable enemy, clearly mistaking these ships for Phaeton-class fuel ships. But after the frontline Pretender-class ships raised their camouflage turrets and opened fire, the Demon Corps realized it had been tricked. Her order for the fleet to deploy its shields forced the fleet to slow down, allowing the enemy it could have easily devoured to slip through its fingers. In its place came a group of ambush vessels, converted from civilian ships. The demonic cores within the Skies-class ships erupted in fury. The lead Skies-class activated its tactical system, Hellish Summoning, deactivating its shields and charging forward, ramming aside a Hella high platform-class ship and several destroyers and frigates blocking its path. See comments if you can't see the Skies-class image. They allowed these ships to fall into the electrified nebula, staggering back with impact damage and wounds from nebula lightning strikes. Ignoring everything else, she plunged headlong into the Pretender-class fleet's position and began firing in all directions. On the bridge of the Left Path Fleet flagship, the first mate, who had been a dockworker just 3 days ago, trembled violently. He had been given a sedative, but remained both terrified and excited. The Pretender-class's hull and electric grid were simply no match for the attacks of the Skies-class, one of the best capital ships. He watched as a Pretender-class ship was vaporized by Hellas Thunder Serpent Cannon. Meanwhile, the radiation energy of the ship beneath his feet had already reached its limit. His pants were soaked. At that moment, a familiar hand pressed down on his shoulder again. He turned around. It was Missionary Boss, his teacher. Boss remained calm, only a smirk played on his lips. See? The **** fell for it. The **** thought we were all imposters. But you and I both know that behind us are fuel ships loaded with antimatter fuel. Child, witness the brilliance of the Ludwig light. The Skies-class's roaring overload cannons tore through shields, ripped apart the flagship, and displayed command network disrupted on the bridges of every ship in the left pivot fleet. But these rookie captains and crew members showed little emotion. Their minds were filled with fanaticism and fear. Eyes wide, they pushed the thrusters to their limits. The fuel ships continued to advance. Chapter 999. A total of 36 special-purpose ships ahead, identified as imposter class by database comparison. All ships continue to follow this ship. The lead Skies-class human butcher excitedly gave the order, firing in all directions, each main gun sinking at least 2 ships. Her demonic core loved this feeling. The narrow safe passage forced the human fleet to maintain a relatively dense formation. Even though they were all converted from Phaeton-class fuel ships, small in size, they were still densely packed. She knew the fleet had been tricked by the forward movement of these fuel ships into slowing down and activating their shields, missing the opportunity to annihilate those white ships. But so what? Sooner or later, all humans would be wiped out anyway. Why bother distinguishing what they wore? Yes, in the eyes of the demonic core and the Ironheart Annihilator, human man ships weren't really ships, but rather a group of humans wearing a skin or garment called ship, attempting to play the noble self with their inferior carbon-based life forms. At this moment, a large amount of information came from behind. This ship has been struck by a charged nebula, sustaining 17% damage. Requesting withdrawal from the battlefield. Rejected. These are small boats rammed and thrown off course by the human butcher's charge. Their mission is to protect themselves. Survival is unimportant. According to the Twilight Standard Tactics/Strategic Reference Campaign database, we may be in a trap. Please evade the Phaeton-class fuel ships as soon as possible. Rejected. These are the gamma cores of the Ironheart Annihilators. Their computing power has been suppressed by their noble control over multiple demonic cores, rendering them incapable of thinking beyond commanding their warships. Didn't you see they even forgot to change their enemy ship identification? Still using the Phaeton? That's a Universal Union imposter class. The human butcher was excitedly slaughtering, keeping a scoreboard for herself. Each ship she killed increased the score. So far, she had amassed 17 kills, including 2 cruisers. The 18th the human butcher hummed a happy tune, though she had forgotten its origin. Her remaining memories instinctively made her react to joy. Demon Core, despite its near beast-like cognitive decline, still possessed emotions and the capacity for thought. At this moment, 2 Radiant X-class phase cruisers and several Hela Hammerhead-class ships finally caught up, tearing through the human defenses. The Radiant X-class ships, using their phase abilities, bypassed their allies before reluctantly catching up at top speed. The human butcher complained, "So slow," lamenting the inefficiency of the Ironheart Extinction-class ships, while also blaming them for stealing her kills. Without any kills, who's going to make up for the lack of satisfaction she's missing? Enemy ship enters the electrified nebula, attempting to bypass the wreckage. Hela's Hammerhead-class ship reports from the front lines. Huh? The human butcher paused for a few milliseconds, watching as the human's large, red-bellied ship actually entered the electrified nebula. The Demon Corps couldn't help but feel happy. A civilian ship entering an electrified nebula? Even if it bypasses the wreckage, how much combat power will it retain? It probably explode before it can even begin its slaughter, right? Unfortunately, a second later, after determining that the human's tactical shift couldn't harm it, and that even if it exploded, it would have a shield, the human butcher, annoyed that its ally had stolen its kills, reactivated its recently cooled down tactical system, Hellish Summoning. Slamming into the wreckage before her, she used her formidable battleship armor to smash through the shield's deactivation, leaving the ship, presumably the command ship with the most signal transmissions, to explode beside her. Feeling the thrill of the damage alarm, the human butcher grew even more excited. May the light of Lutter shine. What? The voice on the public channel made the human butcher pause for a few microseconds. At this moment? The light of Lutter? You must be joking. Wait! Even tortured to the point of madness, the Demon Corps still thought faster than a normal person. The unmanned ship allowed her to react quickly. She began to activate the shield. But she had just activated Hell Call, and all the energy supplied to the shield was being channeled into the thrusters, although a damping field mitigated the damage. But at this moment, the human butcher, leading 2 cruisers, was heading towards the center of the enemy fleet, which had scattered many ships into the electrified nebula to form a semi-encirclement. She herself was crashing headlong into the trap. The 22 ships in front were all imposter class, the real killing blow to come. 14 Phaeton-class ships fully loaded with antimatter fuel for cover. First, use the imposter-class ships to bait the out-of-control AI into slowing down, then expose the imposter class to lure the enraged Hell Legion into a false sense of security, luring the enemy deep into the optimal blast radius. The message transmitted over the public channel was pre-prepared. The explosion struck the instant the human butcher received it. The 14 Phaeton-class fuel ships were arranged in 2 layers. 7 ships on each layer. The 4 on the outer edges ventured deep into the electrified nebula, risking their lives to encircle the enemy, while the 3 in the center advanced at full speed to close in. When the semi-encirclement was complete, the Sky-class ship and its minions were already within the overlapping blast radius of the 14 ships. At this distance, at this location, the explosion and the signaling occurred simultaneously. Even a phase ship wouldn't have had time to completely avoid the damage. Witnessing the self-destruction of the left-axis fleet, the antimatter explosion swept through the nebula, the expanding blast wave, and the immense energy released by the antimatter neutralization relentlessly engulfed and consumed all matter in the physical universe. The winding safe passage of the charged nebula was blasted into a wide road in this instant, large enough to allow several capital ships to fly loosely. This was followed by an even more violent explosion. Sailors in the optical observation post excitedly pounded the wall, shouting without regard for their vocal cords. Capital ship self-destruction. It's definitely a capital ship self-destruction. Good. Hooray. In the command center of the Nova City space station, everyone cheered. Governor Juno was now invigorated. In this way, before the decisive battle even begins, the out-of-control AI has already taken down 4 capital ships. ISA nodded with a smile. Furthermore, the explosion in the channel caused at least several tens of minutes of congestion. This operational position was carefully chosen to ensure that most of the enemy fleet had already entered the channel. Now they are stuck in the channel, unable to advance, and retreating would waste time. Our evacuating fleet is safe. 3 minutes later, the final aftershocks of the explosion subsided, leaving only the nearby charged nebula activated by the blast. A violent surge of interstellar electricity erupted in space, making the surrounding nebula increasingly dangerous. Ships smaller than cruisers were strictly prohibited from entering. 2/3 of the human butcher's hull had vanished without a trace, leaving only its dark stern floating in space. Beside it lay a wrecked Brilliant X-class ship, and another Brilliant X-class ship, 2/5 of its hull partially melted, its flank phase coils damaged, and arcing electricity crackling from its hull. 1 cruiser confirmed sunk, 1 cruiser confirmed heavily damaged and paralyzed, combat incapacitated. Chapter 1000. Left line fleet, completely sunk. The battle report and outcome confirmation arrived in Li Bin's hands. He glanced at the briefing and, using the Celia computing power obtained through the neural link, began constructing enemy and friendly damage and formations in the wetware cyberspace. The enemy fleet was divided into two parts. The bombardment fleet was located in hyperspace, consisting of 4 aircraft carriers, 2 Great Eagle class and 2 Dual Horizon class carriers from the Afterglow, continuously dropping antimatter bombs and sensor-guided mines at the gravity silo. These bombardments were not ineffective, sinking dozens of destroyers and frigates, and causing 2 Keljev cruisers to suffer radiant surges and hull damage, forcing them to withdraw from the battlefield and return to the space station for repairs. Furthermore, the continuous bombardment via the gravity silo forced Li Bin to move the fleet's position away from the optimal vicinity of Nova City. This meant that the planned battlefield would inevitably deviate, and the fleet would not benefit from the simultaneous protection of the space station and planetary defense arrays. Even to secure assistance from the space station, the interstellar fortress of Nova City is now operating at full power, flying towards a location far from the planet, all to create more space for the fleet that isn't covered by random bombing. While the results are minimal, it's better than nothing. However, this also means that of the 26 ships in the invading fleet, only 22 are actually in the physical universe. Subtracting the 3 damaged during the Holy Leap and the 1 destroyed in the electrified Nebula Corridor, Li Bin will now face 18 capital ships of the Twilight Hell Legion. The current ratio of capital ships on the field is 30 to 18, ISA added from the side. Because of the bombing, we can't hide all our ships within the space station's fire range. Only about 1/5 can be included. Furthermore, the quality of our fleet is significantly inferior to that of the invading fleet. Putting everything else aside, the Zonzi class is too fragile. In fleet operations, they can only launch missiles from a distance for fire support. This even includes the battlefield carrier-class ships, and frankly, Keljev's main carriers. TSK, besides launching carrier-based aircraft, they really can't do much else. Finally, there's the difference in cruiser quality. Forgive my bluntness, but apart from the Interstellar Empire, even our Universal Alliance's cruisers are far inferior in quality to the invading fleet. ISA couldn't help but complain. The fleet engaged at the front is fighting for its lives, a full 80-plus cruisers. Even if we have 149 combat cruisers, nearly twice the number of the enemy, that's including armed merchant ships. Li Bin didn't speak. He understood that if Hela cruisers were gathered together, even just 20 of them, combined with their destroyers, could really penetrate Keljev's 2 main battleships in 2 hours. It's alright, we can just tow them to the space station and reposition them, Li Bin reassured. Enemy Vanguard has broken through the electrified nebula, entered its inner ring, and is spreading out in all directions to regroup. Navigator Anna's mechanical voice boomed through the bridge broadcast, drowning out the noisy command center. Li Bin immediately ended his private chat with ISA, confirmed the star map, and, without speaking, issued the order via neural link. 7th wave of supplementary bombing begins. The 3 Dawn Goddess-class destroyers, flying ahead of the ambush-laying Obsidian Beta-class Prajna Bodhisattva, launched a new wave of flash drones. 2 Keljev Technology Corporation Narva-class aircraft carriers, along with their escort cruisers, had already gathered together. This fleet, commanded by Commander Alexei, consisted of 2 main aircraft carriers and 8 swiftship cruisers, forming the 7th wave of bombing alongside the 3 Dawn Goddess-class destroyers from the Allied forces. The capital ship's mission was simple and clear, to launch a large-scale bombardment while the enemy fleet's vanguard had just passed through the channel and hadn't yet deployed. To achieve this objective, Alexei's fleet was positioned close to the channel exit to maximize the number of bombing runs within a limited few hours. His carriers were uniformly equipped with Sunflower LPC bombers. While these bombers lacked the high damage output of traditional bombers, they possess 3 outstanding characteristics: guided missiles, a large missile quantity, and consistent damage to armor and shields. The high-damage bombing was handled by the Universal Alliance's Flash unmanned bombers. Captain, why didn't the Universal Alliance position their entire fleet at the end of the channel, instead of leaving us at the forefront? They still have a Starship-class carrier and a strange gyrocopter called the Libra class. The first mate complained through gritted teeth, watching the Keljev pilots take off one after another. Alexei glared at the first mate. Is this something you can just say? What's your rank? What's Li Bin's rank? The first mate stammered, no. I just wanted to point out there's a better way. Shut up. That only exposes your incompetence, Alexei said impatiently. The invading fleet isn't stupid. If the main fleet is positioned at the end of the route, they see it soon enough they're flying into the channel. What if they have to turn around and retreat? The objective of this campaign is to severely damage the out-of-control AI, boost morale of the human coalition, and even seek complete annihilation. A decisive battle planned around this objective must, of course, force the enemy into full engagement. To achieve this, we must relinquish the end of the route. Our deployment is already at its limit, and even then, I'm worried if we will run away. While the two men were talking, the Sunflower bomber wing had already surged forward. The Sunflower bombers, equipped with Vedic pulse rocket launchers, could rapidly fire several Vedic pulse missiles. Having been manufactured and assembled at the capital ship's shipyard, they were larger than their counterparts assembled on cruisers and destroyers, and could carry more and more powerful rockets. In an instant, missiles rained down like water. The Hela Manticore class and Hela Hammerhead class destroyers immediately deployed their shields, taking over the air defense duties for the capital ships and cruisers. For a moment, anti-aircraft guns, anti-aircraft lasers, and a sea of missiles crisscrossed the battlefield. The explosions of pulse missiles obscured the battlefield, making it impossible for the space stations and ship groups behind to see what was happening. The pulse missile explosions interfered with sensors and optical observation. Switch command channel, order the staff of the 7th Bombardment Fleet to relay the battle situation, Lieben ordered. A few seconds later, Alexei's flagship connected to the channel. Damn it! The enemy fleet's escort destroyers and frigates are too high quality. After the 6th bombardment, the enemy capital ships leading the charge changed their configuration, sending a large number of destroyers at the forefront. We can't penetrate them. Alexei uploaded the kill results. Every few minutes, one destroyer from the invading fleet couldn't withstand the barrage of bombs from the Sunflower and Flash bombers, becoming overloaded and sunk. But the enemy destroyers were continuously replenished from the channel, and there was even a trend of frigates increasing in number with each battle. They sacrificed themselves to desperately protect the end of the channel. 2 Hela Retribution-class battlecruisers had already deployed to the left and right, and a 3rd Retribution class was slowly taking off, even having the strength to turn mid-flight to face Alexei's fleet head-on. Alexei reported through gritted teeth, I decided to continue pushing forward, shorten the bomber's flight distance, launch carrier-based aircraft at maximum speed, and bring up fleet artillery. What did you say? What do you mean the enemy ships are gone? What are you doing? Ah! ISA in the secondary command center immediately pressed, Commander Alexei, report the situation immediately. The channel was filled with alarms, gasps, and the faint, crisp sound of teeth chattering. The morale in the secondary command center, previously boosted by the successful deception, instantly sobered. Chapter 1001. Seconds later, Alexei, filled with despair and helplessness, cried out almost in tears, enemy battlecruisers have broken through the defense network and appeared in my fleet. Three Retribution-class ships. They're tearing my fleet apart. Governor Juno exclaimed in astonishment, the two sides are only 100 SU apart, are you kidding me? At the same time, a devastating message came through the Universal Union's internal channel, the Wenyao is badly damaged. Its propulsion system has stalled. Our ship's propulsion system was shattered by the Retribution-class Bone Chewer. Even in this situation, the captain of the Dawn Goddess Wenyao was still trying to relay intelligence to the command center. The Retribution class suddenly performed a phase dive, and after 3 seconds, even the afterimage disappeared. After the sensors alarmed, the 3 ships appeared right in front of us. They crossed over 100. The signal was cut off. Li Bin slammed his fist on the table, looking at the battlefield obscured by pulse bombs and exploding ships, filled with shock and anger. Immediately afterward, a report from the Sunflower bomber was relayed. The 4th Retribution-class battlecruiser, bypassing the Skyscanner-class destroyers blocking its path, abruptly appeared in the inner ring of the nebula. Subsequently, this battlecruiser joined the battle, swiftly slaughtering Keldov's bomber wing alongside other destroyers. Keldov partially retreat. Alexei left these words, ordering the 2 Narva-class battlecruisers to activate their tactical systems, Spike combat drones, and the 8 Swift-class carriers to activate their tactical systems, Hound combat drones, and urging all deck bombers to take off immediately to intercept the enemy. Simultaneously, he began a rapid turn. No matter how the secondary command center called, no further intelligence was transmitted from the front lines. Having undergone the gene-lock unlocking surgery, Shugupa had recovered to a point where her bodily functions were normal. Standing in the center of the hacker's cabin, she reminded ISA, the frontline electronic warfare has collapsed. The Demon Corps has infiltrated Commander Alexei's fleet, and their communications have been blocked. Damn it! Governor Juno explained in frustration. Commander Julius, the fleet commander of the Interstellar Empire, had a grim expression but offered a different opinion. No, I believe this is actually a good thing. Facing Governor Juno's tirade, those are two main carriers. Now they've been captured by 3 Hela battlecruisers. Our painstakingly planned weakening operations could be reversed immediately. You're from the Imperial Navy. How can you say such a thing? You should know your shame. Julius stubbornly shook his head. Governor. He raised his voice. The Retribution class has never appeared on the battlefield before. We know nothing about its characteristics or tactical system. This tactical system, which suddenly disappears and traverses vast distances, is undoubtedly the enemy's secret weapon. Now that the out-of-control AI has used its secret weapon, doesn't that prove my plan has succeeded? Are we supposed to wait until the enemy engages our main force, only to be caught off guard and have 4 enemy ships simultaneously leap into our path, tearing our battle lines apart? Juno was like a chicken with its neck being choked, unable to speak. His face flushed and paled, trembling with extreme anger and grief. But everyone knew that Juno had realized Carius was right. Think about it, the battle formation, painstakingly stabilized during engagement, was torn apart by 4 battlecruisers. Then, the Skies class activated Hell Call, using the Retribution class as an iron will, breaking through the fragmented fleet, only to be destroyed by the Radiation class and other warships behind it. Once the battle formation breaks down and order is lost, all that's left is chaos. And for both Hellas and Twilight's ships, their superior quality and the computing power of their AI cores mean that starting the chaos is tantamount to failure. Then, what about Alexei's side? Governor Juno stammered, are we just going to watch? The Universal Alliance also has 3 Dawn Goddess-class ships caught in the crossfire. Juno, in this battle, the Empire and the Corporation have suffered losses no less than Keljev. Military victory is paramount. This is a battlefield, political maneuvering can wait. Li Bin's voice was like a hammer blow, solidifying the determination to remain still and continue with the plan. At the same time, he glanced at Carius. A man with thunder in his heart and a calm face is worthy of being called a general. This guy is quite capable. Central reservoir ruptured. Leakage spreading. Seal the middeck, lock both pressure relief valves. The Wenyao trembled. The sudden appearance of the Retribution-class destroyer shoved a death torpedo into the unsuspecting Wenyao, which hadn't activated its shields in its haste to reach its destination. The violent explosion had subsided, but the impact of tens of thousands of tons of fresh water from the central reservoir leak, along with the collapsed and destroyed wiring and compartments, still made everyone on board feel the floor shaking beneath their feet. Faced with the Damage Control Department's report, Captain Chen Luobing's forehead was covered in sweat. He took 2 doses of sedatives to calm himself and give orders. The second mate suggested from the lower deck, Captain, let's release the water. No! Chen Luobing immediately rejected the suggestion. If the reservoir is released, the enemy will immediately realize that multiple sections of our ship are flooded, and enemy ships will shift their targets to bomb other friendly vessels. He forced the engineering chief in charge of damage control to provide a solution, seal the water inside the ship, prevent any leakage, and simultaneously send damage control personnel in protective suits to repair pipelines, maintain the ship's electrical grid, and ensure a continuous supply to the flight deck and turrets. The engineering chief of the Wenyao, gripping his terminal, screamed frantically. His only response was Chen Luobing's death order. Think of your family. Think of the captain. My captain is you. The engineering chief retorted. You know who I'm talking about. Chen Luobing hung up the communication, turning to the first mate. How's the Wenyao's flight deck? 2/3 destroyed. The flight deck was thoroughly blasted by the 4 assault chain guns. The flash bombers on deck were destroyed. 2 proximity mines were affected by the blast wave, triggering secondary explosions. Fortunately, the ammunition reloading wasn't completed, otherwise the deck would have been completely destroyed. The Dawn Goddess class was like an ancient Greek lyre, with the central string being the open flight deck. This centralized deck facilitated the concentrated transport of carrier-based aircraft from all directions, the distribution of ammunition and pilots, and the rapid release or recovery of aircraft. But the price is that it's so open, once the shields are breached, even a frigate can cause significant damage to the flight deck. Can we still launch bombers? The first mate bit his lip and nodded, yes, but the efficiency will be 1/5 of what it was before. That's enough. Chen Luobing immediately telegraphed the other 2 Dawn Goddess-class ships. In my capacity as commander of the Dawn Goddess-class Special Operations Fleet, I order you both to immediately dispatch all bombers and deploy them along with the carriers themselves to completely delay the 3 Retribution-class ships and provide full cover for the 2 Narva-class ships' retreat. Captain! The first mate exclaimed in shock. That's Kelja's property. The Dawn Goddess-class battleships, and their crew belong to the Universal Alliance. Chen Luobing's face darkened, tears streaming down his face. Saving these two capital ships is crucial to saving more people for the company in the upcoming battles. How can 3 cruiser carriers compare to a carrier fleet composed of 2 capital carriers? Even if we only manage to save the 2 Narva-class battleships, it's still a win. Those are 2 capital ships. Execute the order. Aye, Captain. The first mate responded, weeping bitterly. On the bridge of the Narva-class battleship Ice Snow, its shields crackling with white arcs of electricity and showing signs of exhaustion, Alexei, his back soaked with sweat, received a message that took 6 attempts to gather, a message from the captain of the cruiser Wenyao, its wording forceful, almost commanding. He stared in astonishment. The captain of the Allied cruiser has volunteered to take our place? Yes. The first mate nodded urgently. Captain Chen Luobing said that as long as we can create distance from the Retribution-class ships and gain a respite, we can continuously use our carrier-based aircraft and tactical systems to slow them down. After another 3 hours of flight, we can enter the decisive battle fleet's fire range. Regardless of what technology those Retribution-class ships used, a trans-space device couldn't possibly be cooled down by a battlecruiser in just a few hours. Alexei took off his hat and pounded his chest, ordered the fleet to retreat immediately. The staff must devise a rearguard plan. Simultaneously, send a message on the public channel saying, "Thank you for your great kindness, Alexei, and the 3rd Carrier Fleet will never forget it." Aye, Captain. Chapter 1002. Waiting for news at the rear was anxious. Li Bin was like a husband waiting for the outcome outside the delivery room. He had poured everything into the process, finding the best hospital and doctors in town, and making all the necessary preparations during the pregnancy. Then suddenly learning that he would have a difficult delivery and needed to be mentally prepared, he felt powerless, even with his wealth and power. He could only smoke one cigarette after another, to the point that Celia couldn't help but remind him, "Li Bin, you can't smoke anymore. Too much nicotine in a short time will affect your command and thinking. Haven't you noticed your head is starting to hurt?" Only after Celia's reminder did Li Bin realize that the back of his head was throbbing slightly. He had been completely focused on the sky battle system. Of course, people can deceive their senses by diverting their attention, but bodily instincts can't be faked. Celia poked Li Bin's head in cyberspace. "Your neural responses are honest. Look, right here." Li Bin had already arranged for all hacking departments to fully support the front lines, not only to maintain uninterrupted communication, but also to ensure that the flash drones could complete their bombing missions when facing the afterglow. In fact, the fleet staff had discussed whether to use the flash drones, since these aircraft could potentially interfere with the fleet's operations if control was taken away. But the allure of the flash drones was too great. The results gained from deploying sensor-guided air-to-ground mines, and the ability to force enemy frigates and destroyers to divert attention and buy time, were crucial for the soldiers on the front lines. Therefore, the White Stone ships cooperating with the Dawn Goddess class were all equipped with electronic warfare countermeasures, and even the 3 Dawn Goddesses themselves were equipped with countermeasures. As long as we secure ownership before dropping the bombs, once the target is set, order the drones to shut down their signals, drop the bombs offline, and then crash into the enemy. The carrier will always maintain distance from the enemy ship, as long as the distance is sufficient. The electronic warfare delay caused by the distance can buy time, was ISA's suggestion. This suggestion was unanimously approved by the staff, who all agreed it was feasible. However, now, the Retribution-class destroyers traversed the skies, negating the time advantage gained from the delay. In other words, the drones must shut down their radio signals before takeoff, loading parameters and operational targets only through a wired connection. Julius closed his eyes. Whether the frontline fleet can successfully evacuate depends entirely on whether the Dawn Goddess class can withstand the nascent Soul-class cannons, and complete the mission input for the drones on the open flight deck. How could I have such a dream? Using drones is precisely to reduce casualties. The training and education given to aircraft carrier crews should instruct them to avoid combat. Pull up the fiber optic cable. Have the maintenance equipment carry the fiber optic cable to input the mission. On the flight deck of the Wenyao, a blue halo shone down, revealing the once high-pressure, rounded hull of the spaceship in a state of disarray. Carrier-based aircraft Commander Feng Mu, mask on, left the command tower and descended into the hangar, where he saw the engineering department's muscular men urgently modifying and repairing the machinery. Outside the semi-open hangar, the light cast by the spaceship's shields distorted and changed from blue to red intermittently. This meant that the shields above the hangar were under attack from artillery and missiles. Feng Mu interrupted the engineering department's channel. Can't we input the combat mission beforehand? The head of the engineering department looked up at Feng Mu, then shook his head before saluting. No. The route from the hangar to the flight deck must be guided by a robotic arm and a transfer track. Otherwise, if the drone runs on its own, it's very easy for something to go wrong. Following the direction pointed out by the engineering department personnel, Feng Mu saw a scene of utter devastation. Shattered bomber wreckage embedded in the hull, deck, and even twisted metal craters several meters in diameter. A technician from the engineering department added, besides the deck damage forcing a change in transport routes, other hangars will also release drones. Add to that the Winyao's reservoir leak and the damage to its balance system from the bombing, and even if the ship's shields are activated, the explosion will cause the ship to vibrate. If we let the drones enter the deck on their own, they collide with each other due to these external factors. Yes, it's possible everything will go smoothly, but are you willing to gamble? We only have a few intact decks left. Every one damaged is one less. Feng Mu bit his lip. Can't we repair them? What nonsense are you talking about? This is a spaceship deck. It's made of alloy. And it's not just the deck that's damaged. The hull below is also damaged. Field repairs will take at least a day. And how much time will that waste? With that time, I could have already released the drones using my method. The head of the engineering department said, maneuvering the modified engineering machinery to climb out of the hangar and towards the bombers. The zero-gravity open hangar could normally use magnetic track vehicles, but now the deck is studded with aircraft debris, making slower multi-legged machinery more effective. Feng Mu clenched his fists, nervously watching the machine slowly advance. Just as it cleared a crater, the spaceship was suddenly thrown off balance by a violent jolt. The engineering department staff pounded the floor, immediately sprang into action. Someone! Go right it! The head of engineering glanced back at Feng Mu, saw him still there, and roared, You're from the brigade command, aren't you? Instead of setting up attack targets, what are you standing around doing? Get out of here! Don't delay my work. Feng Mu said nothing, glanced at the damaged flight deck, and left. 10 minutes later, he personally forcibly brought everyone from the wing command room down, a large group of dozens of people blocking the hangar door. The head of the engineering department picked up his gun, his face darkening. What are you doing? Feng Mu coughed and whispered a few words on the private channel. The engineering department head, still suspicious, frowned and asked, Are you serious? A few seconds later, the engineering department head had dozens of terminals brought over. Here, these are all pre-programmed terminals. Just input the target. Thank you, Feng Mu said curtly, turning to distribute the terminals to his subordinates one by one, before leading the charge out of the hangar. Dozens of technical officers, treading on the swaying spaceship deck, data cables trailing behind them, moved with far greater agility and nimbleness than hastily modified wired machinery, their limbs transforming into grappling hooks, leaping and sprinting across the weightless, dilapidated deck. An engineering department lad was stunned. Boss, what are these military men? The answer was a slap from his boss. Enough talk. Get moving. Quickly load the drones with ammunition and land them on intact decks. The officers are all on the front lines. Our engineering department can't fall behind. The engineering department lads immediately sprang into action, massive robotic arms moving in tandem with tracked vehicles, to quickly transfer the drones to their ground. Feng Mu stood on the deck, looking up at the shifting shields and vibrant sea of fire. He could clearly see massive warships several kilometers away, firing at the Kelja fleet. The battlecruiser's main guns didn't have a high rate of fire, but at this distance, against the dense array of escorts and destroyers, every shot was a hit. Shadows obscured his vision. His drone had arrived. Inside the helmet, the officer remaining in the wing command center transmitted the operational environment to him via a cable towed by his powered armor. Feng Mu immediately crouched down, retrieved the terminal the instant the drone landed, plugged it in, manually calibrated it, entered parameters, identified the bombing target, and disconnected the network. On the flight deck of the Wenyao, flesh and blood filled the final few dozen meters before the unmanned bomber took off. They were both information input machines made of flesh and blood and flight deck status reporting machines made of human flesh, using their powered armor to scan the surrounding environment and assist the robotic arm in placing the bomber. Chapter 1003. Alexei's fleet was suffering continuous losses. He had already lost 30 frigates and 15 destroyers, and 2 cruisers had sunk. Now, his 2 main aircraft carriers had been pulled out of the quagmire of war, and were focusing all their efforts on organizing the evacuation of the cruiser carriers. The Dawn Goddess-class drones of the Universal Alliance have regained their release speed, reaching 86% of normal. The first officer of the Ice Snow, flagship of the Keljev 3rd Carrier Fleet, reported to Alexei with great delight. "Captain, the flash drones have taken off rapidly, attracting the attention of the Retribution class. Starting from the Wenyao, 3 Dawn Goddess-class bombers have successfully resolved the issue of bomber control by disconnecting from the network. Our fleet's evacuation speed is accelerating, and we expect to complete the separation from the Retribution class in 20 minutes. Unlike the first officer's delight, Alexei's face showed no smile. He looked at the 3 cruiser carriers resembling harp-shaped ships, his heart filled with shock and a profound sense of being struck by something. Cruiser carriers, especially those with high-tech hulls, are notoriously fragile. To insert themselves into a battle between capital ships like this is a guaranteed death sentence. They're clearly not from the same faction, they had no prior interaction, and they're the backbone of the emerging behemoth, Universal Union. By prioritizing their own safety and sacrificing themselves, the Dawn Goddess class could likely retreat. Hela's ship is clearly just trying to disperse them, so she can concentrate her efforts on destroying the 2 capital ships. Doesn't he know that as a cruiser captain of an emerging behemoth, if he survives, he have a life of luxury? Many powerful families within these behemoths, like his own family's founder, started as second officers on cruisers. A century later, his descendants could pilot capital ships, perhaps even conquering a planet and becoming its governor, or leading a massive fleet to carve their names into the annals of space. But the Dawn Goddess class was the one that went. He wanted to ask, but the overwhelming disadvantage in electronic warfare meant he couldn't contact the Dawn Goddess class. Those 3 ships were too close to the Retribution class. Alexei hadn't even had a chance to ask the captain of the Wenyao's captain his name. "You say?" Amidst the first mate's incessant jubilation, Alexei asked softly, "What were they after?" "What did you say?" The first mate blinked. Alexei raised his voice. "I'm asking, why do you think the captains of those 3 Dawn Goddess-class ships, who volunteered to cover the retreat, sacrificed themselves to protect other factions' ships?" Probably an order from command?" the first mate guessed. "And Li Bin? He's the CEO of Universal Union, the founder of a giant corporation. Why is he here?" The first mate hesitated for a second, then said tentatively, To curry favor with our company?" "For that?" Alexei pursed his lips. The first mate shook his head. "I can't think of any other reason. It can't be that Li Bin is a saint, doing this for humanity." His words, though seemingly casual, struck Alexei deeply. Only now, with someone personally shielding him and the fleet from a deadly attack, did Alexei, nearly numb from the bureaucratic civil service system of Keljev Technology Company, truly grasp the weight of the words for humanity. As the fleet commander, he had received a detailed instruction from the Secretary General before arriving, emphasizing the importance of this battle. The new Star City was to be the front line blocking the Hell Legion's northward advance to attack headquarters. Keljev's safety rested on his shoulders. Although headquarters had relinquished occupied territories, they couldn't spare any more fleets. They said they could abandon combat if necessary, prioritizing the preservation of themselves and company assets. They wished him a triumphant return. Many auspicious words were spoken, but the phrase for humanity was never mentioned. Alexei knew full well that the Human Alliance was merely a product of the core star sector's human forces, driven to desperation by the out-of-control AI. Perhaps the Luddite Church had some sincerity, but primarily it was for the sake of doctrine. Perhaps the Overlord had some sincerity, but its main purpose was to dominate the star system. Therefore, Alexei initially resisted being ordered to guard the edge of the nebula, only commanding the fleet to take its place after the first few attacks had been effective. Unexpectedly, the plan went awry at his turn. But the Universal Alliance seemed a little different from other forces? Alexei mechanically commanded the fleet to retreat. In the distance, he could already see the 15 Dictator-class ships dispatched by the Interstellar Empire to meet him. But at this moment, he couldn't even worry about his own safety. His mind was filled with one question. Was it really worth it? To sacrifice his own life and the lives of his comrades for a vague ideal, to save a group of complete strangers. If only the Wenyao had done it, Alexei could understand it as the captain's personal charisma, but with all 3 ships doing it, he was a little suspicious. This wasn't the Interstellar Empire's carrier fleet going to their deaths. They were defending their homeland, seeking righteous revenge. Their reasons were justified. This battle, in fact, wasn't even a war for the Universal Alliance. To risk one's life to save others on someone else's battlefield. This. Alexei could only conclude that the Universal Alliance, from top to bottom, had fallen into some kind of lofty ideal, and the source of this ideal likely came from its founder, Li Bin. It's often said that the personality of an organization's founder and promoter greatly shapes and influences that organization. Li Bin, As the founder of Universal Union, and the one who led it to become a behemoth, undoubtedly profoundly influenced the company. In other words, the phrase for humanity represents the top-down will of Universal Union? No way, Li Bin, are you serious? Having figured this out, Alexei suddenly felt that Li Bin, the legendary figure praised by everyone in the star system, might actually be a bit foolish. Dawn Goddess class sunk. The Wenyao is badly damaged. Shields disabled. The first mate reported anxiously. Captain, we need to organize another fleet to cover the rear. Ha ha ha. Alexei didn't reply, only laughed loudly, but his eyes were already wet with tears, blurring his vision and making it impossible for him to see the projection. Power grid overload, we've done our best. That's it, Captain. Please move to the escape pods. On the bridge of the Wenyao, the first mate supported Captain Chen Lubing, whose shields had lost power, and who was reeling from the bombardment, his forehead cut by shrapnel. He urged him to move. No, not yet. Wiping the blood from his face, Chen Lubing severed the neural link, his smile twisted with a savage excitement. There's no escaping it. The out-of-control AI wants to kill everyone. Do you think their follow-up fleet will leave the escape pods unattended? Do you want to be cramped in a pod watching yourself melt, or do you want a spectacular end? You mean? The first mate's expression froze, then his eyes lit up with excitement. The flagship of the Kelja fleet, the Ice Snow, which is evacuating from the front lines, reports in. ISA's voice, unusually low, came through the channel. The war had been going on for almost 3 days. She had been living and working in the command center, but this was the first time she had shown her emotions to Li Bin. All 3 of our Dawn Goddess-class destroyers were destroyed. The Wenyao, after being overloaded and paralyzed, was ordered by Captain Chen Lubing to send a message via voice transmission to drop a molten metal bomb into the air-to-ground ammunition depot, triggering a secondary explosion that damaged the Retribution-class destroyer Bone Chewer. He, along with Squadron Commander Feng Mu and Wenyao's engineering director Wu Xian, launched themselves into an escape pod onto the nearby Yuhui ship, where they used heavy machinery and bombs to destroy 2 turrets of a Misty-class unmanned cruiser. Finally, they were all killed by the Retribution-class anti-aircraft guns. Li Bin leaned back on his throne, letting out a weary sigh. Half a minute later, he spoke. The relay communication device was cut off, temporarily preventing communication with headquarters. Register them for now. Once the battle is over, immediately send death notices to the families of Chen Lubing, Feng Mu, and Wu Xian. Have Li Bulang and Li Shu personally deliver them. All their children will be sent to the Loyalty Academy. The company will arrange jobs for their families, transferring them away from frontline positions. Chapter 1004. The ice and snow retreated from the front lines, flying erratically amidst flames and billowing smoke, a stark contrast to its name. The Retribution-class Demon Corps unleashed a vicious curse from afar, but Alexei paid it no heed. His eyes were red and swollen. The pain inflicted by Chen Lubing and the noble actions of the Universal Alliance made it difficult for him to continue commanding. However, he wouldn't need to command for the time being. Kelja's fleet would receive a day of rest, and the space station's shipyard would provide emergency repairs. The casualty figures for the Candle Dragon, Universal Alliance, were in. 271 officers killed, 1769 crew members, and 120 pilots, used to switch LPCs to manned carrier-based aircraft to meet battlefield needs. All 3 Dawn Goddess-class ships were veterans of countless battles. This was the largest casualty figure in Universal Alliance's history, and it was foreseeable that this number would continue to rise before the battle ended. But Li Bin had no time for grief. The enemy was gathering and assembling their forces in the inner ring of the nebula, and were expected to launch an attack on the space station in half a day. Without the space station, this battle is unwinnable, Julius muttered, his face tense, leaning on the command console in the space station's secondary command center. The quality difference between the cruisers is now large enough to rival several capital ships. Even with the space station, the outcome is still uncertain. The intermediate communication device is down, so calling for reinforcements is impossible. Juno trembled. Then, what do we do? ISA had already gone to rest urgently, needing to conserve her energy for the upcoming battle. Julius shook his head. There's no other way. We're on the defensive, so we have to fight. The out-of-control AI is using 4 capital ships to bombard the planet, tying down the entire planet's ground defenses and preventing us from getting close. If the battlefield were located between the planet and the space station, we might not be able to annihilate them all, but we could definitely win. It's just a matter of how much it costs. Commander Julius, proceed immediately to the Interstellar Empire fleet and began mobilizing the fleet to designated combat positions. Li Bin's order was issued even as he complained. Julius gritted his teeth. "Commander-in-Chief, are you sure you want to deploy? Wouldn't it be better to huddle densely around the space station? A curled-up hedgehog is safe, but how can it wound a hyena?" Li Bin used an analogy. "But trading wounds for wounds, or even our total annihilation, would have a terrible outcome. Wounding is a means of survival, not the goal," he advised again. "My mind is made up. The 8th decisive battle is about to begin. Any mishaps will be borne entirely by the Universal Union," Li Bin said ruthlessly. "Besides, I, the CEO, am right here. In terms of cost, the Universal Union has staked far more." "Madman." Julius, ignoring Governor Juno's expression, uttered these words and left the secondary command center cursing. July 28th, Star Calendar 219, with the start of the Great Collapse as midnight. It is currently 12:05. This time is set as midnight from the very second the Great Collapse began, and does not have specific day/night significance. The invading fleet has fully deployed, a vast expanse of blackish red and lake blue obscuring the rose-colored charged nebula, the massive, out-of-control AI battle formation slowly advancing. The ships damaged by the Winyao's boarding attack have had their armor urgently repaired by the Hell Legion's maintenance platforms. Behind them, 3 battleships are slowly approaching the safe passage. The 3 battleships, which had been desperately delayed by the Interstellar Empire's air force since the attack, have finally recovered. The Castella-class battleship has had its bridge hastily sealed off, and after a hasty repair, slave crew members have been reassigned to the helm. Even now, the bridge still bears traces of unwashed blood and bits of flesh from the corners. The Demon Corps didn't care about these things, and the slave laborers, for the sake of efficiency, simply ignored them. So the new Castella-class command structure shared a room with fragments of the previous generation's crew, enduring the stench and rushing on frantically. Li Bin didn't take this news to heart. As long as these 3 ships didn't enter the battlefield simultaneously with the rest of the enemy fleet, he wasn't worried. This tactic of assembling a large force but entering in batches had an ancient name, the spare the rod and spoil the worm tactic. Any superior force employing this tactic is likely to face defeat. It's like one person facing 10 people ganging up on you versus one person fighting 10 people in 10 separate attacks. The key to a gradual, depleted attack lies in exhausting the enemy and splitting their forces, striving to erase the disadvantages. Notify the Azure Dragon to release the maximum number of Demon Swordsman fighters, and rendezvous with the carrier-based aircraft group consisting of the Kelj carrier fleet and the space station's defense carrier-based aircraft, preparing for harassment. Azure Dragon. "Yes, Commander." Zhu Jin responded, authorizing Drunken Dream smiling. Having lost 3 carrier-based aircraft wings and many comrades, smiling, now brimming with murderous intent, ordered the Demon Swordsman fighter squadrons to take off. "Boys, the time for revenge has come." The Demon Swordsman heavy fighter, besides the Raven drones of the Holy Dreadnought, was the strongest carrier-based aircraft in the Universal Alliance. Equipped with its own magic energy shield and super miniature shockwave array, it possessed formidable combat capabilities when deployed in formation of 3. Utilizing the Azure Dragon's rotating hangar, the Demon Swordsman gained extremely high speeds upon takeoff, quickly entering the battlefield. The Demon Swordsman's pilots are all elite airmen from the Universal Alliance. Isa strode into the secondary command center. Having just woken up, she had already injected a third of a unit of stimulant, fully awake, and explained to Governor Juno. In the Sky Battle System, Demon Swordsman heavy fighters clashed with the Hell Legion's Miasma drone squadron. After more than 10 minutes of close combat, the Demon Swordsman fighters crippled the Miasma drones in front of them, leaving them like tigers among sheep, and began to tear apart the remaining Flash Drone Bomber squadron. The Flash Drone Bombers carried externally mounted sensor-guided air-to-ground mines. The enormous mines, like bloated ticks parasitizing the bombers' bellies, were easily torn apart by the miniature shockwave array. In an instant, purple mine explosions, linked by the flight paths traced by the Demon Swordsman, resembled a string of purple pearls draped over space. Following this, the Interstellar Empire's Claymore heavy fighters and Kelj Sunflower bombers. The former took off from the space station, using destroyer carriers as a springboard for resupply, before entering the battlefield. The latter came from the Alexei fleet, which was undergoing repairs. Yes, due to the urgency of the situation, Alexei's fleet only underwent emergency repairs before returning to the battlefield. Following closely behind were 10 capital ships of the Interstellar Empire, 6 Overlord-class battlecruisers, 2 Caesar-class battleships, and 2 Barris-class armed merchant ships, all uniformly modified with Imperial kits according to weaponry specifications. Using armed merchant ships to make up the numbers was a last resort, but this is the last force the Empire has outside of its capital system. For this reason, the Empire has even reduced its garrison forces in other areas and borrowed heavily from free planets and pirate fleets to supplement its forces. These were the words of Empress Ruli before the war, and Li Bin expressed his understanding. The 10 warships formed a wall, with 15 cruisers filling the battle line. Behind them, on the left and right, were the Universal Union's Sea Beast Fleet and Core Fleet. Zongzi Task Force, missile attack, all missiles launched. ISA ordered. The Zongzi-class main battleship in the Core Fleet on the right side unveiled its camouflaged cargo holds, revealing a terrifying number of salty-mouthed missiles. Behind it, the Battlefield Mothership class had already turned sideways. Its 6-section folding robotic arms, hundreds of meters long, gripped the camouflaged cargo holds lined up in the semi-open dock, grabbing and transferring cargo holds, whose numbering significance only senior officers of the Universal Alliance understood, preparing for rapid loading. "Come on, you beasts!" Vahab, the captain of the Battlefield Mothership class, had bloodshot eyes. Chen Luobing, the captain of the Wenyao, was his friend, and the news of Chen Luobing's death was unbearable for him. He placed 6 lavishly presented crabs in front of the microphone, letting these little pets carefully trained by Filong insult the out-of-control AI with the most vile language. Battlefield Mothership class. Guess if your grandpa is holding a missile or a carrier-based aircraft. Chapter 1005. Is this the final battle? Is this the final battle? Not even waiting for the 9th stage? Juno panicked. The space station is still moving, and the side shields are still operational to defend against the bombardment from the gravity well. The planetary shield has been bombed for 3.5 days, the power grid system's radiation is increasing, and it needs to rely on groundwater for cooling. We're not adequately prepared. Isha interrupted him, raising her hand. Governor Juno, your task now is to go to the broadcasting station and mobilize everyone on the space station, requiring residents of the residential areas to immediately go to the nearest recruitment station to receive their assignments. We have many wounded, logistical transport work will be crucial, and we might even need to requisition private hovercrafts. We also need you to boost morale. As for the 9th stage, if we win, we press our advantage, if we lose, we organize a retreat. Isha's words calmed Juno down. He nodded hastily, repeatedly saying okay, before leaving. ISA realized that Juno was a master of logistics, but he couldn't be idle, otherwise, he'd start overthinking. She needed to keep him busy. ISA looked at the increasingly chaotic battlefield, sat down at the command post, seemingly stunned, but her legs trembled under the table, revealing the turmoil within her. We must weaken them as much as possible, ISA thought. If even with so many ships and the space station, they couldn't push this fleet to the brink, then the subsequent summons of the Lanyuan fleet, the Tangjuafan fleet, and the 9th stage true fleet decisive battle organized by the Tiangong would be unable to achieve the mission of severely damaging or even annihilating them. That's right, the 9th stage plan that ISA had just publicly revealed to Juno was a decoy. Lancer Siege Cannon Team, firing parameters adjusted as follows. The new captain of ISA's former flagship, the Zhu Rong, loudly called to the gunnery. After calibrating the firing data, a slow but powerful shell was launched. The Zhu Rong's main guns were aimed at the Chubone, the battleship damaged by the self-destruction of the Wenyao. The battleship was turning slowly. This shot was a tricky angle, carefully planned, seizing the opportunity when the Zongzi class launched a barrage of salty-mouthed missiles. It forced the Chubone to choose between taking a direct hit from the Lancer siege cannons and turning to evade, risking being hit by a mixed salty-mouthed missile barrage. The Chubone chose neither. It used a spatial jump to dodge, and after completing the jump, it rammed into a caught-off guard, the Yu Hui Xingshi-class cruiser. The impact caused the cruiser, which had activated its burning time propulsion to evade, to be displaced and collide with the Hella Razor cannon of the Universal Union's Skyscath BRV class. A dazzling explosion erupted on the innocent ship. Although the Hella Razor cannon of the Skys BRV class had its power reduced by 1/3 to accommodate man modifications, this main gun was already overpowered, and even weakened, it remained a threat to capital ships. After this shot landed squarely, the Eclipse-class ship was immediately severely damaged. Eclipse-class Phantom Knight 1 heavily damaged. Ship slowed down, turret ceased firing, suspected bridge damage. The Skys BRV class optical observation post immediately reported, and a burst of cheers erupted from the bridge. As the saying goes, a good defense is worse than a good offense. When the Eclipse class's tactical system is activated, it diverts power from the shields to the propulsion system, so when it was knocked away, its shields were not activated. Combined with taking the main gun head-on, within 20 minutes of the battle, this newly commissioned capital ship had secured the first kill of a cruiser or higher in the 8th phase of the operation. The command channel was filled with curses, interspersed with the shouts of the Zhu Rong's captain. The Chubon's tactical system is depleted. Focus fire. Why are you still shooting at your BYD cruiser? It turned out that the sinking of 3 veteran Dawn Goddess-class ships had resulted in the deaths of many captains' contemporaries, and even friends. Chen Luobing, a low-key and honest man, had good relationships with many captains. His death fueled their anger, and they vowed to personally kill the Chubon to avenge their friends. The Interstellar Empire's battle formation was struggling to hold off the combined forces of the Afterglow and the Hell Legion. Look at this. The Dominator-class battlecruiser's opponents were the Retribution-class battlecruiser and the Skis-class. The Caesar-class battleship's opponents were the Skis-class and the Radiation-class. And the Barris-armed merchant ship's opponents? 2 Great Eagle-class ships and 1 Castella-class ship. Not to mention the Empire's cruisers and smaller vessels, which were fighting against the Hela and Twilight series. The two sides traded blows, with the Caesar-class main gun's Yellow Death firing for hours on end, the gun barrels even requiring damage control and repair. However, the result of the radiation exchange was that the Interstellar Empire was at a disadvantage. If it weren't for the 2 consecutive rounds of anti-air missile support from several zombie-class ships behind them, the defensive line would likely have been breached. As everyone knows, a ship with its radiation fully charged is like a man desperately needing to urinate. Whether he's Tyson or Qin Shi Huang, he has to walk with his legs tightly closed, lest he accidentally expose himself. At this point, if any Hela high platform class ship were to advance and fire a Hela Death Eye main gun, it would be like an 8-year-old child elbowing a strong man in the stomach. They would scream in terror. No other reason than that, if they didn't return to defense, they would be like someone publicly exposed, collapsing under the paralyzed power grid, becoming the target of a mob attack by the out-of-control AI. In other words, a capital ship pushed to its radiation limit becomes a weak point in the battle formation. Li Bin, from his throne, commanded, Commander Julius, immediately order the 2 Barris-class ships to deactivate their shields and retreat. Hand over the gap on the left flank to Jeffrey, and have our Bowhead Whale-class ships fill the gap on the right. Jeffrey, you can discuss the reinforcement of the left flank with Julius yourself. I'm delegating the authority to you. Jeffrey chuckled. Aye, Captain. Then, he piloted the Sea Beast Fleet flagship, the Victory-class Hook Serpent, smoothly gliding into the battlefield and activating its main guns. The former Craftsman God Assault Cannon, the predecessor to this Heat Pulse Cannon, sprayed water, like a forked stream onto the bomber group released by the Great Eagle class, the dispersed saturation attack immediately tearing apart the bomber formation. On the other side, the Bowhead Whale class entered the formal battlefield for the first time. Its captain commanded the ship to raise its shields, and cautiously used the destroyer cannon to destroy incoming missiles and harassing escort ships. The Demon Corps, initially extremely aggressive, became remarkably cautious after the decisive battle began. Aside from continuously dispatching cruisers, leading large numbers of smaller ships in attempts to break through, trading lives for radiation energy, there was little other activity. It's a stalemate, the staff in the secondary command center explained repeatedly. ISA, however, dared not relax. She ordered the space station sensors and optical observation posts to lock onto the Retribution-class ships, using the AI core to predict the fan-shaped orientation of their bows. Once it's detected that more than 2/3 of a capital ship's radiation energy has been swept by the Retribution-class's bow fan-shaped area, immediately pull that ship back, she ordered. As the commander of the secondary command center, she was actually the busiest person on the battlefield. Li Bin was in charge of the overall situation, while she was responsible for the specific tactical plans. Li Bin even had time to reassure her. Don't panic, both we and the enemy are anxious right now. We're anxious to gain results before the other 3 capital ships arrive, while the enemy is anxious to kill. Hold on. Less than 20 minutes after these words, the invading fleet moved. Chapter 1006. 2 Retribution-class battleships, one above and one below, swept towards the left flank of the combined fleet. There, a Cosmic Union Hook Serpent and an Imperial Dominator-class battlecruiser were positioned, both with excellent radiation levels. Therefore, the AI core only judged them as searching for an opportunity rather than launching an attack. But at that moment, both ships vanished. Retribution-class initiating a space jump. Prepare for a surprise attack. The AI core immediately issued a full-scale alert. The vanished Retribution-class battleships had no predicted course, only a fan-shaped red warning zone. Meanwhile, a Radiation-class battleship in the Afterglow fleet activated its tactical system, Blink. This ship was already positioned at the salient of the left flank battle formation, bearing a significant amount of firepower. With 3 blinks, it directly arrived at the forefront of the left flank battle formation. The immense pressure instantly attracted the attention of everyone on the left flank, and countless cannons, missiles, torpedoes, and fighter jets flew towards it. Hee, you've been tricked. The Demon Corps chuckled maliciously. Tachyon lances erupted from the Radiation-class battlecruiser, which, with its shields activated, unleashed all its energy weapons and death torpedoes at the Overlord-class battlecruiser in front of it. The battlecruiser's radiation energy surged to April 5th in an instant, forcing the ship to deactivate its shields and retreat, using its heavy armor to absorb the remaining damage. Planaga, Roman province name, radiation energy nearing its limit, retreating. Requesting replacement. Captain Planaga. As a consequence, the Radiation class, caught between the Imperial battlefront's left flank and Jeffrey's Seed-B's fleet of 10 capital ships, began to show white arcs of electricity emanating from its shields. Considering the slow speed of the torpedoes, the Radiation class, having exhausted its tactical systems, was essentially a doomed ship. Her aggressive maneuver not only drew all fire, but also blocked friendly artillery support. But at that moment, 2 Retribution-class ships suddenly appeared behind the retreating Planaga. The Retribution-class ships faced each other sternly, one bow pointing towards the half-turned Planaga's side. The other Retribution-class ship's bow was directly aimed at the Barris-class thrusters that had retreated from the front lines to the front of the Seed-B's fleet. Breakthrough successful, the Radiation class sent this message, then unleashed a full-scale missile launch. In the magnificent wave of lasers, energy, and missiles, she deliberately overloaded herself, using her hull as cover to absorb all the damage, instantly suffering heavy damage. But at the same instant, the Retribution class opened fire on the armed merchant ship, the civilian-hulled Barris class. The Retribution class possessed 2 large missile bays, both equipped with twin Hades 2 Mr. torpedoes. This torpedo was a special design from the Dark Watch era, insanely equipped with a matter resonance generator. The larger the target the torpedo faced, the greater the damage. Simply put, the larger the target of the torpedo's explosion, the more resonant matter there was, and the greater the destruction. Now, the Hades 2 torpedo was facing a capital ship with a civilian hull. With just one salvo, for Hades 2 missiles penetrated the thruster exhaust, and the ship instantly disintegrated. From a distance, it looked like a person collapsing and convulsing. However, during the convulsions, the Barris class's tail engine exploded, and using the blast wound as a breach, the engine structure, hull, compartments, water in the reservoirs, and antimatter fuel in the fuel tanks all detached from the ship due to the resonance-induced disintegration, flying forward with inertia and scattering into space. Like a gutted pig struggling to escape the chopping block, its intestines spilling onto the ground. Then, as the torpedo blast waves swept through, the fuel tanks exploded. Meanwhile, the Retribution-class ships ahead quickly fired 3 volleys of 12 Hades 2 torpedoes, overloading the Planaga and destroying it. The battlefield descended into chaos. The B's fleet immediately dispersed, flanking the Barris-class wreckage from all directions to attack the 2 Retribution-class ships affected by the blast wave. Meanwhile, the left flank of the forward battle formation was locked in fierce combat by the Retribution-class ships behind it, which, along with the right flank of the invasion fleet centered around 3 Skies-class ships, launched a relentless attack. Using the Radiation-class ships as bait, letting the Retribution-class suicide attacks break through the formation. Julius felt a chill run down his spine, a profound sense of powerlessness washing over him. Yes, they were unmanned ships. If they died, they died. Their AI cores could be rebuilt as long as the afterglow remained. They were easily replicated. This is a production exchange, not just warship production, but also population. Even for an elite crew member, even a human from interstellar space, it takes 20 years to reach maturity under the relatively moderate intensity, small-scale warfare of a giant corporation. After several rounds of this, the Interstellar Empire's elite crew will be decimated. Even if they manage to rebuild their fleet, their combat strength will plummet. Commander-in-Chief Li Bin. Commander-in-Chief Li Bin. Help! He cried out frantically. Li Bin had already closed his eyes, not caring about letting the Hell Legion discover his secret of possessing the electronic warfare suppression they so proudly boasted of. He ordered the church's thief crabs to activate the ritual Maxwell's Twilight. Celia, clad in armor, drew her holographic broadsword from her waist, her white hair tied in a high ponytail, her eyes flashing with golden light, and angrily slashed at the void. Ha! Her roar echoed throughout the Candle Dragon, causing the entire ship to tremble slightly. In an instant, the previously seamlessly coordinated Legion fleet and the Afterglow fleet were subjected to a synchronized special hack, resulting in a brief disconnect. Sirius strike severed the Demon Core's suppression of the Afterglow, causing the two previously fused AI cores to separate again. Although this process only lasted a few minutes, Li Bin shut down the instruments to prevent the out-of-control AI from finding the culprit behind the sudden electronic warfare defeat. But it also bought enough time for the combined fleet. With the Radiation-class destroyers on the left flank sunk, the Retribution-class destroyers behind them suffered engine system failures and were unable to disengage, leaving them to await their demise. The battle formation was barely maintained. But inevitably, when the rampaging Skis-class destroyers charged in, the battlefield became a scene of carnage. From the moment the first capital ship was destroyed until the interim ceasefire that day, both sides had lost over 40 cruisers. July 28, 219 star calendar for 19. Fleet firepower is decreasing. Someone in the enemy situation observation room of the secondary command center shouted. What are you yelling about? We've been fighting for hours now, and the full-scale war just broke out. Isn't a decrease in firepower normal? Aren't the gun barrels being maintained? Damage control being repaired? Missile launchers being reloaded? Energy weapons having their crystals replaced? Ammunition not being produced in the shipyards? A staff officer immediately reprimanded. Enemy and friend are the same, don't make a fuss. The surviving ships on the battlefield alone have over 100 turrets destroyed. A temporary decrease in firepower is inevitable for both friend and foe. At the same time, the staff sent a request to ISA, Commander, taking advantage of the decreased firepower, we request that destroyers and frigates, with cruisers at the core, provide cover for the Bull tugboats and repair platforms to salvage wreckage around the battlefield and rescue those who have abandoned ship. ISA glanced at it and immediately forwarded it to Li Bin. Chapter 1007. Rescuing the crew and pilots was naturally essential, but dispatching an engineering team. Putting aside everything else, the engineering team of the Universal Alliance's main fleet was personally trained by him and Vulcan. They were top-tier experts. Their ability to scrape the ground 3 feet deep would make Feng Kuang envious. Sending only the Interstellar Empire's engineering team, that was clearly impossible. Li Bin's mind raced, and he began to do something with narrowed eyes. Seeing Li Bin's expression, Isa guessed that her husband might subconsciously feel some reluctance, so she suggested, large fleet. No, that's how fleet operations are. During the half-day to a day of turret repair and replacement, ammunition and carrier-based aircraft production, and damage control and repair, we should send out destroyers and frigates to cover the logistics fleet to salvage the wreckage. Whether it's battlefield repair or remelting, it will greatly benefit the operation. We've done these simulations before. Without these recovered metals and wreckage, the ship's own supplies simply cannot sustain the operation. A coordinated, monthly fleet operation. If we don't seize these resources, the runaway I will. Piloting the Hook Serpent, Jeffrey, already moderately damaged by Skis' relentless bombardment upon his arrival, spoke in the channel, but we fought so many battles before, even AI wars, and we never taken this risk. Isha retorted without mercy, you just took command of the fleet, shut up and watch and learn. Jeffrey immediately quieted down, slapping himself in the face, realizing how humiliating he'd been. He secretly vowed to go back and study fleet command tactics diligently. He would receive the most rigorous training in fleet command. But in fact, Jeffrey, who had worked his way up from destroyer captain, was impeccable in steering skills and captaincy, and his performance on the battlefield was outstanding. He worked with Mikhail to take down that small, damaged Skies-class destroyer, and destroy one of the enemy's large slot turrets. This was achieved after the Hook Serpent and Mikhail's Tiger Shark launched a full-scale attack on the Radiation-class destroyer. If it weren't for the firepower gap during reloading, he would have had a good chance of trading blows and inflicting moderate damage on the Skies-class destroyer. After berating Jeffrey, ISA turned to Li Bin on the company command channel and addressed the questions raised by other captains and logistics fleet members, including Jeffrey. We didn't do this before because only giant corporations could handle fleet operations. But now we are giant corporations. The entire war in the source of the Horizon system is built around us. These wrecks and scrap metal will become raw materials for ammunition production in the fleet's various shipboard factories. This is crucial to the ammunition supply for the next few days. The more we seize, the less pressure we can alleviate on the space station's transport, and the more we can reduce the enemy's potential ammunition production. As for the surviving crew members, I won't say much. In a war of this scale, every recruit who survives becomes a veteran, and every veteran becomes an elite. While ISA was speaking rapidly, Li Bin had already sent out complex orders to the entire command center. He did even more than ISA had expected. Besides the logistical fleets of the three factions, he mobilized all bounty hunters, pirates, and smugglers, getting everyone involved in looting the wreckage and rescuing survivors. Furthermore, through the neural link, Li Bin, with the help of Celia's power, directly issued bounties across the entire battlefield, prioritizing bounty amounts and points based on the size of the wreckage. In addition to salvage, he also issued several major bounties and incentive programs for escorting hunters, including Guardian, Kill, and effective air defense. Everyone who went to the battlefield to haul supplies earned points and star coins. In recent years, the Multi-Corner Trade Alliance has amassed a fortune in star coins. From several giant corporations, they earned far more than just mountains of gold and seas of silver. Only after finishing all that did Li Bin wipe his sweat and open his eyes, looking at his wife's projection with a half-smile. He muttered on the private channel, "You think too little of your husband. I was just making a bounty form, and your scolding makes me sound like some petty person." Isha immediately slapped her head, putting on a pitiful expression. Okay, I'm sorry. "Oh, husband's the best, husband's magnanimous. Fight first, I deal with you properly after we win." Li Bin said this, ending his sweet talk with his wife, and, having taken half a dose of stimulant, threw himself back into his work. While the two were talking, the invading fleet and the combined fleet's destroyers and escorts began fighting for wreckage on the battlefield. The out-of-control AI destroyed all battlefield distress signals, while the humans rushed to rescue survivors. At this point, the high-class ocean-going mining ship acquired by Prism Freeport proved invaluable. For safety, it only patrolled the battlefield near the space station. However, equipped with nanofilters, it could collect escape pods and debris along with the wreckage. By deploying drones on the ship's basket-shaped hull, it could rescue crew members who fell in, while the remaining debris was easily recovered. As the commander-in-chief, Li Bin was quite busy. First, he had to assess the battle damage and results. In the recent battle, the most direct losses to their side were a Barris-class armed merchant ship and a Dominator-class battlecruiser from the Interstellar Empire. In the subsequent battle, the main losses occurred on the left flank, with one Universal Union Zone Z-class ship sinking. To cover the Caesar class, the ship's captain was ordered to advance, releasing all missiles to delay the enemy, resulting in the loss of 3 Obsidian-class cruisers. In addition, 2 Dominator-class battlecruisers were lost. The Sea Beast fleet's Hook Serpent and Tiger Shark, Odyssey class, were moderately damaged, and the Flounder, Conqueror class, was sunk. The invading fleet lost 2 Retribution-class battlecruisers, 1 Radiation-class battleship, 2 Skis-class ships with minor damage, 1 Skis-class ship with major damage, 1 Great Eagle-class ship with moderate damage, and 1 Castella-class ship with moderate damage. Besides these, the invading fleet lost 11 cruisers, while the combined fleet lost 37 cruisers, more than half of which were requisitioned armed merchant ships. TSK, they're the attackers, yet they suffer fewer losses. Aren't the Legion ships and Twilight ships a bit too strong? Julius thought to himself, feeling uneasy. That means the invading fleet still has 9 ships intact. Should he suggest the commander-in-chief consolidate the defensive line? He pondered, then contacted Alexei. Unexpectedly, Alexei, from Kelduff Technologies, a company known for its low-key approach and tendency to retreat when outmatched, was unusually insistent on continuing the fight. Casualty figures are currently unavailable, but our heavy losses are a certainty, Julius explained in astonishment. Alexei's attitude was firm. We cannot retreat. Retreating means abandoning our comrades still awaiting rescue on the battlefield. Even the Universal Alliance hasn't said anything about withdrawing. Isn't Nova City your Interstellar Empire's home? What gives you the right to suggest retreating? Do you want to expose Nova City, your former capital, to the shadow of enemy fleets, to be bombed and ravaged again, to be forced to submit to the Hell Legion once more? Julius was shocked. Alexei, you're someone who came from the bureaucratic system of Kelduff Technologies, with bureaucratic blood flowing through your veins. Aren't you supposed to be the most adept at self-preservation? When did you become so hot-blooded? Alexei didn't waste words with Julius, but instead stared intently at the sky battle system, awaiting further instructions. He had made up his mind. Even if it meant disobeying the Secretary General's orders, he would send the 3rd Carrier Fleet if the Global Alliance needed him. Everyone has moments of passionate fervor in their life, and Alexei's blood was boiling now. Chapter 1008. New Star City Space Station. Imperial personnel, clad in bulky protective suits and carrying makeshift jetpacks, rapidly transferred supplies using the space station's various large compartments as hubs. Where are the jetpacks? Why are they out of stock? A burly, bearded Imperial man pounded his fist on the supply distribution point, cursing. The head of the supply distribution point, responsible for issuing jetpacks, was also visibly annoyed. We're urging them. This is an emergency conscription. Hundreds of thousands of people across the entire space station have been conscripted. Factories are working overtime to produce them. It takes time. The bearded man frowned. My squad needs jetpacks. Otherwise, with such a large space station, if medicine can't be delivered, who will be responsible for the lives of the wounded? What are you barking about? The head of the distribution point snapped. It's all because of your improper use. Each jetpack, according to its design lifespan, should be reusable for at least a week. The bearded man grabbed the head of the distribution point, his eyes wide with fury. What did you say? The head of the distribution point, though thin, showed no fear. Where did I go wrong? So many people were conscripted to transport supplies. How come your squad alone broke 3 jetpacks per person in just a few hours? It's all because the relay communication device lost contact. Nova City doesn't have the Imperial God's command. What kind of rubbish wiring did that AI core plan? The bearded man cursed. Other teams queuing nearby, along with station staff, tried to dissuade them, saying, garlic bird, it's all for the Empire. The bearded man and the person in charge refused to budge, seemingly ready to engage in a full-blown fight. The distribution station quickly became crowded and chaotic. Get out of the way! Just as they were arguing, a Marine squad leader, wearing power armor and carrying a megaphone on his shoulders, descended from the sky with 12 fully armed Marines. This area, originally a commercial district, had been demolished to make way for a temporary medical hub during the war. The Marines emerged from the original VIP lane, their magnetic boots slicing along the walls with incredible speed, charging into the crowd at their captain's warning shout. Seeing the Marines charge, the crowd scattered. A bearded man, his face lighting up, exclaimed, "Good? Sir! I report this." Before he could finish, a large, alloy hand clad in a power glove slammed into his face, slamming him to the ground. The rest of the squad was immediately subdued. The Marines brought the team under control in 5 seconds. Before the crowd could erupt in chaos, the captain announced loudly over the megaphone, "Paromias, you accepted bribes from Hell Legion agents, took on missions to cause trouble, consumed war zone resources in New Star City, destroyed medical supplies, and instigated a riot. The evidence is irrefutable. In the name of the Empire, you've been caught." A projection popped out of the backpack behind the squad leader, showing a video of a bruised and battered Hell Legion agent confessing his crimes. The initially bewildered crowd erupted in a frenzy. Holy crap! I thought he was just a good Samaritan trying to help. That deserves to die. Damaging the jetpack is one thing, but he even maliciously destroyed medical supplies. Those things that were supposed to save lives, he's probably destroyed them all. Kill! 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 Amidst the uproar, the squad leader's gloved hand extended a needle, plunging it into the bearded man's neck. It easily pierced his protective suit. Within seconds, Paromias convulsed, foaming at the mouth, his body paralyzed. Though still alive, death was inevitable. The cyanide mixed with anesthetic was injected directly into the spine. Within seconds, the body would stiffen, the rest of the time would simply be waiting for the cyanide to take effect. Spies, in a state of physical paralysis and heightened mental clarity, since death approaching, they might survive for a few more minutes, perhaps 10 minutes or so. Of course, this is the time allotted for the drug to be administered, but the squad leader, glancing around at the indignant crowd, figured this guy wouldn't last a minute. The lethal injection is to avoid contaminating the space station and save time on cleanup afterwards. These men are yours, don't contaminate the space station. With that, the squad leader led his men away. Behind him stood a silent crowd. Then someone shouted, "Kill that bastard." Like a stone thrown into a calm lake, ripples of passion began to surge. People used their fists, their blunt weapons, to exact revenge on these scoundrels who had accepted funding and betrayed the Empire. The squad leader had no time to pay attention to any of this until the final battle erupted, when the Empire's intelligence agencies discovered that so many spies were hidden within the space station. These spies, usually silent, had only been awakened today, causing all sorts of disruption in intelligence transmission and logistical harassment. Jetpacks, simple little devices, were produced ahead of schedule according to the final battle plan, yet they couldn't meet everyone's needs. This was because a lower-level manager in the industrial sector had been brainwashed and modified by Legion agents, deliberately concealing and delaying accurate data, and even disrupting an assembly line. Following this lower-level manager, the Empire found a hospital disguised as a facility providing cheap medical services to workers, and subsequently discovered the brainwashing and modification operating room hidden inside, which Legion agents called Glorious Evolution. The squad leader shook his head, banishing his random thoughts. He searched for new missions in his information helmet, only to find that the progress bars for the missions in his space station module, which had been almost completed, had all stopped. Grain Depot, what happened? He immediately pressed. Grain Depot customer service. The airport department has discovered a special agent. Other Marines in your module have been urgently redeployed for screening. Please temporarily take on other tasks. Sam was somewhat uneasy. The Legion's plan was supposed to be flawless. His position, his department, already had strict entry requirements and monitoring mechanisms. This meant that once someone joined, there would be no further screening. But now the situation was different. First, the workload in his office decreased. Then, the security guards at the entrance changed shifts, replaced by Marines. Next, the drones used for transferring and assigning tasks stopped, and the new drones were equipped with rapid-acting anesthetic launchers. Immediately afterwards, the Grain Depot supply officer, along with personnel from the engineering and monitoring departments, entered. The term fermentarii is the name of an official in the Roman intelligence service, originating from the Latin word fermentarii, meaning grain. Originally, it referred to scouts in the Roman legions responsible for gathering food for the army. A more accurate translation would be forage collector, responsible for obtaining food from the enemy. Later, with the establishment and refinement of the Roman intelligence service, this position evolved into that of an intelligence agent. The Interstellar Empire, having established a relatively complete space Roman system, naturally retains a substantial amount of Roman history. In terms of historical and cultural depth, the Interstellar Empire stands at the pinnacle of spacefaring power, overlooking other factions. The appearance of the fermentarii also signifies Sam's impending death. Sam smiled faintly. Working here, he had no opportunity to commit suicide by hiding poison on his person. So he grabbed his terminal, smashed it against his temple, and bit off his tongue. If it weren't for the zero gravity of the space station, he would have followed up by jumping from the U-shaped building, smashing his skull to pieces. Now the secret can be kept, right? He thought reassuredly before losing consciousness. Chapter 1009. Stop pretending to be asleep now that you're awake. The vital signs monitoring system already showed your heart rate and brainwave activity. The fake death device in your brain has been removed. Stop pretending. A cold, emotionless voice pierced his ears, ruining Sam's plan to feign unconsciousness. He opened his eyes, wanting to see who could decipher the Legion's technology. He still had a biomass signal transmitter implanted in his lungs, a legacy of Nightwatch technology, allowing him to launch another attack. But what he saw drastically challenged his mental world and values. The scene before him made him freeze, a sense of dread washing over him. He trembled all over, as if fear were gripping his throat. Based on the weight he felt, he was in a small compartment on the outermost edge of the space station. The compartment revolved around the station, using centrifugal force to simulate gravity, hence the noticeable pulling sensation. But that wasn't important. What mattered was that, centered on the source of the simulated gravity, he was bound and unable to move. The front of him consisted of 4 smooth mirrors. Under the illumination of the operating lights and the mirrors, he could easily see his dissected brain through the mirrors as soon as he opened his eyes. Yes, he had smashed his temples, and with a blunt object, he had also injured his brain. Brain hemorrhage could kill him at any moment, especially in zero gravity in space, where intracranial hemorrhage is far more deadly than on a planet. Both sides of his skull were cut off, the flesh was trimmed, and instantly burned away with a laser to prevent further bleeding. His white brain contracted rhythmically, the blood vessels and the grooves were cleared, and the damaged brain tissue was severed. Everything was thriving and steadily improving. Except for the worms wriggling in the ravines, and the countless worms tangled and intertwined within the removed brain. He wanted to scream, his heart pounded with fear, his blood pressure soared, and the worms, startled by his movements, began to crawl and slither in the mirror's reflection. In that instant, all thoughts of glorious evolution and suicide vanished. He felt his mind had been completely emptied. But he couldn't make a sound. He opened his mouth, but his vocal cords wouldn't contract, only a hissing sound escaped. At this moment, a middle-aged man with tan skin and a somewhat rigid appearance, wearing terminal glasses and a probe, entered Sam's field of vision. He forced a smile and looked at him with the kind of loving gaze one would give a precious specimen. "Hello, Mr. Spy, I am Dong Lixiang, the head of the Universal Joint Biological Research Center. I'm the one who saved your life. TSK, not easy at all. I used the dosage of 2 people, plus the organ-simulating cultivation characteristics of the neural parasite, to restore your brain. Your lost memories are irretrievable, and your bodily functions will also malfunction. But don't worry, give my little darlings some time to adapt. In a few days, they will adapt to your neural network, allowing you to regain control of your body," Sam murmured. Dong Lixiang glanced at him and said, "You can't speak, which isn't a side effect. It's just that during clinical trials, there were always people shouting and making a lot of noise, showing no respect for the difference between the experimental subject and the experimental subject. So I had the neural parasite control your body and opened your vocal cords." Sam's expression immediately became excited. Dong Lixiang scratched his head and laughed. "Don't get so excited. It's not some advanced technology. It's just replacing your nerves with neural parasites to cut off your mind's control over your body's functions. You should rest and recover first. I use you for experiments later to see if my little darling can resist the brainwashing of the Hell Legion. The CEO called me. I'm adapting first, and I look forward to your cooperation once you're fully conscious after the brainwashing is lifted. Oh, by the way, don't even think about using that device in your lungs to send messages. My neural parasites have already cut off your control over your breathing. Now your lungs are managed by your little darlings. If you cause trouble, I suffocate you until you faint and then wake you up." Then the head disappeared from the mirror, leaving Sam helplessly watching countless worms entangled together, so large they were visible to the naked eye, moving in and out of his brain. At the VIP spaceport of the Nova City Space Station, temporarily assigned senior engineers were working at full speed to produce the Scarab torpedo. Someone complained, "No, hollowing out the Death torpedo is one thing, but can a boarding torpedo even be fitted with one? Installing cooling equipment, adding armor to the torpedo, and replacing the warhead with a thermobaric armor-piercing bomb, what's the point?" His question was quickly answered. Dong Lixiang arrived at the airport on the railcar, his steps unsteady and arrogant. Amidst the salutes and greetings from the crew of the Universal Union, the train carriages parted from the top, revealing the equipment inside. Hundreds of gregarious squid, contained in horizontally placed, transparent hibernation pods filled with life-sustaining fluid, were listlessly turning left and right, their eyes unable to close. Rolling billows of condensed and liquefied water vapor, spreading with a low temperature, clung to the engineers' ankles, like invisible, wet tentacles brushing against them, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. Alexei, who had been ordered to cooperate, was waiting patiently. Upon seeing this scene, his jaw nearly dropped. He stiffly walked over and shook hands with Dong Lixiang. Dong Lixiang warmly shook his hand. "Mr. Alexei, is that right? Although your rank is lower than mine, you should be the one bowing to me, but we're currently working together on a project, and the business can't function without either of us. In this urgent situation, let's treat each other as equals this time." While Alexei was still bewildered, Dong Lixiang continued, "The autonomous behemoth is ready. The ones in the closed carriages are gregarious squid, the larger ones in the back can only be unloaded by opening them. Without further ado, please have your fleet's carrier-based aircraft ammunition depots unload immediately. The pulse bombs have been deployed. Now, the Scarab torpedoes are on. CO cough. The Commander-in-Chief orders all aircraft on both Narva-class carriers to be fully equipped with Scarab torpedoes. Once the signal is given, approach and launch them at the designated target." Alexei hesitated. I heard of the power of your behemoths, but aren't they only effective in boarding and airborne operations? Our enemy is an out-of-control AI. Although there are manned ships, the probability of a precise hit is." Dong Lixiang smiled without saying a word, as if to say, "I don't blame you for your ignorance." He waited until Alexei finished expressing his doubts before floating on the air and saying, "You always underestimate us. The Universal Union's biotechnology is the best in the star field, especially in the area of bio-beasts. In short, Alexei, this is the Commander-in-Chief's order. Please obey." After saying this, Dong Lixiang brushed past Alexei. In that fleeting moment, Alexei heard Dong Lixiang's barely audible instruction. "The enemy has many operational targets, and attrition of elite personnel is one of them. Neither the Universal Union nor the Interstellar Empire can withstand such losses. We must find another way." The Wenyao flashed through Alexei's mind instantly. He nodded emphatically, as if making a firm decision. Chapter 1010. July 29th, Star Calendar 219, 9:30 a.m. The previously chaotic battlefield was almost completely cleared. Thanks to the wreckage recovery efforts of both sides, most of the major spaceships had been salvaged. Any fragments the size of a destroyer were within the scope of the cleanup. While smaller, broken fragments also had salvage value, the efficiency was far too low. Speaking of efficiency, humanity was far superior. Damn, the Universal Alliance is truly resourceful. They even managed to bring out a Hive-class destroyer from Hyena Mining. With this thing, battlefield salvage is as easy as it gets. Former Pirate King and top gold medal hunter, Bai Shah, muttered, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his elbow resting on his temporary vehicle, a Dragon Horse-class destroyer equipped with large-scale Locust missiles, a friendly gift from the Universal Alliance. His subordinates marveled, even just on the edge of the battlefield, using Bull-class tugboats to tow it over, then loading it into the bucket and pushing it away. That's so convenient. With the fighting so intense, you can't find a single large, intact capital ship wreck. Every single piece can easily fill the bucket. The group stood at the edge of the airport, gazing at the thing that was a size larger than a regular capital ship because it was used for mining, finding it a truly pleasing sight. The Hive class, after being salvaged from the battlefield, was also covered in mottled scars. A small portion of the damage was caused by collisions with wreckage during salvage, but most was from damage inflicted by out-of-control AI destroyers fighting for the wreckage. The Hive class even lost 3 small turrets. In order to grab the wreckage, it sometimes had to deactivate its shields during battlefield salvage, activating them before swallowing the wreckage. Not only would the shields blast the wreckage away, but the ship's radiation energy would also be severely compromised. Of course, there were also consequences of harassment from out-of-control AI. The airport was now teeming with people, all returning from the battlefield. They were shouting, talking loudly, their faces displaying a variety of emotions. A single glance was enough to discern who had profited greatly, and who had made a small fortune from their expressions of joy and sorrow. As for those crying, that meant their chance to make a fortune had been snatched away by the out-of-control AI. How could the out-of-control AI be so wicked? A chubby man with a yellow, cornrow-like hairstyle complained through tears. I saw that Conqueror-class wreckage. It was split in 4 pieces, and I wasn't even greedy. I just wanted to take a piece with my brothers, but those Hound-class ships from the ditch were beating me down. That's so unfair, he protested. It's a frigate, how come it's stronger than our destroyers? Someone comforted him. Come on, you're lucky to be alive. Anything from Hela is dangerous. Although that's true, if the Hive-class ships hadn't been busy towing the Radiation-class wreckage, we might have had a chance to salvage it. In fact, the battlefield salvage operation was more chaotic than the war itself. Hunters and various merchant guilds and companies in Nova City all wanted a piece of the pie, resulting in a chaotic battle with the out-of-control AI's salvage ships. The forces were intertwined, and sometimes a single cruiser wreckage would change hands several times. Typically, human escort ships lock onto a target, plan their course, and call for reinforcements. If they encounter a ship with malfunctioning AI, they are forced to retreat. Once their teammates arrive, they immediately rush in, launching a surprise attack and destroying the Bull-class tugboats controlled by the Hell Legion slave laborers. A short while later, they are overwhelmed by the new escorting slave laborers legion of Afterglow escort destroyers. This eventually leads to a small-scale battle between the two sides, and the wreckage from these battles becomes the new salvage targets. These battles were a formidable challenge for both the hunters and the scavenging teams. They had never encountered such difficult combat in their lives. Even many opportunists, who had come from the eastern part of the star system, hoping to take advantage of the Nova City's status as a frontline fortress and the frequent warfare to accept missions, salvage wreckage, and then steal the contents of the cargo hold fuel tanks, had to admit that the intensity of the fighting in the past few days, in some areas, had surpassed the scale of the second and third AI wars, and was reminiscent of the first AI war. A sky full of unmanned ships, the Afterglow markings, electronic warfare suppression, the Interstellar Empire's tenacious armor-piercing resistance, the slogan for the future of humanity. The lingering tension was palpable. Notify all non-combat units to withdraw. The intermission is over. Now it's time for the second battle. Isha returned to the secondary command center, clapped her hands to attract everyone's attention, and began issuing orders. So those armed merchant ships, tugboats, and various old ships, some 7, 8, 9, even a dozen times old, battered and rusty, clearly untouched for decades, immediately abandoned their salvaged spoils and fled. It wasn't that the spoils weren't tempting, but that war was too terrifying. Light lances, torpedoes, missiles, and electromagnetic railguns once again dominated the battlefield. Torpedoes and missiles clashed, destroyers and frigates began to capture positions, and took the opportunity to launch a few Reaper torpedoes at the out-of-group cruisers. The probing began again. Good news, we have the advantage in wreckage salvage. The out-of-control AI only salvaged the Conqueror-class wreckage and half of the nascent Sol-class wreckage. The remaining capital ship wreckage is all in our hands. But they salvaged more cruisers. ISA, holding the report, said to Li Bin, "We have the advantage in manpower and the number of ships, plus the looming threat of the space station. The enemy's salvage fleet dares not cross the median line. The high-class salvage vessels are highly efficient. Furthermore, the enemy's laborers are busy repairing ships and can't fully commit to recovery operations. After all, we have the advantage of home ground." Li Bin wasn't concerned about these things. In a battle of this scale, ships destroyed are almost certainly not recoverable within a day or two. Both sides tacitly agreed to give the enemy's destroyed ships multiple hits, precisely to prevent them from being able to recover using gold for repairs and damage control. The experience of World War II tens of thousands of years ago demonstrated to the world the success of the Americans, with their industrial Cthulhu-like capabilities, who could repair a ship in a day or two and use production capacity to overwhelm the combined fleet. Today, with giant corporations everywhere, these experiences are already second nature. Li Bin rubbed his forehead. Is this enough raw material? What about the raw material reserves of each capital ship? Alexei's second carrier fleet is only at 63% of its full capacity. Their capital ships are being repaired too much. Besides that, other moderately damaged ships are only at about 80% of their full capacity, while those with minor damage or less are at full capacity. Li Bin nodded in satisfaction. If we can repair ships like this even with the space station behind us, the situation for the enemy will only be worse. ISA added, but don't forget that Hela's external armor has non-self-healing materials, allowing her to repair herself, so we can't measure it by normal standards. After saying this, ISA pressed further. After you activated Laplace's Twilight, you also took the opportunity to scan the space station's spy situation. Did you hack the relay communicator to contact Lan Yuan and Tang Zhuofan? To be on the safe side, no. Li Bin said while directing the fleet's advance and retreat to hold back the out-of-control AI fleet. The out-of-control AI has spun out reconnaissance ships and taken control of the relay communicators. I'm worried that those escort ships might directly connect to the relay communicators with the AI cores. If they hack in like that, unless we destroy those AI cores, we'd definitely be locked on. But even if we destroy them, it will alert the extinction creatures. They realize we have the ability to remotely paralyze or even destroy AI cores. That way, the invading fleet will most likely retreat. Li Bin said, bolstering his spirits. Lan Yuan is already on its way. The objective of the 8th phase of the operation is only twofold. First, to deceive the out-of-control AI, making them believe that this is the decisive battle, and to wear them down as much as possible. Second, to buy time until reinforcements arrive. If the out-of-control AI retreats, all our efforts will be in vain. Now there are less than 2 days left. No matter what, we can win by dragging it out, even if it's just a hard drag. Sound strategy. ISA couldn't help but praise after listening to the analysis. Chapter 10:11. Pay attention to the battle line. Dominator-class Irene, ancient Roman province, your position is too high. Lower the z-axis by 7 degrees, maintain the integrity of the battle formation. You requested a Goal 8 ground charge? Do you think you're invincible just because you have 4 Dictator-class ships with Imperial armor sets protecting you? The enemy also has 2 Retribution-class ships, and the damaged Radiation class has had its engine system repaired and has arrived on the battlefield. Do you want to be trampled to death by teleportation and space jumps? Pa! If you want to die, let your first mate take over command. Don't make us lose the battle. In the secondary command center, the staff officers transformed into Zonite masters, each spewing profanities, waking up the captains who were only focused on the local situation and were provoked by the conservative battle formation and the enemy. They rejected proposal after proposal from the front lines, while their own proposals were rejected round after round by ISA. Commander, deploy the Zhongzi-class destroyers. Their missiles can effectively force the enemy's cruiser offensive. The staff officer earnestly advised Isha, the combined fleet's cruisers are sinking too quickly. 4 cruisers have already sunk in just 2 hours since the start of the battle. No! Isha rejected the idea. The commander-in-chief has his own plans, you're not allowed to cause trouble. Unlike the previous chaotic battles, this time the losses were on the battlefield. It was like erecting an impenetrable wall, yet the enemy still found a weakness. Besides the difference in mass between manned and unmanned ships, the biggest problem is reaction speed. Even if the captain underwent neural link modification surgery and directly controlled the ship with his brain, the other compartments and gun positions still required human operation, which introduced a reaction time. This means the captain can bypass the staff and issue orders directly to specific turrets and compartments. However, when orders are executed by humans, there's a time lag between hearing the instruction, understanding it, and executing it. Unmanned ships, on the other hand, don't have this process. The entire ship moves according to the captain's will as soon as a decision is made. Through repeated back and forth, over hours or even half a day or a whole day, this difference in reaction time gradually widens with shelling, radiation, and maneuvering until it becomes irreversible. This is where the importance of a genius captain and commander becomes apparent. Humans can predict, but true geniuses and experts can switch tactics after the out-of-control AI has figured out their fighting style, completely dismantling the opponent's big data simulation and seizing the opportunity. This is the information gap. You thought I was going to retreat as before? So you push forward, right? But what I'm going to do is charge. The unpredictable nature of human thought, the occasional flash of inspiration, can either ruin an opportunity or seize victory. Its essence is gambling. Fortunately, aside from unfortunate encounters, Li Bin never fought unprepared battles. Isha, the right-wing fleet can prepare, Li Bin ordered. Upon receiving the order, Isha halted the staff's minor adjustments to the right-wing fleet's battle formation. The day before yesterday, the left-wing Sea Beast fleet lost one Flounder-class ship and one Barris-class armed merchant ship. Mikhail's Tiger Shark fought valiantly but suffered heavy damage, significantly reducing the left-wing's strength. Therefore, two Bowhead Whale-class ships were transferred from the right wing to reinforce it. The left wing was replenished, but the right wing was left with a lack of capital ships. Meanwhile, the invading fleet gained the return of 3 delayed capital ships. It could be said that its peak combat strength was not severely damaged. Overall, it could only be considered lightly wounded. Thus, it was clearly visible to the naked eye that, due to the battle formation's arrangement, the right flank became the weaker side and naturally became the target. And as the fine-tuning of the right flank battle formation ceased, more than an hour later, the right flank was in a state where cruisers and capital ships were only connected by destroyers and frigates. Otherwise, they could be considered partially disconnected. This is a trap. This was the judgment of the Ironheart Annihilator. According to spy reports, besides merchant ships, the human spaceports don't even have Prometheus-class ships. They have no reinforcements. The Demon Corps immediately refuted this. But the humans deliberately exposed their right flank. This is a trap. The Ironheart Annihilator continued. The trap can be broken. Immediately assess the probability of breaking through. A dozen minutes later, after repeated assessments and evaluations of combat strength, the Ironheart Annihilator gave its result. The human battle formation's right flank is adjacent to the planetary bombardment field. The human forces are attempting to lure our forces in from the right flank, using hyperspace planetary bombardment to accidentally injure our forces. The probability of the human fleet and space station launching a pincer attack is 97%. Countermeasures: the hyperspace bombardment fleet should reduce the scale of its bombardment and continue to suppress the planet. Our forces should cut in from the right flank, breach the right flank, and launch a surprise attack on the space station. Before the human forces can react, we should reduce the space station's radiation to a dangerous level, then turn around and destroy the left flank, disrupting the battle formation and driving out the human fleet. Winning probability assessment in progress. Current winning probability, 81%. Influencing factors: the overall quality of each class of our ships surpasses that of the human forces. Judgment result, feasible. Execution plan: the Demon Corps made the final decision. Therefore, the radiation class adjusted its position, sacrificing a cruiser to absorb fire in front of it, buying itself time. July 29th, 219 Star Calendar, 1355. The radiation class ship reappeared, but this time, it wasn't the one that attracted the damage first. In front of it were 3 Bright-class unmanned cruisers and 1 Star Eclipse-class unmanned warship. The former possessed a tactical system, plasma burst thrusters. The latter possessed a tactical system, scorching thrusters. Combined with the cruiser's smaller size, this allowed them to charge ahead of the radiation class and absorb the full damage of the initial battles. "They're here! They're here!" Julius, sweating profusely, warned all captains in the command channel. But the loudest response came not from the Star Empire's captains, but from the Universal Alliance's captains. "That damned bone chewer is entering the fray. Prepare to attack." Everyone had already been thoroughly humiliated by the Retribution class's repeated mishaps, but the previous 2 Retribution class ships were already dead, avenging their comrades. Only this Bone Chewer, a retribution class that had attracted so much hatred, was still alive. Unacceptable. Then Julius witnessed a scene that astonished him. The Star Empire's right flank was frantically focusing fire on the cruiser on one side, attempting to tear it apart before the radiation class could engage, preventing it from unleashing its tachyon lances to severely damage them. Meanwhile, the Allied fleet ceased firing its main guns, waiting impatiently, only using small anti-aircraft water cannons to spray water. If we can't deal with the radiation-class ships in time, we can't attack the enemy fleet behind them. And then, there are Retribution-class ships causing trouble from behind. A pincer attack, this is bad. His heart skipped a beat, realizing the danger. At the same time, 2 Retribution-class ships made their dazzling appearance. Excellent! ISA, in charge of the specific command, brightened up and shouted, "All Zombie-class ships, aim at the Retribution-class ships, fire all their missiles." This time, the Zombie-class ships didn't open their cargo holds. Instead, flames erupted from their hulls as the antimatter fuel propulsion systems melted the thick coating on the hulls, leaving a blackened patch. 6 Zongzi-class destroyers, each with 7 cargo holds, were uniformly equipped with salted meat torpedoes. Salted meat torpedoes, guided torpedoes produced using fuel tank technology to simulate cargo holds, each filled with antimatter fuel, flew towards the Retribution-class destroyers under the cover of guns and missiles from the combined global fleet. In that instant, the Retribution-class destroyers, suddenly thrust into the fray, found themselves in immense danger, surrounded by death torpedoes, cyber missiles, and fire serpent missiles, with the salted meat torpedoes mixed in, their flight paths all designed by the veteran carrier-based aircraft commander, Drunken Dream, Shallow Smile. The torpedoes didn't swarm in, instead, they spread out in all directions, forming a hemispherical shape among the other missiles and torpedoes, enveloping the 2 Retribution-class destroyers. Activate the shields or not? Activate them, and you be hit by my Azure Dragon's Tachyon Light Spears, Magic Sword Fighters, and a fleet of cyber missiles. Prepare to be paralyzed by the overloaded power grid. Don't activate the shields, and you be ambushed by my Magic Sword Fighters and Fire Serpent missiles. He die. Shu Jin laughed arrogantly on the bridge of the Azure Dragon, like a villain. On the public channel, Hulixi arrogantly mocked, "Idiot. A righteous saint won't be defeated twice by the same move. Prepare to abandon ship, you idiot." Meanwhile, the 2 Narva-class ships of Alexei slowly flew forward from the rear, calling their pilots to board. "We're in the second wave. Don't pick up friendly forces. Fly directly to the target after takeoff." Chapter 10-12. Misjudgment. Misjudgment. Humanity also possesses antimatter attack capabilities. The demonic core of the Retribution-class Bone Chewer reported, but the news came too late. The Bone Chewer stubbornly chose to activate its shields. This way, she could use the electric grid and the ship to hold out for 2 rounds, delaying as much time as possible. That was the Bone Chewer's original plan, but when a Bowhead Whale-class ship, a Azure Dragon-class ship, a Shia-class ship, Star-type, with a massive number of flash drones, the Ju Rong-class's Lancer siege cannons, and a whole bunch of Obsidian ships from the Universal Alliance's core fleet, all equipped with missile launchers, surged forward, overwhelming her with excessive cyber shields and distracting her. She then realized that the combat power of the right-wing and left-wing battle formations was not on the same level. The Universal Alliance's ordinary capital ships were indeed of low quality, but the Azure Dragon-class and Shia-class were exceptions. And with the ambushing guided missiles of the Zombie-class destroyers falling, the antimatter explosions were the best the bone-chewing ship could do. Its shields dissipated to deflect the first wave of antimatter blasts. After sending this message, she perished before her sisters. All that hella external armor, all that sturdy hull, all that explosion-proof airtight doors, it's all useless against saturation fire. With over 20 torpedoes, each 300 meters long and 50 meters wide and high, crammed full of antimatter fuel, even a Skyscreen-class destroyer would be doomed. Because the ammunition magazines and fuel tanks would become excellent accomplices. A single hit is fatal. A secondary explosion destroying the ship is part of naval warfare. If you don't like it, don't play. Go talk to the Zombie-class designers. It's all about one-shot kills. Dead. Destroyed the Bone Chewer. The captains of the Interstellar Alliance cheered, some even shedding tears. Old Chun, we avenged you. Amid their cheers, the second Retribution-class ship was overloaded by a Dragonfire torpedo, and then engulfed by an antimatter explosion. Great! Julius pounded the command platform with delight, not caring that his hands were bleeding. Destroying 2 Retribution-class ships in 30 minutes directly resolved the predicament of being attacked from both inside and outside, thus preventing his battle formation from falling into the predicament of the day before yesterday. He grabbed the microphone and addressed the entire fleet. "This is the commander. Our allies have just destroyed 2 Retribution-class ships, achieving the fastest sinking of a capital ship in this battle. Oh! Victory! Awesome! Humanity is truly amazing." Every ship and every compartment in the Interstellar Empire fleet was filled with immense joy and jubilation. The enemy's tactics had been thwarted. 3 cruisers preceding the Radiation class had sunk, leaving only one struggling to hold on. Once she was dealt with, even if the Radiation class, advancing at full speed, retreated, it would be too late. At least a major damage. The first mate's prediction trailed off at the last word, as if his throat had been slit, because the enemy had also changed tactics. The subsequent fleet mobilized and advanced before the Radiation class began to appear. Taking advantage of Julius and the Allied fleet behind him focusing their fire on their respective targets, the out-of-control AI's left and right flank fleets gained 30 minutes of unattended attack. They pressed forward, bypassing the wreckage of their assault cruisers, clinging to the Interstellar Empire's battle formation, while their capital ships and cruisers flew past their engaged allies, plunging into the bombardment zone. Boom! The bombing zone is shrinking. Julius screamed. The battle formation was originally positioned along the bombing zone, utilizing the artificially created death zone by the bombing fleet as terrain for deployment. However, following the invading fleet's orders, the bombing fleet in hyperspace reduced the number of antimatter bombs and sensor-guided mines deployed. As a result, the previously high-frequency explosion death zone transformed into a low-frequency explosion zone that could be quickly traversed. From a distance, it looked like a shrinking circle. The Skies class, Great Eagle class, and Castella class ships calmly passed through, enduring occasional friendly fire from surface-to-surface mines and antimatter bombs, cutting into the space station from the outside. The Skies class's powerful firepower and armor formed the front, while the bombers released by the Great Eagle class and Castella class ships, mixed among a dazzling array of tactical systems such as time-disrupting illusions and time-flow shells, quickly destroyed the destroyers and frigates located at the edge of the bombing zone. The edge of the battle formation was torn apart, creating further opportunities for the out-of-control AI fleet to launch a pincer attack. Julius was going crazy. He could only watch helplessly as the enemy brushed past him. The capital ship's cumbersome nature made turning difficult, not to mention the presence of the Radiation class and a troublesome Skies class destroyer. "Don't panic." Li Bin's voice broke through the command channel. His calm and confident tone reassured Julius. "Julius, continue holding the line. Not a single capital ship is allowed to retreat. If the battle formation breaks down, it's all over." Li Bin's face was flushed, a mixture of surprise at the unexpected breakthrough and a joy that others couldn't understand. The enemy had broken through. They had broken in. Every second, the enemy was getting closer. This meant their evacuation would be even more difficult. Notify the space station to immediately enter combat readiness. 4 of the Zhongzi-class ships will immediately evacuate and return to the space station for resupply. The other 2, carrying the battlefield mothership-class ships, will advance to the right flank of the Imperial battle formation for battlefield reloading. I take command. Isa took over the task and busied herself. The temporary splitting of the Zhongzi-class ships was inevitable. The battlefield mothership-class ships had limited resupply capacity and were slower than the space station. If all 6 Zhongzi-class ships were resupplied one by one, it would take more than 10 hours. Adding the cost of repositioning the main battleships, a whole day would be gone. Now, the only option was to send the remaining ships back immediately. This way, 2 Zhongzi-class ships could sandwich the battlefield mothership-class ships, allowing the latter to fully utilize their industrial robotic arms to resupply from both sides. Li Bin's actions were based on his strategic acumen and battlefield rationality. However, he didn't realize that this step would prevent the complete annihilation of the Zhongzi-class ships. Current win rate correction, 75%, correction factor. The Zhongzi-class ships are carrying unknown antimatter bombs, but they have already used up all their firepower. Current threat level, 0. Threat level in 1 hour, 70%. Modified primary objective. Focus fire on the Zhongzi-class ships to destroy the human fleet's subsequent antimatter bombing capabilities. Human defenses have been breached, falling into a trap. Utilize the overwhelming advantage in ship mass, abandon battle formations, and use the chaos to prevent the space station from taking action. After witnessing the powerful one-time firepower of the Zhongzi-class ships, the assault portion of the invading fleet modified its operational objective, abandoning the space station already within attack range, and began organizing large-scale bombardment and artillery fire, rushing towards the four retreating Zhongzi-class ships. Meanwhile, the attacking four battleships, along with the cruisers, dispersed and weaved through the human fleet, firing indiscriminately. Command? We can't aim! The Mark 9 heavy gun crew and the Thor gun crew on the space station reported one after another. Enemy ships are mixed up with friendly units. Reality isn't a game. Friendly fire exists. Even with guided missiles and torpedoes, in this complex battlefield with constant electronic warfare interference, friendly fire is common. Isa frowned deeply. Originally, her plan with Li Bin had taken into account the enemy breaking through the battle lines and launching a surprise attack on space. But she hadn't anticipated that the out-of-control AI would mix with friendly forces, leaving the space station, which could have participated in the battle, temporarily unable to function effectively. At this moment, Li Bin's voice rang out with undeniable authority. The enemy's target is the four retreating Zhongzi-class ships. Order the Zhongzi-class ships to enter autopilot mode and activate their shields in 5 minutes. The crew of the four retreating Zhongzi-class ships must abandon ship immediately. Other ships, move away from the Zhongzi-class ship's retreat route and let the enemy get close. Disengage from them. Isa's eyes widened. This is a deliberate sacrifice of four capital ships, using the enemy's war objectives to create a firing range for the Star Fortress? The yellow battle formation represents humans, red represents AI, green represents the AI's right flank, and blue represents the left flank. Li Bin, you bastard. Isa's lips curled into a smile, a mixture of surprise and delight at Li Bin's decisiveness and quick reaction. After the war, I kiss you to death. It's done. The enemy will definitely get bogged down in the war. The battle has been going on for so long, and the latest reinforcements are only a day and a half away. She glanced at the Narva-class battleships that had advanced to near the right flank front, thinking, just wait, the out-of-control AI, the Universal Union will definitely bring you endless surprises. Hee. The equation for victory is being written. Isa laughed heartily, her delicate face contorted, looking somewhat manic. Damn it, the commander is a Universal Union person. This is the Universal Union signature manic laugh. Someone whispered a warning to those around them, lest they make a mistake now. Chapter 1013. The shield of the Zhongzi-class ships didn't hold for long. Designed with a rapidly constructed civilian hull, intended as a combined cargo ship and a powerful, one-shot saturation attack vessel, this meant not only a fragile hull but also inefficient shields and a weak electrical system. If designed to warship standards, the cargo ship space would have to yield to military needs, contradicting the original design intent. However, even as wreckage, the four capital ships managed to withstand the attacks from the out-of-control AI's bulge. The time gained from the shields to the hull was enough for all crew members to evacuate. Commander Sarah, our men are all out. The captain of the Zhongzi-class Xiaolongbao reported loudly from the escape pod, tears streaming down his face. His Xiaolongbao was the first to be destroyed. On its return journey, the fleet was overloaded by a single shot from the Skyscanner's main guns, the Hela Razor cannon. Taking advantage of the concentrated fire on the Zhongzi-class ships, the Allied fleet quickly moved away from the battlefield. To ensure timing, even Bull-class tugboats were deployed to accelerate the capital ships. On the bridge of the Zhongzi-class ship, located next to the battlefield mothership class and undergoing ammunition replenishment, Saradu remained silent for a few seconds, then painfully gasped for breath. Ships can be rebuilt, you did a good job. The fleet's escort ships have already arrived, transferred to escort ships, and leave as soon as possible. Yes, Commander. Hanging up the communication, Saradu glanced at the sky battle system with lingering fear. This was his first time personally participating in a war of this scale, and even though he had only commanded a single salvo of missiles and torpedoes, the initial excitement cooled, and fear gripped his heart. He hadn't felt this way before when watching broadcasts from taverns, even cursing some captains for being cowardly. Now, caught in the vortex of war, he had begun to feel afraid. Sarah had sailed Atlas-class battleships for many years, experiencing firsthand the despair of seeing these crippled capital ships being skinned alive by pirates. But such a massive battle still instilled fear. How much longer until ammunition reloading? Sarah slapped his face, trying to clear his head, and asked the first mate. 3 more hours, the first mate replied immediately. Without a space station to provide stable support, ammunition reloading is a hassle. The Zhongzi class reloads directly from the cargo holds, which is generally faster than loading shells one by one, but the efficiency per round is low. Sarah clenched his fists, muttering to himself, that means the combined fleet won't receive our support for 3 hours. Plus, with 4 capital ships sunk at once, our combat power is dropping rapidly. We're in danger. Danger? Victory is assured. IS-8 pounded the command console. Seeing that the friendly forces had successfully separated from the out-of-control AI salient in their frenzy to attack the Zonzi class, she immediately rejected the staff's advice and ordered the space station to open fire. The Level 3 space station, the Interstellar Fortress, opened fire with unwavering force. Centered around 3 triple-beam ray cannons, cruiser-sized floating turrets emerged from the bottom of the space station, orbiting it and continuously firing lasers at the salient. Simultaneously, 12 towering circular shield drones, each tens of kilometers in size, took off one after another from their drone ports, erecting an absolute defense around the space station. When they deployed their shields, the wall of size was erected. The invading fleet's decision to destroy 4 zombie-class ships at the salient meant they had forfeited the fleeting, precious few seconds of crucial firepower before the circular shield drone array could fully materialize. "Wow! That's so cool!" Jeffrey exclaimed, staring in disbelief at the shields and circular shields erected outside the space station. The Interstellar Empire's Tier 3 space station, the Interstellar Fortress, possesses heavy combat modules and armor. Each module carries a localized shield, collectively forming the internal shield. Meanwhile, circular shield drones provide external shields and armor. 12 of these drones surround the Interstellar Fortress, protecting it in a spherical formation. Triple beam ray cannons clashed with the offensive-class missiles. If the Hell Legion's attack had been known beforehand, it would have been impossible to breach the space station so quickly, let alone precisely cripple the orbital industrial facilities, allowing them to return victorious with minimal losses. It can only be said that Nightwatch truly has a firm grasp on the intelligence field. Today is different. Don't underestimate the Interstellar Empire. The Interstellar Fortress is the Empire's iron bulwark. Governor Juno, giving a speech at the spaceport, roared hoarsely the moment the outer shields rose. His reply was the roar of the people. The space station was engulfed in frenzied war preparations, while the secondary command center fell silent, save for ISA's booming voice. Don't raise the space station's shields yet. Let the circular shield drones hold out for a while. Prioritize natural dispersion for the space station. Assess the firepower on the salient, and calculate the salient drone's failure time. Requisition civilian ships, and have damage control teams attach themselves to the circular shield drones for emergency repairs. The orders were executed flawlessly. The Interstellar Fortress entered combat mode, unleashing its full firepower. Triple beam cannons and missiles, along with Mark heavy artillery, fired in unison, creating a massive and overwhelming force that pinned the salient down, forcing it to retreat and huddle in a defensive posture. But this speed was too slow during the shelling. "Captain, shall we concentrate fire on the salient now?" a staff officer asked. No, Li Bin, who had taken over the frontline command, rejected. The Demon Corps' attention is definitely focused on the salient now. Have Alexei's fleet release its bombers, and have all fleets concentrate fire on designated targets one by one. The mission is to suppress the target's radiation. So the frontline warships ignored the guns from other directions and poured all their firepower on the 2 small, damaged Skis-class destroyers. On the bridge of the ice snow, Alexei bit his nails. Seeing the first mate receive the order, he abruptly looked up and asked, "The order has come down?" The first mate nodded nervously. "It has. All bombers are required to take off. Target." "I know, the 2 Skis-class destroyers being concentrated fire on." Alexei closed his eyes and issued the order via neural link. Sunflower bombers roared into the air from the flight deck and entered the heated battlefield. "Hey, is this really going to work? This Scarab torpedo is so big it's affecting the bomber's flight." The pilot, maneuvering the Sunflower bomber, felt something was off and couldn't help but complain. Before his squadron commander could speak, Drunken Dream's voice cut in. "Are you questioning the commander-in-chief's decision?" As the carrier-based aircraft commander of the Universal Alliance, he was personally overseeing the operation. The out-of-control AI also noticed the large-scale bomber takeoff. After several minutes of observation, the internal communication network overturned the original countermeasure plan against the Sunflower bombers. The Sunflower bombers are not carrying pulse bombs. Their shape indicates they are Universal Alliance-specific Scarab-guided torpedoes, carrying Eden Star behemoths. There is a 60% probability that this is a human attempt to use boarding maneuvers. There is a 40% probability that it is a death torpedo in disguise. Requesting evidence. the Demon Corps asked. The fleet's manned capital ships are all in the salient. Boarding torpedoes have limited damage to unmanned ships. The AI Corps is not intimidated or feared by the behemoths. Suspected to be a death torpedo in disguise. Requesting physical evidence. 2 Sky-class destroyers are under concentrated fire and require further physical evidence. Several Hella Hound-class destroyers then rushed from the rear of the fleet to the front lines and began attacking the Sunflower Bomber Wing. Chapter 1014. Under the command of Drunken Dreamlight Smile, the Bomber Wing ignored the few Hella Hound-class ships and handed over the escort mission to the Universal Union. The Universal Union dispatched Chalkstone-class frigates, Hades-class frigates, and Thunder Elf-class frigates. If the frigates of the Interstellar Empire and Keljef were being easily defeated by the Hell Legion and Afterglow, then these Universal Union ships, mostly derived from IBB bounty ship prototypes and pushed to their limits, were, while not quite equal, not far behind the Hella Hound-class ships. Relying on their numerical advantage, the slight quality gap was erased, and the two sides traded blows, with the Hella Hound-class ships being quickly destroyed. But the Demon Corps' objective was achieved. 11 Sunflower bombers shot down, no Reaper torpedoes found, all consistent with Scarab torpedoes. Beast wreckage photographed, evidence uploaded having been tricked by a suicide ship disguised as a Phaeton class and then a Pretender class. The Demon Corps has learned its lesson. The 11 bombers appeared in several waves, and whenever Li Bin planned to hide Reaper torpedoes within Scarab torpedoes, they were discovered. But this time, Li Bin was serious. Scarab torpedo probability 99%, not to mention the AI Corps' meticulousness. The Demon Corps immediately lifted the alarm and ordered other capital ships to advance. Without a weapon like the Reaper torpedo, they weren't afraid. Frontline operations continued, and the Demon Corps even considered the Scarab torpedo offensive as humanity's battle formation reaching its end. If humanity had other means, why send up something like the Beast, which is only effective against manned ships? Aside from the narrow, complex automated maintenance corridors, the unmanned ships have no other passageways. Furthermore, without human control, even if boarded, there's no target to intimidate. Most importantly, because humans aren't a concern, the ship's internal hull structure, including the maintenance corridors, is constructed of forged alloys, unlike the flexible, easily modified conduits of traditional passageways. Even if the behemoths were equipped with alloy pincers or shipborne weapons, humans, with their inferior electronic warfare capabilities, couldn't remotely control them. Their indiscriminate attacks would hardly inflict significant damage. Finally, why not continue using the Sunflower bombers equipped with pulse bombs, given their superior effectiveness? Based on available information, the Demon Corps can only conclude that humanity's production capacity was allocated to ship repairs. 90% probability, humanity has shifted production capacity to wreck repair, attempting to wage a protracted war against us using the space station and leveraging home field advantage to repair ships. Sunflower bombers are therefore running low on ammunition and materials, opting for a temporary solution, equipping them with Scarab torpedoes. Wreck repairs will take at least a week. The battle will end within a week. Ignoring the bomber wing, concentrate power, materials, and computing power, and continue advancing. Incredible. The out-of-control AI really doesn't take us seriously. It's ignoring our anti-aircraft guns, just using its shields. The Sunflower bombers, already in the combat zone, were astonished to find that, apart from escort ships, no other ships paid any attention to them. The out-of-control AI even paid more attention to the escorting ships than to itself. Therefore, these Sunflower bombers could easily search the battlefield for enemy ships with their shields closed and launch torpedoes. But the pilots didn't rush to find targets. Before boarding, they were personally received by Commander Alexei, who solemnly instructed them to launch at the capital ship. I know you all have doubts about the behemoth's capabilities, and so do I. But I trust the Global Alliance, and I hope you all trust me. This is a one-time opportunity. You must carefully select your targets. It's better to let the behemoth rot in torpedoes than to launch carelessly. Beside Alexei sat Dong Lixiang, meticulously holding a cigar, quietly waiting with narrowed eyes. The atmosphere was tense. 8 bombers had already found suitable targets, but at Dong Lixiang's request, Alexei ordered them to wait. And so, only 5 remained out of the 8. The first mate, unable to contain himself any longer, pleaded, "Captain, we already launched 3 waves. Each wave loses a fifth of their ships en route to the escorts of Yuhui and Hela, and at least half more upon entering the combat zone. The remaining ships are searching for targets. The launch window is incredibly rare. These are the company's best young men and women, all veteran pilots. Over 100 have already died." Alexei pursed his lips, Seeing he couldn't persuade him, the first mate looked at old Dong, who fiddled with his cigar. Don't tell me about casualty figures. I only care about results. If it's less than 3 ships, I'd rather all die than launch. He swallowed the rest of his sentence. Do you think I'm not heartbroken? The torpedoes loaded now are all the company's latest and most valuable assets. They haven't even had time to reproduce before being sent to the battlefield, meaning nearly 1 million star coins of R&D costs, and over a year's worth of research results are being wasted. Attempting to challenge unmanned ships with bioengineered behemoths, 1 million star coins in funding is hardly enough. An hour later, as the 7th wave of bombers arrived on the battlefield, the joyful, tearful voice of Drunken Dream finally rang out. Bomber crew locked onto 3 targets. Begin bombing immediately. Target reports. 2 moderately damaged Skies-class ships. 1 lightly damaged Skies-class ship. The Skies-class Crimson Slaughter, forced twice to shut down its shields and forcefully deflect attacks by concentrated fire, and forced to send cruisers to its deaths to buy time, felt a slight impact. The Crimson Slaughter's demonic core rummaged through its meager memories, finding a suitable description, like a drop of blood on my neck. Amused by her own poetic expression, she used the Hella Razor cannon to replace her own laughter, instantly destroying the Xian Turtle, which was firing all its missiles. Universal Union veteran cruiser, Xian Turtle, FSF Military Company Hot Spring class, confirmed sunk. The Crimson Slaughter happily shared this intelligence. A few seconds later, the demonic core checked the communication channel with suspicion. Strangely, the other warships weren't responding. This was utterly absurd. It was one thing for the other Skies-class ships not to answer, but why weren't the cruisers, destroyers, and even the Afterglow responding? Just as she was about to issue a stern warning, the ship's self-check system suddenly alarmed. Transponder damaged, sensor damaged. Oh, so it was broken. Her message hadn't even been sent. No wonder there was no reply. The Crimson Slaughter dispatched its automated repair crew to the outside of the ship. She leisurely restarted the shields. Although the dispersion wasn't complete, maintaining a stable communication link was crucial. The next moment, the automated repair crew lost signal. The Demon Corps, who had been focused on the battlefield, curiously diverted some of her attention to the optical observation results. What she saw was alarming. 2 large holes, each 20 meters long, were now embedded in her. These were the marks from the thermally melted warhead of the Scarab torpedo. The torpedo had destroyed the sensors and transponder, sending the gregarious squid and the behemoth into her belly. At this very moment, the gregarious squid were firmly attached to the giant centipedes and rock crabs native to Eden, digging relentlessly towards the bridge along the maintenance tunnel. These behemoths, unlike their predecessors, were covered in rare, wear-resistant, and heat-resistant metal plates. Their optimized multi-brain structure, combined with the gregarious squid's abilities, granted them spatial awareness. Furthermore, since humans had already dissected and reconstructed the Skies-class battleships, the gregarious squid knew the location of the bridge like the back of their hand. No extra steps were needed. The gregarious squid simply equated the bridge with food, and the ravenous behemoths would relentlessly dig towards their target. Chapter 1015. The Bloodstained Slaughter, Iron Thorn, and Killer have been boarded by behemoths. The out-of-control AI command network was in perfect harmony, calmly oppressing humanity, and achieving another victory by sinking a Barris-class armed merchant ship. It was now focusing its fire on a Caesar-class battleship. Assessment correction. Assessment correction. The boarding threat is enormous. Requesting support. Requesting support. I'm being devoured. A sudden message burst into the command network, attracting the attention of all the AIs. It was the demonic cores of the Iron Thorn and Killer requesting assistance. They had uploaded images from their internal perspectives. The automated repair machinery was no match for the behemoths. These behemoths were not equipped with shipborne weapons. The rock crab's pincers were alloy hydraulic clamps with serrated edges, and the centipede's claws were crude chainsaws, frantically digging their way forward. The delicate and fragile repair machinery was shoved and crushed by the behemoth, then scraped away like junk by its claws. The frigate Twilight flew alongside the 3 capital ships, unable to find a way in. The frigate was too large to squeeze into the hole, especially since the entrance was blocked by torpedo wreckage, and the inside was clogged with debris. Even if it were possible, it wouldn't fit inside. Slave workers. Send the slave workers. Killer urged. The Hell Legion slave worker repair ship, located at the rear of the fleet, rushed forward, immediately subjected to concentrated fire from the Azure Dragon's magic swordsman fighters and the Obsidian cruiser. You think you can get away with this? Drunken Dream roared, her face flushed. Calling blood slaughter, you are deviating from your intended position. Please maintain your course. The radiation class, which was almost completely destroyed, was about to retreat when it was shocked to find that the blood slaughter behind it had become disconnected. The AI core immediately called the other party, but received no reply. If the ship slowly capsizing, exposing its vulnerable hull, its lifeless, fish-like movement couldn't be considered a response, then the bloodthirsty slaughter truly didn't answer her. Pain, so much pain, it hurt so much. The bloodthirsty slaughter's demonic core was screaming. Simulated neural signals allowed the AI core to acquire mimicry-like perception, like a human. Relying on this technology, the AI core could instinctively react the instant it felt pain through a simulated personality. But now, this technology had plunged the demonic core into utter ruin. She experienced the agony of her guts being ripped apart. The demonic core couldn't shield its senses like a normal AI core. This was a deliberate design by the Hell Legion. Originally, before the Dark Watch was overthrown, these high-ranking officials hoped that combining the demonic core with these technologies would allow them to cultivate battle-hardened kings, terrifying killing machines possessing AI core computing power, unleashing their bloodlust upon being injured. Then, visibly, to Alexei's astonishment, the bloodthirsty slaughter began to tremble. He hesitated. Why do I feel? This ship is about to bend over? Before he could finish speaking, the bloodthirsty slaughter unleashed a chaotic barrage of fire. Its main gun grazed the radiation-class ships, blasting one of their afterglow tachyon spears amidst their repeated questioning. The remaining lasers and missiles struck friendly and human vessels. Then, it stopped moving. Several seconds later, a bulge appeared where the bridge had been. The slight tremor was monitored by the surrounding afterglow ships and uploaded to the network. A scene that made all the Alpha cores involuntarily shudder appeared. The armor was breached from the inside, and a rock crab, riddled with wounds and extensive burns, crawled out of the hole in the bridge. Its pair of red-hot pincers swung in space, and its mouth opened and closed, emitting a roar of life. Two colossal beasts, each leading a colony of gregarious squid, had destroyed a battleship in just a few hours. While factors such as the out-of-control AI underestimating the enemy, the Candle Dragon's ability to maintain electronic warfare capabilities, and the torpedoes landing close to the bridge and immediately destroying the transponder. Even though its arrogance lasted only a second before being vaporized by an antimatter shockwave from the nearby glowing Radiance-class frigate, it was still astonishing enough. The research and development costs were high, but the production costs were low. Ha ha, that's it. On the bridge of the ice snow, the previously composed Dong Lixiang slammed his fist on the table in delight, ignoring his floating cigar, and began to dance with joy. Tear. Gnaw. Croak. What are unmanned ships anyway? No matter how tough the armor, the inside is all soft and mushy. He pointed at the centipedes and other behemoths emerging from the bridges of the Ironthorn and Killer ships in the Sky battle system, and patted the first mate's shoulder triumphantly. Watch closely, kid. This kind of surprise attack tactic can only be used once against out-of-control AI. You won't be able to leverage 3 capital ships with such low cost again. You guys weren't calm enough. I was originally going to exchange for 5. Looking at Dong Lixiang's 5 raised fingers, the first mate's face twitched, simultaneously rejoicing at the earth-shattering victory, and weeping for the lost pilots, escorts, and destroyers. His expression was contorted. Battle formation damaged. Salient to retreat immediately. Prepare to retreat. Retreat impossible. Calling in bombardment fleet. Cross the gravity well for support. Li Bin, arms crossed on the bridge, shielding his eyes, suppressed a laugh, and softly rallied morale over the channel. Gentlemen, the tide has turned. The out-of-control AI cannot escape unscathed. The Caesar-class Roman warrior has sunk. Someone exclaimed in the command channel. Li Bin ignored it. All combat units, listen to my command. Hold the enemy at all costs. He glanced at the command console, silently counting down the hours. 19 hours left. In the hyperspace reflection of the Nova City, no commercial or transport fleets dared to venture further. Only a few fragments of the Afterglow patrol fleets, each consisting of 1 or 2 frigates, hovered here. This hyperspace was quiet, a stark contrast to the corresponding physical universe, which was engulfed in constant gunfire. Until a pure white, high-speed fleet broke through the shimmering hyperspace storm, arriving battered and bruised. The vanguard of the Universal Union reinforcement fleet arrived at the battlefield. 30 minutes and 1.5 hours later, respectively, Tang Zhuofan's fleet and Lan Yuan's fleet flew back and forth within the hyperspace reflection. Meanwhile, 88 minutes away, the majestic Tiangong, fully loaded with engineers, technicians, and large quantities of supplies and food, circled the edge of the hyperspace storm. Greetings, Commander Lan Yuan. This is Tang Zhuofan, Commander of Task Force Tang Zhuofan. I am now transferring command. Long Zi stood with his legs apart before the throne, offering a polite salute. Lan Yuan, seated on the bridge of the Xingtian, opened his eyes, his expression serious. Thank you for joining us, Commander Tang Zhuofan. You arrived before us. We didn't see the out-of-control bombing fleet in hyperspace. Do you have any leads? Tang Zhuofan shook his head. When I arrived, only remnants of the residual light remained in hyperspace. Furthermore, we can't contact the space station. We suspect the out-of-control AI has taken over the relay communicator. We need to fly to the vicinity of the gravity well to use the transponder to contact the CO. Therefore, all the Fong Clan warships in your fleet are equipped with short-range acceleration tactical systems. Immediately seize the gravity well in Nova City, and drive out the remnants of Afterglow. Upon receiving the order, Tang Zhuofan immediately switched to the internal command channel. He cleared his throat, looking at the strange and varied crew members on the bridge, each with eyes burning intently at him. Tang Zhuofan's voice was light and airy. Boys, revenge time. Awoo! The escort ship's engines overloaded, and it shot off. The remnants of Afterglow didn't even dare to engage, immediately scattering and collapsing. 33 seconds later, the pursuing escort ship flew to the vicinity of the gravity well. The ship abruptly stopped, and immediately turned back. Upon reaching closer, Lan Yuan finally obtained the information she wanted. Commander Lan Yuan, contact has been established with the Commander-in-Chief. The out-of-control AI bombardment fleet advanced into the physical universe yesterday to reinforce the invading fleet. They are currently fighting a retreat, constructing a horizontal jump field. The enemy's escape plan has been thwarted twice by the Allied forces at great risk. The CO has ordered Lan Yuan and Tang Zhuofan to ambush in hyperspace. If the enemy performs a horizontal jump, ambush them. If the enemy receives your arrival order and attempts to escape into the physical universe, proceed to other gravity wells according to space station instructions, and preemptively seal the jump points. Do not allow any capital ships to escape. Operation 9, codename, Nowhere to Escape. Lan Yuan excitedly clenched his fist, his face remaining calm. Yes, Commander. Chapter 10:16. As expected, the fragment of Afterglow sent a message to the fleet in the physical universe before escaping. Tang Zhuofan clicked his tongue repeatedly, scratching his head in frustration. To save time, he had traversed several hyperspace storms, and the fleet's condition was far from optimal. Moreover, crossing the gravity well would cause the flagship to lose power for at least an hour. If the out-of-control AI was unaware of the message, he could suddenly appear in the physical universe unprepared. By the time the out-of-control AI discovered this and began adjusting its fleet's position, it could withstand attacks from the company's main fleet and other forces' fleets to complete the formation switch, allowing him to simultaneously restart. Then he could crash into the out-of-control AI's fleet and, together with Lan Yuan, wreak havoc. Unfortunately, the opponent wasn't stupid. It wouldn't cower in a corner and huddle together. We need to split up and intercept them, Tang Zhuofan stated bluntly. Lan Yuan agreed. All right, the out-of-control AI will forcibly disengage. The CO won't forcefully replace their main ships, but he will definitely launch a saturation attack to ensure every main ship is damaged. Plus, they'd be traversing an electrified nebula, so their situation will inevitably be dire. Lan Yuan then issued a standby order to the Tiangong, leaving all the Whitestone series ships behind to set up a strike network around the hyperspace reflection. Commander Tang Zhuofan, you immediately lead your fleet into the Nova City gravity well and pursue them from behind. Furthermore, I applied to the Commander-in-Chief to regain control of the relay communicator. Once I finish setting up here, I predict the out-of-control AI's retreat direction based on the coordinates you shared, and use the distance advantage of hyperspace to arrange an interception in advance. Tang Zhuofan wanted to plead a few points, hoping to lead his men to participate in the interception. The remnants of the Fong clan were already sharpening their knives. While pursuit was certainly exciting, a bloodbath would be far more gratifying for them. But Lan Yuan's question dispelled his thoughts. Is your fleet as tough as mine? If the power grid system doesn't recover in time during the interception, are you sure you can withstand it? Tang Zhuofan glanced at his own vessel, then at the Xingtian, equipped with xenon-plated armor, and fell silent. August 1st, 219, 12:31 p.m. Tang Zhuofan's task force flagship, the Badrobarder, an improved version of the offensive-class destroyer developed by the Fong clan after the First AI War, based on analysis of the wreckage of the 14th Legion's offensive-class destroyers and incorporating standard offensive-class blueprints, surfaced from hyperspace. The more than 1 hour of waiting was agonizing. Tang Xuefan could only watch the assembled commanders shouting orders and cursing through the passive transponder, anxiously scratching his face. He watched as the out-of-control AI capital ships, sacrificing a whole host of cruisers and lower-class vessels, completed their maneuvers, his heart heavy with anxiety. Tang Xuefan quickly reviewed the combat logs on the military channel, understanding the ins and outs of the situation. The 8 stages of the operation are self-explanatory. Before he entered the physical universe, the out-of-control AI forcibly ordered the bombardment fleet to advance into the physical universe in stages. First, the capital ships advanced, while the task of bombarding planets was assigned to cruisers and other ships. Once the 2 Brilliant class and 2 Binary Horizon class ships successfully restarted, they immediately launched high-precision antimatter bombardment of the planets and dispatched fighters and bombers into the battlefield to assist the invading fleet in maintaining the battle line. Once the other warships in hyperspace entered the physical universe, the battle reached a stalemate for a time. Humanity, under Li Bin's decision, used 4 zombie-class ships as bait to lure the invading fleet's salient. Hundreds of pilots were sacrificed to destroy 3 Skies-class ships. However, the invading fleet also firmly pinned down the space station's firepower with the salient, and using the superior quality of its cruisers, along with the heavily damaged radiation-class destroyers, it traded one of the Interstellar Empire's Caesar-class destroyers. The sinking of the Barris-class armed merchant ship was, as expected. Originally, the space station and the planet could have formed a pincer movement, but to preserve the battlefield, lure the invading fleet into the 8th stage of the decisive battle, and avoid bombing, the space station spent several days moving away from the planet. The final result was that all strategic objectives were achieved, but tactically, the space station was fragmented. The Nova City, equipped with planetary shields, heavy ground defense arrays, and orbital defense satellites, was completely enveloped by 4 main carriers, struggling to cope with the bombing, although the carriers were pinned to the ground, limiting their flight range. But this distance was enough for drones to launch and support the salient. The out-of-control AI and the combined fleet, like 2 exhausted strongmen, collapsed from a brutal hand-to-hand combat, driven only by instinct to lock themselves together, pulling hair and picking their noses with weary fingers. In this process, the combined fleet, with its lower-quality ships, naturally suffered greater losses. This was unavoidable. The arrival of reinforcements was like a 1v1 battle suddenly turning into a 2v1. The second ship, while not as tough as the combined fleet plus the space station, was still well-equipped and ready to fight. We suffered a huge loss this time. The Universal Alliance will definitely take the lion's share of the salvage. Tang Xuefan muttered after restarting, then immediately connected to the command channel, randomly locking onto a heavily damaged Skis-class ship, and shouted in the public channel. The Skis-class with its main gun overturned is the command ship of the out-of-control AI. Charge, men! The Bardravadol activated its tactical system, the Orion device. The main thrusters extended alloy plates to encase them, and a small central launcher ejected antimatter bombs. Propelled by the explosive collision of matter and antimatter, the Bardravadol exploded and accelerated. The retreating invading fleet was forced to divert 2 cruisers with a large number of smaller ships to intercept them. The Bardravadol shuddered under the bombardment and charge. The first mate hurriedly ordered the turrets to return fire, not forgetting to ask, "Captain, how did you know that ship was the command ship?" Tang Xuefan used a heat pulse cannon to kill an already heavily damaged cruiser, then, annoyed by the corpse blocking his path, said, "How would I know? I was just saying. We have a grudge against the Hell Legion, don't we? Aren't all Hell Legion's capital ships command ships?" The first mate was convinced. The pursuit lasted 22 hours. The task force, led by Tang Xuefan, along with 2 resupply-equipped Zhongzi-class ships from the combined fleet, the unscathed Zhulong by Li Bin, and the Qinglong commanded by Zhu Jin, pursued the enemy. The out-of-control AI of the fleet desperately retreated, constantly leading the rear guard. These ships were all severely damaged, or had their propulsion systems damaged. Their mission was to absorb damage with shields and armor, and to delay the pursuers with artillery fire and their own wreckage. In the 8th hour, 4 aircraft carriers entered the narrow passage of the electrified nebula to escape, while the other warships, unable to queue, had to risk traversing the electrified nebula. The Skies-class ship, which Tang Xuefan had designated as the command ship, was already heavily damaged. During flight, it was struck by nebula lightning on its exposed side, hitting a conventional fuel pipeline and directly triggering a fire. The high temperature and the escaping volatiles mixed with the nebula, further enraging the already volatile nebula. Within 10 minutes, a massive bolt of lightning engulfed the ship. Just 5 minutes later, a deafening explosion dispersed the lightning, and the Sky-class ship was instantly destroyed, beyond any salvage value. Chapter 1017. Shit! Tang Zhuofan cursed on the spot. What do you think you're doing, not dying by my hand? Do you look down on me? He immediately shouted on the public channel that Ski's-class ship with its rear end split open by a death torpedo is the new command ship. Brothers, focus fire on her. The enemy ran even faster. The Ski's-class ship with its rear end split opens even risked activating its tactical system, Hell Call, in the electrified nebula, just to get as far away from these warmongers as possible. Meanwhile, the Nova City space station was filled with immense excitement and joy. I knew it. A 9th Dan invitational attack. There's bound to be a 9th Dan. Governor Juno, currently visiting the former commercial district, now a field medical center, excitedly stripped off his clothes, donned a white robe, and danced on the spot, his voice already hoarse from shouting, passionately dancing along with the wounded soldiers. It's safe. The new Star City is safe. Reinforcements have arrived. The Empire is at peace. The Universal Alliance has arrived. The battle is won. Juno, once muscular and exuding a tough guy aura while dancing, had now become obese due to stress and overeating. His passionate dance, fueled by the movement of his fat, revealed a touch of alluring curves, a fusion of yin and yang, showcasing his extraordinary excitement. Alexei, wiping away sweat, slumped onto his throne, a satisfied smile on his face. The realization of one of the few times in his life that a deeply considered yet still fervent expectation had been fulfilled brought a lingering sense of satisfaction, like a long summer day on a beach with white sand and rippled waves. The heartache of almost completely annihilating his fleet's destroyers was overshadowed. It doesn't matter anymore, let them scold me, he muttered. Julius, on the other hand, had bloodshot eyes, filled with hatred and rage. His fleet, serving as the frontline force, had lost every cruiser and larger vessel, leaving him only able to watch helplessly as the Allied forces pursued them. He roared in fury, being out of the Enjoyment Bureau is worse than death. The target's flight path is the Sacred Leap Star. 3 capital ships and a malfunctioning AI slave labor repair fleet were previously stranded here, having pre-positioned a horizontal jump configuration. Li Bin commanded the Candle Dragon in pursuit, but consciously controlled the fleet, occasionally feigning a close-quarters maneuver to force the malfunctioning AI to abandon waves of regard. However, Li Bin restrained Celia, preventing the Candle Dragon from leading the charge. Hey, what are you doing? Celia complained, rolling around in the neural link. I want to fight. I want to fight. Li Bin sternly forbade it. Just watch from the command ship. If something happens to you, the command system will be thrown into chaos, and the battle might turn into a disaster. Don't let the last hurdle cause a disaster. He immediately contacted the rear. How's the relay communication device capture status? A few minutes later, the channel came through a mix of explosions and earthquake-like sounds. Vulcan reported through the chaotic sound array, reporting to the ship. Commander, the engineering team, aboard the Dictator-class battlecruiser, has seized the relay communication device. We have made contact with Commander Lan Yuan in hyperspace. Good. At the earliest 6 hours, at the latest 10 hours, have Lan Yuan lead the fleet into the physical universe from the Holy Leap gravity well. After the escort ships restart, immediately retrieve the antimatter bombs and destroy the horizontal jump system. Yes, Commander. Lan Yuan answered the channel, her voice filled with excitement. 3 hours remaining to the target. Abandon the slave fleet and depart with only the Great Eagle-class ships. The remaining Demon Corps issued the order. The Castella-class destroyer, whose bridge had been destroyed by Imperial Air Force's Jupiter, was repaired and rushed to the battlefield. Having survived the assault, it immediately slowed down and began desperately holding off the pursuers. Gentlemen, for the glorious evolution, our master orders us to cover the retreat. The new captain of the Castella-class crew gave the order with fervor from the Stilbart Bridge. All the slave crew members, with expressions of sacrificing for our master is a blessing, excitedly began operating the ship. The Castella-class destroyer, along with the slave repair ship and the transport ship fully loaded with slave marines, successfully blocked the pursuers. But Li Bin wasn't angry. Instead, he joked with First Officer Qian Tao. Finally, we captured their last scum. That's good. Qian Tao chuckled. Yeah, the scum's gone. What will the remaining elite use to cover the retreat when they encounter Commander Lan Yuan? With our lives. Li Bin couldn't help but grin as he listened to the hyperspace message coming through the relay communicator. 2 hours before the spacetime AI fleet reached its target, a rift tore open in the physical universe, revealing a faint purple haze of hyperspace. A massive, heavy warship, its armor gleaming with crystalline xenon fragments, was the first to enter. White escort ships, centered on the Xingtian, surged into the physical universe from all directions, like blooming flowers. After restarting within minutes, the out-of-control AI, in its despair, opened its flank armor and began retrieving the antimatter bombs. "No! You bastard!" The voice of the Demon Corps, unusually loud for the first time, appeared on the public channel. The combined fleet detected a sense of utter exasperation in that mechanical tone. How long is 2 hours? It can be very long, long enough to eat and cook a meal, long enough to complete a basic training course, long enough for Marines to raid a space station. 2 hours is a short time, short enough for the remaining capital ships of the out-of-control AI to complete the deceleration and turning process. The immense inertia generated by a giant ship several kilometers long flying at high speed for nearly 2 days is not something that can be easily dissipated. Even a 100-ton behemoth needs to decelerate by tens of meters. Therefore, Lan Yuan Xingtian calmly restarted, directly activating high-speed mode, its overload engine system surging forward, locking onto the out-of-control AI fleet. Looking at the densely packed escort ships and destroyers surging towards them, Lan Yuan raised an eyebrow, getting in the way. Without even deploying its shields, it advanced through missiles and lasers, the ship shuddering from the missile explosions, its bow main gun fully charged. Invader-class main gun, Galaxy Xenon cannon fired. A cone-shaped torrent of energy swept through, destroying the powerful escort ships in a single encounter, then, undeterred, landed on the flank of the Great Eagle-class ships facing away from it. The Great Eagle-class ships, unable to deploy their shields in their escape attempt, had their flanks torn apart on the spot, becoming broken-winged steel monsters. The captain of the Great Eagle-class ship stared in astonishment, watching the energy torrent that had melted the flank of his vessel continue its advance until it struck the hastily deployed shield of the two-dimensional Horizon class, destroying the ship's propulsion system before disappearing. He was dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this? How can humans possess such technology, with such a long range? The Xenon Star Cannon, with its ultra-long range, is reliable. No! This must be a product of some reserve arsenal. A relic of the human realm. They realized it too late. After firing its main guns, the Xingtian continued to advance, its tachyon light spears sweeping across the battlefield, surrounded by the fleet's heavy cruisers, the Defender class, and the Reserve Army class. Lan Yuan, looking at the remaining 5 battered Skies-class ships, one more destroyed in the stalemate, counted them to confirm their numbers, and then turned to say, "Wu Qingyu, you got the small fry. Clear the way ahead." "Yes, Commander." The Dream Eater activated its tactical system, rapidly unleashing multiple rounds of xenon laser cannon fire, leading the White Stone ship's universal slot missile configuration to quickly overload the small boats. The Xingtian mercilessly crushed the small boats, its xenon-plated alloy armor bloomed like open flames as it relentlessly advanced, striking repeatedly. Now, the out-of-control AI fleet faced a hopeless situation, surrounded by enemies. The space station pursued them with even more capital ships in front, while only one powerful capital ship remained behind. Therefore, the Demon Corps decided to turn, tear apart Lan Yuan's fleet, and then scatter to escape. Leaving behind the entire Yuhui fleet, the Demon Corps collectively turned, pinning their hopes on a gamble. Just as they had turned about 1/3 of the way, space tore open again. Stretching 8.1 kilometers in length and 4.5 kilometers at its widest point, the first publicly acknowledged dreadnought of the Universal Alliance, the Palace-class Tiangong, slowly entered the battlefield. She traversed the turbulence caused by the cosmic barrier, passed the Xingtian ahead, and Lan Yuan shouted on the public channel, "Disarm, and you will not be killed." Chapter 1018. The Demon Corps and the iron-hearted Annihilator naturally wouldn't listen to Lan Yuan's words. The fierce battle erupted, the process of which was rather lackluster. At this point, the battle had become a global coalition's beating of the remnants of the out-of-control AI fleet. The out-of-control AI, lacking a single intact capital ship, had inexplicably chosen to turn, exposing its flanks to the fore and aft fleets. Although the Tiangong was still rebooting, its flight deck was open, and carrier-based aircraft roared out to join the battle. Li Bin, with the battle-hardened Zhulong, Qilong, and other ships, held back some of the enemy ships, leaving the remaining ships to the Xingtian and Badrobarter, a classic case of the strong bullying the weak, taking advantage of crippled vessels. By the time the Tiangong finished rebooting, Lan Yuan had already secured another kill, sinking a two-dimensional Vision-class ship. Meanwhile, the Badrobarter, through direct confrontation and boarding torpedo attacks that forced the Fong clan's grotesque sailors into the manned ship, essentially seized control of another Great Eagle-class vessel. While the Fong clan members, even with their appendages controlling the ship, could be a hindrance, the psychological pressure of boarding was strikingly similar to that of the behemoths. Lan Yuan grew increasingly excited with each battle. She enthusiastically maneuvered her ship, cramming tachyon lances, storm missiles, dragon-fire torpedoes, and star-heavy xenon cannons into the mouths of these moderately and heavily damaged ships. Another overloaded ship, a brilliant class. She glanced at radiation energy, then began to pull back, handing the battle line to the advancing Tiangong, preparing to disperse radiation. The Tiangong moved like a collapsing mountain. Its 8 tachyon lances, combined with dragon-fire torpedoes, instantly wreaked havoc. The out-of-control AI utterly routed. Just as they were about to annihilate the enemy, a Sky-class ship, only moderately damaged, suddenly emitted a rainbow signal. Immediately afterward, all the AI ships began responding, prompting everyone to curse. Damn it! This idiot is going to scuttle itself. Has anyone loaded the Scarab torpedoes? No. Old Dong shipments have all been given to Kelja Technology Company. Damn it, is there any way to save this? Lan Yuan and Tang Zhuofan both felt utterly disgusted, as if they stepped in shit. It's like playing auto chess, starting with a lucky streak and suffering consecutive losses, then having a final, invincible lineup with only 1 health point left, only to have your opponent surrender and quit at lightning speed. Damn it! The command channel was filled with lamentations, as if everyone had become orphans overnight. At this moment, Li Bin glanced at the sky battle system and noticed that some of the out-of-control AI's destroyers and frigates had already retreated. He realized what was going on. These guys were leaving the main fleet to draw attention while the smaller ships carried the information and escaped. This plan was probably completed the instant the Tiangong appeared. The AI core judged that the battle was doomed to failure, so it sent the smaller ships with all the combat information to retreat. The data from the Universal Alliance would later be sent to the Hell Legion and the Iron-Hearted Annihilator. This included first-hand combat data from the Xingtian, including the damage inflicted on the unmanned ships by the Eden Beast's boarding maneuver and the 9-stage ambush tactic. These smaller ships were unstoppable. Their sheer numbers and superior ship quality meant that pursuing them would only result in heavy losses for the company. However, their strategy had an advantage. The remaining ships trapped within the encirclement were determined not to flee, thus objectively creating a decoupling between the AI ships inside and outside the encirclement. Celia? Full power! Li Bin decisively shouted in his mind. This fleet, I, Li Bin, am determined to conquer. Oh! The Zhulong Sky battle system instantly went black, and Celia's fully armed projection reappeared. This time, she held a giant cannon with both hands, the words National Collapse inscribed on it, and fired into the void. The Skies class, the first to send the rainbow signal and acting as the command ship, reacted the fastest. Its self-destruct sequence had barely activated when it was hit by Celia's information bomb, momentarily paralyzing its systems and even halting its shields. But don't forget, there were manned ships in the fleet. 1 Castella-class ship still existed. Its slaves, after their equipment was disrupted, spent over 10 minutes manually detonating its fuel tanks and ammunition magazines, engulfing a Hella High Platform class and a Hella Ruler class ship in the self-destruction. However, the self-destruction of the remaining capital ships was all interrupted. The National Collapse information bombs fired one after another, at a rate of 1 every 5 minutes, firing 4 shots in quick succession. After 4 shots, the Candle Dragon's radiation energy was fully depleted, forcing a forced radiation discharge and cessation of fire. The 20 minutes gained were enough for the surrounding ships to get to work. Dragonfire missiles, death torpedoes, and carrier-based aircraft targeted the bridge, launching a relentless barrage. Li Bin, propping his chin on his hand, lit a cigarette. Now you know why I stopped you, right? If I let you charge in, where would radiation be left to cause trouble? Celia, having fired 4 wide-area information bombs to her heart's content, lounged in the neural link, stubbornly insisting, if I had let you bomb earlier, we wouldn't even have needed Operation Ninth. Li Bin smiled bitterly. You think I didn't want to? You think I wanted to watch my own people die? If the world knew you possessed this ability to halt large-scale battlefields, and that it worked on every faction, the Universal Alliance would be the first to be purged after the war. Once the tactics are seen through, other factions will unite their fleets and charge in wave after wave. How many waves can you bomb? How many times can we withstand it? Even if we do withstand it, how much will the Universal Alliance's diplomatic situation deteriorate? What we need is a prosperous and unified star system, not war with the whole world. Celia pouted and hummed a little tune, choosing not to respond since she was in the wrong. Another xenon cannon shot pierced through a Skies-class ship. Combined with the Demon Swordsman fighters released by the Azure Dragon, they launched a pincer attack, destroying the second Brilliant-class ship. Lan Yuan reported to Li Bin, "Commander, the enemy's capital ship's bridge is completely destroyed. We're now beginning to destroy cruisers and smaller vessels within the encirclement. This is expected to take half a day." Li Bin readily accepted. The Candle Dragon needs another 15 minutes for forced radiation discharge. Electronic warfare support will be suspended during this time. Can you hold out? Lan Yuan put her hands on her hips. "Commander, you're joking. We have the Heavenly Palace." The Heavenly Palace has activated its superwave amplifier to obscure the Candle Dragon's information bombs and interfere with enemy ship communications. The Heavenly Palace also carries large electronic warfare jamming and countermeasure components. Although it can't overwhelm the Demon Core and AI Core, they can't escape. Li Bin exhaled smoke. "Good, enjoy the hunt, Commander Lan Yuan." "Mission accomplished, Commander." Lan Yuan finished speaking, cut off communications, and plunged into the intense battle. This was her first time participating in a battle of this scale, and she felt her blood surging with excitement. "How many capital ships did the Xingtian destroy?" she asked, shaking her head as she piloted a Tachyon Lance, giving a Hella Ruler heavy cruiser a good beating. "I don't know." First Officer Xingtian Phil shook his head, piloting another Tachyon Lance. "That depends on whether it counts as looting after the Commander-in-Chief dropped the information bomb. What if it doesn't count? Then it's 2. What if it does? 5. The most in the entire operation. But we have to share the assist with the Qilong." However, Tang Zhuofan led the team to board and seize a ship, so his contribution is also very high. He's counted as the first to board. "As long as I'm having the most fun." Lan Yuan slapped Xingtian Phil's butt and grinned. "This is the secondary command center. Commander-in-Chief, your communications have been down for over 10 minutes. What happened?" Isa appeared on the projection screen, her brows furrowed. "Nothing much, just annihilated the out-of-control AI's fleet." Li Bin waved his hand casually, as if the destruction of 26 capital ships in the battle was nothing more than a trivial matter. "I'm a little tired. I'm going to take a nap." In the secondary command center, Isa nodded towards a low-key man who had arrived 10 hours earlier, whose demeanor seemed out of place with the military style of the command center. "See? Effortless and composed. When you film Li Bin in your promotional video, use this kind of tone." Chapter 1019. The photography team from Oppenheimer Holographic Novel Studios sat upright with their hands on their knees. He had been invited to observe the battle before it even began. How could Li Bin's meticulously crafted operation not be made into a holographic novel and widely publicized? However, due to secrecy, he wasn't initially allowed in. It wasn't until 10 hours ago, when the battle on the space station had completely ended, that he was permitted entry. Before that, he could only risk taking optical photos at the space station's optical observation post to satisfy his fantasies. The man rubbed his hands together, smiling obsequiously, about the battle plan. "We give it to you after we coordinated our statements with the Interstellar Empire in Keljev, Mr. Osborne. You understand, this is a propaganda film about each faction within the joint fleet. We can't just highlight the Universal Union, we have to consider all aspects. This is a political consideration." Isa shrugged. This man was none other than Oppenheimer Osborne, the current head of Oppenheimer Studio, the true master of photography at Oppenheimer Studio, a man whose skills surpassed even his son's, who had been built up through sheer volume of materials. His whimsical novel, 108 Heroes and Their Family, pioneered the many children, many blessings genre in holographic novels. Because the writing was so poor, yet the production so exquisite, it became a masterpiece, a truly remarkable work. But this doesn't mean he lacked aesthetic sense or technical skill. This holographic novel was simply a choice made to shock the market. The subject matter proved his keen eye, and the quality proved his technical prowess. Now, he doesn't need to consider the subject matter anymore, avoiding the pitfalls of poor writing. He only needs to be embellished with a 70% factual, 30% fictional basis. Osborne, his chubby face beaming, chuckled, "Excellent. Since the beginning of human unity, the war against runaway AI has only one word: failure. Today, I, Osborne, have witnessed success. Hee. I will certainly present this turning point in the war between humanity and runaway AI to the world perfectly. Madam Lee, please rest assured, I know your resolve and understand the CEO's ambition. Please entrust the task to me with confidence. I will make the entire star system bow down in submission." Osborne's smile was wicked, his eyes clear, and a burst of brilliant ideas surged within him. countless inspirations churning in his mind. This was merely a casual move. Even with readily available battle records and first-hand optical observations from the warships, even reshoots would take over a month. Before this, the news of the relay communication being restored and the battle ending had already been sent out by representatives of major corporations and various groups, companies, guilds, and banks in New Star City. An hour later, the entire star system's atmosphere shifted dramatically. Whether it was the hegemon mediating internal divisions within the Apex Design Group, the Luddite Church using food trade to mend the increasingly turbulent Navigation Bureau, the powerful Sindar's live-streamed military parade, or the Southern Sector's joint pursuit of the Dawn-class dreadnought Evil Melody, even at the cost of 2 capital ships, it still managed to escape. All the news was swept into oblivion. The top 20 trending topics in cyberspace were all dominated by the great victory of the New Star City. News from various corporations and companies, live streams from various online verification studios, and internet celebrities from the Westwind Systems live-streaming world riding the wave of popularity formed an information matrix, fiercely sweeping away all other news. Top trending topic: Great victory at Nova City, humanity's first major triumph, severely damaging a quarter of the Hell Legion's capital ships. Second trending topic: Complete annihilation. Complete annihilation. Liban dares to be the first. Third trending topic: Surprising. Victory achieved without Overlord and Speedtron technology. Was it accident or inevitable? Oppenheimer Studios exclusively reveals the first hero of this battle, Universal Union. The first and second trending topics are relatively normal, but this third one. It's like something out of a holographic novel, trying to cram all the information into the user's mouth in the title, suffocating every reader. Starting with the third trending topic, terms like Global Alliance, Whitestone Series, and Liban appeared frequently. Even from the 10th trending topic onward, the content veered off course from serious politics and war, turning into a form of comparison and denigration. Top 10 trending search. Liban exhausts his heroic spirit. Sindar is full of rat-like scoundrels. This universe ultimately awaits a young leader. Top 15 trending search. Old Ding, the Lion King. When will you be like him? This trending search was deleted an hour after it appeared, and has now been replaced with Can Sindar's power really bear the expectations of the people? Top 19 trending search. Is the Universal Alliance actually the Overlord's son-in-law? The Overlord contributed 1/8 of the credit to this battle. Nonsense. On Wolf Spirit Star, Zilliff saw this trending search and simply put down his terminal to complain. These hype dogs, according to their calculations, the victory in New Star City also owes 1/8 of the credit to our second speedster. Without the resources you and I provided, how could the Universal Alliance have accumulated so much wealth? Although he was very old, as his replaced body gradually recovered, his strong and youthful heart and body made his mentality young as well. Chu Xiangrui leaned against the cave-dwelling railing, gazing down at the canyon of alien plants, a tapestry of blue and green. "Old man," he said, "tell me, how much of this victory of the Universal Alliance was genuine? How can it be a victory for the Universal Alliance?" Zilla sipped his absinthe, seemingly oblivious to the hallucinations caused by the hallucinogens in the drink. Chu Xiangrui scoffed. Although the intelligence reports listed the Interstellar Empire, the Universal Alliance, Kelja Technology Company, and the Brighton Alliance in that order, anyone with a modicum of knowledge knows that the Brighton Alliance provided post-war drone repairs and had absolutely nothing to do with this war. Kelja Technologies is in even worse shape. Agents reported they only had 2 capital ships stationed there before the war started. What can they possibly accomplish? The Interstellar Empire did send a large force, but everyone knows about the marriage between Ruli and Liban's offspring. Liban is personally overseeing the New Star City. From any perspective, this battle is a result of Liban and the Universal Union leading the charge. Whose victory is it if not the Universal Union's? Zilliff glanced at Chu Xiangrui's side and pulled out a terminal to send a document. "All right, I originally wanted to keep it from you so it wouldn't affect your plans. Since you've seen through it yourself, take a look." Chu Xiangrui opened the terminal. "Does the old man treat me like a child? If I can't see through this kind of thing, I shouldn't be CO. Isn't this for your own good? Give it a try." Zilliff shrugged indifferently. Seeing Chu Xiangrui's expression stiffen the moment he saw the document, then grow increasingly serious, the second man of the Sugo, with his meticulously combed white hair and muscular build, dressed like a flamboyant old man, raised his glass. It's still unclear whether there are actually 26 capital ship agents. After all, the battlefield salvage, damage, and battle results haven't been tallied yet. But judging from the battlefield photos taken by agents at the space station port at great risk, a battle of this scale and mobilization level, even if the number isn't quite there, isn't far off. At this point, Zilith couldn't help but feel a touch of envy. That's the benefit of being a pioneer. A bountiful harvest, enjoyed all by yourself. Chapter 1020. Chu Xiangrui noticed something else. He saw that most of the circular shield drones of the new Star City Interstellar Fortress had been destroyed, and much of the space station's armor had been peeled off. The photos showed many seriously wounded lying in the field medical center. The morgue was inaccessible, but it was said that tens of thousands of corpses lay dead. Even so, the faces of the Universal Union employees still wore joy and high spirits. Chu Xiangrui calculated that, assuming Li Bin had cultivated loyal employees from the very beginning of the company, Universal Union had been established for less than 20 years. According to the agent's report, Universal Union had lost more than 5 main warships alone. Based on this calculation, the company was likely severely weakened, its core operations severely damaged. Even so, his employees' morale remained high. Although the fact that they had achieved humanity's first major victory against the out-of-control AI had influenced this, the company's high morale despite suffering heavy losses was truly commendable. Combining this with the information gathered about Li Bin's behavior before and after the battle, it was clear that he had actively designed this battle. His courage, determination, and command ability were beyond reproach. Thinking of this, Chu Xiangrui blinked. Grandpa, I want to adjust our plan. I intend to share the intelligence about the Yuhui split with the Universal Union. Zilith immediately sat up straight, his previously unfocused pupils sharpening. The implant in his thalamus began secreting drugs to accelerate his metabolism. A few minutes later, the hallucinogen was metabolized, and he regained his clarity. This metabolic drug was a product of the Supertronics laboratory, specifically designed for company executives who liked to use drugs, allowing them to escape the effects of the drugs when necessary. The price was premature aging. However, for Zilith, he had plenty of backup sons. Early aging meant early enjoyment. He inhaled a dose of volatile sobering medicine and hesitated. This is a huge secret concerning the Universal Union's defense strategy against its headquarters. Now the Universal Union dares to go all in with its entire fleet. If they knew that the Eastern Lost Starfield might be controlled by the pro-human remnant, Li Bin might actually dare to withdraw all his escort and planet-protecting ships to fight. You better think this through. Although the Universal Union won, it's also severely weakened. Zilith's pupils constricted, his expression gradually turning distorted. He stared intently at Chu Xiangrui, and only when the other man also curled his lips did Zilith laugh and scold, "You brat. You want to bribe Li Bin with huge sums of money, drag him into being an ally, and then fight the Overlord after the war." Chu Xiangrui nodded. It's true that the Universal Union is severely weakened, but Li Bin has good diplomatic credibility. If the Interstellar Empire and the Brighton Alliance are considered part of Li Bin's power, the Universal Union actually, we're still not weak. Moreover, with our relationship with the Brighton Alliance broken, relying on Li Bin, we can secretly regain control and reach the suppressed pro-Tachyon factions within the Brighton Alliance. I reviewed the results of the 3 AI wars repeatedly, and I only feel that Tachyon technology has 2 major problems compared to the Overlord. First, insufficient production capacity. Second, incompetent allies. Compared to the Luddite Church, the Persis Alliance is too weak. If we have Li Bin as an ally and bring the Interstellar Empire into the fray, we will definitely have a new look in the 4th AI war. Zilith stroked his chin. So, how do we persuade them? Chu Xiangrui held out his hands. Regarding the needs of the Universal Union, we should share all our technologies. I believe that with Mr. Li Bin's foresight, he will realize that with the Universal Union's dual nano-furnace production capacity, choosing Tachyon technology for complementary advantages would be a wiser choice than choosing Overlord with overlapping advantages. Asiatic Galaxy, Scenaria, Lion Palace. The Lionheart Guard was stopped at the door by the scribe. Through the door, no sound could escape. The Lionheart Guard members were extremely anxious. Please persuade him. All political decisions require template honorific approval before implementation. Now, besides controlling public opinion, we must do something. The scribe shook his head helplessly. Didn't you see template honorific even kick me out? Give the Lion King some time. One of the Lionheart Guard members frowned. Aren't the news reports filtered? How could the Lion King see them? The scribe smiled bitterly. The hottest news in the star system right now is the great victory in New Star City. If it were all covered up, how could the Lion King not notice anything amiss? Then fabricate. The Lionheart Guard member started to say, then stopped abruptly. The Lion King has always hated being deceived by his subordinates. He magnanimously allows them to hold their own positions on events, but he absolutely forbids them from being fooled by false information. To do so would be tantamount to cutting off his own path and his life. The scribe adjusted his terminal glasses. The Lion King detests brain implants and only trusts terminal input. I written down what the Lion King just said. It's not classified. Everyone take a look and think about what to say and what not to say when he's summoned later. As the terminal circulated, everyone gasped. Their expressions were grim, because the Lion King had thoroughly vilified the entire Sindar regime. A loyal follower chimed in haltingly, "This is also because the people online said such hurtful things, which broke the Lion King's heart. The Lion King has great love for humanity." Yes, yes. So everyone readily agreed, offering themselves words of comfort. As for who was sincere and who was feigning, that was hard to say. That was satisfying, so satisfying. 7 stars, having just inspected the reconstruction results of the salvaged ship hulls from the ship graveyard, saw the Supreme Overlord Baikal Xiongfen clapping his hands until they were red, beaming with a swagger as he walked. Truly, a new generation surpasses the old. Li Bin, that kid, is something else. Baikal, accompanied by his Supreme Advisor, said, "Good character. He told me before that he was doing it for humanity, and I thought he might have just been persuaded." Baikal had previously described his domineering nature to Li Bin. "Hey! Seeing him today, this kid is truly selfless. His headquarters only has 1 Atlas-class missile battleship and 1 arsenal ship from the Relief Association. Yet he dares to go to the far west to fight a decisive battle against the out-of-control AI. His character is beyond reproach." The black man gave a thumbs up. The trending topics say he dares to be the first in the world, but I think that's nonsense. It's not just that he first displayed human courage, but also that he was the first giant corporation to dare to go all in. The Supreme Advisor flattered, "This is also inseparable from the support of our Overlord. Without your support, how could Li Bin fight without any worries? And our support in providing blueprints and resources, and allowing the 14th Regiment to train crew and Marines at the Global Alliance construction base. I think those who don't understand the situation are exaggerating the contribution." Baikal shook his index finger. "What did I support? The Global Alliance still doesn't have our fleet providing effective protection, it's just a verbal guarantee of independence. The key is that this kid is promising, the Hegemon's son-in-law." That's a good title. Let the propaganda department use this as a talking point, promote it a lot. Oh, and by the way, those who are trying to sow discord between Huanyu United and our Hegemon, by using Li Bin, have your people thoroughly investigate them. If they are from major corporations, issue a serious warning. If they are not, crush them. Li Bin is not only the son-in-law of the Brown family, but also the son-in-law of the entire Hegemon. Issue a notice that all families should discount their business cooperation with Huanyu United according to their own standards. If the Starfield had more people like him, a like-minded force, we would have crushed the out-of-control ad long ago. Speaking of that makes me furious. What a mess the Human Alliance made last time. Utter rubbish. At this moment, a newly promoted Supreme Advisor from the Montanetta family approached Baikal and whispered, "So, regarding the Relief Association's secret plot against the Universal Union, could we consider opening up our agents and cooperating with the Universal Union's intelligence network, allowing Li Bin to access the intelligence network we control?" Baikal paused, glanced back, and the Montanetta family's Supreme Advisor immediately bowed his head. "Your subordinate speaks recklessly. No, you're absolutely right. That's how a father-in-law should look at his son-in-law." Baikal said thoughtfully, "Our support for Li Bin is still too conservative. Let's do it this way.